At the top floor of the Fong Corporation headquarters, the crystal chandelier reflected a sharp, cold light. The flashes from cameras poured down like heavy rain, outlining the man at the center in a striking silhouette. Fong Yuchen, head of the Fong Empire, stood tall and straight like a winter pine. His black tailored suit fit perfectly over his broad shoulders and narrow waist. With a slight lift of his hand, the entire press conference fell silent. Never marry. The 4 words left his thin lips softly, yet they struck everyone's hearts like a heavy. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a metallic chill that echoed through the vast hall. The reporters instantly erupted. Mr. Fong, does this mean the Fong Group will face a succession crisis? There are rumors about your engagement to Miss Wei Shuiying from the Wei family. Mr. Fong, please respond. Questions flew like arrows, but Fong Yuchen didn't even lift his eyelids. His assistant quickly stepped forward, forming a human wall to shield him as they moved backstage. In his deep, unreadable eyes, there was only the calm control of a business empire, no trace of emotion. He was like a moving iceberg, freezing the air wherever he passed. Just then, the heavy fire door burst open with a loud crash. The harsh sound of metal scraping drowned out all noise. A figure stepped in against the light. All eyes turned toward her. It was a young woman, barely in her 20s, wearing a faded t-shirt and jeans, with worn canvas shoes on her feet. One hand supported her clearly pregnant belly, while the other clutched a document so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Even under the loose clothes, the weight of her pregnancy was obvious, making her lean slightly forward. She was like a burning stone dropped into an icy lake, shattering the cold silence of the room. Fong Yuchen stopped in his tracks. Slowly, he turned around. For the first time, a faint ripple appeared in his usually calm, commanding eyes, like a forming on frozen ice. His sharp gaze swept over her pale face and messy hair, finally resting on her heavily pregnant belly.
Who are you?
His voice was colder than before, carrying both anger at being interrupted and a hint of curiosity. The woman didn't answer. She took a deep breath, as if using all her strength. With her pregnant belly, she stepped carefully in high heels over the broken glass scattered on the floor from when the door had been forced open. Step by step, she walked firmly toward Fong Yuchen, every move tightening the nerves of everyone present. She stopped in front of him, close enough to catch the cool scent of cedar on him. Lifting her chin, she slapped a document against his chest with a sharp sound. President Fong, her voice was hoarse but clear, filled with determination. My grandfather sent me. He said this is what the Fong family owes the Du family. Now, it's time to repay it. Fong Yuchen lowered his eyes, glancing at the bold words on the cover. Marriage contract. He suddenly looked up, his gaze sharp as a blade. The Du family? The Du family ended 10 years ago. He stopped mid-sentence, as if realizing something, and his expression turned dangerous. Yes, the Du family, the woman replied, meeting his eyes without fear. There was a fierce light in hers. I'm the only one left. And she placed a firm hand on her belly, her gesture filled with defiance, am carrying a child of the Fong family. The reporters erupted. Cameras flashed wildly, turning the hall into a blinding sea of light. The news was explosive. The head of the Fong Corporation, who had just announced he would never marry, was suddenly confronted by a pregnant woman claiming to be carrying his child. President Fong, is this true? The Du family? The one that went bankrupt 10 years ago? Whose child is it? When did this happen? Questions poured in like a storm, threatening to drown the two on stage. Fong Yuchen's face darkened. He raised his hand sharply and shouted to his assistant and the security guards, "Clear the room. Everyone out."
Now.
The guards rushed forward, driving the reporters away. The scene turned chaotic. Shouts, pushing, and the constant click of cameras filled the air. In the confusion, Fong Yuchen grabbed the woman's wrist tightly, almost painfully. He pulled her along as if she were a piece of luggage, striding toward the private elevator. She stumbled, her belly bumping against the cold metal door. The pain made her gasp, but she bit her lip hard and stayed silent. The elevator doors slowly closed, shutting out all the noise from outside. In the small space, only the sound of their breathing and the soft hum of the elevator remained. The air felt frozen. Feng Yuchen let go of her hand, stepped back, and leaned against the cold wall of the elevator. Crossing his arms, he looked at Du Lia with the sharp gaze of a hunter. His eyes were cold, filled with dislike and open contempt. "Speak," he said in a commanding tone. Du Lia rubbed her reddened wrist, straightened her back, and met his eyes. "My name is Du Lia. 10 years ago, when the Du family went bankrupt, your grandfather, Mr. Feng, made a promise to my grandfather. Now I'm the only one left in the Du family. Before my grandfather passed away, he told me to come to the Feng family to fulfill that promise." She paused, her voice trembling slightly before she steadied it. "This contract was left by my grandfather. It clearly states that I must give birth to an heir for the Feng family, and in return, the Feng family must protect me until the child is safely born." Feng Yuchen gave a short, mocking laugh. "Protect you? Miss Du, you seem to misunderstand. Do you think a woman connected to Feng Yuchen needs protection?" He stepped closer, his tall figure casting a shadow over her, his presence heavy and intimidating. "And as for the child?" His cold gaze swept over her, as if judging something uncertain. "What proof do you have that this child is mine?"
Du Lia said sunk.
She had expected his doubt. She took out an old, worn phone from her pocket. The screen was cracked, but it still worked. She opened a recording and pressed play. An old, weak but firm voice came through. "Chenner, the child Leah carries is of your bloodline. Years ago, that night, it was my fault to the Du family. You must take responsibility. Protect her. Protect my great-grandchild." The recording was short, but every word struck Feng Yuchen like a heavy. The arrogance and mockery on his face froze, replaced by shock and a trace of pain. He grabbed the phone and played the recording again and again, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. "Grandfather," he murmured, his voice cracking for the first time. Seeing his reaction, Du Lia felt a small sense of relief. She knew that the old master was Feng Yuchen's only weakness. With a soft ding, the elevator reached the top floor. The doors opened. Feng Yuchen tossed the phone back to Du Lia, his face once again cold and unreadable, though the emotions in his eyes were hard to hide. He strode out of the elevator, and Du Lia quickly followed. The president's office was lavishly decorated, with huge floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the glittering city at night. Feng Yuchen walked behind his large mahogany desk, opened a drawer, took out a black card, and threw it onto the desk in front of her. "Miss Du," his voice was icy and distant, "take this and leave. From now on, there will be nothing between us. As for the child." He paused, his gaze sharp as a blade. "When the baby is born, I'll have someone take care of it. You can name your price." Du Lia looked at the black card, then at his face filled with disdain and cold calculation. A wave of humiliation and anger surged through her. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she bit her lip hard, refusing to let them fall. Slowly, she reached out, not for the card, but for the marriage contract on the desk. Without hesitation, she tore it in half. The pieces fluttered to the polished floor. Feng Yuchen's pupils tightened, shock flashing across his face for the first time. Du Lia, her hand resting protectively on her pregnant belly, stepped forward until she stood right before him. Lifting her chin, she met his stunned gaze and said clearly, word by word, "President Feng, I, Du Lia, am not here to sell my child, or myself." Her voice was calm, but carried a fierce strength that echoed through the office. "I've helped you deal with your admirers, face the Wei family for you, and I'm carrying your heir." She patted her belly firmly, her tone resolute. "All I ask is that you keep your promise. Give me and the child a name and protection. That's all." She paused, then gave a cold, mocking smile, her eyes sharp as she looked at him. "As for money?" She glanced at the black card on the floor, her tone full of contempt. "President Feng, do you really think I need your money? Or is it that you think you're worth that much?" The last words struck him like two sharp blades, cutting straight into his heart.
You.
The veins on Feng Yuchen's forehead bulged as he suddenly stood up, his tall figure casting a shadow that completely covered Du Lia. In his dark, unreadable eyes surged a storm of emotions: shock, anger, deep offense, and a faint, unfamiliar feeling he himself didn't recognize, stirred by being openly challenged by a woman. Just as the tension reached its breaking point, Du Lia's old phone suddenly vibrated in her pocket. She instinctively pulled it out. On the screen flashed a message from an unknown number. "Leah, the Wei family knows you're at Phone Corporation. They won't let you or your baby go. Be careful." Du Lia's face turned pale in an instant. The Wei family, the same people who had struck her family when they were down, taken over their business, and might even have been involved in her parents' accident. A chill ran from her feet to her head. She looked up sharply at Feng Yuchen, the man who had just treated her with cold disdain, yet now he might be her and her child's only hope. Feng Yuchen had also caught the fear flashing across her face and the key words in the message: "Wei family, baby won't let go." His anger froze, replaced by a deep, cold thoughtfulness. The Wei family. Had they already made their move? And their target was her unborn child? The office fell into a heavy silence. Outside, the city lights flickered quietly, reflecting the sudden, dangerous tension between them. Feng Yuchen's gaze was as sharp and cold as a blade, fixed on Du Lia's pale face. The words from the message, "Wei family, baby, won't let go," burned into his mind like hot iron. The Wei family was moving this fast? And their target was her child? The air around him seemed to freeze, but the fury in his eyes slowly settled into something deeper and more dangerous. He leaned back in his leather chair, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the wooden desk, the sound echoing in the tense silence. "Explain," he said in a low, commanding voice. Du Lia snapped back to her senses, clutching the phone tightly in her cold hand. She knew that the fear she had just felt, along with the message she received, had completely exposed her situation. Pretending to be unaware was now pointless. Taking a deep breath, she straightened her back. Though her pregnancy made it hard to keep her balance, her eyes met Feng Yuchen's sharp gaze with stubborn determination. "The Wei family wants to kill me and my unborn child," she said directly. Her voice trembled slightly, but it was clear and steady. "Because they're afraid of this child." Feng Yuchen's fingers, which had been tapping on the table, suddenly stopped. Afraid? Of an unborn baby? The Wei family, powerful and influential in the business world, afraid of a pregnant woman and her child? There had to be more to this. "Reason," he said coldly, his dark eyes sharp as a hawk's. Du Lia pressed her lips together. The reason? It involved the shocking secret behind the fall of the Du family, the truth about her parents' mysterious deaths, and the unusual nature of the child she carried. It wasn't time to reveal everything yet. She could only share enough to make Feng Yuchen realize how serious the situation was. Because. She paused on purpose, her gaze sweeping over his handsome but cold face. Because this child is the only heir of the Du family. The Wei family took over our business through dishonest means and drove my parents to their deaths. They're afraid that when this child grows up, he'll take everything back and destroy them. The Du family? Feng Yuchen frowned slightly. The Du family that had once been famous in Nancheng but collapsed overnight 10 years ago? He vaguely remembered something about an unresolved business scandal and a mysterious accident. At that time, he had been expanding his company overseas and hadn't looked into it. He hadn't expected that the woman standing before him, tired but defiant, was the last surviving member of that family. "Proof?" he asked, his tone still cold but now filled with curiosity. Du Lia quickly pulled another set of papers from her worn canvas bag, not the contract from before, but a stack of yellowed newspaper clippings and a few blurry photos. She placed them firmly on the redwood table in front of him. The Wei family destroyed most of the evidence. But these are old reports about the Du family's accidental fire and my parents' car crash. And this photo. She pointed to a blurry image that seemed to have been taken secretly at the fire scene. In it, a man wearing a Wei family security uniform was seen suspiciously throwing a metal container into the flames. These are people from the Wei family. They're destroying the evidence. And my parents' car accident. Someone tampered with the brakes. All of this was done by the Wei family. Her voice rose with emotion, her chest heaving, and even her pregnant belly moved with her breathing. Feng Yuchen's eyes fell on the old pieces of evidence, especially the blurry photo of a person's back. Though unclear, the Wei family emblem on the shoulder badge could still be recognized. His mind worked quickly, connecting the timeline of the Du family's downfall and the Wei family's rise. Details he had once overlooked now became clear. The way the Wei family took over the Du family's core technology back then had always been suspicious, but their powerful influence and wealth had buried the truth. So, your grandfather asked you to marry me to use the Feng family's power against the Wei family and protect you and the child? Feng Yuchen asked directly, his sharp gaze fixed on Du Lia. That contract. Was it the exchange? Du Lia's heart tightened. He was indeed perceptive. She bit her lip, not denying it, and pushed forward the slightly crumpled contract marriage agreement.
Yes.
Grandpa said that only by becoming Mrs. Feng could I temporarily keep the Wei family at bay. The Feng family's position in the southern city makes them cautious. As for me, she gave a faint, self-mocking smile. I just need to play the role of your wife and safely give birth to the child. Once the baby is safe and the contract ends, I'll leave with the child and never bother you again. Her tone was calm but carried a firm determination. For her child and for revenge, she was willing to give up her pride and sign this humiliating contract. Feng Yuchen didn't look at the contract right away. His sharp eyes studied Du Lia's face, catching the flash of resolve and a quiet, lonely courage in her gaze. This woman was far more complex than she appeared. Her stubbornness and strength reminded him of the toughest opponents he had faced on the battlefield. Finally, he reached out and picked up the agreement. The paper was ordinary, the text printed neatly. He quickly scanned the cold, formal terms. Party A, Feng Yuchen Party B, Du Lia contract duration, from the date of signing until Party B safely gives birth and the baby reaches 3 months of age. Party A's obligations: to provide Party B with a safe place to live and basic living needs, ensure the safety of Party B and the baby, and appear in public as a married couple. Party B's obligations: cooperate with Party A in fulfilling public marital duties only. Do not interfere in Party A's private life. Do not reveal the contents of this agreement, and do not develop personal feelings toward Party A. Liability for breach: if Party A fails to ensure the safety of Party B and the unborn child, Party A must pay 10 billion as compensation. If Party B violates the obligations, Party B must pay Party A 10 billion for emotional damages and give up custody of the child. The terms were simple and harsh, the exchange of interests completely exposed. A cold smile appeared on Feng Yuchen's lips. 10 billion? Did they really think his money was that easy to take? And no feelings toward Party A? Who was this old fox trying to guard against? He turned to the last page. There was Mr. Du's bold signature, and beside it, Du Lia's handwriting, young but firm. The space for Party A's signature was still blank. So, you came tonight just to force me to sign? Feng Yuchen lifted his eyes, his dark gaze unreadable. Yes. Du Lia met his eyes without fear. Mr. Feng, I know you look down on me and think I have hidden motives. But whether you sign or not, I have to stay tonight. The Wei family's people might already be downstairs. She pointed toward the window. The city lights flickered outside, but they couldn't brighten the seriousness in her eyes. If you sign, I'll be Mrs. Feng, and the Wei family won't dare act recklessly. You'll keep me safe for now. If you don't... She paused, a sharp determination flashing in her eyes. Then I'll fight back, no matter the cost. I'm not afraid anymore. My life stopped being worth much long ago. Her words were firm, filled with desperate courage. Under the light, her pregnant belly was clearly visible, the contrast between her fragility and strength striking enough to make Feng Yuchen's heart tighten unexpectedly. Just then, bang.
Bang! Bang!
The heavy wooden office door was pounded violently, shaking the frame. Feng Yuchen.
Hand over Julia.
A rough, arrogant voice shouted from outside, filled with menace. Young Master Wei said that woman and her child must be dealt with tonight. Be smart and open up, or we'll wreck this place too. It was the Wei family's men. They had found their way to Foam Corporation's headquarters so quickly and with such arrogance.
Julia's face turned pale.
Her body tensed instinctively, and her fingers tightened protectively over her stomach. She looked at Feng Yuchen, a trace of despair and a final glimmer of hope flashing in her eyes. Feng Yuchen's face instantly turned cold as ice. The Wei family, how dare they speak to him like that on his own turf? They must have a death wish. He suddenly stood up, his tall figure filling the office with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Without even glancing at the door that was being pounded from outside, his sharp gaze fell on the blank contract lying on the desk. The next second, he picked up his pen and signed his name with bold, powerful strokes. When the pen left the paper, he lifted his eyes. His cold stare seemed to pierce through the door, as if it could strike down the people outside. Open the door. His voice was low, filled with fury and unquestionable authority. The assistant, trembling with fear, reached out to unlock the door. The heavy wooden door slowly opened. Outside stood 4 burly men in black, their arms covered in fierce-looking tattoos, each holding a gleaming machete. The leader, a man with a scarred face and a cruel expression, was the same one who had shouted earlier. When they saw Feng Yuchen inside, and behind him Julia, her face pale but her eyes firm, one hand resting protectively on her pregnant belly, they froze for a moment before their expressions turned vicious. Feng Yuchen? You'd really go against the Wei family for this woman? The leader sneered, raising his machete so that the blade caught the light. Hand her over, or else. Before he could finish, a loud gunshot echoed through the room, making everyone's ears ring. It wasn't the sound of a blade. It was 2 bodyguards in black suits who had appeared silently behind Feng Yuchen, their movements swift and precise as they drew their guns and aimed straight at the intruders. The air froze. The 4 men outside stiffened, their cruel smiles fading. The hands holding their weapons trembled midair as they stared wide-eyed at the dark gun barrels pointed at them. No matter how tough they were, they feared guns, and even more, they feared Feng Yuchen's legendary bodyguards, men said to have survived countless battles. Feng Yuchen walked forward slowly, each step echoing like a heartbeat. When he reached the doorway, he looked down at the terrified men, a cold, merciless smile curling his lips. The Wei family's dogs dare to bark on my territory? His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a chilling edge. Go back and tell Wei Tianxiong that Du Lia is now Mrs. Feng. If he dares to harm her in any way, Feng Yuchen, will make him regret it. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the machete in the S hand before landing on Du Lia's hand protectively resting on her pregnant belly. A flicker of emotion, something even he didn't fully understand, flashed in his eyes. And one more thing, he added coldly, if anyone dares to use that insulting word again, they'll learn what real consequences mean. Each word cut like a blade, filled with icy threat. The 4 thugs trembled, their legs giving way. The machete clattered to the floor as they stumbled and fled in panic from the top floor of the Foam Corporation. Silence returned to the office. Feng Yuchen turned to Du Lia. She still stood tall, though her tense body had slightly relaxed. Her hand, however, remained protectively over her belly. She looked at him, her eyes filled with mixed emotions, shock. He actually signed it. Fear, the sound of the gun and the thugs, and something else she couldn't quite name. His last words, though harsh, were they meant to protect her and the baby? Feng Yuchen walked up to her, his tall figure casting a shadow over her. He didn't touch her. Instead, he picked up the signed contract from the desk and, right in front of her, tore it in half with a sharp sound. Then into quarters, then eighths, until it was nothing but scraps. Du Lia stared at him in disbelief.
You.
This worthless paper dares to bind me? Feng Yuchen tossed the shredded pieces into the trash, his dark eyes cold and steady on hers.
Julia, Listen carefully.
From now on, you are my lawful wife. The Fong family will protect you, and I will protect you. As for the child you're carrying, his gaze dropped to her belly, deep and unreadable. He will bear the Fong name. No one will harm him. He paused, his tone firm and commanding. But don't think that tearing up the contract means you can do whatever you want. Remember your place. Be a proper Mrs. Fong. As for your past with the Wei family and the secrets of the Du family, he gave a cold smile. I'll look into them when I choose. For now, take your title as Mrs. Fong and come home with me. Home? She whispered. Dulia repeated the word without thinking. It felt strange to her, yet there was also a faint warmth in it. Fong Yuchen didn't explain further. He turned toward the door and said coldly, "Follow me, or stay here and wait for the next group of killers from the Wei family. Your choice." Dulia looked at his back, then lowered her gaze to her still rounded belly. The baby inside seemed more active than before. She took a deep breath, and her eyes grew firm and sharp again. She stepped forward and followed him. Just as she crossed the office doorway, the phone in her canvas bag lit up silently once more. A new message appeared, sent from a strange number made up of random digits. "Miss Du, congratulations on becoming Mrs. Fong. But don't forget, the child you carry is the key. The Wei family wants to destroy it, and the Night Clan is searching for it too. Fong Yuchen carries the blood of the Night Clan. He will one day become your enemy. Be careful of the one closest to you." The message felt like a cold snake slithering into Dulia's heart. The Night Clan? The key? Fong Yuchen, her enemy? She quickly looked up at the tall, cold figure walking ahead. Her steps froze, and a chill ran up her spine. The faint warmth she had felt from his protection moments ago turned to ice. A greater storm was only beginning. Fong Yuchen's Rolls-Royce Phantom glided through the night like a ghost. The air inside carried the scent of fine leather mixed with cool cedar. Dulia sat stiffly in the passenger seat, twisting the edge of her clothes with her fingers. The message about the Night Clan and the key still burned in her mind. Fong Yuchen carried the blood of the Night Clan? Was he truly her enemy? She glanced at the man beside her. His hands gripped the steering wheel firmly, his sharp features outlined by the soft blue light of the dashboard. He looked distant and unreadable. Could such a powerful, secretive man really have the blood of that mysterious clan from old family legends? And could the child she carried truly be the key both sides were after? "Have you seen enough?" Fong Yuchen's deep voice broke the silence. He didn't turn his head, but somehow he had noticed her gaze. Dulia's heart skipped a beat. She quickly looked away, her cheeks slightly warm. I wasn't looking at anything. It's better that way." His tone was calm but carried an undeniable warning. "Remember the second rule of the contract. You must not try to investigate the Fong family, especially anything about me. If you break this rule, the contract will be void, and you'll face the consequences." The second rule. Dulia's heart tightened. In the earlier confusion, she hadn't read that long document carefully. Now that he mentioned it, it was both a warning and a reminder. He seemed to know what she was thinking, or perhaps he knew about that message. But how could he know? Unless... Mr. Fong. Dulia forced herself to stay calm despite the storm in her heart. "The contract says I need to play the role of Mrs. Fong. Then, shouldn't Mrs. Fong know who her husband's enemies are? For example, the Wei family?"
And
She paused, lowering her voice. "The Night Clan? The Night Clan?" Fong Yuchen's hand on the steering wheel tightened slightly, and the car slowed for a moment. He finally turned his head, his deep eyes cold and sharp in the dim light, as if they could see right through her. "What do you know?" His reaction was too quick, too direct. Dulia's heart sank.
so he did know.
He carried the blood of the Night Clan. He knew this secret. Then why had he signed the contract to protect her and the child she carried? Was it only to fight against the Wei family? Or was there another reason? "I don't know anything." Dulia met his gaze, trying to keep her voice calm and uncertain. "It's just... the message mentioned it. Mr. Fong, if you really have the blood of the Night Clan, could the Wei family's attack on me be related to that? Are they afraid of the child because the child might also carry that bloodline? She asked the question, watching his face for any sign of reaction. Feng Yuchen was silent for a moment. The air inside the car seemed to freeze. Then he looked forward again, the car speeding up, city lights flashing across his face. The less you know, the safer you and the child will be, he finally said, his voice low and cold, filled with authority. The contract doesn't require Mrs. Feng to be involved in my family matters. All you need to remember is that from tonight on, you are Feng Yuchen's wife. Your safety is my responsibility. As for the Wei family and the other troublemakers, a faint but dangerous smile appeared on his lips. Anyone who dares to touch someone under my protection will regret it completely. His words carried a strong sense of authority and an undeniable desire to protect, making Delia's heart tremble slightly. Was this protection part of their agreement, or did he have another reason? She didn't dare to think too deeply. She could only bury her fear about the Night Clan and the key, along with that mysterious message, deep inside her heart. The car drove into a heavily guarded private villa area. Tall walls, flashing infrared lights, and hidden bodyguards all showed the owner's power and caution. Finally, the Phantom stopped slowly in front of a large, modern-style villa with sharp, cold lines. "Get out," Feng Yuchen said as he unfastened his seatbelt and stepped out first. Delia took a deep breath and slowly got out, holding the car door for support. The weight of her pregnancy made her movements a bit slow. Just as her feet touched the ground and she tried to steady herself, screech. The sharp sound of brakes tore through the quiet night. Two black, limited edition Maybachs with a Wei family emblem appeared like fierce predators. One of them spun slightly, blocking the Phantom's path with precision. The car doors flew open, and several men in black suits and sunglasses jumped out, quickly surrounding them in a fan shape. Leading them was Wei Zhong, the Wei family's chief steward, his sharp face looking even more sinister under the headlights. "Delia." Wei Zhong's voice was sharp and full of malice. "Do you think being close to the Feng family can protect you and your unborn child?
Dream on.
No one can keep what the Wei family wants. Tonight, you'll both disappear." The bodyguards behind him stepped forward together, their eyes fierce, hands resting on their waists, clearly hiding weapons. Delia's heart jumped to her throat. The Wei family had actually come to the Feng family's doorstep. This was open provocation. She instinctively stepped back, shielding her stomach, her body trembling slightly with fear. Where was Feng Yuchen? She quickly turned to look at him. Feng Yuchen stood tall and calm, his face expressionless. Only his eyes, under the car lights, were as cold as frozen ground. He didn't even glance at Wei Zhong. Instead, he simply raised his hand and pressed the car key. The headlights of the Phantom car suddenly burst into a blinding light. At the same time, every light in the villa turned on, illuminating the courtyard as bright as day. Even more shocking, dozens of elite bodyguards in black combat uniforms silently appeared from the shadows around the villa. Their eyes were cold, their movements sharp, and their weapons steady. In an instant, they formed an impenetrable wall, shielding Delia and Feng Yuchen behind them, their guns all aimed at the Wei family. "Wei Zhong," Feng Yuchen finally spoke. His voice was calm, but carried a chilling authority that cut through the night. "Has the Wei family grown tired of living?" The arrogance on Wei Zhong's face froze. He clearly hadn't expected such a fast and forceful response from the Feng family. Trying to stay calm, he said, "Young Master Feng, this is our family matter. Delia took something from us and brought shame to the Wei family. We have the right to deal with it." "Family matter?" Feng Yuchen's lips curved into a cold smile as he stepped forward. That single step carried a pressure so strong it seemed to freeze the air. His gaze was sharp as a blade as he stared at Wei Zhong. "From the moment she signed the contract and got into my car, she became my wife. And your Wei family, what are you? You dare to touch my wife at my doorstep? Your wife?" Wei Zhong let out a sharp, disbelieving laugh. "Young Master Feng, you've been deceived." A loud gunshot cut him off. The bodyguard captain beside Feng Yuchen raised his gun without expression and fired at the ground less than an inch from Wei Zhong's shoe. The bullet struck the cement, sending up dust and fragments. Wei Zhong turned pale with fear, his legs nearly giving out. The bodyguards behind him were trembling, their faces drained of color. Only now did they truly understand how terrifying this man was. He didn't need to argue. His actions alone declared his absolute power. "If you dare to insult my wife or child again," Feng Yuchen said, his voice cold as ice, "the next bullet will go through your head."
Leave.
That single word, leave, carried an undeniable finality. Wei Zhong's face turned ashen, cold sweat soaking his back. He shot a fierce glare at Du Lia, who was being shielded behind him. Her face was pale too, but her eyes were filled with stubborn determination. His own eyes burned with resentment and unwillingness. Clenching his teeth, he staggered back toward the Maybach with the help of his bodyguards. The two black cars, like defeated dogs, hurriedly reversed and drove away from the Feng family estate under the cold gaze of dozens of gun barrels. Only when the taillights disappeared into the night did the suffocating tension in the courtyard slowly fade. The bodyguards silently retreated into the shadows, leaving only Feng Yuchen and Du Lia standing under the bright lights. Du Lia's tightly wounded nerves finally relaxed, and a wave of fear and exhaustion washed over her. She supported her aching waist and let out a long, silent breath. The terrifying scene just now made her truly understand what it meant to serve a powerful man, and it also showed her how fiercely Feng Yuchen protected his own, though she still didn't understand why. "Thank you," she said softly, her voice slightly hoarse. Feng Yuchen didn't look at her. He simply turned toward the villa's entrance and said calmly, "Remember who you are and remember what happened tonight. In the Feng family, no one can touch you. But once you step outside, or..." He paused briefly, then added with meaning, "before I lose interest." Lose interest? Du Lia's heart tightened. The words pierced the fragile sense of safety she had just begun to feel because of his protection. His care had limits, it came with conditions. A contract was still just a contract. She pressed her lips together and said nothing more. Supporting her waist, she tried to keep up with his pace. The weight of her pregnancy, combined with the shock she had just experienced, made every step difficult. Just as she was about to step onto the villa stairs, a faint, almost pitiful sound came from her belly. Then, an overwhelming heaviness suddenly pressed down on her, as if the baby inside had turned into a block of lead.
Ah!
Caught off guard, Du Lia's body sank, and she lost her balance. She cried out as she fell forward uncontrollably.
Careful!
Feng Yuchen reacted instantly. He turned sharply, reached out, and caught her around the waist, stopping her from hitting the hard steps. But the moment he held her, his expression suddenly changed. Because of Delia's high, round belly, the moment their bodies touched, a strange force suddenly pulled downward. The strength of it was so great that even Feng Yuchen, a man strong enough to overpower the Wei family's guards, felt a heavy pressure on his arm. What shocked him even more was that, as Delia's body leaned forward and her belly almost touched his chest, a deep, low hum, as if coming from the depths of the earth, suddenly sounded from within her belly. The sound carried a strange resonance, as though some sleeping power had briefly awakened. Then something even stranger happened. Just below Delia's belly, less than half a meter away, the Maybach that the Wei family's guard had hastily parked by the roadside, a car worth millions, suddenly began to collapse before their eyes. The hard alloy wheel rims twisted and bent as if struck by an invisible hammer. The tires hissed as they deflated, and the whole car sank sharply with a harsh metallic screech. Time seemed to freeze. Feng Yuchen's arm, still around Delia's waist, went stiff. He looked down in disbelief at the ruined Maybach, then quickly turned his gaze to Delia's still round belly, which now seemed strangely heavy. That hum, that strange pull, and the car's collapse. This was no coincidence. Delia herself was stunned. She instinctively touched her belly, feeling the baby inside moving more actively than before, as if reacting to what had just happened. She looked again at the wrecked car, her mind blank.
What?
What was going on? What had her child just done? In Feng Yuchen's dark eyes, waves of shock and confusion surged. He stared at Delia's belly, his expression a mix of astonishment, curiosity, and a faint trace of fear. That power, that strange resonance, and the key mentioned in the Wei family's message. He suddenly looked up, his sharp gaze cutting through the night toward the direction where the Wei family's cars had disappeared. Were they really hunting this child only because he carried the blood of the Du family?
Could it be?
They already knew that this unborn child carried such a terrifying and uncontrollable power? And the Night Clan. What connection did they have to this power? Under the bright lights of the villa, Feng Yuchen's expression shifted between light and shadow. He unconsciously tightened his grip on Delia's arm. The child in her seemed far more complicated and dangerous than he had ever imagined. The Mrs. Feng protected by the contract, and the so-called illegitimate child in her belly, perhaps. It was never just that.
It might be
A being powerful enough to change everything. In the master bedroom of Feng Yuchen's private villa, the crystal chandelier cast a dazzling glow over the luxurious European-style furniture. Yet the air felt frozen, broken only by Delia's quick breathing and the occasional cry of a night owl outside. She stood stiffly before the tall mirror, her silk robe soaked with sweat and clinging to her slightly rounded belly. The woman in the mirror looked pale as paper, her eyes red with fear and shock. But what frightened her most was Feng Yuchen's current state. He stood with his back to her, facing the floor-to-ceiling window. Beyond it stretched the glittering sea of city lights. His broad shoulders and straight back were tense, like a bow drawn to its limit. Earlier in the study, he had only said, "Get some rest," before leading Delia into the bedroom. Since then, he had stood there silently for nearly an hour. The wreck of the Maybach crushed under her pregnant belly was burned into Delia's mind. That strange, heavy feeling from deep within her soul, and the sharp sound of twisting metal, it was impossible for an ordinary pregnant woman to cause that. Trembling, she placed her hand over her stomach. The little life inside seemed frightened too, moving restlessly, as if tiny fists were knocking from within. Feng Yuchen carried the blood of the Night Clan. He was the enemy. The child was the key. The words from that mysterious message echoed in her mind again. She looked up sharply at Feng Yuchen's cold, motionless back.
What was he thinking now?
Did he suspect she had used the child as a weapon? Or was he calculating the value of this key? Fear and a chilling sense of being used gripped her heart. "Mr. Feng." Lia's voice trembled slightly as she broke the silence. I don't know what just happened, really." Feng Yuchen's back stiffened almost imperceptibly. He slowly turned around, his movements stiff and mechanical. When he finally faced her, Lia gasped. The man's handsome face was expressionless, like a perfect ice sculpture. But his eyes, those eyes that had always been calm and sharp in the business world, now showed something terrifying. In the depths of his pupils, a strange red light spread like ink dropped into clear water. It wasn't just bloodshot. It was something wild, ancient, and inhuman. The red color quickly replaced the black, leaving only a thin golden ring that glimmered coldly under the light. Lia's heart felt as if an invisible hand had gripped it tightly. She could hardly breathe. Instinctively, she stepped back and bumped into the cold dressing table with a soft clang. Those eyes. They were exactly like the ones described in her family's old records. The mark of the forbidden bloodline, the Night Clan. Night Clan. Feng Yuchen's deep voice sounded rough, like sandpaper scraping against metal. Each word carried a chilling, inhuman weight. His gaze locked on Lia's stomach, as if he could see through her skin to the life growing inside.
The key.
So that's what it means. He wasn't speaking to her, but to himself, his tone filled with sudden realization and unease. The weight of his stare made Lia feel as if even the child inside her was trembling. It was a fear that came from deep within her blood.
You.
Lia stammered, shaking like a leaf in the wind. Feng Yuchen seemed startled by her fear. The red in his eyes flickered, then faded away like a receding tide, returning to their usual dark color. But the strange, inhuman aura lingered in the air and endued Leah's heart. He closed his eyes and pressed his temples hard. When he opened them again, he looked normal, but deep inside his gaze, the storm was only growing stronger. He took a few long strides toward Delia, his tall figure casting a shadow that completely covered her. "Explain." Feng Yuchen's voice returned to its usual cold tone, but Delia could still sense a trace of emotion he was trying hard to suppress. "Your child. What was that power just now? And the way families hunt for you, is it really only because of the Du family's bloodline?" Delia's lips trembled. The fear and despair pressing down on her pushed her to a desperate courage. She lifted her head, met Feng Yuchen's sharp gaze, and revealed the family's secret she had buried deep in her heart, speaking with a resolve that left no way back. "Because my child is the only one who can open the Du family's secret vault. The Wei family has coveted it for hundreds of years. They think that if they kill me and take the child, they can claim everything inside." She took a deep breath, her voice rising with emotion. "But it's not a treasure. It's a forbidden power sealed by our ancestors, something strong enough to destroy the world. Only someone with the right bloodline, the key, can open it at a specific place. The Wei family, they've lost their minds. A secret vault, a forbidden power, a key point." Each word struck Feng Yuchen like a heavy. His pupils tightened. The Wei family's true goal was something like this? And the child Delia carried was the key to unlocking that terrifying power? The strange force that had just shattered the car, could that have been only a small glimpse of it? "Where is the key point?" Feng Yuchen's voice was low and heavy, filled with a sense of looming danger. Delia shook her head quickly, fear written all over her face. "I don't know. Truly, I don't. Only the direct heir of the Du family can sense it during a special ceremony. Before my parents were killed, they only told me that my child is the key, and that I must protect him no matter what. Never let the Wei family take him. They died because of this." Her voice broke, and tears finally fell. Feng Yuchen looked at her tear-streaked face, then at her trembling belly, his brows furrowed deeply. Delia's words, the strange power from the child, and his own uncontrollable awakening, all pointed toward a single, dangerous truth. The Wei family had gone mad in their pursuit of a power strong enough to destroy the world. Delia and the child she carried were the most important part of their plan, and also the biggest obstacle. Crying won't solve anything. Feng Yuchen's firm voice cut through her sobs, leaving no room for argument. "From now on, you and the child will be under my personal protection. If the Wei family wants you, they'll have to step over my body first." His tone was so determined and commanding that Delia froze for a moment. This man, who carried the blood of the Knight clan and knew her child was the key, still chose to protect her now? Was it because of their contract? Or was it something deeper, an instinctive desire within his Knight clan blood to guard the key? Just then, boom! A deafening explosion came from outside the villa walls. The entire building shook violently, and the crystal chandelier swung wildly, clinking with sharp, chaotic sounds. Feng Yuchen's face changed instantly. He rushed to the window, and Delia followed in fear. The heavy alloy gate of the villa was torn apart as if it were made of paper, ripped open by a terrifying force from outside. The twisted metal crashed into the courtyard, sending dust flying everywhere. When the dust settled, a figure slowly stepped through the broken gate. It was an old man in a simple black robe. His body was thin and dry like a withered branch, yet every step he took carried immense power, cracking the stone path beneath his feet. His face was covered with deep wrinkles like carved lines, and though his eyes were cloudy, they shone with a strange green light, cold and sharp as ghostly flames, locking directly onto Feng Yuchen and Delia at the villa's window. A chilling, suffocating pressure filled the air, far stronger than anything the Wei family's guards had ever released. The atmosphere froze, heavy and cold, making it hard to breathe. Delia felt as if an invisible hand had gripped her heart tightly. She could hardly breathe. She recognized that face. It was the Wei family's ancestor, worshipped for over 100 years. A man said to have died long ago, yet still secretly controlling the family's darkest power, the living embodiment of death itself. You little outcast of the Night Clan. And that foolish child of the Du family. The old man's hoarse voice echoed like the cry of a night owl, carrying a chill that pierced the soul. His words reached the two people inside the villa clearly. Bring the key, and come with me quietly. Or tonight, you'll both become new souls for my soul banner. As he spoke, his thin hand slowly lifted. A thick, dark mist filled with the scent of blood and resentment poured from his sleeve like a living thing, spreading across half the courtyard in an instant. Within the mist, countless twisted faces could be seen crying and struggling in pain. The soul banner, the infamous dark weapon of the Wei family's ancestor. Feng Yuchen's pupils shrank to the size of a needle's tip. He stared at the black mist filled with hatred, then quickly looked down at his trembling right hand. Beneath the skin of his palm, faint red lines like threads of blood flashed for an instant. The Night Clan's bloodline. Was it reacting again under the pressure of such a powerful dark weapon? He turned sharply toward Du Lia. The woman's face was pale with fear, her hands tightly protecting her stomach as her body trembled uncontrollably. The child within her seemed to sense the danger too, moving restlessly. Stay behind me, Feng Yuchen growled, his voice rougher than usual. His tall figure stood like a shield, completely blocking Du Lia from view. His sharp gaze locked onto the old ancestor standing in the courtyard, who looked as if he had crawled out of the depths of the underworld. A flicker of surprise flashed in the old man's cloudy green eyes, quickly replaced by greed and cruelty.
Oh,
interesting. The Night Clan's blood truly reacts to the key. Let's see how long you can protect it. Before his words faded, his thin hand clawed toward the villa's master bedroom. A tearing sound filled the air. The black mist gathered into a huge ghostly claw made of countless wailing faces. It ripped through the air with a piercing shriek, striking toward the second-floor window, straight at Feng Yuchen, who stood protecting Du Lia. Even before the claw reached them, the wave of cold and resentment hit like a storm. Frost spread across the window glass, which shattered into pieces. In Feng Yuchen's eyes, the faint red glow that had just faded flared up again, spreading wildly like fire. The sharp sound of shattering glass echoed like a death knell. A ghostly claw, formed from countless twisted, wailing faces, burst through the master bedroom window of the villa. Wrapped in a chilling aura, it tore through the air with terrifying force, reaching straight for the back of Feng Yuchen. A crimson light flared in Feng Yuchen's eyes, not from anger, but from a deep, instinctive surge of power awakened by extreme danger. The blood of the Night Clan boiled within him. Get out! His low roar rolled from his throat, more like the cry of a wounded beast than a human voice. He spun around, muscles tightening as his black suit sleeves split apart, revealing arms as strong as steel. His blood-red eyes locked onto the ghostly claw. His right hand curled into a claw of his own, faint red lines glowing across his palm. A cold, violent energy burst from him, carrying the scent of blood. The blood-red energy clashed with the ghostly claw in midair. There was no thunderous explosion, only a sharp tearing sound, like old fabric being ripped apart. The two forces twisted and devoured each other, distorting the air until it groaned under the pressure. Feng Yuchen's body trembled violently. The expensive Persian carpet beneath his feet turned to ash. He let out a muffled groan, a trace of bright red blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. The evil power within the ghostly claw was far beyond what his current strength could handle. Though his bloodline had awakened, it was unstable, and forcing it only harmed him further. The ghostly claw, though slowed, did not vanish. It grew even more frenzied, the faces within it howling as they reached forward again. Feng Yuchen's energy was being rapidly consumed and corroded. Yuchen! Du Lia cried out, fear gripping her heart. She saw the blood at his lips, the dangerous red in his eyes, and the ghostly claw breaking through his defense once more. this time reaching not for him, but for her. Its true target was the child in her. Despair washed over her like icy water. She instinctively shielded her stomach, her body trembling uncontrollably. The child, her child. At that critical moment, a faint yet pure golden light, as if from ancient times, suddenly burst from between Dulia's hands as she tightly protected her belly. The light was not blinding, but it carried a sacred warmth, powerful enough to cleanse all darkness. Like the first rays of dawn, it instantly drove away the cold and fear surrounding her. The golden light rippled outward like water, wrapping Dulia and her rounded belly in a soft, glowing, egg-shaped shield. Roar! The ghostly claw, the moment it touched the golden shield, reacted as if burning metal had plunged into ice water. Countless wailing faces screamed in agony as the black mist churned and evaporated, purified and dissolved by the pure light, like snow melting under the sun.
What?
What is this? In the courtyard, the old patriarch of the Wei family showed true fear for the first time. His dim green eyes locked on the golden light, his voice trembling.
Divine.
Power?
No.
It's the power of the key's protection. That child. The child has awakened? Greed and madness flared in his eyes, stronger than ever before. The key. The true power of the key. If he could obtain the child and this power, the Wei family could rise above all ancient clans, perhaps even reach the legendary realm itself. Leave them to me, the old patriarch shrieked. His thin hand clawed at the air again. This time he held nothing back. The black mist around him thickened, filled with wrathful energy. Countless twisted spirits roared behind him, merging into a massive, terrifying claw that covered half the night sky. With destructive force, it struck toward the golden shield, aiming straight for Dulia and the unborn child within. Before the claw even landed, its dark pressure made the entire villa groan under the strain. Walls cracked, furniture shattered. Feng Yuchen, who had just steadied himself, was crushed again by the overwhelming force. Blood rose in his throat, and he coughed violently. The red light in his eyes flickered wildly as he tried to summon his power again, but the energy within him had grown sluggish from the backlash and the crushing pressure.
No.
Dulia looked up at the enormous claw that blotted out the sky, her eyes filled only with despair. She could feel the small life inside her moving restlessly, as if responding to the deadly threat. The golden shield around her flickered violently under the pressure of the giant claw, its light dimming and brightening as though it might shatter at any moment. At the peak of despair, a clear, resonant hum suddenly echoed, as if coming from the depths of her soul. The golden light within Dulia's body burst forth, no longer a gentle shield but a blazing force, like an awakened volcano. A beam of pure, molten gold light shot upward, piercing through the villa's roof and soaring into the sky. Though only half a meter wide, the beam carried an indescribable, sacred power. It struck directly at the massive claw of dark energy that covered the sky. There was no thunderous explosion, only complete purification. Where the golden light passed, the terrifying claw formed from countless vengeful spirits melted away like ice under the blazing sun. The thick black mist evaporated in the pure light, and the ghostly figures vanished into nothingness. In just one breath, the claw that could have destroyed the villa and killed Feng Yuchen and Dulia was completely erased by the golden light from within her, as if it had never existed. The golden beam reached the clouds, turning the night sky for miles around into a brilliant gold. The noise of the city seemed to pause. Countless people looked up in shock at the light that seemed like a miracle descending from the heavens. In the courtyard, the Wei family's ancestor was struck as if by an invisible hammer, thrown backward into the villa wall, leaving a deep crater in the concrete. His thin face turned ashen, and his murky green eyes filled with fear and pain. When the golden light had erupted, he had felt his very soul burn and tear apart, a power that suppressed and purified him at the deepest level of his bloodline.
The key.
It really is the key. And it's complete. The old man gasped, dragging himself from the crater. Staring at the fading golden beam that still connected heaven and earth, greed flickered in his eyes, mixed with deep fear. He glared at the second-floor window of the villa, his voice hoarse and filled with hatred. Feng Yuchen, Delia, and that child. I will remember this. The Night Clan. Humph. You may protect them for now, but not forever. The Wei family will never give up. Before his words faded, his figure turned into a wisp of black smoke and vanished into the night, leaving behind only his anger and defeat, as if he had never been there. The golden light slowly withdrew, finally returning completely into Delia's body. The villa was a mess. A large hole gaped in the roof, letting the night wind rush in, lifting Delia's tangled hair and the torn edges of Feng Yuchen's clothes. Feng Yuchen stood frozen, the red glow in his eyes fading like the tide, returning to their deep black. Yet his face still showed shock, fear, and a mix of emotions he couldn't name. Slowly, he turned to look at Delia. The woman sat weakly on the ruined carpet, her face pale, her breathing faint. The golden light had clearly drained her strength. Still, she held her stomach tightly, her eyes bright with relief and disbelief. She looked down at her slightly rounded belly, as if truly seeing the small life within for the first time. That blinding golden light. Had it come from her child? Feng Yuchen walked toward her, step by step, and knelt down. His movements were stiff, even trembling slightly. He reached out, his fingers still cold and faintly stained with blood, but his touch was gentle as he brushed aside the damp strands of hair on her forehead. Are you all right? His voice was low and rough, carrying a concern and fear he didn't even notice himself. The golden light had destroyed the evil force, but its immense power had also filled him with unease. This child, this power. Delia lifted her head and met his deep, dark eyes. The coldness and calculation from before were gone, replaced by raw, human emotion. She opened her mouth to speak, but only managed a weak shake of her head as tears slipped down her cheeks, fear, shock, and awe for the power her child had shown. Feng Yuchen watched her tears, feeling a strange tightness in his chest. Almost without thinking, he raised his hand and gently wiped them away. The motion was awkward, but filled with quiet tenderness.
Child.
He finally spoke, his gaze falling on her lower abdomen, his voice low and heavy. That light just now. Was it? Delia followed his gaze and looked down at her stomach, instinctively placing her hand over it. At that moment, she felt a gentle warmth beneath her palm. Looking down, she saw a faint golden mark, shaped like a tiny key, flicker briefly on her slightly rounded belly before disappearing as if it had never been there. Delia gasped, suddenly remembering the mysterious message she had received. Miss Du, congratulations on becoming Mrs. Feng. But don't forget, the child you carry is the key.
The key.
It really was a key, and its power was beyond imagination. She looked up in shock at Feng Yuchen, only to find his eyes fixed on the same spot she had just touched, his face filled with disbelief and gravity. He had clearly seen the golden mark too. You saw it? Delia's voice trembled. Feng Yuchen slowly nodded, the depths of his dark eyes surging with emotion.
The key.
The Night Clan, the Wei family, and that sacred golden light that had just purified all evil. He suddenly looked up, his gaze sharp as a blade, staring in the direction where the Wei family's ancestor had vanished, then slowly turned back to Delia and the child she carried. The so-called child under the protection of the contract, the outsider's child. It was no ordinary child at all. It was something that could drive the entire underground world, even ancient beings, into madness and fear. And the Night Clan blood flowing in his own veins seemed to have a deep, possibly hostile connection to this key. A greater storm was only beginning. For the first time, Feng Yuchen's deep eyes showed true gravity and a trace of confusion. What should he do? Protect this child? Or follow the instinct of his bloodline? The air in the master bedroom was filled with a cold stillness after the chaos. The shattered window glass whispered in the night wind, and on the expensive Persian carpet, the blackened claw marks intertwined with the dark red drops of Feng Yuchen's blood, like a painting from the depths of the underworld. Delia wrapped herself in her torn silk robe, her body trembling slightly. The terrifying scene from moments ago still echoed in her mind, the golden light bursting from the unborn child, Feng Yuchen's blood-red eyes, the Wei family elder's hateful curse, and that mysterious key-shaped mark that appeared and vanished in an instant. Instinctively, she placed a hand over her stomach. Her fingertips touched the warm skin, and she could almost feel the tiny life sleeping within, carrying a power strong enough to change the world.
The key.
It really is the key, she murmured, her voice dry and hoarse. Feng Yuchen slowly turned around. The red in his eyes faded like a receding tide, leaving behind a deep, unreadable darkness. He tugged at his nearly torn suit jacket, his movements stiff. The pain from forcing out the power of the Night Clan still burned through his veins like countless needles. He walked toward Delia, his tall figure casting a heavy shadow over her. His gaze swept across her pale yet striking face, finally resting on her hand that guarded her stomach. His expression was hard to read. "What did you see?" he asked, his voice low and rough, carrying a trace of exhaustion. Delia's heart tightened. After a moment's hesitation, she answered honestly, I saw a golden mark on my stomach.
It looked like
the shape of a key." She paused, then gathered her courage to meet his eyes. "Feng Yuchen, was that message true? Is this child the key?
And you?
Do you really have the blood of the Night Clan?" Feng Yuchen's pupils narrowed slightly. He didn't answer right away. Instead, he walked to the bar and poured 2 glasses of strong liquor. The amber liquid shimmered in the crystal glasses, reflecting the shifting light on his face. He handed 1 glass to Delia, but she didn't take it. Unbothered, he drank deeply from his own glass. The burning taste seemed to suppress the metallic tang in his throat. Then he walked to the large window, standing with his back to her, staring at the glittering city lights that now felt strangely distant. "The Night Clan," he finally said, his voice cold and metallic. "It's the Feng family's deepest, darkest secret, a bloodline deliberately hidden, even considered forbidden within the family." Delia held her breath, her heart pounding. Feng Yuchen continued, "The Feng family rose to power and business, but its roots lie in something far beyond what ordinary people can understand. 100 years ago, the Feng family's ancestor made a blood pact with an ancient being known as the Night Clan. The price was that in every generation of the Feng family's direct bloodline, one descendant of the Night Clan would be born, someone who would inherit part of the clan's power, along with its curse and
destiny."
He turned around, his dark eyes fixed on Delia. The usual coldness and control were gone, replaced by deep exhaustion and inner struggle. "I am the descendant of the Night Clan of this generation. The so-called business genius the Feng family shows to the world is nothing more than the Night Clan's blood giving me a sharp sense for power and danger. As for my vow to never marry," he gave a faint, self-mocking smile. "Half of it comes from truly hating to be tied down, and the other half
from fear.
Fear of the madness in my blood, fear that my uncontrollable power might hurt someone, especially a partner." Delia's heart sank. Fear of hurting a partner? So that was why he had bound her to him through a contract, keeping his distance? Was that supposed to be protection? "Then, what about the key?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. "What does it have to do with the Night Clan?" Feng Yuchen's gaze dropped to her abdomen again, sharp as a blade, filled with a kind of desperate curiosity. "The key," he murmured, frowning deeply. "It's mentioned in the ancient prophecy of the Night Clan. It said that the key can open the ancient prison, releasing the forbidden power sealed by the Night Clan's ancestor. It can also cleanse the curse in our blood, or destroy it completely." He paused, his voice heavy. When the Wei family's elder said, "The key has appeared, and the Night Clan will perish," it wasn't an exaggeration. Within the Night Clan, opinions about the key have always been divided. One side sees it as salvation and will do anything to obtain it. The other sees it as a disaster that must be destroyed at all costs. The Wei family clearly belongs to the latter, and they might even be working with the Night Clan's extremist faction. A chill ran through Delia's body. Her child was the key, something that could trigger a war within an ancient race, or even destroy it. And Feng Yuchen, the child's father, carried the blood of the very clan that saw the key as a threat?
Then,
Was he truly protecting her and the child out of love? Or did he have another purpose? Was he planning to use the key's power, or waiting for the right moment to destroy it himself? A wave of fear and unease seized her. She instinctively stepped back, putting distance between herself and Feng Yuchen, her eyes filled with caution and doubt. Feng Yuchen noticed her retreat. A trace of pain flashed in his dark eyes, but it was soon replaced by deep helplessness. "Leah," he said softly, his voice unusually sincere. "I know it's hard for you to trust me right now. But the contract still stands, and the position of Mrs. Feng is still yours. No matter what this child represents, or what my bloodline is, during the contract period, I swear in my name that I will protect you and your child with everything I have." He took a step forward, but Leah stepped back again until her back touched the cold wall. "Your promise?" Leah's voice carried a sharp hint of mockery. "Feng Yuchen, you have the blood of the Night Clan. The message said you would become my enemy.
just now,
Your eyes turned red. How do I know you're not pretending? Once you get the key, or if you think the child threatens your bloodline, will you?" She didn't finish, but the meaning was clear. Feng Yuchen froze. Her suspicion struck him like a blade, piercing the deepest part of his fear and struggle. He couldn't deny that when the golden light burst out and the key's mark appeared, the Night Clan blood within him had indeed awakened, roaring, yearning, and afraid. It was a conflict born from his very soul, both drawn to and repelled by the key. He opened his mouth but couldn't find any words that would ease her doubts. Even he couldn't fully control the impulses of his bloodline. In the heavy silence filled with mistrust, Leah's phone on the bedside table suddenly began to vibrate violently. On the screen flashed an unfamiliar number, but the prefix was unmistakable. Wei Corporation, main line. Both of them stiffened. Leah rushed over, her hands trembling as she answered, and turned on the speaker. A cold, harsh female voice came through, dripping with hostility. "Leah, you shameless woman. It wasn't enough to get close to you, Chen. Now you dare to cause trouble for my family. Listen carefully. The Wei family will not forgive you. That child you're carrying, our family will not let this go. You'd better pray he hands it over quietly or else." A chilling sound came from the other end of the phone, heavy breathing like a wild beast's growl, followed by the venomous voice of the Wei family's ancestor, cold as a ghostly wind. "Otherwise, I will call upon the spirits of 36 generations of the Wei family and perform the blood sacrifice ritual. I will draw the life force of 1,000,000 people in Jiang City, turning it into a sea of blood to destroy the key inside you. You and your child, along with this entire city, will be buried with the Wei family." Ha ha ha. The mad laughter stopped abruptly, and the call ended with a sharp click. Only the sound of two people's heavy breathing remained in the villa. The blood sacrifice ritual, drawing the life of 1,000,000 people. This was no longer a personal vendetta. It was a plan to drag the entire city into disaster. Leah's face turned pale as paper, her body trembling. She looked at Feng Yuchen, her eyes filled with despair and pleading. Feng Yuchen's expression was dark and cold, his eyes burning with fury and determination. The Wei ancestors' madness had gone far beyond his expectations. To seize or destroy the key, he was willing to use such a forbidden and destructive spell. The blood sacrifice ritual. Feng Yuchen's voice was icy. It requires immense resentment and countless lives as offerings, along with specific formation points and timing. Though the Wei ancestor is injured, his power runs deep. If he succeeds, the consequences will be unimaginable. He turned sharply to Leah, his gaze sharp and resolute. "Leah, this is not the time for doubt. The Wei family's threat now endangers the entire city. Whether you trust me or not, whatever happens between us in the future, right now, we must work together. We must stop the Wei family and protect Jiang City. He stepped forward, extending his hand, his tone firm and commanding.
Give me your hand.
From this moment on, you and your child will be under my protection. The Wei ancestor. I will destroy him. Du Lia looked at his outstretched hand, then into his eyes filled with unshakable resolve and burning anger. Faced with the Wei family's madness and the threat of the ritual, she had no other choice. Her hand trembled, but at last, she placed it into Feng Yuchen's, strong, cold, yet filled with a fierce warmth. At the very moment their hands touched, a sudden, strong movement came from within Du Lia's belly. Unlike the gentle movements before, this time, the force seemed to carry a kind of urgent desire. A faint but pure golden warmth flowed along Du Lia's arm and instantly entered Feng Yuchen's body. Ugh! Feng Yuchen groaned softly, feeling a cool, warm current spread through his limbs. Miraculously, it eased the severe pain and irritation caused by the backlash of the Night Clan's power. Under the glow of this pure golden light, his Night Clan bloodline emitted a low, contented hum, almost like a satisfied purr. Feng Yuchen and Du Lia looked at each other in shock at the same time. The unborn child was actively soothing Feng Yuchen's injuries? The bloodline of the Night Clan was actually craving closeness to this key? This sudden change caused the icy wall of suspicion between them to open a little. Feng Yuchen clenched Du Lia's hand tightly, his dark eyes filled with turbulent waves. The power of the key was more mysterious and powerful than he had imagined. It could not only purify evil things but also calm the violent tendencies of the Night Clan bloodline. Seeing the faint but firm warmth transmitted by the unborn baby and noticing the complex shock and slight softening in Feng Yuchen's eyes, Du Lia's tense nerves relaxed a little. But a greater crisis was looming. Old ancestor of the Wei family, Feng Yuchen's voice was icy and cold. If he dares to think about blood sacrifice, I will send him to meet his ancestors early. He suddenly took out his phone, quickly swiping on the screen, and dialed a secure number. His voice was as cold as steel. Shadow Guard, listen up. Level 1 alert. Target: Wei family's main base. Find the blood sacrifice secret technique, formation node and activation time at all costs. Also, activate the Skynet system to monitor all Wei family members' movements across the city. A mechanical voice without emotion came from the other end. Yes, young master. Du Lia caught the title and was again shaken. It seemed Feng Yuchen's status in the Feng family, and even in some unknown field, was far beyond what appeared on the surface. He hung up and looked at Du Lia with sharp eyes like a blade. Lia, since the old ancestor of the Wei family dares to make a statement, it means he has already started moving. We don't have much time. Your current condition. Du Lia straightened her back, a hint of resilience flashing in her eyes. I'm fine. How can I help? Feng Yuchen looked at her deeply, as if assessing her determination. Finally, he spoke in a low voice. The power of the key might be the key to fighting the blood sacrifice.
Try to
guide the energy in your stomach and see if you can sense the specific location or aura of the formation set by the old ancestor of the Wei family. Any unusual signs, tell me immediately. Du Lia nodded, closed her eyes, and focused her mind on her lower abdomen. She tried to call upon that golden energy and sense the evil, resentful blood sacrifice aura. Time passed second by second. Suddenly, Du Lia's brow furrowed, and her face turned very pale. She suddenly opened her eyes, filled with shock. I sensed it. Such strong resentment. It's at the disorderly graves on the west outskirts of Jiang City. There are countless spirits wailing. And I feel that the old ancestor of the Wei family is there, using a very evil method to extract the vitality of critically ill patients from nearby hospitals. Disorderly graves. Hospitals. Feng Yuchen's pupils shrank suddenly. The old ancestor of the Wei family has already started moving, and the location is chosen at the resentful, chaotic graveyard, targeting the most vulnerable critically ill patients in the hospital. This is utterly crazy.
Good.
Good old ancestor of the Wei family. Feng Yuchen's face boiled with killing intent, like eternal winter ice. Daring to do such a small trick right under my nose, he suddenly looked at Du Leah, a flash of resolve and a barely noticeable hope in his eyes. Leah, stay calm. Keep your connection with that golden light. Now, come with me. Where to? Du Leah asked. To the disorderly graves. Feng Yuchen's voice was firm with deadly intent. Before the blood sacrifice formation is fully completed, I will personally cut off the old ancestor of the Wei family's head and let you see which side my Feng Yuchen's Night Clan power truly stands on. He pulled Du Leah forcefully, and their figures shot out like ghosts through broken windows, disappearing instantly into the dark night. Inside the villa, only chaos remained, along with a strange mixture of blood and golden light lingering in the air. Meanwhile, high above the disorderly graves on the distant west outskirts, a dense, black cloud of resentment was swirling wildly, gathering and spinning. Deep within the clouds, countless twisted, suffering faces could be seen wailing in pain. At the center of the dark clouds, a thin, withered figure exuding a strong aura of death, the elder of the Wei family, sat cross-legged on a large black stone tablet engraved with strange symbols. He muttered words softly, while his hands continuously formed creepy hand signs. Below him, a twisted pipe, made of countless resentful spirits, stretched toward the brightly lit Jiangqing Central Hospital. At the other end of the pipe, faint strands of grayish-white life force were forcibly drawn out and merged into the dark cloud of angry spirits on the burial mound. The key. Descendant of the Night Clan, the elder of the Wei family whispered with resentment in the dark cloud. I want to see how long your faint glow and bloodline can last against true blood sacrifice power. Blood sacrifice secret technique. Activate. With his command, the huge black stone tablet suddenly burst out with blinding blood-red light. The ground of the burial mound shook violently. Countless bones broke through the earth, making harsh grinding sounds. The dark cloud of resentful spirits expanded wildly, like a living creature, releasing a destructive, evil aura that seemed to swallow everything, rushing straight into the sky. Jiangqing was in imminent danger. Jiangqing Central Hospital, VIP ward on the top floor. The corridor was filled with the squeaking sound of pale emergency lights, reflecting the smooth, mirror-like floor, but unable to illuminate the suffocating coldness seeping from all directions. The air seemed to solidify into a thick, sticky substance, each breath carrying a heavy smell of rust and decay. Despair emitted when life was forcibly taken. Du Leah lay on a wide hospital bed, connected to various delicate instruments. But now, the vital signs on the monitors seemed to be strangled by an invisible hand, wildly jumping and shrieking with alarms. The lines on the heart monitor almost formed a straight line of death. Her face was pale as paper, lips showing a strange purple hue, and her body twitched violently out of control. With each convulsion, it was as if countless icy, barbed chains were tearing fiercely from deep within her body. This was the terrifying scene of the elder of the Wei family activating the blood sacrifice secret technique, forcibly extracting her life essence and the fetus's power. Ugh! A suppressed cry of pain escaped her throat, filled with near-death despair. She could clearly feel that her life force inside her was like a floodgate opening, rushing wildly and uncontrollably toward a dark source. The tiny life inside her, which had just burst with incredible strength, was now sending faint but painful tremors, as if a small beast was struggling in the darkness. Feng Yuchen growled, his eyes blood-red. He stood by the hospital bed, surrounded by a thick, almost tangible shadow energy from the Night Clan, like boiling ink, desperately trying to block the draining force. But the blood sacrifice secret technique was too evil and powerful. It seemed to ignore space itself, directly targeting the special energy source of the fetus inside Du Leah's belly, forming an invisible, drainage channel made of resentment and death energy. His shadow power hit an invisible, spiked wall, unable to cut off the drain completely. Instead, it was being eroded by the angry resentment and death energy, making a sizzling, corrosive sound. Each impact felt like a lightning strike, making his throat tighten as he forced down the blood and bitterness rising in his mouth. Using the Night Clan's power to fight the backlash of the blood sacrifice was 10 times more intense than when he fought the ghost claws of the Wei family ancestor.
Hold on.
Lia, Feng Yuchen's voice was hoarse, almost like a beast's roar. He pressed his hands tightly on Delia's belly, pouring shadow energy, like a shield into her body, trying to build a final defense for her and the baby. But he could feel his strength rapidly draining, while the draining force from the blood sacrifice grew stronger, like a maggot gnawing at his bones. Suddenly, a strange, ancient, and divine sound, like a gentle cry from the distant past, suddenly echoed from deep inside Delia's belly. The sound was not loud but carried a sacred, soul-piercing authority, instantly overpowering the shrill alarms of the instruments and even Feng Yuchen's heavy breathing. Immediately, a faint golden glow appeared on the dull skin of Delia's belly, like the first star igniting in the darkness, suddenly shining brightly. It was the mark of the key. It reappeared, no longer faint or blurry, but clear and steady like a seal. The ancient key outline shimmered on Delia's pale skin, radiating a warm, vast, and purifying aura that seemed capable of cleansing all filth. Virum, the golden light suddenly surged, like a sleeping dragon opening its eyes. It is no longer just passively protected but actively, with unstoppable will, suddenly erupts. A golden beam of light, like a divine sword breaking through chaos, shoots straight up from Delia's abdomen. It ignores the heavy hospital ceiling and the reinforced concrete structure, soaring into the sky. The entire Jiangcheng Central Hospital, and even the surrounding several kilometers, are illuminated by this sudden, sacred, and vast golden light, covering all areas shrouded in blood sacrifice and dark clouds. Wherever the golden light passes, the thick, glue-like air filled with resentment and death emits a sharp hissing sound like ice meeting the sun, instantly purified and dispersed. The twisted ghost shadows formed by resentment in the corridor scream painfully in the light, melting away like wax figures thrown into a furnace, quickly vanishing. No! In the distant west suburb's mass graveyard, the core of the resentful dark cloud where the Wei family ancestor resides emits a furious, piercing scream like a cry from the underworld. His wrinkled, withered face shows the first signs of genuine fear and disbelief. The blood sacrifice formation he painstakingly arranged, with countless resentful spirits and life sources forming the extraction channels, is fragile and like paper toys in front of the boundless, divine golden light. A series of sharp, teeth-grinding breaking sounds echo in the invisible void. The extraction channels connecting the hospital and the graveyard, made of resentment and death energy, shatter inch by inch under the divine light, as if struck by countless invisible hammers. Puff. At the graveyard, the Wei family ancestor suddenly spews out a large mouthful of thick, nearly black blood. His gaunt body trembles violently, like a flickering candle in the wind. The resentment source he relied on for blood sacrifice is destroyed in an instant as the channels collapse. The backlash is devastating, like countless red-hot steel blades stabbing deep into his soul.
The key
is the power of the key's origin. How is this possible? This fetus can actively activate it? His voice is filled with shock and hatred. He stares fiercely at the rising golden pillar of light from Jiangcheng Central Hospital, his eyes flashing with madness.
No.
I must not let this power fully awaken. I still have cards. He suddenly bites his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of bright, nearly black blood onto the huge black stone tablet beneath him. The strange symbols on the stone tablet suddenly lit up with a blinding blood-red light, crazily merging with his own resentment. His thin, bony hands formed an extremely complex, twisted hand sign that was almost disgusting, while he uttered an ancient curse-like spell with an unclear meaning. Using my blood as a guide, with the resentment of countless spirits as a sacrifice, I offer this broken body. Summon the shadow of the abyss.
Come forth.
Come forth. As he finished the last word, the dark clouds of resentment over the mass grave spun wildly and compressed as if thrown into boiling water. A larger, more evil shadow, radiating endless destruction, slowly took shape at the center of the black clouds. The shadow was blurry, only two large, blood-red eyes piercing through space, cold and greedy, locking onto the source of the golden light from the hospital, Dulia and her unborn child. At the top of the hospital, in the VIP ward, after the golden light erupted, the dullness on Dulia's face faded like a tide, and a trace of blood returned to her pale face. The violent convulsions stopped, and the frantic fluctuations on the monitor suddenly stabilized. Though still weak, she was no longer in immediate danger. The terrifying force of extraction had been completely cut off by the golden light. She slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was Feng Yuchen's face, covered in cold sweat, pale, almost transparent, yet still fiercely protecting her belly. The dark shadow power on him had dimmed considerably, and a trace of dark red blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, clearly from the recent struggle and the impact of the golden light explosion, which had taken a heavy toll on him. Yuchen. Dulia's voice was weak, trembling with relief after surviving the ordeal. Feng Yuchen's tense body slightly relaxed. The crimson in his blood-red eyes faded mostly back to deep black. But the pain and struggle caused by forcibly suppressing his inner demon were more visible than ever. He looked at the faint but still visible golden key mark on Dulia's belly, his expression complex beyond words. Did you see it? Dulia instinctively touched the mark on her belly, her voice filled with confusion and awe. It was the child. It saved us. Feng Yuchen was silent for a moment, his throat moving before he spoke in a deep voice. It's the power of the key. It seems to resonate with the unborn child in your belly, with that special bloodline. It can even be actively driven by the fetus. His tone carried a hint of seriousness and a touch of fear that even he didn't realize. Resonance? Active urging? Dulia was shocked. Could the fetus really control the power of this key? And what exactly was this power? As for Feng Yuchen's earlier reaction, the struggle and pain in his blood-red eyes, was that just the backlash from resisting the blood sacrifice? At that moment, a deafening roar, like a cry from the depths of, suddenly shattered the hospital's quiet. The sound was full of wildness, greed, and a desire to destroy, with a strong mental impact that slammed against the ward's walls. Cracks like spiderwebs instantly spread across the corridor walls on the entire floor. Dust fell from the ceiling. The evil will behind that roar, like solid ice water, instantly drenched the two inside the ward. Feng Yuchen suddenly looked up, his pupils shrinking sharply. He clearly felt a terrifying evil aura, far beyond the power of the Wei family ancestor or even his own peak Night Clan strength, rushing from the direction of the western suburb mass graveyard like a bursting flood, madly heading toward the hospital. The target of this aura was unmistakable, the key in Dulia's belly. Wei family ancestor. He's gone mad. He's actually summoning the shadow of the abyss. Feng Yuchen's voice carried real fear for the first time. The shadow of the abyss, an evil spirit so taboo that even the ancient Night Clan avoided it at all costs. Once it set its sights on you, there was no escape, death or worse. The Wei family ancestor, in his quest to seize the power of the key, was willing to invite danger into his home, dragging all of Jiang City into the abyss of destruction. Shadow of the abyss. Dulia's heart sank to the bottom. The crisis not only hadn't been resolved, but had escalated to an unimaginable level of terror. Feng Yuchen suddenly stood up, his body once again surging with shadow energy, but this time, the shadows carried a restless, violent fluctuation. He stared fixedly at the sky outside, now covered by darker, more evil clouds, his voice low and firm, with a determined tone. Dulia, with the power of the key, leave immediately. As far away as possible.
Go. Go to the Dooley family.
They might have a way to protect you. He turned sharply, his eyes flickering with uncontrollable blood-red light. So fast it seemed like an illusion. I will hold it back. No. You can't go. Delia desperately wanted to sit up, but her body was still weak. That thing is too terrifying. And you? I'm fine. Feng Yuchen interrupted her, raising his voice sharply with a tone that left no room for doubt. But beneath his firmness, there was a faint, almost unnoticed trembling and a hint of madness. I carry the blood of the Knight clan inside me. It's my destiny.
And
My responsibility. He suddenly turned around, no longer looking at Delia, and strode toward the broken window, his back resolute and lonely. Just as he was about to jump out the window, Yuchen, be careful of your inner demons, Delia shouted with all her strength. She saw it. At the moment Feng Yuchen turned, deep in his eyes, the madness and darkness that had been suppressed and accumulated suddenly flared up like a lit flame. That was not the blood-red glow of the Knight clan's power, but something deeper, more dangerous, his own inner demon. Feng Yuchen's steps paused briefly by the window. He did not look back, but Delia clearly saw that his clenched fist, with nails digging into his palm, was bleeding with dark red blood seeping through his fingers. The shadow power around him fluctuated violently, as if another, more violent and darker will was roaring and struggling beneath the shadows, trying to break free. The terrifying aura of the abyssal shadow had already become a tangible black tide, pounding against the hospital's outer wall. The entire building trembled slightly. Feng Yuchen's figure, at the broken window, looked like a silhouette about to be swallowed by darkness. Inside him, the battle between the power of the Knight clan and his inner demon had reached an unprecedented fever pitch at this life-and-death moment. Would he become a sword of protection?
or
Be consumed by his inner demon and become another abyss? The cold smell of disinfectant was overwhelming, mixed with a deeper, more dangerous sweet and bloody scent, an aura of death spreading from Feng Yuchen. The stark white surgical lights shone harshly, illuminating everything in sharp detail, like blades hanging overhead, ready to cut through fragile life at any moment. Feng Yuchen lay on the operating table, his face pale as paper. His once sharp eyes, like those of a hawk, were closed, and his lips had a strange bluish-purple hue. The ECG monitor showed a faint green line representing his life, trembling weakly. Each tiny pulse seemed to struggle on the edge of a cliff, ready to fall into eternal silence. The poison from the Wei family was extremely cruel and vicious. Even the best antidote serum could only barely keep him alive for a little longer, but it couldn't eliminate the deadly poison deep inside his organs. Miss Du, we must perform a plasma exchange immediately. Otherwise, the lead surgeon's voice trembled with despair, and sweat soaked his hair. The poison from the Wei family was very complex, and normal methods couldn't remove it. The toxins were quickly damaging Feng Yuchen's nerves and organs. Delia stood beside the operating table. Her loose hospital gown couldn't hide her large pregnant belly. She looked down at Feng Yuchen's pale face. His eyes, which were usually distant and calculating, were now tightly closed, with no sign of their usual sharpness. Her fingers, resting at her side, curled slightly, the joints turning white from the force. She remembered the Wei family's grudge. But right now, what mattered most was the father of the child inside this man. Plasma exchange. Delia's voice was soft, but like ice hitting porcelain, it cut through the tense silence in the operating room. She slowly raised her eyes, scanning the masked, frightened doctors and nurses, finally settling on the lead surgeon's face. It's too late. The poison has already reached the nervous system. The exchange can't keep up with his dying speed. Her words were like a bucket of cold water, making everyone feel a chill from head to toe. The room was instantly filled with despair. In this suffocating silence, Delia moved. She didn't look at anyone. Her gaze fixed on a prominent vein on Feng Yuchen's neck, swollen from the poison. She reached out quickly, leaving only a fleeting shadow, and precisely grab a sharp surgical knife from an open tray of medical tools, the blade gleaming as if it could cut through the air.
Miss Du.
"What are you doing?" The doctors shouted in panic, instinctively trying to stop her. They only saw a pregnant woman holding a shining knife, aiming at a dying patient. Leah didn't even glance sideways. She simply slightly turned her wrist, and an invisible force swept past, forcing the nurses at the front to stagger back, crashing into the cold metal equipment cart with a loud clang. "Don't move." Her voice was calm but carried an undeniable authority, like a command from the depths of an abyss. "If you want him to live, shut up and watch." Everyone was stunned by the sudden cold aura emanating from her, frozen in place, afraid to make a sound. Without hesitation, she held a scalpel in her right hand and aimed it steadily at the inside of her left forearm, next to the relatively intact skin near the old scars. The sharp blade easily cut through flesh and skin. There was no scream, no hesitation. Leah's brow remained smooth, as if she wasn't hurting herself. Bright red blood suddenly burst out from the clean cut, like long-suppressed magma. Its color was richer than usual, glowing under the white light with a strange, vivid red that seemed to contain the essence of life. "Ah!" A nurse covered her mouth in shock, gasping in surprise. But Leah seemed unaware of the pain. She moved quickly, raising her left hand sharply, and precisely aimed the wound at the port of the tube already inserted into Feng Yuchen's arm. The warm, strangely vital blood surged like a red snake finding an outlet, rushing into the transparent tube with force.
Quick.
"Prepare the blood transfusion device." The lead surgeon shouted, realizing what was happening, trying to respond. "There's no need." Leah's voice was icy and cold, interrupting him. Her right index finger flicked swiftly, just a few inches above the cut. A barely perceptible gentle airflow instantly entered her blood vessel. A miracle happened. The blood that was pouring out suddenly slowed to a steady, powerful flow. No longer splashing chaotically, it formed a stable, strong red current, flowing through the tube with a nearly domineering force, rushing into Feng Yuchen's pale, cold veins. On the heart monitor, the faint green line trembled sharply, almost disappearing. Then, the slow, irregular heartbeat seemed to be grasped tightly by an invisible hand, then suddenly lifted. The heartbeat, which was weak and struggling near death, suddenly became strong and steady, even carrying a strange rhythm. The number on the monitor showing the heart rate started to rise quickly. "Oh my God!" the doctors exclaimed, their eyes wide with shock, almost popping out of their sockets. They had been practicing medicine for many years, but had never seen such a strange, direct, and almost impossible way of blood transfusion. This was not just a transfusion, it was like pouring life itself into the patient. Leah stood beside the operating table, her left arm hanging in the air as blood continuously flowed into Feng Yuchen's body. Her face was pale from blood loss, but her eyes shone brightly, like stars in a cold night, fixed tightly on Feng Yuchen's face, watching every tiny change. In the operating room, only the steady beeping of the heart monitor and the faint sound of blood flowing through the tube could be heard. Time seemed to stretch, each second filled with tense anticipation. Suddenly, deep inside Leah's pregnant belly, a very clear and powerful fetal movement suddenly occurred. It didn't feel like a normal kick or wiggle. It was more like a sleeping heart suddenly waking up, beating heavily and powerfully inside the amniotic sac. The force was so sudden and strong that Leah's body slightly shook from the internal shock. She instinctively placed her right hand gently over her belly, a faint surprise and understanding flashing in her eyes that only she could notice. Could it be that the baby sensed something? Or perhaps the power inside him was awakened by the blood flowing from his father's veins, carrying her bloodline mark? She pushed aside her thoughts and focused all her attention on the wound in her arm. As she lost more blood, the edges of the cut on her arm began to move and contract visibly. The bright red flesh seemed to have its own will, slowly and steadily trying to heal itself. This incredible self-healing ability was just the tip of the iceberg of the Dulia family's bloodline talent. At that moment, the door of the operating room was suddenly pushed open. Old Master Feng Zhanting, accompanied by several bodyguards, rushed in with a pale face and bloodshot eyes. When he saw the situation on the operating table, his gaze fixed tightly on Du Lia's bleeding arm and the tube inserted into Feng Yuchen's body. His voice, hoarse and distorted by shock and fear, trembled. "Lia, what are you doing?"
Stop it.
"You will die." Du Lia didn't even lift her eyelids. Her voice was calm and steady, but with a firm tone. "Old Feng, if you want a grandson to live, just stay quiet and wait. My blood can cure all poisons." Cure all poisons. Feng Zhanting trembled all over, staring in disbelief at the slowly healing wound. Then he looked at the monitor, where Feng Yuchen's vital signs had stabilized and even grew stronger. A long-forgotten, terrifying legend, only mentioned in the most secret family archives, the Ghost Doctor, rushed into his mind like lightning. The Ghost Doctor from the Feng family who controls life and death, using flesh and blood as medicine, with bones that can regenerate skin.
Could it be
That this seemingly ordinary pregnant woman is? Feng Zhanting's heart pounded wildly. Shock, fear, and a strange, indescribable joy intertwined, making him almost unsteady. He stared fixedly at Du Lia, as if for the first time truly understanding her. Seconds passed. When the wound on Du Lia's arm finally healed completely, leaving only a faint pink scar, Feng Yuchen's vital signs on the monitor had stabilized at a very healthy level. His pale face gradually regained some color, and the purple lips turned a soft pink. Du Lia slowly lowered her arm, her fingertips brushing the nearly vanished scar. Her eyes were tired but sharp as ever. She didn't even look at Feng Zhanting. Instead, she coldly told the lead surgeon, "Clear the scene. He's awake. Notify me." After saying that, she supported her pregnant belly and, amidst the shocked, awestruck, and fearful gazes, she stepped out of the operating room steadily. The door gently closed behind her, sealing off the blood and miracles inside. Inside the operating room, the deathly silence was broken. The doctors looked at each other, as if just awakened from a strange nightmare. The lead surgeon trembled as he picked up a piece of gauze, intending to wipe the blood on Feng Yuchen's arm, blood that belonged to Du Lia. Just as his fingers were about to touch the crimson, a faint moan came from the operating table. Feng Yuchen's thick eyelashes fluttered violently a few times, like a dying butterfly struggling to break free from its cocoon. Then, those once sharp, cold, all-controlling eyes slowly, painfully, opened a slit. Light flooded into his pupils, causing a dizzy spell. In his blurry vision, the first thing he saw was the glaring, shadowless lamp above his head. Next, he saw the shocked and incredulous faces of the doctors around him. His consciousness was like a heavy stone sinking into the deep sea, struggling to rise.
pain? No.
The deep, bone-chilling pain that seemed to freeze his soul had disappeared. Instead, a strange warm flow was spreading from his heart to his limbs, bringing a long-missed feeling of strength and revival. He moved his fingers, feeling the real touch. He tried to open his mouth, and a hoarse sound came from his cracked lips. The doctors, as if waking from a dream, hurriedly handed him a straw and a glass of water. Feng Yuchen greedily took a few sips, the cool liquid soothing his dry throat and clearing his foggy mind a little. He rolled his eyes and looked around, finally settling on the faintly dark red tube still attached to his arm. That red
Didn't belong to him.
A blurry but incredibly clear image suddenly flashed in his chaotic memory, like lightning striking, of a woman with a pregnant belly, her eyes resolute. She had unhesitatingly cut her own arm, blood pouring out, carrying a fiery vitality that seemed to burn the soul, injecting it into his cold veins. Lia, a name, mixed with shock, fear, doubt, and a strange, indescribable thrill, escaped from his pale lips with difficulty, but with absolute clarity. It was a soft sound, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing a huge wave in the operating room. Feng Zhantian suddenly looked up, his cloudy old eyes shining with an astonishing light. The doctors were so surprised they almost dropped their water cups. Feng Yuchen, that aloof, distant, business king who always called her Miss Du or simply ignored her, he actually called out her name the moment he woke up? However, no one noticed that when Feng Yuchen uttered that name, his face, which had just regained its color, twitched very slightly under the pale light of the shadowless lamp. This was not due to physical pain, but a sharp, strange stabbing sensation originating from deep within his soul. It was as if a cold, sticky, dark force filled with endless resentment and curses was flowing into his body along with Delia's vibrant blood. At this moment, it was fiercely clashing and tearing with his own power. This dark force was cold and hateful, creating a sharp contrast with the warmth and vitality brought by Delia's blood inside him. In an unnoticed moment, Feng Yuchen's pupils suddenly contracted. Deep within his eyes, it seemed as if an ancient, fierce shadow flashed by so quickly that it might have been an illusion. An inexplicable chill ran up his spine without warning. He suddenly closed his eyes tightly. When he opened them again, the strange shadow in his eyes had disappeared, leaving only exhaustion and a hint of confusion. He seemed unaware of the abnormal moment just now. He tiredly closed his eyes again and softly repeated a word, with a barely noticeable hoarseness and confusion. Leah. Was this call instinctive after surviving a disaster? Was it gratitude? Or perhaps the dark, Night Clan bloodline, which had quietly awakened within him and was inherently opposed to the Du family bloodline, was emitting its first deep growl upon sensing an enemy. The air in the operating room seemed to freeze into cold amber. Feng Yuchen's hoarse and confused call of Leah was like a stone thrown into still water, stirring ripples in Delia's heart. She was momentarily stunned but quickly suppressed her strange feelings, swiftly using sterile gauze to press down on the wound. The wound was very deep, and the blood soaking the gauze visibly slowed down. Even the edges of the skin and flesh were healing rapidly. This showed the Du family's natural healing ability and was the reason she dared to bleed herself. He's awake. Vital signs are stable. Leah's voice returned to its usual cold tone, as if the intense bloodletting and rescue were just routine procedures. She looked at the lead doctor sharply and said, "Prepare for infection control and nutritional support. The toxins are cleared. He needs rest." The doctor, as if waking from a dream, looked at Feng Yuchen's face, which was still pale but breathing steadily. He then glanced at the deep wound on Leah's arm, which no longer bled. His throat moved, but in the end, he nodded firmly and, with a look of respect, directed the nurse to continue the follow-up treatment. Leah didn't look at Feng Yuchen again. She went to the corner sink, cold water washing away the remaining blood on her arm. The mirror reflected her slightly pale face, and her pregnant belly was still noticeable under the loose hospital gown. She closed her eyes, but her mind was involuntarily flooded with the fleeting, strange shadow in Feng Yuchen's eyes moments ago and the cold, vengeful hatred within him that seemed to clash fiercely with her blood. What was that? The lingering poison from the Wei family? Or something else? A vague thought flashed through her mind, too quick to grasp. At that moment, beep, 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 beep. A sharp, piercing alarm suddenly shattered the quiet of the operating room. The source was the ECG monitor beside Feng Yuchen, which had just returned to a steady state. Everyone froze instantly, their eyes all turning toward the operating table. Feng Yuchen's eyes suddenly opened. In those eyes, there was no trace of exhaustion or confusion from just waking up. Instead, there was an almost inhuman darkness. Deep within his pupils, a thick, swirling black vortex seemed to gather, emanating a chilling aura that made the heart race. He stared fixedly at his arm connected to the electrodes and sensors, his gaze cold, unfamiliar, filled with a primitive, destructive rage. "Mr. Foam, how do you feel?" A nurse bravely stepped closer, her voice trembling. Feng Yuchen didn't answer. His eyes remained locked on the cold wires and sensors on his arm, as if they were shackles binding him. An invisible, icy cold burst out suddenly, centered around him. The temperature in the operating room suddenly dropped by several degrees, and everyone's breath turned into white mist. Ah! A suppressed, painful cry escaped from Feng Yuchen's throat. He suddenly clenched his fists tightly. A sharp cracking sound rang out. It wasn't glass breaking, but the sound of metal twisting and breaking. Everyone was shocked to see that Feng Yuchen's right hand, which was connected to the blood pressure cuff and oxygen sensor, suddenly unleashed a terrifying force. The sturdy metal cuff twisted and deformed like a crushed soda can, and the delicate oxygen sensor was forcibly shattered into pieces. Even more frightening, the main wire connected to the electrode patch on his chest was violently shaken and snapped inch by inch by the unconscious power erupting from him. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. The heart monitor went completely crazy, with the line representing his heartbeat wildly jumping on the screen, the numbers soaring into the danger zone, then turning into a lifeless straight line as the electrode patch fell off. The piercing alarm sounded non-stop. Hurry! Hold him down. He's losing control. The lead surgeon shouted in panic. Several strong male nurses immediately rushed forward, trying to restrain Feng Yuchen. However, as soon as their hands touched Feng Yuchen's body, it was like touching a hot iron. A stronger, colder repulsive force suddenly erupted.
Bang!
Bang! The two nurses at the front were forcefully pushed back by this invisible power, crashing heavily into the cold instrument cabinet with a dull thud, curling up in pain. Oh my God! What kind of strength is this? The remaining nurses were terrified, trembling with fear and no longer daring to approach. The operating room was in chaos. Alarms blared, nurses shouted in alarm, and doctors issued helpless commands. Only Du Liao stood by the sink, her hands under the running water, unmoving, her gaze like a hawk fixed on the man in a violent frenzy on the operating table. She saw it. At the moment Feng Yuchen lost control and his power erupted, beneath his exposed arm skin, a faint, strange dark purple pattern flickered and vanished. That pattern twisted and contorted, fierce and hideous, completely different from the gentle golden glow that appeared when her Du family bloodline was active. It was a curse-filled, venomous, and destructive pattern. This word exploded like thunder in Du Liao's mind. According to the secret records of the Du family, there is an ancient enemy, a dark clan that survives by devouring, cursing, and destroying. Legend says their bloodline is naturally opposed to the Du family. The Du family's purification power can suppress their darkness, but their darkness can also threaten the vitality of the Du family.
No wonder.
No wonder her blood entering his body caused such strong rejection and resistance. No wonder he suddenly unleashed this destructive power. The poison from the Wei family might just be a trigger. The real cause was the terrifying bloodline of the Night clan sleeping within him.
Feng Yuchen, du Liao suddenly shouted.
Her voice was quiet but had a strange, penetrating strength that instantly cut through the chaos in the operating room. She quickly stepped forward, ignoring the biting cold and dangerous, violent aura, and went straight to the edge of the operating table. She reached out, not to restrain him, but gently pressed her fingertip on his rapidly rising chest. A gentle, warm, and powerful calming and purifying energy from the Du family bloodline flowed from her fingertip into Feng Yuchen's frantic heart. Feng Yuchen's body suddenly trembled. His dark, swirling pupils, like black whirlpools, shrank sharply when touched by the gentle power from Du Liao's fingertip. It was as if he had been burned, causing a violent contraction. The destructive rage deep in his eyes, like boiling oil thrown into icy water, was forcibly suppressed in an instant. The darkness in his eyes quickly faded, replaced by a look of confusion, pain, and fear. It was as if he had just experienced an uncontrollable nightmare, and the monster in that nightmare was himself. Ugh! He groaned in pain. His strength suddenly drained away, and he slumped softly back onto the operating table, gasping heavily, with cold sweat covering his forehead. His eyes finally regained clarity, belonging to Feng Yuchen, but the lingering shock and fear were still visible. The operating room was silent. Everyone was stunned by this sudden, dramatic scene. The terrifying power, the destructive rage, and the miraculous calming energy from Miss Du's fingertip, all of it was beyond their understanding. Du Lia withdrew her hand and looked at Feng Yuchen's clear eyes. Besides shock, there was a complex emotion that was hard to describe. She knew he was awake. Not only was his body awake, but the dormant thing inside him had also been forcibly awakened by her blood. "How do you feel?" Du Lia's voice was calm, but only she knew that the soothing power she had just used had drained a lot of her already weakened energy caused by blood loss. Deep inside her belly, there was a faint, restless movement, like a slight fetal kick. Feng Yuchen struggled to turn his eyes toward Du Lia, then looked at his own hand, which had just crushed a delicate instrument but now felt weak and powerless. His lips moved slightly before he managed to speak hoarsely. "What just happened to me? It seems like something is trying to burst out." His fear was genuine, not fake. It was the instinctive panic of losing control over an unknown power. Du Lia didn't answer directly. She simply said softly, "The poison from the Wei family is very strong. During the detox, it might have triggered some nervous system reactions. You are too weak now and need rest." She carefully avoided revealing the shocking secret of her Night Clan bloodline. It wasn't the right time to tell him. She turned to the frightened doctor and nurses and ordered, "Inject him with a strong sedative to keep him in deep sleep. Also, seal this operating room immediately. Everyone must keep quiet about what happened today, especially about Feng's unusual condition. If anyone leaks information, they will be responsible for the consequences." Her tone was firm and commanding, her sharp eyes sweeping over everyone. The doctor and nurses nodded quickly, eager to obey her orders. The terrifying scene just now was enough to make them silent forever. Suddenly, the door of the operating room was forcefully pushed open with a loud bang. A woman, dressed beautifully with delicate makeup but a fierce, angry expression, stormed in like a whirlwind. It was Wei Yueying, the eldest daughter of the Wei family. "Feng Yuchen, you heartless thing. My grandfather kindly sent you medicine, and you actually sent people to ruin our Wei family's reputation? And you even injured more than 10 of our guards." Wei Yueying shouted sharply as soon as she entered, pointing at Feng Yuchen on the operating table. Her voice was piercing and harsh, completely ignoring that she was in a surgical room and disregarding the chaos and frightened people inside. Her eyes swept over the damaged instruments and broken cabinets, finally resting on Du Lia, especially her prominent pregnant belly. Her jealousy was almost bursting out of her eyes. "And you shameless woman. Pregnant with A, and still daring to show off here? I tell you, Feng Yuchen's current state is all because of your curse that brought misfortune to him. You." Du Lia's cold voice was like a blade dipped in ice, instantly cutting off Wei Shuiying's endless, vicious curses. Wei Shuiying choked, then became even angrier. "How dare you tell me to shut up? Who do you think you are?" Before she finished speaking, Du Lia moved. She didn't look at Wei Shuiying, nor did she make any extra gestures. She simply stood still, slightly turned, with a very calm, even tired look in her eyes, glancing at Wei Shuiying. But just as her gaze swept over her, crash. Inside the operating room, the large observation window closest to Wei Shuiying suddenly shattered, without warning. It wasn't broken by an external force, but seemed to be shattered from inside by an invisible, powerful sound wave or energy field. Countless sharp glass shards exploded inward like a rainstorm. Wei Shuiying, being the closest, was hit first. She felt a fierce gust of wind rush at her, mixed with countless sharp glass pieces. Frightened out of her wits, she screamed, curled up, and crouched down, looking very helpless. Her expensive dress was torn in several places, and tiny glass shards covered her hair and face, making her look extremely disheveled. Everyone else in the operating room also recoiled in fear, screaming and dodging the flying fragments. Only Du Lia remained standing still, as if the violent storm of shattered glass had nothing to do with her. She didn't even raise her hand to block. When the shards approached within half a meter of her body, they seemed to be stopped by an invisible barrier, falling harmlessly around her. The sound of shattering lasted a few seconds before stopping. The room was a mess, with shiny glass shards scattered all over the floor. Wei Shuiying sat on the ground, trembling, her eyes filled with extreme fear, as if she had seen some indescribable monster. Du Lia slowly walked over to her, looking down at her from above. Her pregnant belly was especially noticeable amid the chaos. Her voice was frighteningly calm, yet carried a chilling authority. Wei Shuiying, this is your second warning. If you dare to insult my child with that word again, what will shatter next won't be glass. Her gaze swept over Wei Shuiying's terrified face, then landed on the window frame behind her, which was now just a frame after being blown apart. Get out. Take your dirty words and leave this place. Wei Shuiying quickly got up, crawling and stumbling, not daring to say a harsh word. She covered her scratched face, looked terrified at Du Lia for a final moment, and then, as if seeing a ghost, staggered out of the operating room. Du Lia watched her disappearing figure and slowly exhaled. That last strike seemed casual but actually used a special ability from her Du family bloodline, one that vibrates matter at a microscopic level. This ability is part of her innate talent and explains why she can easily shatter glass. However, when she used her power just now, her unborn baby seemed to sense it, and the baby's movements became noticeably more active. This made her feel a little uneasy. She turned around and looked at the operating table. Feng Yuchen had been given a sedative and was now in a deep sleep, but his brows were still tightly furrowed, as if even in sleep, he was troubled by the awakening power inside him. The doctors and nurses were still nervously cleaning up the glass shards, occasionally glancing at Du Lia with awe and fear. Du Lia walked to the window and looked out at the dark night. Wei Shuiying's appearance, along with her words about causing trouble and injuring the guards, meant that people from the Wei family had already started attacking the Wei family. And the Wei family would not let this go easily, especially the mysterious old ancestor of the Wei family. Just as her thoughts were racing, creak. A very slow, heavy sound, as if a wheelchair carrying endless years of wind and frost was rolling closer, reached through the door of the operating room clearly. The sound was soft but carried an indescribable sense of oppression, causing the doctors and nurses, who had just finished cleaning the glass and were still shaken, to freeze in place with pale faces.
Du Lia's pupilles suddenly contracted.
She quickly turned her head and stared fixedly at the door of the operating room, which was broken and slightly ajar. A cold, decayed aura, like it was emanating from ancient tombs, seeped through the door, gradually infiltrating inside. This aura was more profound, more ancient, and purer than the cold, murderous resentment that Feng Yuchen had just unleashed. The curse and death contained within almost seemed to solidify into substance. The lights in the operating room seemed to dim a little.
Wei,
Old ancestor? A nurse trembled, almost crying. The sound of the wheelchair stopping outside the door. A hoarse, aged voice like sandpaper rubbing against old wood slowly echoed, each word carrying a biting cold that clearly reached everyone's ears in the operating room. Feng Yuchen, Du family's little girl. A hybrid with the dirty bloodline of the Night Clan. A vessel holding the last hope of the Night Clan. How interesting. The voice paused, and the cold, sinister aura suddenly intensified. I, the old man, am here to take back what belongs to the Wei family. And by the way, I bring you a big gift. As the words fell, a thicker, more terrifying dark aura burst forth like a flood breaking a dam, rushing through the slightly open door and flooding into the operating room. Du Lia's face changed drastically. She immediately protected her pregnant belly, and her entire body's Du family bloodline power erupted without reserve. Gentle golden light shimmered around her, barely holding back the chilling invasion. On the operating table, Feng Yuchen, who was in a deep sleep, suddenly trembled. The Night Clan bloodline, which had just been forcibly suppressed by Du Lia's bloodline power, was ignited again by the pure, ancient, and powerful aura of the Wei family's ancestor. It was like a barrel of gunpowder being lit, causing a violent surge. Under his tightly closed eyelids, his eyes darted wildly, veins bulged on his forehead, and he let out a suppressed, painful whimper. The Wei family ancestor had finally appeared in person, and his big gift, along with the phrase, "the last hope of the Night Clan," had stirred this muddy water even more. Leah looked at the corridor outside, shrouded in dense black fog, and her heart sounded a warning bell. The real storm had just begun. When Feng Yuchen first called out, "Leah," Leah was carefully using a cotton swab to wipe iodine off his hand. His deep, hoarse voice was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring ripples in her heart. She hesitated slightly with her fingertips, but quickly returned to her gentle movements, acting as usual. "You're awake." She looked up at him, her eyes calm and steady, as if that faint trembling in her voice was just her illusion. "How do you feel? Does the wound still hurt?" Feng Yuchen's gaze fell on her face, his deep eyes swirling with complex emotions, curiosity, suspicion, and a trace of fear that even he hadn't realized. He remembered the fierce old scar on her wrist, the determined way she tore open a venomous snake's fangs with her bare hands, and the almost crazy resolve when she cut her arm to bleed. The woman known as the contracted pregnant wife hid secrets far deeper and more dangerous than he had imagined. "Doesn't hurt," he said in a low voice, less cold than before, with a faint, barely noticeable huskiness. "And you? Your arm." "A small wound, already healed," Leah interrupted him calmly, as if talking about someone else. She casually threw the used cotton swab into the medical waste bin. "You just woke up. You need rest. I'll ask the nurse to bring some light food." She turned to leave, but her wrist was caught by a faint but firm grip. "Leah," Feng Yuchen called her name again, this time clearer and with serious intent. "What happened to those wounds? And you, who are you really?" He had to know. The woman sharing his bed, carrying his child, what kind of past was she hiding? The scar on her wrist was not something an ordinary pregnant woman would have. Leah stopped, her back facing him. Only the steady ticking of the heart monitor remained in the room. She didn't answer immediately, her shoulders tensed slightly, almost imperceptibly. Just when Feng Yuchen thought she wouldn't speak, she suddenly turned her head, a very faint, very cold smile curling her lips. "President Feng," she said calmly, but with a chilling coldness that could freeze 1,000 miles, "some things, knowing too much isn't good for you. Remember your role. We're just in a contract relationship." She gently freed herself from his grasp, didn't look back, and walked straight out of the room. Feng Yuchen watched her tall figure disappear at the door, his fingers tightening until they turned white. Contract relationship? Those 4 words sounded painfully ironic right now. He closed his eyes, replaying her fierce old scar and the fiery, almost destructive flames in her eyes when she cut her arm. This woman was no ordinary person. Leah left the room quietly, gently closing the door. The corridor was thick with the smell of disinfectant. She took a deep breath, trying to suppress the turbulent emotions inside her. Feng Yuchen's questions pierced her like a needle, disturbing the calm surface she had carefully maintained. She instinctively touched her still flat belly, her only armor and weakness now. Just as she was about to go to the nurse's station, a sudden, piercing flash of light exploded before her eyes. Click, click. "Mrs. Feng."
Miss Du.
"Is the child in your belly really Mr. Feng's? I heard you used to work as a nightclub girl and only got ahead by clinging to Mr. Feng. Is that true? What happened to the injury on your arm? Was it caused by domestic violence or self-harm? How is Mr. Feng doing now? Did you intentionally poison your own husband?" 7 or 8 paparazzi with long guns and cameras suddenly appeared from the corridor corners and behind the emergency door, like sharks smelling blood, surrounding Leah tightly. Blinding flashes of light flickered wildly, and the shutter sounds hammered like drums, mixed with harsh, sharp, and suggestive questions, like countless poisonous needles stabbing her. Leah instinctively took a half step back, her body tensing instantly, her hand over her belly gripping tighter. She squinted, her sharp eyes like a blade cooled in ice, sweeping over the twisted, excited, greedy faces before her. These people's faces were just like Wei Shuiying's, even more vile. They not only wanted to ruin her, but also to defile her unborn child. A cold rage surged from her feet to her head, igniting a fire deep in her eyes. Contract? Restraint? To with that. Anyone who dares to hurt her child, even the King of Heaven, will be struck down without mercy. Get out of here.
Julia shouted fiercely.
Her voice was not loud, but had a piercing power that instantly cut through the chaos. However, the paparazzi didn't retreat. Instead, they pushed forward even more wildly, their cameras almost pressed against her face. A blonde-haired paparazzo with a thick gold chain around his neck smiled playfully and reached out to grab her arm. "Mrs. Foam, don't be shy. We're just trying to make a living." Before he finished, Leah moved. Her movement was quick as a ghost, with a pure, efficient, explosive sense of violent beauty. She pivoted on her left foot, spinning sharply, her right leg like a powerful whip, cutting through the air with a fierce wind, accurately striking the blonde paparazzo's ribs. A sharp, bone-breaking sound rang out clearly.
Ah!
The blonde paparazzo let out a piercing scream, flying backward like a torn sack, crashing heavily into the cold wall, then sliding to the ground, curling into a ball, trembling in pain. This sudden turn of events stunned the other paparazzi, their greed and excitement instantly replaced by fear. But Leah didn't stop. She quickly moved into a spinning stance. Using that force, she formed a claw with her left hand and struck like lightning, grabbing the wrist of a female paparazzo who was about to raise her camera to secretly take her side face. She snapped her fingers shut suddenly. "Ah!" The paparazzo cried out in pain as her wrist was hurt. Her camera clattered to the ground. Leah shook her wrist, using her strength to throw the paparazzo toward another burly paparazzo who was about to attack. They collided like rolling gourds, falling awkwardly in the middle of the corridor, with camera parts scattered everywhere. The last two paparazzi, seeing this, were terrified and turned to run. Leah snorted coldly. Her figure, protecting her lower abdomen, moved like a ghost. She didn't use her legs. Instead, she slightly tilted her body and precisely bumped her shoulder into one paparazzo's chest. The paparazzo felt a huge force hit him, groaned, and staggered backward several steps, sitting heavily on the ground and unable to get up for a while. Another paparazzo had just reached the safety door when Leah caught up. She didn't attack, but curled her fingers and pointed at the paparazzo's wrist holding the camera, flicking it in midair. A crisp sound of bone breaking. "Ah!" The paparazzo screamed painfully as his wrist drooped at an odd angle, and the camera slipped from his hand again. The whole process was so fast that it was dizzying. From the first paparazzo being kicked away to the last one dislocating his wrist, it all happened in just over 10 seconds. Leah hadn't even used her full strength. All her movements were carefully designed to avoid her lower abdomen, showing her instinct to protect herself. She stood there, slightly panting, her chest rising and falling from the sudden burst of energy, but her eyes remained cold and sharp, like a female warrior overlooking ants. On the ground, 5 paparazzi were either wailing or groaning, all in a mess, with broken camera parts scattered everywhere. The corridor was deathly silent, only the painful groans and heavy breathing of the paparazzi breaking the quiet. At that moment, the elevator dinged, and the door opened. Feng Yuqing stepped out, dressed in a crisp, tailored black suit, casually wearing a long hospital coat over it. His face was still pale, but his deep eyes were sharp as an eagle's, radiating a chilling aura. He strode forward confidently, followed by 2 expressionless, burly bodyguards. He immediately saw the scene in the corridor, chaos everywhere, wailing paparazzi, and standing in the center, as cold as a storm's eye, was Leah. She protected her lower abdomen with a strong and commanding presence. Feng Yuchen walked straight to Leah, without stopping. His gaze swept over her slightly rising chest and then focused on her hand covering her belly. A complex emotion flickered in his eyes, but it quickly turned into a natural instinct to protect. He said nothing, just slightly turned his body and extended his hand toward a nearby bodyguard. The bodyguard immediately understood, took something from behind him, and respectfully handed it to Feng Yuchen. It was a half-red brick, covered in fresh dirt, clearly just taken from a construction site. Du Lia, the paparazzi on the ground. Feng Yuchen, expressionless, carefully placed the heavy half-brick into Du Lia's hand. His movements were as natural as handing her a glass of water. His voice was calm and low, with a tone of gentle care. Use this, he nodded toward the paparazzi, to save effort. Du Lia looked down at the rough, cold brick, still smelling of dirt, then looked up at Feng Yuchen's stern face, which seemed to say, I've thought of everything for you. She was momentarily speechless. What the heck was going on? The cold, powerful business leader, the head of the Feng family, handing her a brick? Telling her to hit someone with it? And confidently saying to save effort? A strange, exhilarating feeling suddenly surged in Du Lia's chest. She looked into Feng Yuchen's deep eyes, which held no blame or suspicion, only a nearly indulgent support. Okay. Du Lia's lips curled into a bold, wild, slightly crazy smile. She hefted the brick in her hand, feeling its weight. Without hesitation, she turned around and raised the brick toward the most badly fallen paparazzi, a young man still struggling to get up and grab his camera. No. Please, Mrs. Feng, spare me. The young man screamed in terror, scrambling backward. A dull, loud shattering sound followed. It wasn't the sound of bones breaking, but the camera lens being hit precisely by the brick, shattering instantly. Du Lia's aim was steady and ruthless. The brick brushed past the young man's scalp and smashed into his camera, almost making him his pants. The camera was completely destroyed.
Get lost.
Du Lia casually threw a brick at the yellow-haired paparazzo's feet, making a loud thud that sounded like a funeral bell ringing in everyone's hearts. Her voice was cold and firm, with an unmistakable command. If there's a next time, it will be your heads. The 5 paparazzi were spared, scrambling and helping each other, trembling and fleeing down the corridor like a battlefield, not daring to look at the broken camera pieces on the ground. Du Lia stood still, catching her breath as her chest rose and fell from her outburst. She looked down at her trembling hands. Although her strikes had been quick and precise, she was pregnant and felt a bit exhausted. She instinctively placed her hand on her belly, where a faint but clear response seemed to comfort her. It's okay, baby, she whispered softly, her eyes suddenly gentle. Feng Yuchen walked over to her, his gaze fixed on her slightly reddened hand, his brow furrowing slightly. He said nothing, only reached out naturally and took her hand. His palm was warm and dry, with a gentle but firm grip that wrapped around her cool fingers. Does it hurt? He asked, his voice low and slightly tense. Du Lia was surprised and instinctively tried to pull her hand back, but he held it tighter. She looked up into his deep eyes, which no longer held the cold suspicion from before, only pure concern and a hint of tenderness he himself might not even realize. It doesn't hurt. She shook her head, her voice softer, just a bit too forceful. Feng Yuchen didn't say anything more. He simply held her hand, gently squeezing her fingers, as if to confirm something. His gaze swept over her disheveled hair from the fight and settled on her straight back, his expression complex and hard to read. This woman always managed to surprise him again and again. Let's go. I'll take you back to your room to rest, he finally said, his tone firm and unwavering, as he took her hand and headed toward the elevator. But the chaos in the hospital corridor was far from over. Less than half an hour after Du Lia and Feng Yuchen returned to her room, the online world exploded. Mrs. Feng is a martial arts champion trended like a thunderclap, shooting straight to the top of the hot search list, followed by a glaring, breaking headline. The cause was one of the female paparazzi who was thrown away by Du Lia. In a state of shock, She secretly used a backup phone to record a quick side view of Dulia as she finally smashed a camera with a brick. Although the picture was blurry, Dulia's straight back, sharp eyes, and the commanding presence while waving the red brick were clearly visible. Even more exciting, sharp-eyed netizens quickly found a blurry video from an underground boxing match. It showed a mysterious female fighter wearing a black mask, knocking out her opponent with powerful and precise moves. Her posture was strong, and she had a unique way of fighting, especially a mysterious tattoo of a wolf head wrapped in thorns on her left shoulder, which was partly visible during the fight. This tattoo matched exactly with the one seen on Dulia's left shoulder in a leaked hospital surveillance video. The video showed her fighting, and her large movements caused her clothes to slip, revealing the same tattoo.
Wow.
It's really her. The undefeated underground fighter known as Night Shadow. Oh my god. Mrs. Fong is actually a fighting champion? One of those tough underground boxing fighters? Look at her skills. Flipped 5 strong men with one hand. Smashing a camera with a brick.
So cool.
She's a fierce protector. Fighting for her child with all her might. What about the Wei family's online trolls who called her a nightclub girl? Come out and face her. With her fighting skills, Wei Shuiying's pretty face isn't even worth tying her shoes. The tattoo on her left shoulder, the wolf head with thorns, looks familiar. Like I've seen it in some old family records. Public opinion suddenly turned around. The same people who previously called Dulia a scheming woman and murderer of her own husband now praised her as a fierce protector, fighting queen, and the coolest pregnant mom. Netizens shared the blurry fight video and hospital screenshots widely, worshipping her fighting ability and attacking Wei family's malicious comments. At the Wei family headquarters, Wei Shuiying stared at the rapidly rising trending searches and one-sided comments on her computer screen. She trembled with anger and smashed a valuable antique vase to pieces. Good for nothing. A bunch of good for nothings. She shouted sharply, her face twisted with anger and jealousy. That Dulia. How can she fight? That tattoo. That tattoo. She stared intensely at the enlarged image of the thorny wolf head tattoo on Dulia's left shoulder on the screen. Her pupils suddenly contracted, and a chilling sensation ran down her spine. This pattern. She felt like she had seen it somewhere before. In an old, long-forgotten family record about a forbidden family from the Wei family. Quick. Find out. Clarify the origin of that tattoo. And Dulia's background. Dig deep. No matter what it takes, Wei Shuiying shouted hysterically on the phone, her voice full of fear and madness. She sensed that the woman Dulia was hiding something much more terrifying than she had imagined. That tattoo. It was definitely not an ordinary design. In the hospital room, Dulia leaned against the bed, looking at the trending topics and comments scrolling rapidly on her tablet. Feng Yuchen sat nearby, also looking at his phone with a furrowed brow. Looks like your cover got exposed pretty quickly. Feng Yuchen put down his phone and looked at Dulia, his tone neutral. That tattoo. Dulia looked up, meeting his curious gaze with calm eyes. Just an old wound, she said lightly, casually brushing her fingers over her left shoulder, where the tattoo's hot sensations still seemed to linger. Feng Yuchen didn't ask further. He only watched her peaceful side profile, a hint of deep thought crossing his eyes. An old wound? Which old wound would leave such a unique, powerful pattern? And that pattern? He seemed to have seen a similar description in some ancient, forbidden record about a mysterious family. It was a family mark long buried in history, said to possess terrifying power. The Wei family won't let this go. Feng Yuchen shifted the topic, his voice low and serious. They will definitely use this to stir trouble, maybe. Even act recklessly. Dulia closed her tablet, a cold smile appearing on her face. That smile carried a nearly cruel anticipation. Just what I wanted. I want to see what tricks the Wei family can come up with besides spreading rumors. If they dare to hurt my child, I will make sure the Wei family disappears from this world completely. Feng Yuchen watched the fiery passion in her eyes, an unmistakable hunger for justice and fierce protectiveness, like that of a top predator. He felt a slight movement in his heart. He reached out and gently placed his hand over her hand resting on her abdomen. "I'll be with you," he whispered. His voice was soft but firm, like a steady rock. Leah was slightly startled. She felt the warmth and strength from his hand, and her tense heartstrings seemed to loosen a little. She didn't pull her hand away, but nodded gently. Outside the window, the night grew darker. But inside the hospital room, the atmosphere became tense due to the sudden storm and the quiet understanding growing between the two. The thorny wolf tattoo on the trending search was like a big stone thrown into a calm lake, causing huge waves. It also revealed, for the first time, the mysterious and dangerous family mark behind Leah in the sunlight. Wei's family was about to strike back fiercely. Leah's hidden identity was slowly coming to light, like just the tip of an iceberg. The words, "I'll be with you," from Feng Yuchen made her wonder if it was just a promise of duty or genuine protection. Only time would tell. But right now, their tightly held hands seemed to hint at a bigger storm brewing. Wei family's old house, underground secret room. The air was thick and sticky, like solidified blood. It was filled with the smell of old herbs and a nauseating sweet, rotten scent. The heavy stone door slowly opened with a screeching sound. Wei Shuiying, wrapped in expensive fur, trembled uncontrollably. Her carefully made-up face was stained with cold sweat. She almost crawled to the large bed carved from cold jade in the center of the secret room. "Ancestor. Ancestor, wake up." Wei Shuiying's voice was trembling and sharp, breaking the silence of the room.
Feng Yuchen,
He's not dead. Leah, that wicked woman. She has the Du family's wolf tattoo. It's all over the trending searches. Our Wei family. We've become the joke of the city. On the bed, a thin, shriveled figure suddenly trembled. The figure was wrapped in an ancient, dark robe that almost absorbed light, revealing only a pair of deep-set, dull eyes. Those eyes slowly opened, and within them, 2 points of crimson light burst out, like ghost fires burning in. Family. A hoarse, dry voice like sandpaper rubbing against bones came from beneath the robe, each word slow and painful. Jinglang. Tattoo. The old ancestor's withered fingers suddenly grasped the edge of the bed, and the hard, cold jade was almost cracked by his grip. An invisible, mountain-like pressure burst out from his emaciated body, sweeping through the secret room instantly. Wei Shuiying, closest to him, felt as if a giant hammer struck her chest hard. Her throat turned sweet, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body was thrown back forcefully, crashing against the cold stone wall, collapsing to the ground, unable to even moan. "Good-for-nothings," the old ancestor's voice suddenly rose sharply, like a cold wind from the night, filled with rage and killing intent. "A bunch of useless fools. You can't even handle a pregnant woman. And you let the Du family's mark be exposed to the world." The face of the Wei family has been completely lost. He struggled to sit upright, making a disturbing cracking sound from his bones. The dark robe's hem slipped down, revealing a thin, shriveled leg covered with strange black patterns. The patterns seemed to move under the skin like living creatures, giving off an ominous aura. "Night Clan." The Night Clan, the old ancestor gasped, a flicker of greed and fear flashing in his cloudy eyes. "We must speed up. The Du family's bloodline, especially that woman with the Jinglang mark, her child, must be obtained. That is the key to unlocking the source." He suddenly turned his head, his scarlet eyes like a sharp blade stabbing at Wei Shuiying, who was lying helpless on the ground. "Feng Yuchen. Immediately. No matter the cost, catch him. Alive. I want his blood. To sacrifice to my bone-devouring bug, to suppress this cursed backlash." As for Leah, the old ancestor's mouth curled into a fierce smile, revealing white teeth. "Break her hands and feet first. Make her watch as the Wei family destroys everything she has. Then bring her and the child to me." The temperature inside the secret room suddenly dropped to freezing. Wei Shuiying, trembling under the pressure and madness of the old ancestor's words, was terrified out of her wits. She could only nod desperately, crawling and rolling out of the room. The heavy stone door slammed shut behind her, cutting off the suffocating anger of the old ancestor and the despair that filled the secret room. At the same time, in the VIP ward of the Central Hospital in the imperial capital, Du Laya sat cross-legged on the wide hospital bed, her hands forming a complex and mysterious mudra placed on her lower abdomen. She kept her eyes closed, her brows furrowed, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Under the soft light, her face looked a little pale. In the air, faint strands of dark gold energy flowed from her fingertips, winding like living snakes around her belly and slowly seeping inside. This was the secret family technique called Calm the Baby and Focus the Mind, used to soothe her chaotic internal energy caused by forcibly activating the blood sacrifice secret technique and the backlash from it. Each cycle felt like burning her meridians with a red-hot iron, extremely painful. But for the sake of her unborn child, she had to endure it. Feng Yuchen sat at the head of the bed, watching her with a serious look. His injuries, healed quickly thanks to top-grade medicine and the strange blood infused by Du Laya, still made his face look a little pale, but he was much better mentally. Seeing her biting her lip and trembling slightly as she endured the pain, a deep feeling of pity and fear arose in his heart. "Leah," he whispered, his voice slightly hoarse, "don't push yourself. Rest for a while." Du Laya didn't respond, as if lost in her own world. Only the sweat rolling down her forehead and her increasingly furrowed brow showed how much pain she was suffering. Suddenly, all the electronic devices in the room, heart monitors, infusion pumps, even the electronic clock on the wall, flashed violently at the same time, emitting a harsh buzzing sound. Then, several bright ceiling lights suddenly exploded without warning, and glass shards rained down like rain. Feng Yuchen's pupils shrank sharply. In an instant, he pulled Du Laya into his arms, shielding her with his body. His muscles tensed as he looked around alertly. The shattered glass hit his broad back with a dull thud. "What's going on?" he demanded loudly, pressing the emergency call button. Du Laya suddenly opened her eyes in his arms. Her cold eyes flickered faintly with a dark gold glow, similar to the energy she had been using just now, but it disappeared quickly. She sensed the powerful, restless energy waves coming from her lower abdomen, and her face slightly changed. "It's the child," she whispered, her voice tinged with exhaustion and seriousness.
"He
seems to have been triggered by something." Feng Yuchen looked down at her belly. Through her soft hospital gown, he could feel an invisible, powerful force slowly surging inside, like a sleeping beast being disturbed, emitting a deep growl. This force carried a pure, primitive, and terrifying pressure, even more vast than the strange aura coming from the secret chamber of the Wei family ancestor. Triggered, Feng Yuchen frowned. The Wei family people, not just them. Du Laya shook her head, sat upright from Feng Yuchen's embrace, and placed her hand on her belly. Her eyes became sharp, as if she could see through walls and far away. She gently closed her eyes, and faint golden energy flowed from her fingertips, not to activate secret techniques, but like a precise detector, extending outward. After a few seconds, she suddenly opened her eyes, a cold, piercing smile on her lips. "I found them." Her voice was quiet but carried a chilling murderous intent. Outside the ward, in the ventilation duct, behind the third grill in the upper left corner. The Wei family ancestors people with the most advanced mini electromagnetic pulse disruptors and a bone decay bug sensor targeting my bloodline. They want to locate me and more. They plan to use the disruptors to stimulate the child, causing him to lose control and unleash his energy. Their goal is to frame me as a monster mother and even cause a miscarriage, killing two birds with one stone. Feng Yuchen's eyes shot with cold light. What a vicious plan! Using the child's still unstable energy from outside to interfere and trigger a rampage, both eliminating the child and completely tarnishing Du Laya's reputation. The Wei family ancestor truly is a snake hiding in the gutter. "Leah, what about the child?" Feng Yuchen looked at Du Lia, whose calm but hidden exhaustion and worry made his heart tighten. That energy burst just now. Is he okay? Du Lia felt the restless energy inside her belly gradually calm under her soothing, and her face eased a little. He's very strong, stronger than I imagined. He just instinctively fought back, smashing those things trying to interfere with him. But a hint of worry flashed in her eyes. Such an energy burst also takes a huge toll on him. Since the Wei family ancestor dares to do this, there must be a backup plan. Furthermore, when I used my secret technique just now, I sensed a very faint but extremely cold aura mixed within the energy fluctuations of the interference device. That was the scent of the bone-devouring bug. The old ancestor's bug poison seems to have already reached me from such a distance. She raised her wrist and looked at the old scar. At this moment, the skin around the scar appeared paler than usual, even faintly showing a strange bluish-gray color. The backlash from the secret technique, combined with the bug poison sensing, Du Lia's voice grew quieter. Things are worse than I expected. The Wei family's old ancestor not only wants to kill me, but also intends to use my blood to feed his cursed bug. Feng Yuchen's heart sank deeply. The madness and cruelty of the Wei family's old ancestor far exceeded his imagination. He looked at the striking scar on Du Lia's wrist and remembered her determination to cut her arm and bleed to save him. A strong desire to protect her and anger burned fiercely in his chest. Lia, tell me, how can I help you? How can I kill that old, poisonous snake? Feng Yuchen's voice was firm and resolute, with no room for doubt. Du Lia looked at him deeply. For the first time, a complex emotion flickered in her cold eyes. She didn't answer immediately, but closed her eyes again. Her fingertips emitted a faint golden energy. This time, the energy was no longer for detection but like a precise surgical knife, carefully sorting her chaotic meridians. Meanwhile, a tiny, pure stream of energy slowly flowed into her lower abdomen, soothing the small life that had just experienced a storm of energy. The ward was in chaos, with shattered glass scattered everywhere. Only the heart monitor, after a brief disturbance, returned to a steady ticking. Outside the window, the night was dark as ink, but inside the ward, the atmosphere grew heavier and more dangerous because of the Wei family's old ancestors' treacherous move. The bluish-gray color of the old scar on Du Lia's wrist seemed to deepen again. The Wei family's bone-devouring bug was like a maggot gnawing at her bones, silently locking onto her. The incredible energy explosion from the unborn child temporarily shattered the eyes that were spying on her, but it also served as a lighthouse in the darkness, fully exposing its existence and the extraordinary nature, so extraordinary that the old ancestor would risk everything to obtain it. A bigger storm is coming, driven by the old ancestor of the Wei family, using more sinister and deadly methods to threaten Du Lia and her child. Can Feng Yuchen's firm protection withstand this evil from the abyss? What will happen to Du Lia as the backlash of the family's secret techniques and the sensing of the bone-devouring insect pull her further into danger? In the hospital room, shattered glass shards glisten under the pale light like scattered ice crystals. The steady ticking of the heart monitor is the only sign of order amid the chaos. Feng Yuchen stands by the window, his tall figure tense like a drawn bow, his sharp gaze piercing through the glass, as if to tear apart the darkness and shatter the old ancestors' evil plans. The bone-devouring insect. He repeats these words softly, his voice deep and heavy like distant thunder, each syllable filled with cold, killing intent. This isn't ordinary poison. It's a deadly evil that silently erodes life and gnaws at the bones. The Wei family's old ancestor has used such a vicious, forbidden technique on a pregnant woman, even on her unborn child. An inexplicable surge of violent energy suddenly erupts from him. This aura is cold and domineering, carrying a primitive ferocity from deep within his bloodline, instantly filling the entire room. The temperature drops sharply, as if the room has fallen into an icy abyss. The leaves of a few potted plants in the corner turn white with a thin layer of frost, quickly withering and curling up. Feng Yuchen clenches his fists suddenly, his knuckles cracking loudly from the force. He looks down at his hand, where a faint, almost imperceptible dark purple line flashes beneath the skin. So quick it's like a hallucination. What is this power? Why does it stir so violently when the old ancestor mentions the bone-devouring insect? At that moment, a muffled cry of pain comes from behind him. Feng Yuchen's heart tightens, and he turns around quickly. He sees Du Lia's face pale as paper, with cold sweat on her forehead. She presses her lips tightly, holding her right wrist with her left hand, the same spot where Wei Shuiying had cut her. The skin around the wound now shows a strange bluish-gray color, as if alive, wriggling slightly. Thin, black-gray threads of energy are spiraling from the wound, crazily burrowing into her flesh.
Lia!
Feng Yuchen rushes a few steps to her bedside, grabbing her wrist firmly. The coldness was piercing and numbing. The chilling aura from the grayish wound caused a violent surge of rage within him, as if he had found a kindred spirit or encountered a deadly enemy, causing his blood to violently clash inside his veins. Du Lia looked up. Her cold eyes were clouded with tears from the intense pain, but she still forced herself to stay clear-headed.
It's
The bone erosion insect's poison.
it.
It was activated by the ancestor. Sensing my location, she gasped, her voice weak but strangely calm. Don't touch. This poison will turn back on anyone who gets close. Feng Yuchen didn't care about that now. He tightly gripped her wrist and, without hesitation, pressed his hand against the grayish wound. The cold, violent blood energy from his palm surged uncontrollably, as if it had found a way to release itself, crashing fiercely into the dark insect poison invading Du Lia's body. A faint but sharp corrosive sound echoed. The grayish insect poison seemed to meet its nemesis. When it touched the dark purple aura emanating from Feng Yuchen's palm, it was like snow meeting the blazing sun, immediately burned away and destroyed. At the same time, Feng Yuchen groaned softly, his face turning pale. The power rebounded, stabbing like countless icy needles into his meridians, causing a searing pain. Your power. Du Lia stared at him in shock. She could clearly feel that force suppressing and burning the insect poison, carrying an ancient, cold, destructive aura unlike any power she knew. It was like a legend. Forget it, Feng Yuchen interrupted her. His forehead veins bulged, and he endured the pain of the backlash. The energy in his palm grew even stronger. He had to destroy this cursed insect before the poison completely consumed her. The silent strength within him had become his only hope. Du Lia watched his furrowed brow and pale face, feeling a complex mix of emotions she had never experienced before. This man, when he first called her name, she thought it was a mistake. Now, he was enduring terrible pain, risking the use of strange powers beyond his control to save her and the child. Was this really just a contract? There was no time for more thoughts. The interference and burning of the bone erosion insect poison enraged the ancestor, who was far away at the Wei family's old residence, connected through the insect talismans. Ah! A scream so tragic and inhuman tore through the silence of the underground secret chamber in the Wei family's old house. The sound was filled with disbelief, terror, and deep, bone-shaking pain. At the center of the sealed room, Wei family's old ancestor lay on a cold jade bed. His withered body, wrapped in a dark, long robe, suddenly twitched violently. His cloudy, crimson eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets as he stared intensely at his own thin, shriveled right palm, which now appeared strangely dark purple. His palm, normally the key connection point between the insect and the guiding energy, was now as if burned by an invisible hot iron. The skin blackened and curled, revealing white bones underneath. Dark purple energy, carrying a destructive aura, surged along the insect's connection, fiercely retaliating. It was like a maggot gnawing at his bones, draining his vitality and attacking his core insect. No, impossible. His voice was hoarse and twisted, filled with extreme fear and hatred. What power is that? It's the Night Clan. The power of the Night Clan. That Feng Yuchen. Does he carry the blood of the Night Clan inside him? Finally, he understood. The force that could suppress his bone-eroding insect and even retaliate through the insect connection was the power of his lifelong enemies, the mysterious group they believed had been destroyed, the Night Clan. Feng Yuchen, the business emperor, was actually a descendant of the Night Clan.
Julia. Yinglang.
Night Clan.
It.
The old ancestor roared like a beast, his pain and rage nearly driving him mad. His proud bone-eroding insect not only failed to locate Dulia, but was also turned against by the awakening of the Night Clan bloodline within Feng Yuchen. His core insect was severely damaged, and he himself suffered heavy injuries. Old ancestor, Wei Shuiying was terrified, collapsing to the ground. She watched the terrifying blackened wound on his palm and the swirling dark purple energy, unable to approach but also afraid to move closer. "Get away!" The old ancestor suddenly waved his hand. A cold wind blew Wei Shuiying away, slamming her against the wall. He endured the sharp, bone-melting pain, trembling as he reached into his long robe and pulled out a pitch-black, twisted, rune-covered bone box. He opened the lid, revealing a writhing, dark purple flesh mass emitting a strong stench of decay and death, his damaged core insect. "Night Clan. Du family. Wait for you. Just wait," the old ancestor cursed with hatred. His withered fingers, stained with the dark purple blood mixed with energy from his palm wound, quickly drew ancient, sinister symbols on the bone box. With each, his face twisted in pain, but his madness and hatred burned even brighter. "Using my Wei family ancestor's life essence as a sacrifice, and the remaining soul of the bone-etching insect as a guide. Blood curse, soul pursuit, and death." As his final spell was cast, the bone box suddenly erupted with a blinding dark red blood glow. The core of the dark purple insect twisted wildly in the blood light, eventually transforming into a thin blood thread as fine as a hair, but carrying a strong sense of death. It shot out swiftly, piercing through the thick stone wall of the secret chamber, disappearing into the night, heading straight for the unborn child inside Dulia. Inside the hospital room, Dulia, who was trying to suppress the insect's influence, suddenly felt a sharp jolt in her heart. An unprecedented, icy, and deadly malice, like maggots gnawing at bones, instantly locked onto her unborn baby. This malice was pure, hateful, and filled with a madness of mutual destruction. Her face changed suddenly, and her cold eyes showed shock for the first time. "No. The ancestor. He cast a blood curse. The target is the child." Feng Yuchen's palm trembled because of this sudden change. In that brief moment, the blue-gray insect influence on her wrist seemed to find an opportunity. It trembled fiercely, and a more intense gray-black insect aura, like a venomous snake, slithered along her blood vessels toward her lower abdomen.
"No."
Du Lia cried out in alarm, instinctively trying to activate the remaining secret techniques of the Du family to block it. But it was too late. The gray-black insect aura, like maggots gnawing at bones, violently collided with a faint but incredibly tough dark gold energy shield emitted by the fetus itself. A strange, resonant sound echoed, as if coming from the depths of the soul. Du Lia felt that deep inside her belly, the tiny life sleeping peacefully suddenly let out a silent, furious, and instinctively resisting roar. A pure, vast, and anciently majestic flow of dark gold energy burst forth, awakening like a sleeping dragon, exploding with power. This energy was no longer just for defense. It carried an almost instinctive, absolute will to eliminate all malice and harm. It instantly devoured and purified the invading gray-black insect aura. At the same time, the powerful energy ripple, like an invisible giant hand, fiercely struck the blood-cursed thread from the Wei ancestor that had just pierced space and was about to reach her. A sharp cracking sound, like glass shattering, exploded in the void. The deadly blood curse, which contained the essence of the old ancestor's lifeblood and the remnants of the bone erosion insect's soul, was shattered by a sudden surge of terrifying energy originating from the fetus's core, just less than a foot from Delia's abdomen. This energy violently collided with the curse, breaking it apart. It turned into countless blood-red sparks filled with resentment and unwillingness, dispersing into the air. Far away, in the secret chamber of the Wei family, the old ancestor was struck like a giant hammer hit his chest. He spat out a large mouthful of dirty blood mixed with internal fragments. He collapsed like a broken puppet onto the cold jade bed. His body under the robe shriveled visibly, and his vitality quickly drained away. His murky, crimson eyes stared fixedly into the void, filled with disbelief, shock, and extreme fear.
That
fetus. What exactly is it? Was his last thought before his consciousness sank into darkness. Inside the hospital room, the energy storm had calmed. Delia lay weak on the bed, her face pale without a hint of blood, soaked in cold sweat, as if she had just been pulled out of water. The dark golden glow around her lower abdomen slowly faded, but the majestic aura it carried seemed engraved in the space, lingering for a long time. Feng Yuchen staggered back a step, leaning against the wall to steady himself. The fierce bloodline power of the Night Clan within him, which had erupted during the fetus's energy burst, suddenly became extremely obedient, as if recognizing a king. It immediately calmed down and returned to silence. He looked at Delia's exhausted appearance, then at her flat yet seemingly hiding endless secrets in her belly. His deep eyes showed unprecedented shock and seriousness. The bloodline of the Night Clan. The core energy of the fetus. These two completely different, yet equally mysterious and powerful forces were now concentrated in this small hospital room, focused on this seemingly fragile woman and her unborn child. A contract? Protection? Feng Yuchen slowly approached the bed, reaching out to gently wipe the cold sweat from Delia's forehead with his fingertips. His movement carried a tenderness and fear he hadn't even noticed himself. "It's over," he whispered, his voice hoarse but firm. "I'm here." Delia slowly opened her eyes, looking at him tiredly, then instinctively protected her belly. She could feel that, because of the earth-shaking explosion just now, the child had fallen into a deep sleep. But the ancient power from her bloodline inside her had become even more solid and clearer. The old ancestor of the Wei family had his blood curse destroyed and suffered serious injuries, making it impossible for him to cause any trouble in the near future. The exposure of his identity through the Jing Wolf tattoo also temporarily calmed down because he was too busy with his own problems. However, a bigger mystery was just beginning to be uncovered. What does the awakening of the Night Clan bloodline inside Feng Yuchen mean? Why does he have the blood of Wei's greatest enemy? And the baby in her belly? That source energy, which can instantly break the blood curse, suppress the Night Clan bloodline, and even shock the old ancestor with fear and despair.
Who exactly is it?
Delia gently placed her hand on her belly. It was no longer just a life she needed to protect. It was a powerful force like a nuclear weapon that could shake the entire world. In the hospital room, the air was heavy and still, like lead. Broken glass shards shimmered coldly under the pale lights, and the steady beeping of the heart monitor was the only sign of order amid the chaos. Feng Yuchen stood by the window, his tall figure tense like a drawn bow. His sharp gaze pierced through the glass, as if he wanted to tear through the darkness and shatter the old ancestor's sinister plans. "The bone-eroding poison," he repeated softly. His voice was deep and thunderous, filled with cold, killing intent. This was no ordinary poison. It could silently erode life and gnaw at bones. The Wei family's old ancestor had used such a cruel, forbidden technique on a pregnant woman, even on her unborn child. An indescribable, violent aura suddenly burst out from him, without warning. The cold, domineering energy was like a primitive ferocity from deep within his bloodline, filling the entire room instantly. The temperature dropped sharply, as if the room had turned into an icy abyss. The leaves of a few potted plants in the corner quickly frosted over and withered. Feng Yuchen clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles cracking from the force. He looked down at his hand, where a faint, almost invisible purple line flashed across his palm, so quick it seemed like a hallucination. What was this power? Why did this cold force, which made his heart race, surge so violently when the old ancestor mentioned the bone-eroding poison? At that moment, a muffled cry of pain came from behind him. Feng Yuchen's heart tightened. He turned around quickly. Leah was curled up on the hospital bed, her face pale as paper and cold sweat beaded on her forehead. She tightly pressed one hand against her lower abdomen, while the other clenched the bed sheet so hard that her knuckles turned white. Her body trembled slightly, unable to control itself. The pain did not come from a surface wound but from deep within her bones and soul, like countless burning steel needles stabbing her internal organs. Leah. Feng Yuchen quickly moved to the bedside, his voice filled with surprise and worry. What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable?
Dugia secret technique backlash.
Leah struggled to speak, her voice hoarse like sandpaper rubbing.
Just now,
I forcibly used the power of the Jing Wolf. Shattered the blood curse. The cost. It hurts so much. Her words hit Feng Yuchen like a heavy hammer, making him understand immediately. The terrifying power that shattered the blood curse, so frightening that even the Wei family's ancestor was shocked, did not come from nowhere. Leah had used herself as a catalyst, forcibly activating the Dujia secret technique. The price was this bone-deep, soul-burning backlash pain. A wave of mixed feelings, pain, anger, and deeper rage, suddenly overwhelmed Feng Yuchen. His Knight clan bloodline seemed to sense his intense fury, stirring wildly again. The cold, domineering aura grew stronger, and the temperature in the ward dropped sharply. Even a thin layer of frost appeared on the walls. Feng Yuchen suddenly reached out, not to touch Leah, but to grip his own wrist tightly. He felt his blood boiling and roaring, a destructive impulse almost breaking through his reason. He had to control this power. It was both a protector and a potential destroyer. At this critical moment, a strange, almost soul-deep sound suddenly echoed through the ward. It was soft, but with an indescribable penetrating force, quickly drowning out the beeping of the heart monitor and suppressing the roar of his bloodline. Feng Yuchen and Leah both shivered. In Leah's still flat lower abdomen, a gentle yet incredibly resilient golden glow suddenly appeared. The glow was not dazzling, like pure moonlight, softly enveloping her body. A miracle happened. Leah's twisted, painful expression quickly eased. Cold sweat on her forehead evaporated visibly, her furrowed brows relaxed, and her breathing gradually steadied. The intense pain that nearly made her faint, a deep ache in her bones, was suddenly suppressed and soothed by a faint golden glow. She felt a warm, powerful, lively energy, like the sweetest spring water, flowing from her stomach. It instantly soaked into her damaged meridians and soul, healing the pain and restoring her. At the same time, the wild, uncontrollable bloodline power of the Knight clan inside Feng Yuchen was suddenly pressed down as soon as it touched the faint golden glow. It was as if an invisible hand held it tightly. The cold, fierce aura seemed to encounter a natural enemy, letting out a reluctant cry. Only Feng Yuchen could hear, then quickly retreating into his bloodline, becoming silent. The dark purple mark under his palm disappeared completely, as if it had never been there. The sudden coldness and violent energy in the ward vanished like morning fog under sunlight. The temperature rose again, melting the white frost, leaving only damp water stains on the walls. Everything happened too fast, too unbelievable. Feng Yuchen stared tightly at the faint golden glow on Delia's abdomen, his deep eyes filled with waves of shock, astonishment, disbelief, and a hint of awe from the depths of his soul. This power, this force that could instantly suppress the secret technique backlash of the Delia family and also control his own violent Knight clan bloodline, came from the unborn child in her belly?
What?
What exactly is this? Delia was also stunned. She felt the warm, mighty energy inside her, the comfort of pain being completely eased, and the unprecedented, steady, strong pulse in her lower abdomen. She looked down at the gentle glow on her belly, her eyes filled with shock and an indescribable, Deep bloodline connection. The child. Is the child protecting her? Just as both of them were overwhelmed by this incredible scene, buzz.
Buzz. Buzz.
The private satellite phone in Feng Yuchen's pocket vibrated wildly, like a death omen. The urgent ringing sounded especially harsh in the suddenly quiet ward. Feng Yuchen snapped back to himself, his usual coldness returning instantly. He took a deep breath, suppressing the turbulent emotions, and pulled out the phone. The screen flickered with the image of his most trusted shadow team leader, codenamed Ying. Feng Yuchen's voice carried a faint hoarseness, but it remained cold as steel. Young Master Feng. Ying's voice came through the radio waves, carrying an unprecedented seriousness and a hint of excitement. The Wei family is finished. Feng Yuchen's pupils shrank slightly. Just now, all the listed companies under the Wei Group experienced an unprecedented, millisecond-precise malicious short-selling across major global stock exchanges. The amount of funds involved. An astronomical figure. The source is completely untraceable. The stock prices collapsed. Totally collapsed. The Wei Group's market value evaporated by 99.9% in just 15 minutes. The market triggered a circuit breaker and halted trading. Even more terrifying, all of Wei's secret accounts, offshore companies, and overseas assets were frozen simultaneously, without warning, all at once. The methods used were clean and precise, leaving no trace, like an invisible hand wiping everything out instantly. Now, Wei's ancestral home is surrounded tightly by angry creditors and international police who have responded swiftly. The Wei family is finished. Completely finished. Ying finished speaking in one breath, her voice filled with relief after surviving a disaster. Feng Yuchen listened quietly, expressionless. Only he knew that his hand holding the phone was slightly white from gripping it too tightly. Was it just a coincidence that this happened at the same time as his bloodline awakening, Dulia's secret technique backlash, and the fetus's energy explosion? He suddenly looked up, his gaze once again fixed on the faint golden glow around Dulia's belly. Although it had become very weak, it still emitted a powerful, reassuring aura that seemed to control everything. A bold, almost absurd thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Could it be this child? This terrifying energy that could suppress his Night Clan bloodline and soothe Dulia's secret technique backlash. Not only protected but also actively fought back? At the moment when the Wei family ancestor tried to kill them, even resorting to forbidden dark arts like bone-eating insects, this child,
It
somehow crossed space, using a method he couldn't understand at all, to launch a destructive counterattack against the enemies deep within Wei's ancestral home? Erasing assets, exploding the stock market. This was beyond human ability. It seemed more like divine punishment. Feng Yuchen's heart pounded wildly at that moment, like a drum. His gaze on Dulia's belly changed completely. No longer is she just a pregnant woman needing protection, but rather, she is witnessing a deep, unfathomable miracle containing the power to overturn the rules of the world. Leo, he whispered, his voice trembling slightly, without him realizing. Do you feel it? The child.
It.
Dulia also heard Ying's report. She looked at Feng Yuchen's face, filled with disbelief and shock, and felt the powerful, warm energy inside her belly that, although sleeping, still existed. She slowly nodded, her eyes also full of amazement and a strange clarity.
Yes.
She responded softly, her voice tired but firm. It is. Protecting us. Feng Yuchen mulled over these 4 words. Is this protection? No, it's more like crushing. It's destruction. An absolute, unquestionable dominance. The old ancestor of the Wei family, a ruthless and cunning monster who had controlled the business and supernatural worlds for decades, and who regarded human life as nothing, was completely wiped out the moment he used the bone corrosion bug to try to kill this child, by a method he couldn't understand or resist. What exactly is this child? Feng Yuchen felt a cold chill run from his feet to his head, not out of fear, but a trembling from the deep soul when facing an unknown great power and an unprecedented, strong sense of belonging. He slowly reached out his hand. This time, it was no longer tentative but with a nearly reverent care, gently resting on Du Lia's belly. Under his palm, the faint golden glow had completely disappeared, leaving only warm skin and a steady, powerful little fetal movement. The moment his hand touched her belly, a very faint but incredibly clear thought brushed past his consciousness, like the softest feather, gentle and delicate. No sound, no images, only a pure, warm emotional wave, tinged with dependence and comfort. 2 words, clearly engraved deep in Feng Yuchen's soul. His body suddenly stiffened as if struck by lightning. He stared in disbelief, eyes wide, fixed on his hand resting on Du Lia's belly, then suddenly looked up at her. "Lia, did you just?" Du Lia also sensed that thought. Her face was equally shocked, tears shimmering in her eyes. She looked at Feng Yuchen, nodded forcefully, her voice trembling with tears and joy. "It's the child. It is talking to us." It said, "Don't be afraid." Feng Yuchen's heart was struck hard by these words. In an instant, it became very soft and very firm. An indescribable warm feeling swept away all the anger, coldness, and killing intent. In its place was a strong desire to protect this warmth with his life. He slowly bent down and gently pressed his forehead against Du Lia's belly, moving softly as if handling a rare treasure. His usually cold face lost all sharpness, leaving only a nearly reverent tenderness.
"Yes,"
he responded in a low voice. His voice was hoarse, but full of firm resolve. "Don't be afraid. Dad is here." He never thought he would say this so naturally and seriously coming from his role as a husband bound by a contract. But right now, it felt perfectly right. Inside the hospital room, everything was silent. Only the steady ticking of the heart monitor and their intertwined, peaceful breathing could be heard. It seemed the storm had temporarily calmed. The Wei family was destroyed, the old ancestor was preoccupied, and the threat of the bone-consuming insect poison disappeared because of the child's counterattack. But a bigger storm was just beginning. The fetus had terrifying abilities beyond human understanding. It took the initiative to erase the shocking tricks of the Wei family. It could even communicate through thoughts. All of this was like a nuclear bomb dropped into a calm lake, causing huge waves in Feng Yuchen and Du Lia's hearts. Who exactly is this child? Where does it come from? What incredible power does it hold inside? And the silent yet persistent Knight clan bloodline within Feng Yuchen, what kind of deep connection does it have with this child's core energy? Why can the child's energy easily suppress his? Most importantly, can such a powerful energy explosion and precise, ruthless global financial attack really be hidden from the entire world? Those forces lurking in the dark, coveting the Du family's sacred tattoo, or craving mysterious powers, those older and more terrifying than the Wei family's ancestor, have they already sensed something? Feng Yuchen slowly raised his head. His deep eyes, though calm now, held a more serious and sharp coldness. He looked at Du Lia with unwavering determination. "Lia, from now on, you are not allowed to leave my side even for a step." He spoke word by word, his voice deep but filled with undeniable determination. "Our child needs us, and this world needs to be understood again." Du Lia looked into his eyes, feeling the warmth from his palm and the steady heartbeat in his abdomen. Exhausted but firm, she nodded. Outside the window, the night was deep. But inside the hospital room, because of this new miracle and the father's firm promise to protect, it seemed as if the dawn was about to break. Meanwhile, on the other side of the earth, inside an ancient underground base shrouded in layers of fog and monitoring global energy fluctuations, countless large screens displayed a map of worldwide energy flow. At a specific coordinate, precisely where Feng Yuchen's hospital was, an intense, unprecedented golden light spot suddenly burst out, blending the origin of life with some unknown law. A sharp alarm immediately sounded throughout the base. "Warning! Unknown energy source. Level: divine. Coordinates locked. Target: living organism. Feature: pregnant." Energy fluctuation. Highly consistent with a prime source record. Activate Skynet. Highest authority. The target must be captured. The cold, mechanical voice echoed through the silent base, carrying a chilling sense of madness and greed. A larger hunter had already begun to move. At the top-floor conference room of the phone group, the atmosphere was so tense it felt like water could be squeezed out. Wei's family has officially notified us. The finance director's voice trembled as he clutched the edge of the report tightly. All raw material contracts are to be terminated immediately. Downstream suppliers have also received pressure from Wei's family. No one dares to take our orders. He suddenly slammed the report onto the conference table, papers rustling like a dying person's breath.
President Feng, President Du.
The production line can only last 3 more days. After that, the entire phone group will have to shut down. Outside the large floor-to-ceiling window, the city's skyline shimmered under the afternoon sun, but it brought no warmth into this meeting room. The executives' faces turned pale. Some had beads of cold sweat on their foreheads. Their eyes flicked nervously between the 2 seated leaders. Feng Yuchen, expression as calm as water, unconsciously tapping his fingers on the cold table, producing a steady, restrained sound. Next to her, Dulia gently stroked her growing pregnant belly with one hand, while casually resting her other hand on the armrest. Her posture was so relaxed it seemed as if the storm threatening the Fu family's foundation was just a gentle breeze outside the window. "Why are you panicking?" Dulia spoke softly, her voice calm but powerful like a heavy stone dropping into still water, instantly quieting all noise. She looked over the worried faces, a faint smile on her lips, with a hint of teasing. "The Wei family wants to cut off our resources?"
Fine.
The batch of special alloy raw materials just arrived in the warehouse. "They haven't taken it yet, have they?" The procurement director suddenly looked up, as if clutching a life-saving straw.
Yes.
"Still at warehouse number 3 in the east suburb. The Wei team plans to pick it up this afternoon." "Good," Dulia said, standing up smoothly. Her expensive custom suit outlined her impressive figure, especially her pregnant belly. She picked up the car keys on the table, flipping them lightly, making a clear metallic sound. "I'll go requisition it." She turned her gaze to Feng Yuchen with an unmistakable tone. "Handle those Wei family pests. Don't bother me." Feng Yuchen looked up, a complex light flashing in his deep eyes. He nodded very slightly. Watching her walk confidently toward the door, her heavy belly didn't seem to slow her down or affect her decisiveness. His throat moved, but he said nothing. Instead, he quickly typed a command into his phone. At warehouse number 3 in the east suburb, the large rolling door was shut tight. Several trucks with the Wei Logistics logo were parked outside, and a few men in work uniforms, looking proud and arrogant, stood with their arms crossed, bossing the warehouse manager around. "Don't understand human language?" President Wei ordered this batch to be taken immediately. "If you delay, can you really afford it?" The leader, a man with a face full of flesh, spat almost onto the manager's face. The manager, a straightforward middle-aged man, looked pale with fear.
He stammered, But
President Feng hasn't been notified yet." "President Feng?" Another man sneered. "He's almost out of the picture himself. Does he still control this batch? Open the door now." Just then, steady and powerful footsteps approached from afar. Everyone looked up and saw a tall woman walking across the open parking lot. She was dressed in a neat, gray suit that highlighted her flawless skin. The most striking feature was her large, pregnant belly, which seemed to hold a powerful energy under the sunlight. She walked calmly and looked around the scene with a peaceful gaze. Her expression was not like that of a pregnant woman, but more like a queen surveying her territory. "Who wants to pick up the goods?" Dulia's clear voice broke the noise of the argument. The muscular man at the front was stunned, then saw who was speaking. He immediately showed a sneer. "Oh, isn't that the contract wife from the Feng family, heavily pregnant? Is Feng Yuchen sending you to check the place? Is he about to give up, unable to send someone decent?" The workers around chuckled. Dulia showed no emotion. She simply walked to the warehouse door and looked at the heavy U-shaped lock. "The Wei family wants to take this batch of goods," she asked calmly, as if confirming a minor matter. Otherwise, the muscular man puffed out his chest. If you know it's good, get out of the way, and let Wei get rich. Dulia didn't look at him anymore. Instead, she turned to the trembling manager and softened her voice slightly. The manager seemed to find his confidence and hurriedly fumbled in his pocket, pulling out a bunch of keys and handing them over. The muscular man's face changed. How dare you? Before he finished speaking, Dulia precisely found the key, inserted it into the lock. With a crisp click, the heavy U-lock opened. She grabbed the cold roller shutter handle, her arm muscles tense. Bang! A deafening crash. The huge roller shutter, which normally required two grown men to lift slowly, was suddenly flipped open with one hand. The metal screeched loudly as the door rolled up at an incredible speed, sunlight pouring in instantly, illuminating the warehouse filled with stacks of shiny, cold metal alloy raw materials. Everyone was stunned by this sudden display of strength, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. The muscular man's face twitched, his eyes wide like copper bells.
You
pregnant woman, are crazy. Dulia stood inside the door, facing the light, her pregnant belly looking especially firm in the shadows. She raised her hand and gently tapped the nearest pile of raw material boxes, making a dull, thud sound. From now on, her voice was quiet but clear, carrying undeniable authority. I am taking control of this shipment. Taking control. The bulky man seemed to hear a terrible joke. He finally recovered from his shock, furious, and stepped forward, pointing at Dulia's nose while shouting, "Who do you think you are? Carrying a wild child, daring to take Wei family's goods? Get out of here, or I'll deal with you and the baby inside you." A muffled sound, so quick it was almost invisible. Dulia didn't even fully turn around. She simply elbowed back with precision, hitting the man's chest. The powerful made his sturdy body feel like being hit by a speeding truck. His feet left the ground, and he was thrown backward, crashing heavily onto the hood of a truck a few meters away. The vehicle shook violently, and the alarm blared loudly. He collapsed on the hood, eyes rolled back, foam at the mouth, twitching uncontrollably. The scene was silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The remaining Wei workers looked at Dulia, standing like a warrior at the warehouse door, her pregnant belly slightly rising and falling. They were so scared they wanted to run away, crawling and scrambling to escape. "Stop right there." Dulia's voice was as cold as ice. The workers froze in place, too afraid to move. "Go back and tell the old Wei." Dulia's gaze swept over the valuable raw materials, her eyes shining with cold light. "This batch belongs to Feng. Anyone who dares to think otherwise." She tilted her head slightly, her eyes falling on a worker who had dropped a wrench in fear. The wrench trembled slightly under her gaze. "Will face the consequences." The workers scrambled and crawled, not daring to help their fallen comrades. They jumped onto trucks, frantically stepping on the gas. The tires screeched loudly as the vehicles sped away like scared dogs, fleeing in panic. The warehouse manager watched the scene, then looked at Dulia's calm but stormy face. His legs went weak, almost kneeling. Dulia ignored him. She took out her phone and dialed Feng Yuchen's number. Her voice returned to its usual calm, even carrying a hint of subtle exhaustion. "The goods are left. The Wei family people have been dealt with." There was a moment of silence on the other end. Feng Yuchen's deep voice came through, with a barely noticeable tension. "Location. I'll be there immediately. East Suburb, number 3. Dulia hung up the phone and walked to a corner of the warehouse, next to an abandoned wooden box. She slowly sat down against the box. The quick, seemingly easy movement earlier had actually used up a lot of her strength, especially with the heavy feeling from her pregnant belly pressing on her waist and stomach. She closed her eyes and unconsciously rubbed her tense side, feeling the little one inside her move slightly, as if also feeling restless. After a while, steady and hurried footsteps approached from a distance. Dulia opened her eyes and saw Feng Yuchen, tall and confident, walking quickly across the empty warehouse and heading straight to her. He still carried the cold aura from the meeting room, but his eyes immediately focused on her pale face and furrowed brows. He then looked at the wooden box she was leaning on, his brow tightening. "Why are you sitting here?" His voice carried a slight hint of blame, but he moved faster than he thought. He bent down naturally and reached out to help her up. Lia waved her hand to refuse his help. She supported herself on the edge of the box and stood up. The movement pulled at her sore waist and stomach, making her take a small breath. "It's nothing, just a little tired. The flies from the Wei family have already been dealt with," she said lightly, as if it was no big deal. Feng Yuchen's gaze fell on the edge of the wooden box she had leaned on. There was a faint, damp mark, cold sweat. His heart clenched tightly, as if grasped by an invisible hand, and a deep, indescribable pain and fear surged in his chest. He said nothing. Instead, he took off his expensive suit jacket and draped it over her shoulders without hesitation, carrying his familiar, refreshing scent. "The car is outside," he said in a low voice. Holding her arm firmly but gently, with restraint, he added, "I'll take you back to rest." Lia didn't refuse anymore. She let him support her as they moved toward the warehouse exit. The sunlight was a bit blinding, and she squinted slightly. At that moment, Feng Yuchen's hand supporting her seemed to move casually. A small, hard object with smooth edges silently slipped into her coat pocket. Lia's body stiffened slightly, and her fingertips lightly touched the outside of the pocket. It was shaped like an ID holder, unusual in size and thickness. She didn't take it out immediately. Instead, her eyes flickered, and she turned her head slightly. In a voice only the two of them could hear, with a hint of curiosity and a smile, she asked, "Mr. Feng, is this my lucky charm? Still, what kind of clearance document is that?" Feng Yuchen looked straight ahead, his step steady, only tightening his grip on her arm slightly. He turned his face, his deep eyes seeming to hold a swirling vortex under the sunlight, and a faint, meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Here, his voice was low and firm, with an undeniable certainty. "The Wei family's tricks are just the beginning. There are more troublesome flies coming later." He paused, glancing at her flat belly, and his tone carried a seriousness he hadn't even noticed himself had. "This will ensure you and the baby can move freely when needed." Lia gently rubbed the card case in her pocket, feeling its unusual thickness and material. She didn't ask further, only deepened her smile, showing understanding and a hint of sharpness. "It seems," she whispered, her voice carried away by the afternoon breeze and heat, "this game is about to escalate." Feng Yuchen didn't reply, only holding her hand steadily as he led her toward the black Maybach parked in the sunlight. The door silently opened, and cool air rushed out. He carefully supported her head and helped her sit in the passenger seat, his movements precise and focused. As the car smoothly left the warehouse and merged into the city traffic, Lia subtly took out a corner of the card case from her pocket. On the dark blue leather cover, a complex badge was embossed, surrounding a globe with olive branches, a design she had never seen before. Below it was a small string of letters and numbers. UNSC 7. Her fingertips lightly traced the number.
United Nations?
SC Security Council? 7. What does that mean? What kind of power does this document hold that makes Feng Yuchen so confident? How can it allow her and the baby to move freely? Behind the Wei family, what kind of flies are there that require such a high-level clearance document? The little one in her belly seemed to sense her thoughts and suddenly kicked hard, making Lia let out a soft gasp. Feng Yuchen immediately turned his head sharply, his eyes scanning her belly. "What's wrong?" Lia raised her hand to gently press where the baby was kicking, shook her head, and a strange, confident smile appeared on her face, shining brightly in the afternoon light. "It's okay," she said softly, looking out the car window at the rapidly receding cityscape. Her voice was cheerful, but carried a calm sense of control. "Our son is urging me to upgrade our equipment faster." Feng Yuchen tightened his grip on the steering wheel as he watched her profile glow in the sunlight. His deep eyes reflected a turbulent undercurrent, more intense than the traffic outside. He knew that Lia's actions were just the first signal of this war. The ID he handed over was like a stone thrown into a deep pond, destined to create big waves on a larger, more dangerous stage. The conspiracy to cut off the Wei family supplies was broken open by a pregnant woman, but the real storm was just beginning to brew. Would the ID labeled UNSC 7 open a safe door for them, or lead to a dangerous unknown? And what role would the strong, active baby in her play in the coming global chaos? The black Maybach sliced through the evening light in the eastern industrial zone like a silent sword, stopping steadily in front of the towering east suburb number 3 customs building. The huge glass facade reflected the last rays of the setting sun, cold and imposing. Dulia stepped out, the evening breeze brushing dust from the industrial area against her face. She instinctively protected her pregnant belly with one hand, while clutching the fragile yet heavy UNSC 7 ID with the other. Feng Yuchen followed closely, tall and steady like a pine tree, his sharp eyes scanning the armed guards at the customs entrance, his brow subtly furrowing. ID cards are powerful, but people's hearts are not always so easy to read, he said in a low voice, with a hint of seriousness. The Wei family won't just watch us take the raw materials. A slight smile appeared on Dulia's lips, her confident arc sharp in the sunset. Then let them see what United Nations Special Passage really means. They walked side by side toward the automatic glass doors. Inside was a bright customs hall, tinged with a tense, serious atmosphere. The air smelled of disinfectant mixed with paper and documents. Low conversations and the hum of printers filled the background. But the moment they stepped inside, the noisy sounds seemed to be suddenly cut off by an invisible hand. Countless eyes, filled with scrutiny, suspicion, and even a hint of hidden hostility, all focused sharply on Dulia, especially on her noticeably pregnant belly under her well-tailored maternity outfit. Target spotted, a cold voice like a snake spitting venom came from the corner surveillance room. Wei Shuiying, with bright red lipstick, was smiling wickedly as she pointed at Dulia's image. Next to her, a stern-looking man with sharp eagle-like eyes, codenamed Vulture, an international wanted criminal, was slowly wiping a special dagger that shimmered with a faint blue glow. Pregnant woman? Perfect, that makes things easier. The Vulture's hoarse voice sounded like sandpaper rubbing, and the blade of the dagger made a slight hissing sound as it sliced through the air. In the center of the hall, a middle-aged man in a sharp customs uniform with 3 gold stars on his shoulder, along with a few proud-looking subordinates, blocked the way like an iceberg. He looked at Dulia with a forced smile, his gaze flickering between her pregnant belly and her ID.
Miss Du?
Director Foam? The head of the Customs Bureau, with a fake smile, deliberately stretched his words. What a rare guest. But the East Suburb Warehouse Number 3 is a highly controlled area. All entries and exits of materials must go through strict checks, especially when it involves sensitive strategic supplies. He glanced meaningfully at her ID, full of contempt and provocation. One piece of paper, probably not enough to cause trouble, right? Dulia's smile faded, leaving only cold calm. She held her ID forward, presenting it to the head of customs. Her voice was quiet but clear, piercing the silence of the hall. UNSC 7, United Nations Special Transit Rights, highest priority. According to Article 37 of the International Strategic Material Emergency Allocation Convention, I have the right to requisition, allocate, and transport designated materials within signatory countries during emergencies. Now, step aside. The fake smile on the customs chief's face disappeared completely, replaced by a look of offended anger and a hint of hidden fear. His subordinates behind him also looked complicated. Some instinctively reached for their guns at their waists. Convention? Ha! The customs chief sneered coldly, suddenly raising his hand. Several customs officers immediately stepped forward, forming a wall around Dulia and Feng Yuchen. He pointed at her ID, raising his voice sharply with a theatrical tone. Who knows if this ID is real? Who knows if you're sent by the Wei family to cause trouble? Mr. Feng, as a prominent business leader, how can you associate with this unknown woman? Take her away. Detain her for questioning. The inspectors looked angry and reached out to grab Dulia's arm. At this moment, a deep, commanding shout like thunder exploded. Feng Yuchen stepped forward, his tall figure blocking Dulia. He radiated a strong pressure that made it hard to breathe. His sharp eyes looked like blades, glaring at Seng Singwen's long-faced man. The man was so intimidated by the force that he instinctively took a step back. Who dares to touch her? Feng Yuchen's voice was cold as ice, each word coming out like it was forced through clenched teeth. You and you, he said, sweeping his gaze over the inspectors who looked eager to act. Do you know what happens if you block the United Nations Special Passage rights? It's a war crime. It's life in prison under international law.
Who wants to try?
The hall was silent as death. The inspectors' hands froze in midair, their faces losing color. Seng Singwen's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his eyes flickered between Feng Yuchen's intimidating presence and his badge. Behind him, a young inspector's finger trembled as it pressed the emergency call button on his walkie-talkie. Just as tension reached its peak, a loud gunshot suddenly shattered the silence of the hall. It wasn't from a customs officer's pistol, but from the shadows on the second-floor corridor. A bright red laser sight aimed precisely at the center of Dulia's pregnant belly, like the eye of death.
Ah!
Screams erupted, and the crowd panicked, scattering in all directions.
Dulia's pupille shrunk.
She didn't have time to think. Instinctively, she turned sharply, trying to use her broad back to block the deadly beam. But the expected pain didn't come. Just as the special tranquilizer dart was about to hit her, something strange happened. The dark blue tattoo on her inner wrist, which had been silent all along and looked like ancient vines, suddenly burst into a bright blue glow. The light seemed alive, spreading along her veins and covering her entire arm. An invisible, powerful force field exploded outward from her, shaking everything around her. The fierce anesthetic projectile, just half a foot away from her pregnant belly, suddenly hit an invisible barrier made of pure energy. It let out a dull loud bang and was shattered forcefully. The fragments scattered like leaves blown by the wind, falling everywhere with a tinkling sound. What? In the shadowy area on the second floor, only the glaring blue light and Delia's suddenly icy eyes remained in the sharpshooter's scope. He roared in disbelief. Energy shield? Who is she? The hall was silent. Everyone froze in place. The leader of the 3-star security team and the inspectors stared in shock at the scattered shrapnel on the ground, then looked at the faint blue glow on Delia's wrist and her eyes, which seemed to hold a storm. Fear chilled them to the bone. Feng Yuchen was also stunned, but more than that, he felt a deep, soul-shaking tremor. The blue glow and the powerful energy waves. A very familiar, yet strange bloodline feeling suddenly awakened deep inside him. Like a dormant volcano ignited, a hot, wild, destructive force surged uncontrollably through his meridians. In the depths of his pupils, a fleeting flash of blood-red light burned like flames in the night. Leah, Feng Yuchen growled softly, suppressing the strange feelings inside him. He quickly moved to her side and held her tightly in his arms. His hand, trembling slightly, pressed gently on her wrist that emitted the faint blue glow. You. He looked at her, his voice hoarse with shock. This power. Delia was also confused. She looked down at the tattoo on her wrist, which was gradually calming down, and felt the lingering strength of the powerful yet unfamiliar force that had just erupted inside her. Her heart pounded like a drum. Was this power from the Dooley family?
Or
brought by the child? Chief Feng. Miss Delia, the leader of the 3-star security team, finally snapped out of his terror, his face pale as paper, legs trembling as if he might collapse. The inspectors behind him were even more silent, looking at Delia as if she were a demon from.
Yes.
Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't recognize her. The ID is valid. Absolutely valid. I'll arrange it immediately. Immediately, let her go, the leader stammered, waving his hands hurriedly to clear the way, afraid that any delay might bring disaster upon them. Dulia took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm the turbulent waves in her heart, and straightened her back again. She coldly looked over the head of the three-star customs and the inspectors who looked terrified, her gaze finally settling on the shadowy area on the second floor that was now empty, sharp as a blade. "Lead the way," she said calmly, but with undeniable authority. Immediately, under the nervous guidance of the three-star customs chief and a group of customs officers trembling like frightened birds, Du Laya and Feng Yuchen smoothly passed through the heavily guarded internal passage, heading straight to the core area of Warehouse No. 3 in the east suburb. The huge warehouse door slowly opened with a screeching sound, revealing a mountain of silver-gray metal ingots inside, precisely the special alloy raw materials Feng's family urgently needed. The warehouse was brightly lit, but so empty that only echoes filled the space. "Miss Du, Mr. Feng, the materials are all here. Please check." The customs chief bent over, smiling flatteringly, sweat soaking his back. Du Laya didn't look at him. Her sharp eyes swept every corner of the warehouse, finally resting on the large ventilation duct grill on the ceiling. She squinted slightly, as if sensing that the deadly intent just now had come from that direction. "Feng Yuchen," she suddenly spoke softly, with a hint of seriousness that was hard to notice. "Did you feel that power just now?" Feng Yuchen was silent for a moment, his deep gaze falling on the seemingly ordinary tattoo on her wrist, then slowly shifting to her pregnant belly. The fiery energy within him, recently awakened and now forcibly suppressed, still simmered faintly, resonating with the faint blue energy aura remaining on Du Laya's body, an extremely subtle but real connection. "I felt it," he replied in a deep voice, each word carrying weight. That wasn't entirely the power of the Feng family. Or rather, not completely. He paused, his eyes becoming unusually complex, as if piercing through the warehouse to see a distant, darker past. "Laya, we may both be caught in an ancient whirlpool far older than we imagined. That power is related to the Night Clan." Du Laya's heart sank suddenly. The name of that ancient enemy race, wrapped in heavy taboos and representing destruction and betrayal, was mentioned so clearly for the first time in the Feng family's records.
Could it be
that the tattoo on her wrist, the power within her unborn child, and even the restless blood within Feng Yuchen's body, all are connected to this forbidden name? At that moment, crackling, a faint, eerie metallic screech came from the ventilation grill at the top of the warehouse, sounding like a snake sliding in the dark. Dulia and Feng Yuchen instantly looked up, their eyes sharp as lightning, locking onto the shadow. "Who's there?" Feng Yuchen shouted fiercely, his aura suddenly becoming fierce, and the fiery blood within him almost bursting out. The faint screech inside the ventilation pipe suddenly stopped. Only the large exhaust fan in the warehouse made a dull roaring sound. However, Dulia and Feng Yuchen could clearly feel a cold, hateful gaze, like a maggot crawling in the bones, staring at them through the cold metal grill, especially at the life inside Dulia's belly. That gaze was full of greed, fear, and a deep, bone-chilling hatred from the bloodline. The fangs of the Night Tribe had quietly approached. Meanwhile, the tattoo on Dulia's wrist flickered again with a faint, mysterious blue glow in the shadows, like an eye opening in the darkness. That vengeful gaze inside the ventilation pipe was like a poisoned ice spike, making Dulia's neck hairs stand on end. The huge exhaust fan roared on, but it couldn't suppress the tense atmosphere that had reached its limit. Feng Yuchen suddenly stepped forward, agile as a leopard. His fiery blood surged wildly, and an invisible wave of pressure swept toward the pipe overhead. The metal grill groaned under the strain, tiny cracks spreading instantly. "Come out!" Feng Yuchen's voice thundered like a lightning strike, carrying an inhuman authority that made the entire warehouse hum. Deep in his dark pupils, a faint golden glow spun rapidly and gathered, as if to pierce through the cold metal. Suddenly, a harsh, tearing sound of metal broke the silence. The grill of the ventilation pipe was violently ripped off from inside by a fierce force. Heavy metal panels screeched as if struck by a giant hammer, smashing hard onto a cargo box dozens of meters away, producing a deafening crash and flying wood chips. A shadow, like a ghost, shot out backward from the torn pipe opening.
So fast.
Faster than anyone could imagine. The shadow in the air suddenly twisted strangely, like a soft-bodied creature without bones, silently landing on the top of stacked cargo boxes and disappearing into the shadows. Only a thin, hunched outline and a pair of glowing green eyes full of beastly ferocity could be seen in the darkness. Dog of the Night Clan, Feng Yuchen growled coldly, his voice filled with deadly intent. He recognized this aura, cold, filthy, with a disgusting sense of decay, belonging to the Scavenger, organization secretly hired by the Wei family to handle dirty work. The creature before him had been deeply modified by some power, far beyond normal humans. Delicia's heart pounded wildly in her chest, but she did not retreat. Instinctively, she protected her pregnant belly with her hands again. The blue tattoo on her wrist, which had been silent all this time, suddenly lit up without warning. A faint but crystal-clear wave of energy radiated from her wrist, spreading instantly. This wave was not aggressive, but carried an ancient, majestic, and inviolable protective aura. The blue glow was no longer confined to the tattoo itself, but seemed alive, flowing along her arm's veins, quickly spreading upward like a flowing galaxy. The Scavenger, with glowing green eyes, froze suddenly on top of the cargo box. For the first time, its inhuman eyes showed extreme fear. It stared fixedly at the blue glow flowing from Delicia's wrist, making strange sounds like, haha, from its throat, as if a wind-breaking device was malfunctioning. Its body involuntarily shrank back, as if the glow was its natural nemesis. Roar! A piercing, distorted scream burst from its throat, full of despair and madness. It no longer tried to hide. It suddenly leapt from the cargo box, aiming straight at Delicia. Its speed was even faster than before, driven by a reckless desire to perish together. Its withered, claw-like hands drew 5 black energy blades in the air, tearing through the space with sharp shrieks. Leah, Feng Yuchen's eyes nearly popped out, his bloodline power raging wildly. A dark golden glow shone brightly as he prepared to rush forward regardless of everything. But just as the black energy blades were about to touch Delicia from 3 feet away, the blue glow on her wrist suddenly surged violently. No longer a trickle, it transformed into a concentrated, arm-thick beam of blue light, blasting out instantly. There was no earth-shaking explosion, only a tearing sound like space being forcibly ripped apart, sharp and grating, like a sudden, forceful hiss. The glowing blue pillar seemed alive, precisely targeting the 5 black energy blades.
Pop, 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 pop.
Like a hot knife slicing through butter, the 5 black energy blades, powerful enough to tear steel, disintegrated instantly upon contact with the blue light, melting away as if thrown into a furnace. Not a trace of dust or smoke remained. The blue pillar's power continued unabated, like a spear of judgment, piercing through the hurriedly crossed arms of the cleaner. There was no blood or flesh flying, only a smell of burnt material filling the air. The cleaner's arms, upon touching the light, seemed to be corroded by strong acid or vaporized by intense heat, disappearing silently from fingertips to elbows. Only 2 blackened, smooth-edged stumps remained.
Ah!
A piercing, inhuman scream echoed through the warehouse. The cleaner's body was struck by an invisible hammer, flying backward and crashing heavily into a thick support pillar, making a dull thud. It then slumped to the ground, body trembling violently, with only faint chest movements. Its dull, green eyes were filled with fear and pain, unable to understand what had just happened. Inside the warehouse, everything was deathly silent. Only the monotonous hum of the exhaust fan and the faint, dying breaths of the cleaner could be heard. Feng Yuchen stood frozen in place, his violent internal energy still surging, but now it seemed pale and weak. He stared intently at Du Liao's wrist, watching the blue glow slowly fade like a receding tide, returning to what looked like an ordinary tattoo pattern. However, the lines of the pattern seemed deeper and more lively, as if containing a living will. What was that power? That ancient, majestic force filled with an absolute protective will?
Dulia also froze.
She slowly raised her hand, gently touching the inside of her wrist where the tattoo was. Her fingertips brushed lightly over it. Everything had happened too quickly, so fast she barely had time to think. She remembered that at the moment the cleaner lunged at her, her unborn child inside her suddenly moved. A strong, deep-rooted pulse of life surged through her, and then, the tattoo on her wrist came alive.
Laya.
Feng Yuchen's voice was hoarse and barely audible. He hurried over, carefully taking her hand in his, gently rubbing the tattoo with his fingertips, his expression complex. How do you feel? Is anything uncomfortable? Du Laya shook her head, her eyes gradually calming from initial shock and becoming very bright.
I've fine, Yukin.
It's just, I feel a bit strange, like something inside me has been opened. She looked down at her pregnant belly and gently stroked it. He moved very strongly just now, like. He was very excited. Feng Yuchen's heart suddenly skipped a beat. The child? Could this power be related to their baby? Or connected to the silent bloodline inside Du Laya, possibly from the Night Clan? Or maybe this tattoo itself has a deep connection to the Night Clan? He remembered how his bloodline had stirred earlier, and that power seemed to resonate strangely with the power burst from Du Laya's tattoo. At that moment, bang!
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The heavy metal rolling door of the warehouse suddenly made loud, hammer-like banging sounds. The entire warehouse shook. Dust fell rapidly. People inside, listen up. We are the International Criminal Police Special Operations Team. Drop your weapons and come out with your hands on your head. You are suspected of illegally possessing dangerous items, attacking customs officers, and threatening international security. Repeat. Come out with your hands on your head now. An emotionless, cold electronic voice echoed through the loudspeaker outside the warehouse, piercing and painfully loud. International police?
So fast?
Feng Yuchen and Du Laya exchanged a serious look. They saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. The Wei family acted faster and more ruthlessly than expected. They not only used the dark power called Cleaner, but also managed to mobilize the international police so quickly. The forces behind this are far beyond what they imagined. Yuchen. Du Laya's voice was steady, but a sharp glint flashed in her eyes. They are afraid. Afraid we will get the raw materials and more. Afraid of the power I just showed, Feng Yuchen took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surge of bloodline power inside him. His gaze swept over the mountain of raw material boxes in the warehouse, then landed on the dying, Cleaner, on the ground, and finally fixed on the faint blue tattoo on Du Laya's wrist. A decision flickered in his eyes. That's right to be afraid. His deep voice carried a resolute, cold tone. Laya, trust me. Today, we not only need to take the raw materials, but also make them understand that anyone who harms me, Feng Yuchen, or my family will pay a price they cannot afford. He suddenly turned around and walked toward an unremarkable control panel in the corner of the warehouse. It was covered in dust, clearly unused for a long time. Feng Yuchen quickly operated it a few times, and a hidden port popped out. He connected his special wrist device, which links to the Feng family's core network, to the smart terminal. Activate the ARC protocol with top priority. Feng Yuchen. Target. Warehouse number 3 at the East Suburb Customs. Instructions. Build a temporary defense barrier. Block external signal interference. Activate internal monitoring and countermeasures, and send a highly encrypted distress signal to the United Nations Special Coordination Office, UNSC, including the biological data of the attacker just now. He spoke very quickly, each word carrying an unquestionable command. As he issued his orders, faint blue lights silently appeared in several unnoticed corners of the warehouse. An invisible energy field instantly expanded, cutting off the sharp electronic sounds outside, leaving only the dull sound of impacts. After completing all this, Feng Yuchen walked over to Du Laya, took her hand, and looked at her intently. Laya, that power just now. Can you still summon it? Even just a little? Lia felt the warmth of his palm and the trust in his words. A warm feeling rose in her heart. She closed her eyes, focused, and tried to sense the presence of the tattoo on her wrist. After a moment, she opened her eyes again, her gaze firm. I can, but it will take some time and it will be very draining. That's enough. Feng Yuchen's eyes burst with fierce determination. You just need to buy me 3 seconds when they break through the barrier. 3 seconds, enough for me to deal with those pests outside. Before he finished speaking, a deafening explosion. The heavy metal rolling door of the warehouse was violently torn apart by a high-tech energy wave, ripping it open from the middle. Twisted metal fragments shot inward like a rainstorm. A blinding light poured through the tear, illuminating the dusty interior of the warehouse. In the bright light, a team of figures dressed entirely in black, wearing streamlined armor and holding pulse rifles, stormed in like steel warriors from. They moved in perfect unison, their heavy steps pounding on the metal floor, producing dull thuds. Their helmets had dark, one-way transparent visors, hiding all expressions, only exuding a cold, murderous aura. The leader was very tall and strong, holding a weapon that looked different from normal guns. Its barrel shimmered with a dark purple glow. Target confirmed. Prioritize controlling the pregnant woman. Use non-lethal neural disruption weapons if necessary. Cold, emotionless electronic commands sounded through the team's communication channels. The target was directly aimed at Lia. Feng Yuchen protected Lia behind him. His bloodline power surged wildly again, with a dark gold glow flickering deep in his eyes, like a volcano about to erupt. He stared tightly at the tall team member in front and at the weapon in his hand. Definitely not an ordinary standard issue. Come on. Feng Yuchen's voice was like a beast's growl, full of destructive power. Let me show you what real strength is. Lia stood behind Feng Yuchen. She took a deep breath and focused all her mind on her wrist. The dark blue tattoo on her arm responded again, sensing her will and the restless energy of her unborn child. It started to warm slightly. A faint blue light like awakening sparks flowed quietly along the lines of the tattoo, gathering together. Inside the warehouse, the clash of steel and supernatural power was about to explode. Deep within the blue tattoo, a tiny rune, containing endless ancient information, flickered briefly as the light moved. Then it vanished again, hidden. It was a fragment of a Night Clan totem, more complex and ancient, sharing the same source as Feng Yuchen's bloodline's restless energy. Like a sleeping key, it waited for the moment to be fully awakened, ready to open a door to the unknown and dangerous. Cold commands like a death sentence instantly tore through the still air of the warehouse. Over a dozen fully armed special forces moved in perfect unison, like precise war machines, rushing from different directions. Their weapons no longer looked like ordinary guns. They shimmered with a dark purple glow, specialized neural interference, weapons designed to target supernatural beings' nervous systems. Silent but deadly. Trying to die, Feng Yuchen roared like thunder. His dark gold pupils shrank suddenly. The wild bloodline power inside him erupted fully, like a dormant volcano erupting. His muscles bulged, as if molten lava was flowing beneath his skin. A hot, destructive energy burst out from him, centered around his body, exploding with a fierce, devastating force. An invisible shockwave hit the frontline 3 team members like a powerful tsunami.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
3 dull thuds. The well-equipped team members were struck as if hit by a speeding truck, their bodies flying backward and crashing onto a pile of cargo boxes. The sound of bones breaking was sharp and painful. Their dark purple weapons flew from their hands and lost their glow instantly. They fainted before even screaming. However, the Special Forces team worked perfectly together. At the same time, Feng Yuchen's attack was launched, and several other guns aimed at Lia behind him. The dark purple energy beams, like venomous snakes, tore through the air with silent, deadly intent, heading straight for Lia's heart and head. The angles were tricky, and Feng Yuchen was too exhausted to defend himself after his attack. Lia. Feng Yuchen's eyes nearly burst with rage, and his heart suddenly stopped. He could feel the terrifying waves of energy that could paralyze a psychic's nerves in the beams. Just at this critical moment, the blue tattoo on Delia's left wrist suddenly shone with an unprecedented bright light. A deep, ancient hum sounded, as if coming from the endless void, instantly drowning out all the noise in the warehouse. Every blue line on the tattoo looked like a burning star, swirling, jumping, and stretching wildly. Countless tiny runes made of pure blue energy appeared out of nowhere, as if alive, intertwining, overlapping, and gathering in front of her. A huge, semi-transparent blue energy shield suddenly formed. It was not just a flat surface, but looked like an upside-down, flowing bowl, wrapping tightly around Aaliyah and her prominent pregnant belly. The symbols on the shield shimmered like ripples on water, radiating an ancient, mysterious, and inviolable power. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Several deadly dark purple energy beams slammed into the blue shield. There was no huge explosion, only the harsh sound of energy erosion. The purple energy, like strong acid, poured over the tough glass, rapidly corroding and wearing down the shield. The blue shield trembled violently, dented, and several deep pits appeared on its surface. The symbols flickered uncertainly, as if the shield might collapse at any moment. But in the end, it held. Dulia's body trembled violently. A cold, numbing sensation suddenly spread through her entire body via the shield connection, causing her vision to darken and a salty, sweet taste to fill her throat. She bit her lower lip hard, breaking the skin, and the metallic taste of blood filled her mouth, but she forced herself to swallow the blood back. All her focus was on her wrist and the shaky shield. She could clearly feel that the shield's energy did not come from her but from the tattoo on her body and from the restless life inside her belly. Roar! Feng Yuchen saw Dulia block the attack. Although he felt relieved, he became even angrier. Like a furious ancient beast, he ignored the energy beams shooting from the side, which left black marks on his protective bloodline, and aimed directly at the tall man holding a special weapon, who was clearly the team leader. "Your weapon is very annoying." Feng Yuchen's voice sounded like it came from the depths of cold and soul-freezing. His speed suddenly increased, leaving a faint dark gold afterimage in the air, and he quickly closed in on the team leader. The leader reacted swiftly, a flash of shock in his eyes, and swung his dark purple spear-like weapon fiercely, aiming at Feng Yuchen's chest. The energy surged to its maximum. "Die," the leader growled, and pulled the trigger. A thick, condensed purple energy beam, several times wider than before and as fierce as a roaring thunder dragon, shot out with destructive power. Feng Yuchen's pupils shrank. Instead of retreating, he advanced. His right fist clenched tightly, and the dark gold bloodline power gathered wildly, wrapping his fist in what looked like flowing lava. He was about to use his flesh and blood to resist this terrifying energy weapon. Foolish, the leader showed a cruel, savage smile. Just as the energy beam was about to hit Feng Yuchen, inside Dulia's protected blue shield, the restless life inside her seemed to be utterly enraged by this violent energy. Ugh! Dulia let out a muffled cry of pain, not from the burden of the shield, but from her belly. An indescribably vast and powerful life force, like a sleeping dragon awakening, suddenly erupted from deep within her pregnant belly. This aura was pure, strong, and full of primal vitality and majesty. It instantly overwhelmed Feng Yuchen's furious bloodline, the cold killing intent of the Special Forces team, and even the roaring purple energy beam. Dulia's front blue protective shield suddenly burst with immense power, shining 10 or even 100 times brighter than before. The flowing runes became crystal clear, as if alive, greedily absorbing the life energy from the fetus inside her belly. The blue shield was no longer just a passive defense, but like a compressed spring, suddenly exploding outward and expanding. A visible shockwave made of pure blue energy radiated from Dulia, sweeping through the entire warehouse like a giant wave. The first thing it hit was the dark purple energy beam shot toward Feng Yuchen. The shockwave and the energy beam collided fiercely. The dark purple beam looked fragile, like glass, and was instantly shattered and destroyed by the powerful blue shockwave, turning into countless purple sparks that vanished into the air. Next, the shockwave slammed into the Special Forces team leader, holding a strange weapon.
What?
The leader's fierce smile froze instantly, replaced by shock. He felt an unstoppable force, full of life energy, crashing toward him. It was like a moving mountain, not just energy. His weapon squealed under the pressure, flickering with purple light, and finally cracked with a loud, becoming completely useless. The leader was struck like lightning, thrown back by the shockwave. He spat out a mouthful of blood, forming a tragic arc in the air, then crashed into a steel wall far away, making a loud bang. He fell to the ground, unconscious and uncertain of life or death. The other team members were like leaves swept by a strong wind, screaming as they were knocked away by the blue shockwave. Their purple weapons lost their glow and shattered on the ground. The warehouse was a mess, filled with heavy breathing and the sounds of metal twisting. The entire warehouse was silent and still. Feng Yuchen stayed in place, his molten glow on his fist slowly fading. He looked at Du Lia in disbelief, watching the blue energy ripples that were slowly fading but still carried a sense of authority. He also felt the powerful life energy from her belly, which, although calmer now, still made his blood race with a faint thrill. He slowly walked over to Du Lia, reached out to steady her slightly swaying body, and spoke with a voice that was unusually hoarse and shaken. "Lia. You. Child." Du Lia's face was pale as paper, her forehead covered in tiny cold sweat, and she leaned weakly into Feng Yuchen's arms. She looked down at her wrist tattoo, which was still faintly glowing, then instinctively touched her swollen, pregnant belly. The recent outburst had almost drained all her strength and left her deeply shaken. She could feel that the little one inside her seemed to be affected by that dark purple energy of destruction. At that moment, something strange happened again. The blue tattoo on Du Lia's wrist, which had just flashed and then dimmed, suddenly lit up again. But this time, the glow was no longer blue, but mixed with a faint, extremely striking dark purple. This purple light moved wildly within the lines of the tattoo, as if alive, invading and eroding. Du Lia's wrist suddenly prickled with sharp pain, as if countless tiny needles were stabbing her. "Ah!" she cried out in pain, instinctively trying to shake off her wrist. Feng Yuchen reacted quickly, grabbing her wrist firmly, his eyes sharp as a blade, staring intently at the tattoo's change. He clearly saw that in the area where the dark purple light was eroding, a tiny, complex, ominous purple rune appeared quietly like a tumor, then quickly intertwined and fused with the original blue rune of the tattoo. "Is this a mark of contamination from the Night Clan?" Feng Yuchen's voice suddenly turned icy, filled with anger and seriousness. He recognized this thing. It was a despicable method used by the Night Clan to mark, track, and even slowly corrupt the target's soul and bloodline. The energy from the captain's weapon just now clearly carried this mark. And Du Lia's shield, during the explosion, had somehow absorbed part of this mark into her tattoo. What shocked him even more was that he felt the powerful life energy in Du Lia's belly, which, upon contact with this dark purple contamination mark, not only did not reject it but seemed to produce a faint, extremely dangerous resonance. It was as if the dark purple pollution was tempting the mysterious power within the unborn child, which had not yet fully awakened. Feng Yuchen suddenly looked up, his deep eyes like sharp blades sweeping over the messy warehouse filled with Special Forces soldiers. His gaze finally settled on the distant, unknown life or death team leader, then pierced through the warehouse wall, as if looking into a darker, more distant place. "The Wei family. The Night Clan. How dare you use such filthy things to covet my child?" Feng Yuchen's voice was deep and echoing like, each word soaked with killing intent. He tightly held Du Lia's wrist, feeling the fierce clash of the dark purple and ghostly blue lights within her tattoo, as well as the faint, unsettling resonance from the unborn baby inside her. A more sinister and deadly hunt targeting the fetus had already begun. The contaminated mark, quietly blending into the ghostly blue tattoo, was like a hidden time bomb, more like a key, a possible way to unlock some unknown, even dangerous power within the fetus. The warehouse was thick with the smell of blood and burnt energy. Feng Yuchen, like a bloodied warrior, radiated a dark golden glow that was now subdued, yet his commanding presence still made the remaining Special Forces soldiers tremble and dare not step forward. He half-kneeled on the ground, clutching Du Lia's wrist tightly, his eyes fixed on the tattoo on her wrist. Ghostly blue and dark purple. Two completely different lights, now fiercely fighting, entangling, and devouring each other within what seemed like an ordinary tattoo. The ghostly blue light was calm like a deep sea, resilient and full of life, but it was being crazily eroded and polluted by the dark purple mark from the Night Clan. The dark purple, like a poisonous vine, greedily and destructively spread along the ancient lines of the tattoo, deep into Du Lia's veins.
Lia.
Hold on. Feng Yuchen's voice was hoarse and filled with panic. He could clearly feel that Du Lia's life force was rapidly fading due to the purple corruption. Her face turned from pale to a strange grayish hue, her lips cracked, and her body trembled uncontrollably, as if countless cold insects were gnawing at her marrow and soul. Even more terrifying was that where the purple mark passed, Du Lia's veins seemed to be corroded by strong acid, emitting faint but chilling cracking sounds. Du Lia suddenly let out a piercing scream, her body curling like a shrimp, with veins bulging on her forehead and cold sweat soaking her clothes. The intense, gnawing pain was far worse than any injury from previous battles, piercing straight into the soul. She felt her consciousness being torn apart and swallowed by a cold, resentful, dark force, as if she was about to fall into eternal emptiness. Feng Yuchen's eyes nearly burst with rage. Without hesitation, he summoned the fierce dark gold bloodline power within him, like rushing lava, trying to forcefully enter Delia's meridians to dispel and purify the cursed Night Clan's corruption. The dark gold power violently collided, but the expected purification did not happen. The purple-black pollution mark seemed alive. As soon as it touched Feng Yuchen's bloodline power, it was not suppressed but instead, like a hungry wolf smelling blood, it unleashed an even greedier pull. It crazily absorbed Feng Yuchen's strength, speeding up its invasion. Feng Yuchen's face turned pale. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of dark gold blood. The bloodline power within him, already drained from continuous fierce battles, was now being backlashed and robbed by the pollution mark. He was shocked to realize that this mark was not just energy, it seemed related to a core, extremely sinister bloodline secret technique of the Night Clan, designed to erode and assimilate powerful bloodline forces. It aimed not only to devour Delia, but also to consume Feng Yuchen's bloodline through her, even the mighty life force of the unborn child in her.
No.
Feng Yuchen roared in despair, panic flashing in his once calm eyes. He forcibly suppressed the surging blood and tried to summon strength again, but this time, he dared not attack directly. Instead, he carefully tried to wrap and isolate the purple-black corruption, like guarding a small boat in a raging storm. Yet, his power was constantly drained and polluted by the mark, making his efforts almost useless. Delia's life aura was growing weaker, like a flickering candle in the wind. At this critical moment, the life force within Delia's, which had been sleeping like a small sun, suddenly moved. It was no longer the gentle fetal movement before, but a pure, vast explosion of life at its source. An indescribably warm and magnificent golden light burst forth suddenly from deep within her swollen belly. This light was pure, sacred, and filled with endless vitality, completely different from Feng Yuchen's fierce dark gold, the resilient blue of the tattoo, or the resentful purple of the pollution mark. It was like the morning sun rising for the first time, instantly dispelling the cold, deathly aura around Du Lia. Even more amazing was that this powerful golden life force seemed to have its own will. Instead of attacking the dark purple pollution mark, it gently, firmly, and continuously flowed into Du Lia's meridians, heading toward the tattoo on her wrist that was being corroded. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Like hot iron being pressed into snow. The dark purple pollution mark, which was rapidly eroding Du Lia's meridians, let out a sharp, soul-burning scream the moment it touched this pure golden life force. It greedily absorbed it, struggling painfully. The evil erosion was forcibly purified and driven away by the sacred life energy. The dark purple glow melted away quickly, like snow under sunlight, disappearing in plain sight. Under the nourishment of this pure golden life force, the faint blue glow of the tattoo was not rejected, but instead seemed to find a fresh source of energy. It became brighter and more refined than ever. The tiny cracks caused by the purple corruption healed rapidly, visibly repairing themselves. The tattoo's lines grew deeper and older-looking, faintly shining with an indescribable divine light. Du Lia's body suddenly stopped trembling violently. Her pale face quickly turned rosy again, her cracked lips became full, and even the deep pain in her bones seemed to fade like a tide. She took a deep breath, as if a drowning person finally surfaced. She opened her eyes blankly, and what she saw was Feng Yuchen's face, full of shock, joy, fear, and disbelief. "Brother Chen?" Her voice was weak, but her eyes had regained clarity.
Leah,
"How do you feel?" Feng Yuchen's voice still trembled as he stared at Du Lia's wrist, then at her pregnant belly with disbelief. The explosive golden life force, just now. Was it the baby? Was their child the one who saved her? I feel much better." Du Lia tried to move her fingers. Though her meridians were still weak, the deadly erosion had disappeared. She looked down at her wrist, where the tattoo was glowing softly with a mix of blue and faint gold light, intertwined in a mysterious and beautiful way. She could clearly feel that the tattoo and the baby inside her had formed a strange, warm connection. The child. Did the child just protect me? Feng Yuchen suddenly held her tightly in his arms, with such strength that he almost crushed her, yet his grip was filled with intense cherish and fear of losing her again. He lowered his head, pressing his forehead against Du Lia's, his voice hoarse. "It's the baby. Our baby saved you. Leah, our child. He has the power to purify life and dispel darkness. How is this possible?" His heart pounded wildly, overwhelmed by shock. The Night Clan's contamination mark, which even his bloodline power struggled to fight against and could backfire on him, was easily purified and dispelled by the pure life force of the fetus. What kind of power is this? The warehouse was silent. The remaining Special Forces members watched this unbelievable scene, like they had seen a ghost, their eyes full of extreme fear. They had been ordered to see something, yet it was a fetus capable of purifying the Night Clan's pollution and possessing such terrifying vitality. This was a nightmare for the Night Clan. A taboo. Suddenly, beep. 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 The special communicator on Feng Yuchen's wrist issued a sharp, urgent alarm. An encrypted, top-level emergency communication request forcibly interrupted. Feng Yuchen's brow furrowed as he quickly answered. A cold, urgent voice, tinged with a barely perceptible trembling, came through. "Young master, something's wrong. The old residence is in trouble. The old lady. She's suddenly fainted. Her vital signs are rapidly failing. The protective formation of the old residence has been eroded and damaged by an extremely cold and powerful force from inside. We suspect an insider of the Night Clan. Or the old lady herself. She might have had a problem."
what?
Feng Yuchen was struck like lightning, standing up suddenly, his face turning pale. The old lady, the true pillar of the Feng family, the strongest protector of countless secrets and foundations of the family. How could she suddenly faint? The protective formation being eroded from within?
This
Was almost like the Feng family's roots being shaken. He quickly looked at Du Lia, then lowered his gaze to her belly, where the baby had just shown incredible strength and now was calm again. The old lady's fainting, the disturbance in the protective formation, these events happened so coincidentally. Right after they encountered the Night Clan's pollution mark and the fetus displayed its purifying power. This was no coincidence. A cold, piercing thought, like a venomous snake, slithered into Feng Yuchen's mind. The Night Clan's target has never been just the fetus in Du Lia's belly. Their true and most sinister plan is probably to cause pollution marks of failure, which would trigger a deeper curse or ritual aimed at the origin of the Feng family. As the source and protector of the Feng family bloodline, the old lady is likely the first target of attack. What shocked him even more was that he suddenly remembered something the old lady had accidentally mentioned, a hidden secret from long ago. It seemed that the Feng family bloodline, in ancient times, was not simply in conflict with the Night Clan, but perhaps shared the same origin. Or, more precisely, part of the rare and crucial Night Clan essence, which the ancestors had forcibly suppressed and transformed using secret methods, flowed within the Feng family bloodline. Once this idea took hold, it spread like wildfire, impossible to stop. If it was true, then the pure life purifying power just released by the fetus earlier, while cleansing the Night Clan's pollution, might have unintentionally touched the suppressed part of the Feng bloodline that shares the same origin as the Night Clan. Could this have triggered a chain reaction against the old lady and the foundation of the Feng family? Brother Yu? What's wrong? Du Lia noticed Feng Yuchen's suddenly pale face and the almost tangible killing intent, and her heart sank. Feng Yuchen slowly raised his head, his deep eyes swirling with stormy waves, his voice low and heavy as if coming from the depths of the old house. Something has happened. The old lady is unconscious, and the protective formation has been broken. Lia, we must go back immediately. He tightly held Du Lia's hand, his gaze sweeping over the mess in the warehouse and the terrified Special Forces members, finally resting on the distant Night Clan captain who is unknown in life or death. A cold, determined light flashed in his eyes. The Wei family. Night Clan. How bold you are. Dare to threaten the foundation of my Feng family and covet my child. I, Feng Yuchen, will make you pay with blood. He picked up Du Lia and strode out of the warehouse. The cold wind blew fiercely, unable to disperse the chilling, killing intent and the unprecedented seriousness surrounding him. The life-purifying power just shown by the fetus, was it a blessing or a curse? How does it connect to the possible Night Clan origin deep within the Feng bloodline? Is the old lady's unconsciousness and the collapse of the protective formation really related to the fetus's power? A greater, earth-shaking conspiracy that could overturn the Feng family's foundation was quietly approaching, like a cold, vast net. And on Du Lia's wrist, there was a tattoo blending deep blue and faint golden shimmer. In the unseen shadows, at the very deepest part of the ancient pattern, a tiny fragment of the Night Clan totem was quietly glowing with a strange light. It seemed to silently tell a dark secret about bloodlines, betrayal, and redemption that had been buried for hundreds of years. Feng Yuchen held Du Lia and rushed out of the warehouse. The Maybach engine roared like a beast, tires squealed on the ground, and black smoke rose into the air, like an arrow shooting toward the Feng family's old house. The night was thick and dark, and the headlights cut through the blackness, but they couldn't illuminate the raging storm in Feng Yuchen's eyes. The old lady was unconscious, and the protective barrier was broken. These 4 words felt like a hot iron burning into his heart. The protective barrier had been the foundation of the Feng family for thousands of years, built with the blood, effort, and precious materials from generations of family heads. Its core was deeply connected to the family's bloodline origin, and ordinary power could not shake it. Now it was broken, and the old lady was unconscious? This was not something the minor branches of the Night Clan from the Wei family could easily do, unless they used extremely toxic or powerful forbidden objects.
Or
Feng Yuchen's gaze involuntarily swept over Du Lia's pale face and the tattoo on her wrist, which was glowing faintly with blue and gold and was slightly warm. Unless the key to breaking the barrier was related to Lia and the child? This thought was like a venomous snake biting his heart. He dared not think too much and pressed the accelerator to the limit. Outside the window, the city's neon lights sped past, like the noise and calm left behind. The Fong family's old house was in the Shishan area, and from afar, it was shrouded in an ominous, twisted glow. That glow was not the gentle golden light of the barrier's operation, but a mixture of murky dark purple and violent blood red, like a huge, nearly bursting sore pulsating strangely in the night.
Here we are.
Feng Yuchen suddenly braked, and the car stopped abruptly in front of the heavy iron gate of the old house, engraved with ancient symbols. The scene before him made even the seasoned Feng Yuchen gasp in shock. The grand gate, symbolizing the Feng family's dignity and protection, was now covered with fierce cracks, as if gnawed by a giant beast. The ancient runes on the door, which once shimmered faintly, are now either completely faded or twisted and deformed, emitting a disgusting dark purple evil glow. Even more frightening are the large stone statues on either side of the door, originally lively and symbolizing loyalty and protection. Now, their eyes are hollow and burning with ghostly green flames. The runes on their stone bodies are shattered, replaced by countless writhing, proliferating dark purple lines. They are no longer protectors, but have become corrupted monsters emitting a strong aura of darkness and pollution. Roar! Seeming to sense the bloodline aura of Feng Yuchen, the two stone statues roar loudly at the same time. Their huge stone wings suddenly spread, stirring a foul wind. Their heavy stone claws tear through the air, carrying destructive power, and fiercely strike towards Feng Yuchen and Doria inside the car, one from the left and one from the right. The tips of their claws also flicker with dark purple light aimed at the bloodline. Get away! Feng Yuchen roars angrily. A surge of dark golden bloodline power erupts from his body. He doesn't even put down Doria, but instead holds her tightly and rolls sideways quickly while reaching out with his other hand. Two extremely refined dark golden energy claws suddenly appear out of nowhere, like divine hands, accurately smashing into the claws of the two stone statues. A deafening explosion erupts, and fragments of stone shoot out like a rainstorm. The two corrupted stone statues let out painful roars, their huge bodies stagger backward as if struck hard, with stone chips flying everywhere. However, the ghostly green flames in their eyes burn even more wildly, clearly enraged and thoroughly corrupted, their minds poisoned. Leah, hold on to me, Feng Yuchen commands in a firm voice. He embraces Doria and rushes toward the shattered door like a ghost. The stone statues' attacks follow one after another, heavy claws and violent energy impacts. Feng Yuchen relies on his extraordinary speed and tough body to dodge and withstand each, risking everything. Every collision sparks dazzling fire and loud crashes. Soon, he has several deep wounds that show bone, dark golden blood flowing, but his arm protecting Doria remains steady and unmoving. Brother Chen. Old madam. Doria weakly leans into him, her wrist tattoo burning intensely. A faint glow of blue and gold flickers through her sleeve. Each flash makes the residual power connected to her unborn child, after being purified, subtly tremble, as if responding to the chaotic energy deep inside the old house. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Feng Yuchen forcefully kicked open the unstable heavy door and rushed into the old house's courtyard. The scene before him was even more shocking than outside. The entire courtyard looked like it had experienced a small earthquake. The ground was cracked, precious flowers and trees turned to charcoal, and broken walls and ruins were everywhere. In the center of the courtyard stood the Zhenyu stele, a symbol of the Feng family's honor, carved from a single white jade block. Now, it was covered with spiderweb-like cracks, and dark purple, dirty liquid was flowing down its surface, giving off a disgusting smell. Even more frightening, the stone pillars around the courtyard, also engraved with protective runes, had all become distorted. They twisted and wriggled like living creatures, with fierce beast heads carved at the top, now turned into terrifying night tribe demon images, mouths wide open, spewing dark purple corrosive energy beams that crazily attacked the main building of the old house. The main building, the core residence of the Feng family ancestors and the matriarch, was now wrapped in a violently fluctuating dark purple energy shield that seemed ready to shatter at any moment. The shield was covered with twisted runes that struggled and collided like living things, making a harsh, sizzling sound. This was the last and most vital barrier of the protective formation, and it was being fiercely attacked by those distorted stone pillars. Matriarch Feng Yuchen's eyes nearly burst with rage. He hugged Du Lia and rushed toward the main building. "Stop him. The bloodline of the saint. Must not let him get close." A hoarse, resentful voice came from the shadows of the courtyard. A figure slowly stepped out. It was the Night Tribe captain, who had been severely injured and unconscious after being shaken by the fetal power in the warehouse. Now, he looked even more terrifying. Half his body was almost completely corrupted by dark purple energy, leaving only a skeleton, but his remaining eye burned with a crazy, greedy flame. In his hand, he tightly held a bone flute that shimmered with ominous dark purple light. Ugh! The bone flute sounded, and the piercing sound wave like a solid blade swept through the entire courtyard instantly. The distorted stone pillars attacking the main building suddenly froze, then all turned around in unison, aiming their mouths at Feng Yuchen and Du Lia. Several dozen thick, dark, purple corrosive beams, like apocalyptic columns of light, instantly covered their location. "Deserve to die," Feng Yuchen shouted fiercely, unleashing his dark gold bloodline power without reservation. He protected Du Lia tightly in his arms, and a thick layer of dark gold energy armor instantly covered his body. At the same time, he forcefully pressed his hands down onto the ground. Feng family, Jinyu, centered on him, a powerful dark gold energy surged into the sky like dragon energy from the earth's veins. It quickly formed into a huge, pure energy phantom of a Qilin. The Qilin roared with a majestic presence that seemed to suppress all ages, boldly charging at dozens of destructive light beams. The deafening explosion almost tore people's eardrums. The dark purple and dark gold energies fiercely collided and vanished. A wild storm of energy swept through the courtyard, with rocks and energy fragments flying everywhere. The Qilin phantom trembled violently under the attack of the light beams, its glow flickering. But thanks to its pure ancestral bloodline power, it stubbornly endured the destructive, giving Feng Yuchen and Du Lia a precious chance to breathe. "Brother Chen, the baby." "The baby is reacting." Du Lia suddenly grabbed Feng Yuchen's arm with urgency, her voice trembling slightly. Under her protective hand over her pregnant belly, the baby's power stirred again. It was no longer the gentle golden glow from before, but a more dominant primal force. An invisible wave, filled with a strong pressure, quietly spread from Du Lia's center. This wave was faint, but carried an undeniable command from the higher bloodline. In the courtyard, the attacking mutated stone pillars suddenly froze. The violent purple patterns on their surfaces twisted and struggled as if they had encountered a deadly enemy. Some stone statues at the top of the pillars even had their eerie green flames flicker and go out in an instant. "What?" The Night Tribe captain, who was blowing a bone flute, widened his remaining eye in shock, his face showing disbelief. The sound from his flute even paused briefly. "The Holy Sun." The bloodline pressure of the Holy Sun? Impossible. How could he? Just as the stone pillars were restrained and the Night Tribe captain was stunned, Feng Yuchen's eyes shot with sharp light. He spotted the weakest part of the main building's energy shield, an area battered by a thick, corrupted beam, with chaotic runes and dimming light. "Lia, hold me tight," Feng Yuchen shouted low, no longer holding back. Dark gold bloodline power flooded from his body, like a raging flood into his legs. The hard blue stone ground beneath him instantly cracked. The entire person transformed into a streak of dark gold light tearing through space. Holding Du Lia, he moved at an extreme speed, ignoring the stone pillars that had just recovered and were again spitting out beams of light. He bravely charged toward the unstable dark purple energy shield. No! The leader of the Night Clan shouted in despair. He played his bone flute more wildly, trying to gather all his strength to stop him, but it was too late.
Boom.
The dark gold light collided fiercely with the murky dark purple energy shield. The shield twisted and dented violently, groaning under the pressure. Fei Chen felt a huge, dirty force rushing into his body, attacking his meridians and bloodline. His throat turned sweet, and blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. But his eyes showed no fear, only burning fighting spirit. "Give me break," he roared loudly, his dark gold bloodline power burning completely. The weak spot on the energy shield, like a red-hot iron piercing through thin ice, suddenly cracked open with a huge gap. Fei Chen held Delia like a falling star, breaking through the gap in the energy shield and rushing into the main building. Behind him, the Night Clan leader roared with extreme hatred, and the stone pillars attacked even more fiercely. The energy shield shattered and broke apart with a loud crash under the huge impact. Inside the main building, everything was in chaos. Expensive antique furniture turned to dust, walls covered with cracks and scorch marks. The air was thick with a strong smell of blood and a chaotic, unsettling energy. Fei Chen followed the most familiar and frightening scent, rushing toward the old lady's quiet room on the third floor. The door to the quiet room was slightly open. He kicked it open with one foot. What he saw made him feel like he had been struck by lightning, as if an invisible hand was squeezing his heart tightly. The old lady, usually dignified and kind, was now lying quietly on a large rosewood bed in the center of the room. She wore her favorite deep purple silk robe, her face pale as gold paper, lips dark purple, eyes closed, her chest barely moving. More shocking was the thin, stubborn layer of dark purple mist swirling around her, like a poisonous snake coiling around her, constantly eroding her fragile life force. On the floor beside her, several items were scattered. An overturned rosewood box engraved with the family's protective runes, its lid shattered and empty inside. A few ancient jade pieces flickering with faint golden light, but covered in cracks, which are fragments of the core formation disc protecting the sealed family, and a torn, tattered sheepskin scroll filled with twisted runes written in blood. The style of these runes is the same as those used by the Night Clan captain in the warehouse, and the corrupted marks on Delia's tattoo, all originating from the same source. Old lady. Feng Chen staggered to the bed, trembling as he reached out to feel her breath. It was faint, almost undetectable. He suddenly looked at Delia, voice hoarse. "Leah." The child. "Please. Save the old lady. Only your power. Only the child's power can purify this filth." Delia's face was as pale as paper, her body extremely weak. The tattoo on her wrist was hot like a branding iron, and the faint blue and golden light flickered wildly and intertwined under the dark purple mist. She looked at the frail old lady on the bed, feeling the restless energy of the unborn baby in her belly, a trace of pain and struggle flashing in her eyes. Purification. Would it drain her and her child's already weak strength again? And this time, the pollution was so stubborn. But seeing Feng Chen's bloodshot, pleading, and desperate eyes, and the peaceful yet dying face of the old lady, Delia took a deep breath, a look of determination flashing in her eyes. She slowly walked to the bed, reached out trembling but firm, pressing her hand on the old lady's forehead. At the same time, she tightly protected her pregnant belly with her other hand. "Baby.
Help Mom.
Help Grandma." She closed her eyes, focused all her mind, and guided the restless, domineering energy in her belly, flowing down her arm into the old lady's body. A warm, powerful golden glow burst from Delia's palm, clashing fiercely with the dark purple mist on the old lady. It was like a battle between light and dark. The purple mist let out a piercing scream, wildly resisting and trying to erode Delia's arm. But the golden light carried a strong will of purification from the very essence of life, like the rising sun, dispelling the gloom. Delia's body trembled violently, cold sweat soaking her clothes instantly. Every purification drained her vitality. The unborn baby seemed to feel the huge toll and pain, with intense fetal movements, even showing signs of agitation and restlessness.
Hold on.
Leah. Seoryuchin stood nearby, his dark golden bloodline power like a shield surrounding Leah, helping her resist the spreading contaminated energy. He watched anxiously as the old lady's condition changed. Time passed second by second. Leah's face grew paler, and her body wobbled. But the stubborn dark purple mist around the old lady finally began to be purified and driven away by golden light. Her previously dull face seemed to regain a faint hint of color. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. When the last dark purple mist was completely purified by the golden light and about to vanish, the golden glow seemed to be pulled by some force, trembling suddenly. Then, a very faint but pure dark purple energy, like a parasite, shot along the connection of the golden light and entered Leah's body. Ugh! Leah let out a painful groan, her body trembling violently. She felt a cold, evil, and resentful force rushing into her meridians, heading straight for her heart and the unborn child in her belly. Not good. Seoryuchen's face changed drastically. He reached out immediately to try to stop it, but it was too late. That dark purple energy, as if it had found a home, instantly merged into the tattoo on Leah's wrist. It also merged into the source of the restless energy of the fetus. The tattoo on Leah's wrist suddenly burst into a blinding light. The blue, golden, and the newly merged faint but stubborn dark purple lights intertwined, collided, and fused wildly. The ancient patterns of the tattoo seemed to come alive, twisting and deforming violently in the light. At the same time, the fetus inside Leah's belly seemed to be greatly stimulated, emitting an invisible roar filled with anger and power. This roar was not a sound but a pure wave of will, sweeping through the quiet room instantly, penetrating the broken walls, and spreading throughout the chaotic old house of the Feng family. In the courtyard, the strange stone pillars that were destroying everything suddenly froze. The dark purple patterns on the pillars flickered and struggled violently as if encountering a nemesis. Even the Night Clan captain, who was playing a bone flute, groaned and almost dropped his instrument, his face showing extreme shock. The Holy Child. The Holy Child is angry? This pressure is more pure, more ancient than before? Inside the quiet room, the light gradually faded. Leah's face was as pale as paper, and her body gently collapsed downward. Feng Yuchen caught her just in time. The tattoo on her wrist had calmed, but upon closer look, the deep blue and gold intertwined patterns seemed to have a faint, obscure purple, like ink spots, barely visible. On the bed, the old lady's long eyelashes fluttered slightly. Old lady, Feng Yuchen was both surprised and happy, immediately leaning down. The old lady slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was a bit blank and scattered, as if she had just woken from a very long, very painful nightmare. She looked at Feng Yuchen, her lips moved a few times, and her voice was so soft it was like a whisper. Chun. You're back. Old lady. It's me. How do you feel? Feng Yuchen eagerly held her cold hand. The old lady's eyes slowly swept over the messy room, the scattered fragments of the formation disc, and the blood-stained sheepskin scroll. Finally, her gaze fell on the weak Leah and her swollen belly. A complex emotion flickered in her eyes. Fear, relief, but mostly deep, bottomless worry and fear. She struggled to sit up, and Feng Yuchen quickly supported her. The old lady stretched out her thin, trembling hand and gently touched Leah's pregnant belly. Her movements were very gentle, as if she was touching a rare treasure or trying to confirm something. Child. Are you all right? Her voice carried a barely noticeable tremor. The child is fine. Leah. She used the child's power to save you, Feng Yuchen said urgently. But the old lady's expression grew more serious. She looked at Leah, then lowered her gaze to her own hand, as if feeling something. After a long while, she raised her head, her eyes sharp as a blade, staring directly at Feng Yuchen. Chun. That thing. That night, the pollution source of the tribe. That thing they used to break the formation and erode me. What is it? Feng Yuchen's heart tightened. He quickly recounted everything that had happened in the warehouse, including Delia's tattoo being polluted, the awakening and purification of the fetus's power, and finally, the pollution energy that turned back and merged into the tattoo and the fetus's core. As he spoke, the old lady's face grew paler, especially when she heard that the pollution energy had merged into the fetus's core. She suddenly grabbed Feng Yuchen's arm, her nails almost digging into his flesh. Oh no! Oh no! The old lady's voice was filled with unprecedented fear. This isn't ordinary pollution. It's the forbidden bloodline mark of the Night Clan. They use it to mark and track, even to awaken some sleeping beings. It merges into the child's bloodline, into Leah's tattoo. This. The old lady gasped quickly, her eyes full of despair and fear, as if she saw something extremely terrifying in the future. It will lie hidden like a seed, in the child's bloodline, in Leah's tattoo, waiting for the right moment. Once the Night Clan uses secret magic to activate it, the child might be completely polluted and assimilated, turned into what they want, a holy child. And Leah's tattoo was originally a seal pattern used by my family to suppress and guide the bloodline power. Once the pollution mark is fully eroded, the consequences would be unimaginable. Feng Yuchen felt as if he had been struck by 5 thunderbolts. His whole body seemed to freeze instantly. He stared tightly at the seemingly calm tattoo on Leah's wrist, then looked at her still slightly bulging pregnant belly while she was asleep. For the first time, his eyes showed deep, bottomless fear. The hidden seed, the polluted mark, the holy child that could wake up at any moment. This was 1,000 times, 10,000 times more terrifying than Wei's family's open attack with swords and guns, or those deformed stone gargoyles. At that moment, outside the broken door of the quiet room, a cold, resentful, slightly crazy voice with a hint of madness was heard. Feng Yuchen. Old lady. Do you think this is the end? The Night Clan captain, dragging his battered body, stood at the door. His remaining eye burned with malicious fire. In his hand, the bone flute was raised again, and a dark purple light gathered wildly from its hole. The bloodline mark has already been planted. The holy child will eventually return to the Night Clan, and I will use my blood, my soul, to sacrifice to the great Lord of the Dark Night, to speed up the sprouting of this seed. He let out a piercing, inhuman laugh to the sky, then suddenly pressed the bone flute against his battered chest. With my blood, I sacrifice to the Dark Night. The holy child returns, and all races submit. His broken body was like a candle being lit, instantly consumed by raging dark purple flames. A huge, filthy, and cursed energy surged like a floodgate opening, instantly sweeping through the quiet chamber. Its target was the weak old lady on the bed, and the unborn baby inside Delia's belly. No! Feng Yuchen's eyes nearly burst with rage. His dark golden bloodline power erupted wildly, trying to stop it. But the energy from the sacrifice was too wild and strange, filled with a sense of total destruction. At this critical moment, Delia, who had been unconscious, suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes were no longer weak or pained, but shone with a very complex and deep light. It was as if countless ancient images and wills flickered and flowed within her gaze. Her eyes pierced through the violent dark purple energy and precisely focused on the body of the Night Clan captain, who was burning himself, and also on a tiny rune on the bone flute he held. The Night Clan soul return secret technique. Trying to use a sacrifice soul to forcibly awaken the brand. Delia's voice was frighteningly calm, carrying an ancient tone beyond her age. She slowly raised her hand. The tattoo on her wrist, under the violent dark purple energy, shone brightly again. Blue, gold, and that stubborn dark purple light intertwined and merged in a mysterious way. A sharp, colorful beam of light, containing both purification and destruction, shot out from the tattoo. The beam did not target the wild sacrificial energy, but precisely aimed at the core rune on the bone flute, which was rapidly absorbing sacrificial power. Like a hot knife cutting through butter. The core rune of the bone flute, which seemed solid and contained powerful Night Clan's secret magic, instantly melted away under the colorful light, as if exposed to sunlight on snow, silent and complete. Ah! The Night Clan captain let out a piercing scream. His burning body suddenly stiffened, and the violent dark purple sacrificial energy lost control instantly, like a runaway horse turning back on itself. A dull explosion sounded. The Night Clan captain's body, along with the bone flute, was blown apart in a rain of filthy blood and purple energy fragments, overwhelmed by the backlash of the uncontrollable sacrificial energy. A fierce energy shockwave swept through the silent chamber, but the aftershock left behind by the colorful beam of light, like an invisible shield, firmly blocked the shockwave from reaching Feng Yuchen, the old lady, and Du Lia. The chamber fell silent again. Only the falling filth and blood rain, along with the dark purple slime on the ground that was cooling, proved that a thrilling scene had just occurred. The deep light in Du Lia's eyes gradually faded. She swayed and collapsed again, completely unconscious. The tattoo on her wrist also dimmed and became calm, but deep within the intertwining blue and gold patterns, the dark purple spots, like ink splatters, seemed to have become more solid. Feng Yuchen held Du Lia in his arms, looked at the dirty mess on the ground, then at the worried and fearful eyes of the old lady. His gaze finally settled on the calm but deadly tattoo on Du Lia's wrist and her slightly bulging pregnant belly while she was asleep. The crisis at the Feng family's old house was temporarily resolved, and the old lady had regained consciousness. But a more terrifying and deadly seed had already been quietly planted. The bloodline mark of the Night Clan, like a bone infection, lurked within the fetus's bloodline and Du Lia's tattoo. What did the ancient power and precise strike she unleashed just now, beyond her understanding, mean? The tattoo on her wrist, which combined the Feng family's seal pattern, the fetus's purification power, and the Night Clan's bloodline mark. Where would it lead? Would it become the key to salvation? Or Pandora's box of destruction? Feng Yuchen tightly held Du Lia, gazing at the ruined Feng family estate outside the window, which looked like a doomsday wasteland, with a serious, iron-like expression. The real war had just begun. And this time, the enemy was within their most cherished bloodline. On the ruins of the Feng family estate, a temporary purification array emitted a faint but steady golden glow, barely suppressing the lingering filth in the air. Inside the medical tent, various precise instruments hummed softly, and the fluctuating curves on the screens tugged at everyone's hearts. Du Lia lay on a specially designed energy-maintaining bed, her face still pale as paper, but her breathing much steadier. The tattoo on her wrist, blending deep blue, gold, and a touch of purple ink, shone under the array's light, appearing extraordinarily complex and mysterious, as if hiding countless unsolved secrets. Feng Yuchen stood by the bed, not moving an inch, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the monitor showing the fetus's vital signs. The line representing the baby's heartbeat was steady, but at certain points, it showed tiny, almost unnoticeable fluctuations. These were not signs of weakness, but something else. A nearly instinctive, faintly resisting heartbeat. It was as if something, through the warm amniotic fluid, was trying to establish a strange connection with the unborn life. Yuchen, the old lady's voice came from the tent entrance, hoarse and tired. She had just come out of deep purification, her body still weak, but her eyes were sharp, carrying a heavy weight after many years. Feng Yuchen quickly looked up and hurried over. "Grandma, how do you feel?" "I won't die." She waved her hand, but her gaze went past him, focusing on Du Lia's wrist and belly, her brows furrowing. "That thing really embedded itself." Yuchen nodded heavily, briefly explaining what had happened in the warehouse and the quiet room, as well as the strange change in Du Lia's tattoo. When he mentioned the ancient power Leah suddenly unleashed, the old lady's cloudy eyes flashed with disbelief, then deepened with worry. Purification marked, she muttered, unconsciously rubbing an old faded scar on her wrist bone. That name. I think I saw it in some sealed old document. Too long ago, I can't remember clearly. She suddenly looked up sharply, her eyes like lightning.
Leah.
When she used her power just now, did she have any special aura?
Or.
Did she say anything? Yu Chen tried to recall.
The aura.
Very ancient, very pure, carrying a kind of, well, to purify everything. She didn't speak, but her eyes were strange, as if something or someone briefly took over her body. The old lady's body swayed, and Yu Chen caught her in time. She leaned on her grandson, her voice trembling slightly.
Yes.
It's the protective will of the purification mark. Only those with extremely pure bloodlines and carrying a special mission, the purifiers, can awaken it at moments of life and death.
Leah.
She is actually. Grandma, what do you really know? Yu Chen's heart was pounding. What is a purifier? Can that tattoo's Night Clan mark truly purify everything? And what exactly is the power fused on Leah's wrist? The old lady took a deep breath, as if she wanted to release the heavy burden that had built up over 1,000 years. She signaled for Feng Yu Chen to help her sit on a nearby chair. Her gaze passed through the tense canvas and looked up at the strange night sky illuminated by the glow of the magic circle over the ruins. Yu Chen, there are some things you need to know now, she said in a slow, deep voice, with a tone like telling an ancient legend. Our Feng family is not just an ordinary old Chinese family. Our ancestors once had a complicated history with a very powerful and dangerous alien race. That race is the Night Clan. They are not all evil, they have different groups. But one branch of them worships darkness and greed. They try to absorb the bloodlines and life essence of other races to make themselves stronger, using very cruel and bloody methods. They call this the Blood Moon Festival. Yu Chen's heart sank suddenly. Blood Moon Festival. Yes, the old lady's eyes showed deep hatred. 1,000 years ago, it was this branch of the Night Clan that launched the Blood Moon catastrophe across the continent. Countless lives were lost, and families with strong bloodlines were their main targets. Our Feng family, thanks to an ancient agreement with a gentler branch of the Night Clan and our own powerful sealing magic, barely resisted their fiercest attacks. In the end, we joined forces with others to seal that evil branch under the eternal night abyss in the far north. But the seal is not forever, she added with a heavier voice. Every 100 years, when the blood moon is at its fullest, the seal weakens. The evil descendants of the Night Clan will try everything to break the seal or find new sacrifices to restore their power, even to wake their sleeping ancestors. Sacrifices? Yu Chen's voice suddenly rose, a cold feeling rushing from his feet to his head. He instinctively looked at Delia's belly. Could it be? Exactly. The old lady's eyes also fixed on Delia's pregnant belly, filled with unprecedented seriousness. Blood Moon Festival has a core and most powerful sacrifice, a fetus with a special bloodline. Especially one that contains strong sealing power, like our Feng family, and the pure bloodline of the ancient Night Clan, perhaps Delia unknowingly awakening it. Such a fetus is a key for them to regain strength or even break the seal. It is a treasure to them. It's also a forbidden thing that must be swallowed. The air inside the tent seemed to freeze instantly. The buzzing of the instrument sounded especially harsh. Feng Yu Chen felt a cold chill that froze his limbs and bones. He finally understood. The reckless goals of the special forces in the warehouse, the greed of the filthy blood rain in the quiet room, and, at this moment, the faint but stubborn abnormal heartbeat in the fetus's bloodline.
So,
the Night Tribe forces behind the Wei family, their plans, cutting off supplies, chasing, polluting, is the ultimate goal the child in Lia's? For the upcoming Blood Moon Festival? Feng Yu Chen's voice trembled with fear and anger as he faced a great danger to his loved ones. Very likely, the old lady said firmly. And it seems they have already noticed the special nature of the fetus's bloodline. That Night Tribe bloodline mark is not just a simple pollution sign. It's more like a locator and a trigger. It not only marks the fetus's location but also subtly tries to guide and awaken the possible ancient Night Tribe essence within the bloodline. And what about the purification pattern? Feng Yuchen asked eagerly. The tattoo on Lia's wrist, it combines the power of sealing, the fetus's purification, and the Night Tribe mark. What exactly is it? Can it save the child? The old lady's gaze became complex and deep again, filled with an indescribable compassion. The purification pattern is a forbidden symbol created long ago by the ancient purifiers and sealing masters. It is both a shield and a sword. It can purify filth and protect purity, but its existence itself is a huge contradiction. It combines sealing and purification powers, yet also contains the dark mark it fights against. It's like a delicate balance device. Once the balance is broken, say, if the Night Tribe's ancient essence in the fetus's bloodline is overly awakened, or external pollution becomes too strong, the dark mark inside the purification pattern might turn against its owner, devouring the sealing and purification powers. Then it could not only fail to protect but also become a bomb that triggers forbidden powers inside the fetus. Even worse, it might completely transform Lia and the child into new carriers of the Night Tribe. Boom! Feng Yuchen felt as if a thunderbolt exploded in his mind. Fear, anger, helplessness, despair. These emotions crashed over him like a huge wave, almost drowning him. He suddenly turned around, gripping Du Lia's cold hand tightly, as if trying to pull her back from the terrible prophecy. No, it can't be. His voice was hoarse, filled with reckless madness. I won't allow it. Grandma, there must be a way. There has to be. Tell me. The old lady looked at her grandson, who was nearly breaking down, with deep sadness in her eyes. She struggled to stand, walking to Du Lia's bedside, her thin hand gently touching the tattoo. There might be a way, but it's very dangerous, she said in a low, firm voice, with a tone of finality. Since the purification mark is a balancing tool, it must be kept in balance. It might need to be guided and used. Used? Feng Yuchen looked up sharply. Yes, the old lady's eyes flashed with sharpness. Since the Night Clan's origin exists within the fetus's bloodline and can't be eliminated, we must tame it completely. Or use stronger, pure sealing and purification powers to trap it tightly in the deepest part of the bloodline, so it can never escape. The purification mark is the key to this taming and sealing process, but this requires enormous energy, precise control, and most importantly, the strong willpower of Lia and the child to resist the mark's erosion and the bloodline's temptation. Any mistake could lead to disaster. And also, her gaze grew deep, as if piercing through time and space. There is one crucial and dangerous part. To fully tame or seal the Night Clan's origin, we might need to find the true source of the purification mark, or rather, the core purification origin it relied on when it was first created. Purification origin? Feng Yuchen's heart clenched again. What is that? Where is it? The old lady slowly shook her head, a hint of confusion and bitterness on her face. The records are vague. It only says it's related to the origin of the purifiers. It might be sealed in a very hidden and dangerous place. A place even our ancestors feared deeply. A place, perhaps even unmarked on any map. A lost land. At that moment, beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. The device monitoring the fetal heartbeat suddenly emitted a sharp, urgent alarm. The line on the screen representing the fetal heart rate was no longer showing faint irregular waves, but was wildly fluctuating like a roller coaster. Each beat carried a feeling of a nearly violent, breaking free force. Delia, who had been unconscious, furrowed her brow and let out a painful moan. She instinctively covered her belly and curled up from the intense pain. The tattoo on her wrist suddenly shone with a bright light. Blue, gold, and a streak of dark purple intertwined, collided, and spun wildly. Within the light, The dark purple seemed to be infused with endless power, becoming intense and lively, almost alive, greedily absorbing the blue and gold energy. At the same time, a cold, violent, destructive aura burst out like a flood from the tattoo, quickly filling the entire tent. Leah, Feng Yuchen was horrified, rushing to the bed and trying to use his strength to suppress the out-of-control tattoo and Delia's pain. The old lady's face changed drastically. Not good. It's the Night Clan's mark. It's being stimulated by the violent energy in the fetus's bloodline and is starting to turn against us. Quickly. Seal it. We must stabilize Leah, and the babies will immediately. Otherwise. Before she finished speaking, Delia suddenly opened her eyes. They were no longer her usual clear and bright eyes, but a pair. Filled with violent blue, dark gold, and wildly spinning dark purple light. In human eyes. Her gaze was full of pain, struggle, confusion, and a destructive, dark force forcibly controlling her, full of rage and destruction. Ugh! A roar that sounded nothing like a human voice burst from deep within Delia's throat. She suddenly swung her arm away from Feng Yuchen, and a wave of energy, mixing icy coldness and scorching destruction, exploded outward from her center. The sturdy tent fabric of the medical shelter was torn apart like paper and flung into the air. Various delicate instruments shattered under this force. The energy left black scorch marks on the ground. Feng Yuchen was thrown forcefully backward, crashing into broken walls and debris. His throat tightened, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He struggled to look up and saw. Delia was floating in midair, surrounded by the chaotic, violent three-colored light. Blue, gold, purple, like the core of an uncontrollable energy storm. She screamed in pain, desperately scratching her wrists as if trying to tear off the tattoo. But the glow of the tattoo grew brighter and more dazzling, with the dark purple ink seeming alive, flowing along her blood vessels and spreading wildly upward. Even more frightening was that beneath her swollen pregnant belly, the skin also showed the same violent, swirling dark purple patterns. These patterns seemed to echo the tattoo on her wrist, greedily absorbing the ancient power of the night tribe that surged within the unborn child. My child. Feng Yuchen's eyes nearly burst with rage as he desperately tried to rush forward. Don't go, the old lady shouted hoarsely, summoning a dark gold barrier with all her strength to block the violent energies aftershock. Now she is controlled by the mark and the bloodline's madness. She can't recognize anyone. Coming closer will only tear you apart. Quickly, find a way to wake her will. Only her own will can fight this power. Feng Yuchen's heart ached like a knife, but he knew what Grandma said was true. He endured the intense pain and heartbreak, gathering all his bloodline strength. His voice, filled with a piercing force, roared at the figure wrapped in light. Leah, wake up. Look at me. I am Yuchen. Think of our child. He needs you. Only you can save him. Resist it. Leah. Resist that mark. His voice, like a stone thrown into a raging sea, was instantly swallowed by the violent energy storm. Leah twisted in pain. Her inhuman pupils occasionally flickered with a clear, desperate light belonging to her, but it was quickly drowned by the more violent dark purple. The tattoos on her wrist and the patterns on her belly shone brighter and brighter, with the dominance of the dark purple growing stronger. At this critical moment, howl. A faint but soul-piercing, pure, and majestic cry of a fetus suddenly echoed clearly from Leah's belly. That sound was like a divine melody, like a divine decree. Instantly, the violent three-colored glow around Leah paused. The clear light that belonged to her, shining from her dark purple eyes, suddenly ignited like a candle in the darkness. Child, she murmured, her voice hoarse and broken, filled with endless maternal love and pain. She looked down at the fierce dark purple patterns on her belly, a trace of determination flashing in her eyes. Get out. Now. Leah used all her strength and let out a sharp, desperate cry. The tattoo on her wrist suddenly burst into a pure, deep blue glow. The light was like a new sun, instantly overpowering the wild purple and dark gold. The blue glow turned into countless thin chains that sharply pierced beneath her skin, precisely wrapping around the purple patterns. Sizzle. Like a red-hot iron dipped into cold water, a harsh, corrosive sound rang out. The purple patterns on her abdomen struggled and twisted violently under the blue chains, roaring with resistance, but gradually being forced back under her skin, fading and disappearing again. At the same time, the tattoo on her wrist, glowing with violent purple light, also quickly dimmed and receded under the pure blue suppression, finally being re-embedded deep into the tattoo's lines, leaving only a darker, more solid ink spot. Leah seemed drained of all her strength, falling from the air into Feng Yuchen's arms, who caught her just in time. She fainted completely, her face pale, breath weak, but the tattoo on her wrist and her abdominal skin had temporarily calmed. The monitoring device was already broken, but Feng Yuchen could clearly feel her unborn baby's heartbeat. Though faint, it had regained that weak resistance, a sign of life still beating. The crisis was temporarily over, but the cost was heavy. Feng Yuchen held his dying beloved, feeling her body's internal forces that had been forcibly suppressed, like a dormant venomous snake ready to strike again, and the abnormal heartbeat still present in the baby's bloodline, which made his heart race with fear. The old lady staggered over, looking at the blue glow of the tattoo on Leah's wrist, now more subdued, with darker ink spots, and at her furrowed brow while she slept. She sighed long and heavily. The balance of the purification mark has been completely broken, the old lady said, her voice full of exhaustion and worry. That last strike was Yaya's love and willpower, forcing a small part of the purification source to ignite, temporarily suppressing the backlash of the mark. But it also greatly drained her life force, and made that mark entangle even deeper with her bloodline and her child's. Next time, if the imprint is stimulated again, or if the fetus's bloodline becomes more restless, it won't be so easy to suppress it. The old lady's gaze shifted to Feng Yuchen, carrying a rare seriousness. Yuchen, time is running out. The date of the Blood Moon Festival is probably closer than we thought. We must act immediately. Act? Do what? Feng Yuchen's voice was hoarse. First, spare no effort to find the pure erosion origin. Only by finding it can we completely purify the imprint and tame the child's Knight clan bloodline. This is our only hope, the old lady said firmly. Second, immediately use all the power of the Feng family to investigate clues about the lost land. No matter where it is or how dangerous, we must go. Third, the old lady's gaze swept over the ruins of the old house, a cold, killing intent flashing in her eyes. Thoroughly investigate the Feng family internally. The guardians are contaminated, and the old house's great formation has been broken. This is no coincidence. The Wei family's Knight clan can manipulate things right under our noses, which means there is a traitor inside the Feng family. This internal traitor is more dangerous than outside enemies. We must root them out. Feng Yuchen tightly embraced Leah, feeling her faint life aura and the unborn child's heartbeat, which carried an unknown danger. His eyes burned with determination. Yes, he said firmly like tempered steel. Find the origin. Expose the traitor. Investigate the lost land. Anyone who dares harm my Leia or my child, I will make them pay with blood. The night wind howled, sweeping through the ruins of the Feng family's old house, stirring up dust. Over the ruins, the temporary magic array's golden light flickered weakly, as if it could be swallowed by the darkness at any moment. The tattoo on Leia's wrist twitched in the shadows. The ink seemed to move slightly, like a sleeping venomous spider opening its malicious eyes. Meanwhile, the faint heartbeat of the unborn child seemed to resonate again after a brief calm, with a subtle, ancient rhythm. A strange echo? A life and death race centered on the pure erosion origin, the lost land, the Blood Moon Festival, and the traitor inside the Feng family had already begun, teetering on the edge of despair and hope. Leia and her child were both at the storm's core and the only key. The secret chamber beneath the Feng family was heavy with an atmosphere like solidified mercury. On a large round stone platform, covered with intricate ancient runes, a faint but steady golden glow emanates, barely holding a barrier that blocks outside exploration. In the center of the platform, Delia sits cross-legged, her face still pale, but her clear eyes are very focused as she stares intently at the tattoo on her wrist, which blends dark blue, gold, and a hint of purple. The old lady stands at the edge of the platform, her wrinkled hand hovering about an inch above Delia's wrist. Her aged but powerful palm slowly releases a gentle, milky white light that carefully enters the tattoo. Sung Yuchen stands silently outside, like a guardian, with dark golden eyes fixed on the two, muscles tense, ready to respond to any sudden danger.
Phew.
The old lady exhales slowly, beads of sweat on her forehead. She withdraws her hand, her face serious and slightly shocked. It's definitely the mark of the pure erosion origin.
And
It has already formed some strange connection with Lia's bloodline, even. With the child's bloodline. A connection? Sung Yuchen's heart sinks. He quickly steps forward. Grandma, what does that mean? What exactly is that purple-black thing? It's erosion. The old lady's voice is deep and hoarse, as if coming from a distant past. The most poisonous and fundamental power of the Night Clan. It's not just energy, but more like a living curse with high aggression and assimilation. It can pollute bloodlines, twist wills, and eventually turn the host into a puppet that only knows destruction and consumption. She looks at Delia's wrist. Lia's tattoo was originally a very faint remnant of an ancient power from her Delia family, with purifying properties. It was so weak that it was almost negligible. But that night in the warehouse, when faced with the force mark of erosion, it was activated. More importantly, the child. The powerful seal of power, deep in your bloodline, was also injected into this tattoo through the umbilical cord at a critical moment. Her gaze shifts to Delia's prominent pregnant belly, filled with complex emotion. So now, this tattoo is a battlefield for three forces. The weak purifying power of the Delia family, your strong sealing power from the Feng family, and the poisonous erosion curse of the Night Clan. They are fighting each other, suppressing each other, creating a very fragile and dangerous balance. Blue, purification, is trying to swallow ink purple, corrosion, while golden shine, sealing, is suppressing both. Ink purple, however, keeps trying to fight back, polluting everything. Feng Yuchen feels a cold chill rush from his feet straight to his head. He quickly looks at Lia. Lia, how do you feel? Is anything uncomfortable? That tattoo, it is moving. Lia's voice trembles slightly. She lifts her wrist, and the blue glow of the tattoo seems more active than before. The black dots, under the blue suppression, look like venomous insects pressed under glass, twisting and struggling wildly. Every tiny movement makes her feel a deep, icy pain from her soul. It's like countless needles are stabbing my bones, biting into my blood. And she instinctively touches her abdomen. The baby seems very uneasy. It senses the malice of corrosion. The old lady's face is serious. The stronger your bloodline power inside the child, the more it resists and suppresses corrosion. But this will only make corrosion attack even more wildly. The pain Lia endures will get worse as the baby grows. Feng Yuchen's heart feels like it's being squeezed tightly by an invisible hand, making it hard to breathe. He suddenly grabs the old lady's arm, his voice trembling with urgency. Grandma, there must be a way. The pure corrosion origin. You mentioned it before. And the lost land. What should we do? The old lady takes a deep breath, a look of determination in her eyes. Pure corrosion origin is said to be the opposite of the Night Clan's power and the source of life. It is the only thing that can completely purify or even destroy corrosion. It's not a physical object, but a kind of rule-based source of power. Legend says it's sealed in the Lost Land, a forbidden place forgotten by time and twisted by space. Finding it is the only way to eliminate the hidden danger inside Leah and the baby. Lost land. Feng Yuchen repeats the name, a sharp glint in his eyes. Any clues? The ancient texts of the Feng family only mention vague hints. Blood moon in the sky, the resting place of the ancient gods, the intersection of star paths. The old lady's brow is furrowed. It's like a heavenly book, impossible to pinpoint exactly. Plus, the lost land itself is extremely dangerous. Entering it means certain death. Even if it's dangerous, we have to go, Feng Yuchen says firmly. There's no turning back. Grandma, you just mentioned the blood moon ritual? The old lady's face instantly turned very grim. This is the most grand and evil ceremony of the Night Clan. They need many sacrifices, usually beings with strong bloodlines or special talents. During the blood moon, they perform the most brutal sacrifices to summon the original power of the corruption, which pollutes large areas and even distorts reality. The prophecy mentions that the pure corruption origin will appear during the Blood Moon Festival in the Lost Land. Time? Feng Yuchen asked urgently. Exactly 7 days from now, the old lady replied with a hint of despair. In 7 days, there will be the rare, crimson blood moon. The Night Clan will do everything to cause chaos worldwide, find sacrifices, and start the festival. And we don't even know where the Lost Land is. What's more frightening is, she suddenly looked at Feng Yuchen. The last part of the prophecy, when the Blood Moon Festival begins, the baby will cry blood, the pure corruption will return, and whether it lives or dies depends on a single thought of the mother. What? Feng Yuchen was struck like lightning, his pupils shrinking suddenly. The baby. The baby is going to be not sacrificed. The old lady interrupted him, her voice heavy like iron. The prophecy means that at the critical moment when the Blood Moon Festival begins and the pure corruption appears, the baby inside Leah's belly, because of the sealed power within and the corrupted mark, will become the only channel, or key, connecting the pure corruption to the world. His existence will cause a strong resonance with the pure corruption. At that time, Leah will face a final choice. The old lady's eyes sharpened like a blade, piercing deep into Leah's soul. Either guide the child's inner power to fully accept and control the pure corruption, turning it into her own, and completely purify the curse of the erosion, or, under the frantic counterattack of the erosion and the huge impact of the pure corruption, be torn apart, swallowed, and utterly destroyed with the child. One thought, life or death, Leah muttered to herself, overwhelmed by a cold tide of fear. She instinctively hugged her belly, feeling the tiny life inside, carrying countless curses and hopes at this moment. Tears silently slid down her face, falling onto the cold stone platform. No! Feng Yuchen roared like a beast, suddenly holding Leah tightly in his arms, as if to shield her from the world's malice with his body. It won't happen. Leah, don't be afraid. I will never let this happen. 7 days. We still have 7 days. Grandma, activate all the family's resources immediately. Search. Search for me. Blood moon in the sky, the place where ancient gods sleep, the point where star paths intersect. No matter what kind of place it is, dig 3 feet deep if you have to and find it. Also, the traitor. Investigate the family thoroughly. Find and catch all those hidden pests lurking in the shadows. Good. The old lady's eyes also burned with determination. Family members, listen up. Level 1 alert. No matter the cost, within 7 days, we must find clues about the Lost Land. At the same time, launch the highest level of internal investigation. Any suspicious person, eliminate without mercy. The atmosphere inside the secret room instantly became tense and serious. The family's centuries-old foundation was fully activated at this moment. Countless hidden powers, like sleeping giants, began to awaken and move. A life-and-death battle against time and fate, foretold with despair, was about to begin with a loud start. However, amid this intense planning, a very tiny but deadly anomaly was overlooked by everyone. At the critical moment when the old lady used her power to examine Leah's tattoo and interpret the prophecy, a faint, almost invisible purple-black energy stream, like a living snake, silently extended from the most unnoticed shadow at the edge of the stone platform. It skillfully avoided the protective barrier's detection, moving like an invisible ghost, and instantly slipped into an ancient, nearly forgotten rune beneath the stone platform. This rune was the secret passage connecting the deep underground of the family's old house to the corrupted core of the Guardian. The purple-black energy stream entered, causing the ancient rune to flicker faintly, as if infused with a cold, sinister vitality. Beneath the ruins of the family's old house, Old Chin, the Guardian trapped in the purification array and as petrified as a sculpture, twitched slightly with his tightly closed eyelids, trembling as if in a spasm. A cold, malicious will originating from the corrosion, like an invisible wave of electricity, crossed space and instantly reached the consciousness of a high-level Night Clan member lurking in the darkness, somewhere unknown. Feng family has begun their actions. The prophecy has been partially understood. The fetus is the key, the land of lostness. The clues must be found before they do, and that traitor has done very well.
Continue to hide. Wait.
For the blood moon to come. Fragments of cold, inhuman, malicious thoughts silently spread in the dark dimension. A vast, sinister web targeting the Feng family, Delia, and especially her unborn child, is quietly weaving and tightening in the shadows before the blood moon appears. At this moment, Delia, in Feng Yuchen's arms, feels the increasingly frantic corrosion from her tattoo, the faint fetal movements with unease and weak resonance, and the heavy prophecy of life or death in a single thought. An unprecedented wave of stubbornness and anger from her soul suddenly erupts like a sleeping volcano deep inside her heart. Why should I? She suddenly lifts her head. Tears are still fresh, but her clear eyes burn with fierce fire as she stares directly at Feng Yuchen and the old lady. Why should my child suffer all this? Why do I have to choose between life and death? She quickly raises her wrist, staring fiercely at the twisting tattoo. The dark purple, corrosion mark, under the pressure of blue and golden light, looks even more fierce and evil. I don't want to choose. I want power. The power to tear apart this curse. The power to protect my child. Delia's voice suddenly rises, filled with a nearly mad determination.
Feng Yuchen.
Grandma.
Tell me.
What should I do? No matter how painful, how dangerous. As long as I can become stronger. Tear this cursed tattoo apart. Protect my child. I am willing to do anything, as her cry, full of maternal will and unyielding anger, echoes through the secret chamber. The tattoo on her wrist, which was originally just a passive battlefield, suddenly ignites like a barrel of gunpowder. The faint blue purification energy from the Delia family, stimulated by her strong will, bursts out with unprecedented brilliance. No longer a weak flow, but like a raging flood, it surges madly toward the dark purple, corrosion mark. Snick! A sharp, corrosive sound only perceptible on a spiritual level rings out. The dark purple, erosion, under the wild blue glow seemed to be poured with strong acid, twisting, struggling, and emitting silent screams. It fiercely fought back, trying to pollute more of the blue light, but this time, Delia's deep-seated will to protect the child transformed into the strongest shield and sharpest spear. Purify me. Delia clenched her teeth, veins bulging on her forehead. All her strength, along with the faint heartbeat of the unborn baby, responded to the mother's call. A weak but pure golden light once again flowed through the umbilical cord into the tattoo. Blue light, golden glow. Under Delia's firm will, these two forces united for the first time in such a fierce and active way, launching a destructive attack on the purple, erosion mark. A silent mental storm erupted inside the tattoo. The purple, erosion mark, under the unprecedented pressure of will and power, let out a piercing cry. Its once lively, twisting form was forcibly compressed, torn, and purified. A tiny, Extremely faint yet pure purple energy, like a peeled-off core of poison, was exposed under the attack of blue and gold. It was no longer a malicious curse but a fragment of the most primitive, fundamental, and neutral erosion energy. At the moment this fragment was forcibly separated and revealed, Delia's mind was struck like lightning. Countless shattered, chaotic images, sounds, and thoughts, containing ancient, endless information, flooded her consciousness like a bursting dam. Twisted starry sky. Sunken black continent. Rivers of purple lava. Terrifying creatures fighting and wailing in various forms. A huge vortex made of countless erosion energies slowly turning at the edge of the universe. A cold, vast, non-human will, passing through the barrier of space and time, cast a glance. Blood moon. Festival. Lost. Land. Pure erosion. Origin. Key. Fetus. Devour. Purify. Return to one. Fragments of broken prophecies, carrying more specific and terrifying information, were like seals carved into her soul. She saw the disaster that erupted worldwide during the Blood Moon Festival. She saw the huge bones and broken statues floating in the twisted space of the Lost Land. She saw the terrifying scene when the pure erosion origin appeared, like the birth of the world or its destruction.
She also saw,
at the festival's peak, when her child became a channel, and the destructive force from the erosion source tried to completely pollute and swallow her child. Delia let out a painful groan, her body trembling violently, cold sweat pouring down her forehead. The overwhelming information was too ancient, too vast, too terrifying, beyond what her soul could handle. Feng Yuchen was shocked and immediately used his bloodline power. A gentle, dark gold light covered Delia, trying to calm the storm in her mind. The old lady's face also changed drastically. She quickly formed hand seals, channeling a gentle power into Delia's forehead. Stay calm. It's just an information shock. Don't resist it. Let it pass. With Feng Yuchen and the old lady's help, Delia struggled to steady her mind. The violent flood of information gradually subsided, but the broken images and prophetic fragments remained like the deepest nightmare, forever etched into her consciousness. She suddenly opened her eyes, filled with unprecedented shock, awe, and a kind of desperate, reckless madness born from being pushed to the limit. I saw. Her voice was hoarse and trembling. The Blood Moon Festival. The Lost Land. And that thing. The erosion source. It wants my child. It wants to turn my child into part of itself. She suddenly raised her wrist, and the dark purple, erosion, tattoo had been forcibly purified and mostly stripped away, leaving only a faint trace, like a dying candle flickering in the wind. Under the pressure of the blue and golden light, it trembled and could no longer cause trouble. But the most fundamental fragment of the erosion energy, although weak, was like a dangerous seed quietly merging into the deepest part of her tattoo, forming a strange, temporarily stable balance with the Du family's purification of the source and the Feng family's sealing powers, a three-way standoff. More importantly, after this wild explosion of will and power and the shock of the terrifying prophecy, Delia clearly felt that something inside her seemed to have been completely ignited. A faint but pure and strongly purifying alien energy, like a sleeping volcano, slowly awakens and flows from the deepest part of her Dantian energy sea. It is different from Feng Yuchen's bloodline power and from the three types of energy in her tattoo. It belongs only to her. It is a power she forcibly awakens and begins to control, using her will to protect her child in a desperate situation, with her tattoo as a medium. This is her own power, Du Lia's power. Although weak and inexperienced, its existence itself is a miracle, a spark of hope born from despair. Power. Du Lia feels the faint but real warm current inside her. Her eyes shine with complex emotions, relief after surviving a catastrophe, fear of the future, but mostly a fierce fighting spirit erupting after being pushed to the edge. Feng Yuchen, she lifts her head, her gaze burning like a shining star. 7 days. We only have 7 days. Find the lost land. Before the Blood Moon Festival begins, get the pure erosion origin. No matter how dangerous that place is, or what price we must pay. My child, and I will no longer be lambs to be slaughtered. Feng Yuchen looks at the woman who, in her desperation, has burst out with incredible willpower and even begun to awaken her own power. He feels a deep, indescribable shock and passion. He nods strongly, his eyes burning with the same fire. Good. We do this together. To the ends of the earth, through fire and water, I will fight with you. The old lady watches the two, a hint of relief flashing in her aged eyes, but mostly heavy worry. She knows that Du Liao's awakening is just the beginning. The cost of forcibly removing the erosion brand, enduring the prophecy's shock, and the instability of her new, faint power are huge hidden dangers. The fragment of erosion, energy that merged into her tattoo, is like a ticking bomb, waiting to explode at any time. What shocks her even more is that when Du Liao awakened her power, an extremely tiny, ancient rune deep in her tattoo flickered faintly, echoing the aura of the lost land. This rune bears a striking resemblance to the key rune recorded in the Feng family ancient texts that opens a crucial point of the lost land. What does this mean? Besides being a battlefield and a key, could her tattoo itself be a map leading to the lost land? This thought exploded like thunder in the old lady's mind. She suddenly looked at Du Lia's wrist, her eyes becoming very serious. At the same time, beneath the ruins of the Feng family's old house, the imprisoned guardian, old Chen, whose eyelids were tightly closed, trembled again. A faint dark purple energy flowed quietly from his petrified body, like invisible tentacles, quickly reaching underground and connecting to a deeper, polluted, silent seal point. Found it. Du family's tattoo. Awakening. New power. Runes. Resonating. Lost land. Coordinates. Beginning to appear. Notify. The master. A cold, inhuman thought was sent again. The Night Clan hunters had already sensed a more tempting and dangerous aura from the prey. A deadly trap targeting Du Lia's awakening power and the possible hidden clues of the lost land in her tattoo was tightening quietly at an astonishing speed during the last 7 days before the blood moon. In the secret chamber of the Feng family, a brief spark of hope just lit up, but little did they know that darker, more deadly shadows had already begun to creep in like maggots. The tattoo on Du Lia's wrist, which fused purification, sealing, erosion fragments, and mysterious runes, concealed an ancient, complex totem deep within its oldest lines. It was slowly, silently turning, sharing the same origin as the core aura of the lost land. In the underground secret chamber of the Feng family, a golden light flickered on the purification array like a fragile candle flame, trembling in the invisible darkness. Du Lia sat cross-legged, cold sweat running down her forehead, her body trembling slightly. She closed her eyes tightly, focusing all her mind on the tattoo on her wrist, which shimmered with blue, gold, and ink purple. Focus, hold your thoughts. Feel that power. It's not a beast, it's yours, and it's your child's too. The old lady's voice was full of ancient authority. A milky white glow covered Du Lia's wrist again, trying to guide the chaotic, violent energy flowing within. Du Lia took a deep breath, trying to suppress the dizzying pain and trembling. She tried to touch that new, destructive energy. It was an indescribable feeling, as if a giant prehistoric beast was sleeping inside her, now being forcibly awakened, full of rage and desire. It wanted to break free from its bonds, to devour everything, to purify. A suppressed cry of pain escaped from Du Lia's throat. The tattoo on her wrist suddenly burst into a dazzling light. Blue, gold, and dark purple hues intertwined wildly, collided, and tore at each other. An invisible shockwave exploded outward from her center. The stable rune formations on the secret room's walls flickered violently, emitting a strained buzzing sound. The golden light dimmed slightly. Feng Yuchen's face changed drastically, and his dark gold pupils shot out a commanding glow. The powerful bloodline force within him erupted without hesitation, forming a tough, dark gold barrier that instantly protected Du Lia and the old lady inside, hardening against the aftershock of the attack. "Lia," Feng Yuchen growled softly, his voice trembling slightly. He saw Du Lia's face turn deathly pale, with a trace of fresh blood at the corner of her mouth. The power of the tattoo was far more violent and difficult to control than he had imagined. "No, not like this," Du Lia gasped, weakly shaking her head, her eyes filled with frustration and a hint of fear. She could feel that force raging inside her, not as her weapon but as if it was fighting against her life force. The dark purple, corrosion, was especially toxic, like a maggot gnawing at her bones, constantly eroding her will, trying to drag her into darkness. "Don't worry.
Child.
The child can help you," the old lady suddenly shouted sharply, her gaze as fierce as a blade, staring intently at Du Lia's abdomen. "Guide that power, direct it toward the child. His bloodline is the source of purification. He can soothe and balance." Du Lia's heart stirred, as if a drowning person had grasped the last straw. She endured the tearing pain and struggled to focus her mind inward. She could clearly sense the presence of the fetus, the tiny life that, during the energy upheaval just now, seemed to have been disturbed and was now restless. "Baby, help Mom," Du Lia silently called in her heart, exhausted and filled with a desperate hope. A miracle happened. At the moment her mind touched the baby's bloodline, a pure, warm, vibrant golden light burst forth from her abdomen like the rising sun. The light was not intense, but carried an indescribable sense of purity, like the clearest spring, flowing instantly toward the chaotic tattoo on her wrist. The fierce, tangled three-colored light on the tattoo suddenly calmed down under the pure golden glow, as if a binding spell had been cast. The intense fluctuations quickly subsided. The dark purple, erosion, under the light emitted a faint, resentful hiss, like a venomous snake exposed to sunlight, instinctively retreating and curling up, temporarily suppressing its ferocity. The deep blue night clan blood mark and the sealing pattern of the golden glow also weakened in conflict, beginning to show a strange, subtle balance. Delicia's tense body relaxed instantly. The tearing pain like a tide receded, replaced by a strange sense of fullness she had never felt before. She slowly opened her eyes, tired but now with a hint of understanding and control. She could feel that the destructive power hadn't disappeared. It still slept deep within her tattoo, like a dormant volcano. But now, it was wrapped in a warm, pure golden light, quiet for the moment. She seemed to have found a way to communicate with it, even to begin controlling it, through the pure bloodline power of the child in her.
Good.
Good child. Delicia instinctively stroked her swollen belly, a gentle light flickering in her eyes. Yes, the old lady sighed in relief, a happy smile on her face. "Lilia, you did it. You have begun to master the guiding method. The child's bloodline is the stabilizing force that calms the storm." Feng Yuchen's tense nerves finally relaxed as the dark golden barrier slowly withdrew. He stepped forward quickly, holding Delicia's cool hand, feeling the steady yet powerful energy flowing inside her. His heart was both fearful and filled with an indescribable shock. His child, not yet born, already possessed such incredible power. But in this brief moment of peace, an unexpected change suddenly occurred. The tattoo on Delicia's wrist, which had been steady, suddenly flickered again at its center. The complex pattern blending deep blue, gold, and purple shimmered faintly. This time, the light was no longer wild but became unusually concentrated and deep. The three-colored glow seemed to be carefully woven and arranged by an invisible hand, flowing and reorganizing along an ancient, mysterious path. That path. Feng Yuchen and the old lady's pupils shrank at the same time. It was not any known seal family formation or night clan forbidden rune. This is an ancient, primitive coordinate system, as if carved into the very laws of heaven and earth. a blurry yet incredibly clear three-dimensional star map made of countless tiny points of light appears faintly in the void above the tattoo. At the center of the star map is a dark, silent vortex that seems to emit a terrifying, ominous aura. The vortex points directly toward the east, toward the far east, the deep sea abyss.
Lost.
The lost land. The old woman's voice trembles with disbelief. She stares fixedly at the star map, her trembling old finger pointing at it. The coordinates are for the lost land.
It's
inside Lia's tattoo.
It's
been activated. Feng Yuchen's heart pounds wildly. The lost land. The sacred place the Night Clan dreams of. The source of the pure curse origin. Now, its coordinates appear so clearly on Delia's tattoo. Is this a blessing or a trap? A key or a deeper danger? Suddenly, Delia lets out a sharp cry of pain, her body trembling violently. She feels the pure golden glow of her unborn child's aura being grasped by a cold, malicious ghostly hand, suddenly contracting. An icy, resentful, curse-laden purple-black energy flows like an invisible serpent, penetrating through the layered runes of the secret chamber, ignoring Feng Yuchen's remaining bloodline pressure, precisely wrapping around her wrist tattoo and directly invading her abdomen, targeting the fetus. Who's there? Feng Yuchen roars like thunder. His dark golden pupils flash with destructive light. His powerful mental energy sweeps through the chamber like a storm, trying to locate the attacker. The old woman's face turns deathly pale. She quickly forms hand seals, trying to strengthen the protective array and dispel the curse. But the purple-black curse energy is extremely strange. It seems to not exist within the space, as if it shares the same origin as the corrosion in Delia's tattoo. It instantly merges into it, with a clear target, the fetus. Baby, Delia is terrified. She can clearly feel the intense pain and unease transmitted from her unborn child. The pure golden glow, under the invasion of the purple curse, flickers like a candle in the wind, dim and uncertain. It's the devouring fetus curse, one of the most vicious curses of the Night Clan. The old woman screams in horror, her eyes filled with shock. They curse the child directly across space. The target is the child's pure bloodline. It's the source of purity. They want to corrupt it, to consume it. The golden magic circle in the secret chamber flickered violently, as if it could go out at any moment. The tattoo on Delia's wrist, which had just revealed an ancient coordinate pattern, was now shrouded in a thick, dark purple curse, glowing ominously like a tainted relic. The star map pointing to the lost land twisted and blurred under the curse's erosion, as though it might collapse completely at any second. Dark golden light flared wildly around Feng Yuchen like a furious sun. He stared at the cursed tattoo on Delia's wrist, then suddenly looked up, his gaze piercing through layers of barriers toward the dark abyss in the far east. His eyes burned with unstoppable fury and deadly intent. Night Clan, you're asking for death. The cold killing intent in the chamber froze the air. A cruel curse targeting the unborn child's bloodline had already taken hold. The coordinates pointing to the lost land flickered like a dying flame, ready to vanish at any moment. Time had never felt so urgent before the coming of the blood moon. In the underground chamber of the Feng family, the golden magic circle flickered like a candle in the wind, trembling under the dark purple corruption of the curse. The tattoo on Delia's wrist was engulfed by the curse, and the ancient star map pointing to the lost land twisted and warped, on the verge of collapse. Pain surged from the unborn child within her, the pure golden light around it flickering weakly under the dark purple taint, like a small bird trapped by a serpent. My baby. Delia let out a heart-wrenching cry, no longer a human scream, but a roar filled with raw, primal power. Her eyes snapped open, and the clear black of her pupils turned into molten gold swirling with destructive storms. A terrifying force, vast enough to tear the heavens apart, burst out from her in an instant. The ruins of the Feng family estate shook violently. The temporary medical tents were blown away like paper, and the guards maintaining order stumbled back, staring in shock toward the underground chamber. That power, pure, overwhelming, and filled with the aura of final destruction, was the world-ending force Dulia had just awakened. Leah, calm down. Feng Yuchen's dark golden energy burned fiercely as he struggled to hold back the devastating shockwave, his voice hoarse with strain. She clearly felt that Dulia's current power, though terrifying, was extremely unstable, like an out-of-control nuclear bomb. It could destroy the enemy but also turn back on her and even harm her unborn child. The old lady's face was pale, and a trace of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. It was clear she had pushed her magic array to her limit. She looked at Dulia's golden-like eyes and then at the cursed tattoo on her wrist, which was dimming and losing its glow. A look of determination flashed in her eyes. Child, listen to me. The curse locks onto your bloodline's origin. Normal purification can't break it. Only by using your awakened world-destroying power, combined with your maternal bloodline, can you force a backlash. But this method is very dangerous. If you're not careful, you and the baby, we don't have time. Dulia's voice was as cold as the polar wind, carrying an undeniable sense of resolve. She could feel the life force of the baby in her rapidly fading under the curse. The pure golden glow was growing weaker. The star map pointing to the lost land, under the curse's erosion, was cracking and vanishing inch by inch. If she didn't act now, everything would be lost. Tell me what to do. Dulia's eyes locked onto the old lady. Her molten gold pupils swirled with a storm of destruction, but also with a crazy, firm protectiveness for her child. Use your heart's blood as a guide, merge it with your world-destroying power, and ignite the tattoo on your wrist. Turn your maternal protective will into the sharpest spear to pierce the curse's core. At the same time, Yuchen, you must use the family's bloodline to set up the soul-locking array, to stabilize the tattoo's core and prevent the coordinates from completely vanishing. The old lady spoke quickly, each word heavy with danger. All right. Feng Yuchen didn't hesitate at all. He suddenly bit his finger, and the crimson blood, containing the ancient essence of the Feng family's bloodline, dripped onto the ground. He quickly formed hand seals and recited an ancient, obscure spell. Around him, a dark golden light shone brightly. Numerous delicate rune chains appeared out of nowhere, wrapping around Dulia's wrist as if alive. They precisely locked onto the core of the tattoo, the star map of the lost land. The dark golden chains were incredibly tough, temporarily halting the curse's further erosion of the star map, holding it at a fragile balance point. Leah, do it! Feng Yuchen's voice trembled slightly, but his gaze was unwavering. Dulia took a deep breath and looked at her wrist. The purple curse, like living creatures, wriggled and emitted a disgusting, filthy smell, greedily devouring the pure golden glow of the fetus. Her eyes flashed with a molten gold light, and a destructive power gathered wildly within her. With my blood, ignite my soul. Protect my child. Eliminate evil. Dulia shouted loudly, her voice echoing through the secret chamber. Without hesitation, she raised her other hand, her fingertips gathering a destructive force. This power transformed into an invisible sharp blade, stabbing fiercely into her chest. Her fingertips pierced her heart, and warm blood instantly flowed out. But this blood was not bright red. It was a strange, golden red color, as if containing the destructive light of stars. This was the original blood fused with the power of destruction. The golden red blood dripped onto the tattoo on her wrist. It was like a hot iron plunging into cold water. The thick, dark purple curse on the tattoo let out a piercing scream, as if coming from the depths of the 9 hells. The golden red blood, like a living flame, spread instantly across the tattoo. Wherever it went, the purple curse boiled violently, evaporated, and let out sizzling screams. Dulia let out a painful groan, her body trembling violently. She could clearly feel that the golden red flames not only burned the curse, but also consumed her life force. Each burn felt like a tearing pain in her soul. But she clenched her teeth tightly, her golden pupils filled with madness and determination. Burn. Burn it all clean. The golden red flames grew stronger, like a tiny sun burning onto Leah's wrist. The purple curse was forced to retreat step by step. The filth covering the entire tattoo now only remained in a small core, like a dying candle in the wind, stubbornly resisting. It let out sharp, piercing screams, desperately trying to deep into the tattoo and pollute the core star map coordinates. Not enough. The old lady looked at the remaining curse core with a fierce glint in her eyes.
Leah.
Put all your will into it. Your protection for the child. Inject everything. The core of the curse is a projection of the priest's will. Use your maternal love to crush it. Delia's eyes flashed with a sudden understanding. She closed her eyes, and in her mind appeared the joy of feeling her baby's first movement, the image of Feng Yuchen carrying her out of the warehouse with determination, and the old matriarch's fearless resolve to protect the family. All the emotions of love and protection surged like a flood toward the golden red flame on her wrist. My child. Who dares to harm him? I, Delia, will give my life to keep him safe. Her voice, filled with endless motherly love and fierce determination, burst from the depths of her soul. The golden red flame on her wrist suddenly flared up. Within the fire, a faint, majestic, and protective motherly figure appeared. The figure reached out a hand made of pure willpower and struck at the remaining dark purple curse core.
No.
The curse core let out a desperate scream, filled with fear of that pure protective power. Like a bubble bursting, the dark purple core was torn apart, burned, and turned to ash under the combined force of the flame and the will to protect. A thick black mist rose from the tattoo, let out a final roar of unwillingness, and then faded into the air. The curse of the devouring, broken. Yet the danger was not over. With the curse core destroyed, the ancient star map tattooed on Delia's wrist, which pointed to the lost land, was temporarily stabilized by Feng Yuchen's sealing array. However, the damage caused by the curse had already taken root. Several key points of the star map dimmed, its lines cracked like shattered glass, giving off a fragile sense that it could collapse at any moment. The coordinates, though preserved at the center, were now incomplete. Even more alarming, as the curse vanished, the golden light surrounding the baby in her, once pure and flawless, had changed. Though it shone brightly again after enduring the curse and the destructive power, deep within that golden glow, a faint, nearly invisible thread of dark purple remained. It coiled like a tiny serpent at the core of the light, pulsing slowly with the baby's heartbeat, giving off a faint but unsettling aura. The curse. Is it truly gone? Feng Yuchen looked at the tattoo on Delia's wrist, which had regained its deep blue and golden glow. He let out a sigh of relief, but then quickly sensed something strange about the baby's energy. His expression changed at once. The child. The child. Delia felt it too. She lowered her head sharply, staring at her belly. A flicker of fear and disbelief flashed in her molten gold eyes. She could feel the baby's heartbeat steady again, its strength returning, but within that pure energy, there was now a faint trace of something that shouldn't be there. A presence. Ancient, cold, and somehow connected to the curse of the Night Clan, yet different from it. This is. The old matriarch's wrinkled hands trembled. She wanted to examine it, but didn't dare. She looked at the broken star map on Delia's wrist and sensed the faint dark purple energy within the baby. A chill unlike any she had ever felt crept into her heart. Although the curse had been forcibly broken, its core power seemed not to have vanished completely. At the final moment, it might have been absorbed, or perhaps merged, by the baby's pure bloodline, which had awakened in the struggle between life and death. That faint dark purple, was it the curse's remnant? Or had the baby's bloodline changed after surviving this ordeal, turning into something unknown and possibly dangerous? The golden light of the magic circle in the chamber faded completely, leaving only the faint dark gold glow of the soul-locking array that Feng Yuchen had set up, barely keeping the broken star map stable. The air was thick with the scent of blood and the burnt trace of fading energy. Delia slowly raised her hand, looking at the tattoo on her wrist. The blue and gold intertwined beautifully. The dark purple was gone. Yet the star map pointing to the lost land looked like a shattered mirror, its cracks clear and sharp. The coordinates remained, but incomplete, like a puzzle forced together, full of danger and uncertainty. She gently touched her belly, feeling the strong heartbeat within, and beneath it, that faint, unsettling trace of dark purple energy that made her heart tremble. "Baby." Her voice quivered, filled with both relief and deep fear of the unknown. Feng Yuchen stepped beside her and held her hand tightly. His dark golden eyes were heavy with worry. He looked at the old matriarch and said in a low, rough voice, "The coordinates are broken, and the child has changed. Next, what should we do?" The old lady took a deep breath, her cloudy eyes flickering with complex emotions, and finally, she made a nearly tragic decision. The blood moon is coming, and the festival will begin. The Night Tribe won't give up easily, and the Wei family. I fear they have fully allied with the Night Tribe. This broken coordinate is our only clue. As for the child, she looked at Delia's belly, a hint of pain in her eyes. That dark purple strand, whether it is a curse or a blessing, remains unknown. But one thing is certain. The power within the child has already far exceeded our expectations and has attracted attention beyond what we imagined. She paused, her voice as cold as iron. We must leave immediately for the lost land. Only there might we find a way to completely purify the child's hidden dangers, repair the coordinate, and even master the true power to fight the Night Tribe. This is a path of certain death, but there is no turning back now. Feng Yuchen and Delia exchanged a look, both seeing the same determination in each other's eyes. "Let's go," Feng Yuchen said firmly. Delia took a deep breath, her golden pupils replaced by a stronger, more powerful will. Protection. No matter how dangerous the road ahead, she would carry her child and keep moving forward. Just as they prepared to leave this scarred secret chamber, the tattoo on Delia's wrist, in a shadow unnoticed by others, at a broken point of the incomplete star map, flickered very faintly and briefly, a faint glow sharing the same dark purple thread as the fetus's breath. That glow vanished as quickly as it appeared, as if it had never been there. But the message it conveyed was cold and clear. The curse of the Night Tribe may not have truly been eradicated. Instead, it has hidden itself in a more secretive and deadly way, blending into their bloodline, into the coordinate, and into the core of this worldwide storm. And the lost land awaiting them, will it bring salvation at dawn? Or another, even more terrifying abyss? On the ruins of the underground secret chamber of the Feng family, the darkness before dawn was thick as solidified ink. The biting sea wind carried the salty stench and the burnt smell of ruins, blowing against the makeshift command tent. Delia stood at the edge of the deck, gazing toward the distant dock where several ghostly black speedboats were quietly approaching. Her golden pupils shimmered faintly in the night. The tattoo on her wrist, blending deep blue, golden shimmer, and dark purple, looked like a sleeping whirlpool filled with endless storms under faint light. Coordinate repair is complete, but very unstable. Feng Yuchen's voice was low and tense. He quickly walked to Delia and handed her a special metal bracelet that emitted a faint cleansing glow. "Put this on. It can temporarily suppress the curse's erosion and stabilize the star map energy in the tattoo. But remember, this is only a temporary fix. Once you enter the chaotic energy zone of the lost land, its effect will weaken." Delia silently took the bracelet. The cold metal made her fingertips tremble slightly. She looked at her wrist and at the tattoo. Under the forced repair by the old lady using her blood and destructive power, the ancient star map pointing to the lost land was reconnected. However, at the broken nodes, a stubborn dark purple stain remained, like maggots gnawing at the bone. What made her more anxious was that at the moment of repair, she clearly heard a faint, exhausted, and resistant whimper from her unborn child. She instinctively placed her hand on her belly, feeling the faint, but steady movement. Yet, within those movements, there seemed to be an almost imperceptible heaviness. "He's stronger than you think." Feng Yuchen placed his hand over hers. A gentle golden power flowed into her, trying to soothe mother and child. The Night Clan's curse is poisonous, but the protective power of the Feng family bloodline, combined with your awakening of destructive might, is enough to keep him safe. Now, we must leave immediately and reach the Lost Land before the blood moon fully rises and the Night Clan's festival reaches its peak. The old lady, supported by 2 top guards of the Feng family, slowly stepped out of the tent. Her face was still pale, but her eyes were sharp as an eagle, scanning the rapidly gathering team at the dock. Besides the elite dark guards of the Feng family, there were a few others dressed in special combat suits, their presence as steady as iron. These were the top fighters Feng Yuchen had summoned through secret channels, capable of facing the threat of the Night Clan directly. Leah. The old lady's gaze fixed on Leah, carrying a near-tragic resolve. The road ahead is dangerous, far beyond what you imagine. The Lost Land is an ancient battlefield, a place of seals, and one of the sources of the Night Clan's power. The destructive power within you is both the key and the bait. Once you step into that area, you and the child will become the focus of all dark forces. Are you ready? Leah took a deep breath, the sea breeze filling her lungs with a salty, cold sensation. She looked up, her molten gold eyes replacing fear with a stronger, more determined will. She looked at Feng Yuchen, at the old lady, and at the silent but resolute guards and energy users. For the children, for the Feng family, and for everything in this world that should not be swallowed by darkness, her voice was quiet but clear, cutting through the wind with undeniable strength. "I am ready. Let's go," Feng Yuchen ordered sharply, like a thunderclap. The team quickly and orderly boarded several specially modified black speedboats, equipped with powerful energy shields and stealth systems. The engines roared low, and the boats shot across the dark sea like arrows, heading toward the vast ocean's depths, toward the forbidden area guided by ancient star maps, called the Lost Land, where even modern satellites could not clearly see. The sea wind grew stronger, and the waves became rougher. The boats jostled at high speed, their energy shields shimmering faintly, resisting the impact of the seawater and the increasingly cold, ominous atmosphere. Leah sat inside the cabin, closing her eyes to focus, feeling the faint pull from the incomplete star map tattooed on her wrist. Feng Yuchen stood beside her, his dark gold power vigilantly scanning the darkness around them. "The energy levels are rising abnormally," reported a sensitive energy user with a serious face. "This isn't natural. It looks like the aftermath of a large spell or ritual, spreading out. The direction is exactly where we are heading. The influence of the Night Clan festival is bigger than we thought," the old lady frowned. "Speed up. We must reach the core area before their melody fully plays out." The speedboats increased their pace, skimming just above the waves. But about an hour after entering the sea area, something suddenly changed. "Ah, woo!" A piercing, twisted scream suddenly erupted from beneath the deep sea, as if tearing through souls. The sound was neither human nor beast, filled with endless resentment, madness, and destructive desire, like rusty, dull blades scraping repeatedly against everyone's nerves. Feng Yuchen shouted loudly, and a layer of tough, dark gold bloodline power instantly formed a shield that covered Leah and everyone inside the cabin. But the piercing scream was very powerful, making many guards and abilities users turn pale, suffer headaches, and some even bleed from their 7 orifices and faint. Leah groaned softly. Her molten gold pupils shrank sharply. The scream seemed to cut straight into her soul. What frightened her even more was that the baby in her belly suddenly twitched violently. A very cold, malicious energy, following the faint remnants of the ink-purple curse, tried to invade the baby's core like a poisonous snake. "Get away!" Leah shouted fiercely. The tattoo on her wrist suddenly burst out with dazzling molten gold light. The power of destruction erupted like an angry volcano under her will. The golden flames swept over her body instantly, fiercely dispersing the cold, evil energy trying to harm the baby. Her explosive power was too wild, causing the energy shield on the top of the speedboat to ripple violently, making the boat shake intensely. Leah! Feng Yuchen was shocked. He immediately increased his strength to stabilize the boat and the shield. "I'm fine," Leah gasped, her molten gold pupils boiling with killing intent. "It's them. They're in the sea. They're attacking with sound." Before she finished speaking, dozens of twisted, fierce figures suddenly burst out from beneath the dark sea surface. They were not human at all. Their upper bodies vaguely retained a female shape, but their skin was a dull, grayish, deathly color, covered with thick, foul-smelling black mucus. Their eyes were pitch black, hollow without whites, flowing with filthy ink. The most terrifying part was their lower bodies. They were not legs but countless black limbs like giant octopus tentacles, covered with suckers and spines. These limbs flailed wildly, each slap on the sea surface creating towering black waves, emitting a nauseating stench. Night Clan Sea Demons. Sirens Whale Squad. The old lady exclaimed in shock, her eyes full of disbelief. How could they be here? This is the branch of the Night Clan that specializes in mental pollution and ocean slaughter. Were they awakened by the power of the Blood Moon Festival? Or are they waiting here specifically for us? The sea demons emitted even denser, more twisted screams, forming visible, filthy black sound waves like solid arrows, fiercely shooting toward the speedboat. At the same time, their black tentacles covered with thorns swung and wrapped around like wild snakes from all directions. The energy shield of the speedboat flickered violently under the crazy attacks of sound waves and tentacles, emitting a harsh sizzling sound and quickly dimmed. Counterattack. Full fire. Feng Yuchen shouted angrily. Dark gold energy gathered into a huge energy blade, slashing fiercely at the nearest sea monster. The psychics also attacked with flames, lightning, ice spikes, and other powers, illuminating the dark sea surface. However, these sea monsters had very strong defenses. Feng Yuchen's dark gold blade only left a deep wound that showed bone, spraying thick black blood, but it was not deadly. Other psychic attacks also had little effect. Even more frightening, the severed tentacles on the water surface wriggled like living creatures, trying to reconnect. They are regenerating quickly. And they are absorbing the energy we spill during attacks. One psychic exclaimed in horror. The wounds on the sea monsters, covered with black slime, healed visibly fast. The foul smell around them seemed even stronger and more violent. They are using the power of the festival to strengthen themselves. Old lady's face turned pale. If this continues, the shield won't last much longer. At this moment, a particularly huge sea monster leader appeared. Its head had twisted bone spines, and its ink-like eyes looked even thicker. It let out a sharper, more malicious scream. This time, the sound wave was not a random attack but aimed precisely at Doria. Yao Wu. The black sound wave, full of curses and filthy will, was like a deadly ink dragon. It ignored the energy shield and directly penetrated the hull, crashing fiercely into Doria's forehead. "Be careful, Leia." Feng Yuchen's pupils shrank suddenly. He wanted to help but was too late. Doria's golden pupils shrank to the extreme. She clearly saw that the core of the black sound wave was wrapped with a faint, weak curse aura, which shared the same dark purple stain as the remaining ink on her wrist tattoo. This curse aura was like an evil coordinate, guiding the sea monster's attack precisely. Dare to die. Doria was furious. The power of destruction within her was fully activated at this life-and-death moment. She did not choose to resist directly, but suddenly aimed her tattooed wrist at the incoming black sound wave. "With my blood, ignite my soul. Purify," she shouted sharply, her fingertips slicing fiercely along the edge of the tattoo. A drop of brilliant blood, glowing like molten gold and containing the power to destroy and purify, seeped out instantly. Under her will, this drop of blood, like a tiny sun, collided with the black sound wave. Boom! Golden flames and the dark purple, filthy sound wave clashed fiercely in the center, of the ship's cabin. There was no huge explosion, only a silent, intense destruction. The golden flames, like living purifying fire, greedily devoured the curse and filth within the sound wave. The purple curse guiding the attack let out a piercing, ghostly scream when it touched the flames and was instantly burned away. Without the curse's core guiding it, the black sound wave's power suddenly collapsed, turning into scattered dark mist that dissipated into the air. Forcibly using the power of the world-destroying blood, Delia's face turned deathly pale, and her body shook violently, nearly losing her balance. Feng Yuchen quickly caught her in his arms, pouring in a dark golden energy to replenish her. "I am fine," Delia gasped, looking at her wrist. The burning drop of world-destroying blood had disappeared, but a tiny mark remained at the edge of the tattoo, like a burned scar. What shocked her even more was that, at the moment she forcibly burned her blood and purified the curse, her unborn child seemed to send a faint, strange ripple of heartbeat. It was as if the baby's power was secretly resonating with her purification just now. "Leader!" That human woman hurt the source of whales, the sea demon leader roared angrily. It felt its proud curse sound wave being forcibly purified, and the core curse power burned away. This was a huge humiliation and injury to it. Tear her apart, extract her heart and the fetus. Offer them to the great Blood Moon Lord, the sea demon leader roared furiously. All the sea demons instantly became even more frantic. Ignoring their own injuries, like moths to a flame, they launched suicidal attacks with denser tentacles and more violent sound waves. During the fierce storm-like attack, the energy shield of the speedboat finally emitted a sharp cracking sound and completely shattered. The hull was struck hard by a huge tentacle, producing a painful metal twisting noise, causing the boat to tilt suddenly.
"Oh."
"The boat is sinking," the guards shouted in alarm. "Abandon ship. Activate the emergency flying device. Hurry." Feng Yuchen made a quick decision, grabbing Delia. The old lady and the remaining guards and supernatural experts also moved quickly. Just as everyone prepared to jump into the sea and activate their portable emergency flying devices, a strange change occurred. The sea monster's leader suddenly opened its large, tooth-filled mouth and spat out a thick, black liquid that smelled terrible and was as sticky as asphalt. This liquid was not aimed at the people, but at the tiny golden light remaining in the air after the curse on Delia was purified and the blood of destruction was destroyed. The black liquid wrapped around the golden light, wriggling and solidifying as if alive. In the next moment, a twisted, fierce black rune made of pure curse power appeared in midair. The rune flickered with ominous dark purple light and emitted a deadly aura that targeted bloodlines and souls. The devouring birthmark curse. It is locked onto the residual power of that woman. No, it is locked onto the bloodline of her unborn child. The old lady screamed in fear, her eyes filled with unprecedented terror. It's marking her. It's imprinting a curse of the Night Clan on the fetus. Once completed, no matter where the fetus escapes, the Night Clan can track it. They can remotely erode the bloodline and soul of the fetus through the mark. Not a chance. Feng Yuchen's eyes widened with rage. His dark golden power erupted without reservation, transforming into a tearing sword that slashed fiercely at the black rune forming in the air. However, the runes seemed to resonate strangely with the power of the sea ritual, moving at an incredible speed. Just as Feng Yuchen's attack was about to hit, it suddenly shrank and transformed into a nearly invisible dark purple streak, like a maggot gnawing at bone, ignoring space and distance, and shot precisely into Delia's lower abdomen. "No!" Delia let out a desperate scream, her golden pupils blazing with unprecedented light. She desperately tried to break free from Feng Yuchen's embrace, using her body to block the attack. The dark purple glow, like a living creature, silently entered Delia's abdomen amid everyone's shocked and horrified gazes. Delia's body suddenly stiffened as if struck by a powerful thunderbolt. A cold, malicious force filled with greed and destructive will instantly pierced her body, directly branding the pure and strong bloodline of the unborn child inside her. She could even clearly feel the baby emitting a silent, extreme cry of pain. Baby! Dulia's heart ached like being cut by a knife. Golden energy wildly surged toward her belly, trying to remove the evil mark. But the mark was like a cancerous growth in her bloodline, very stubborn. No matter how much her destructive power attacked, it clung tightly to the core of the baby's bloodline, like a parasite, only temporarily suppressed but not completely eradicated.
Leah.
How is the child? Feng Yuchen held her, his voice trembling with anger and fear. Leah's face was as pale as paper, trembling violently from intense pain and rage. She struggled to lift her hand, pointing at her belly, her voice hoarse. It is inside. On the baby. The curse mark of the Night Clan.
It
is moving. Everyone looked in the direction of her finger and was horrified to see a tiny, twisted rune resembling a centipede, glowing ominously with dark purple light beneath her flat stomach skin. It was slowly, faintly pulsing. With each beat, it seemed to drain the pure life force and bloodline power of the fetus, radiating an even colder, more corrosive aura. Feng Yuchen's eyes turned red, and his dark gold power nearly spiraled out of control. He suddenly looked up at the distant sea, where the proud howling of the sea monster leader echoed. His eyes burned with a fiery rage that could burn everything. I will make you all vanish into nothingness. In his roar, Feng Yuchen's dark gold aura surged to its limit, like an angry sun. He embraced Leah and instantly disappeared. The next moment, as if divine punishment had descended, he appeared right above the sea monster leader's head. A huge, dark gold hand, filled with destructive power capable of destroying the heavens and earth, slammed down with crushing force. In a loud, earth-shaking explosion, the huge sea monster leader was unable to even scream. Along with a large splash of seawater beneath it, it was completely shattered into nothingness by a powerful palm strike filled with Feng Yuchen's furious anger. Thick black blood and broken body parts scattered like a heavy rain over the sea surface. Without their leader, the remaining sea monsters instantly fell into chaos and fear. Feng Yuchen, like a god of death, moved through the panicked group of sea monsters with a dark golden figure. Every attack was accompanied by the agonized screams and body explosions of the monsters. In just a few moments, he ruthlessly and directly slaughtered all the sea monsters attacking the speedboats. The dark sea surface was once again covered with sticky blood and broken limbs, emitting a disgusting stench. The speedboats had completely sunk. The surviving guards and supernatural experts from the Feng family quickly activated emergency flying devices, hovering in the air and watching the bloody scene below. They looked at Feng Yuchen, floating in the air with a dark golden glow-like substance and a murderous aura, and at Leah, who was pale and hollow-eyed in his arms. Everyone felt a deep chill. The curse mark of the Night Clan had already been branded on the fetus. Before reaching the Lost Land, they had already paid a heavy price. And the deadly melody of the Blood Moon ritual seemed to have just begun with its most brutal note. Leah weakly leaned against Feng Yuchen, her molten gold eyes losing focus. All her senses were focused on the pulsating dark purple mark inside her belly. She could hear that the mark was greedily absorbing the fetus's life force. What made her even more terrified was that, between the beats of the mark, she seemed to faintly catch a faint, distant, yet ancient and evil melody, like a song. That song was completely different from the shrill cries of the sea monsters. It was deeper, more distant, as if coming from the depths of the Nine Nether Abyss, or perhaps directly echoing within the bloodline of the fetus, marked by the curse. A cold, deadly thought suddenly entered Leah's mind, like a venomous snake. This mark is not just a sign and an invasion. It seems to be summoning something? And whatever is being summoned, what deadly connection does it have with the Lost Land and the mysterious power within her unborn child? In the pitch-black sea, a thick, bloody smell mixed with the salty sea breeze creates a suffocating sense of death. The special invisible strategic airship, Dawn, from the Foam family cuts through the waves like a ghost, rushing at top speed toward the lost land marked by the star map, guided by the tattooed stars, located at the eye of the storm. The ship's outer layer is protected by a faint golden energy shield, barely blocking the foul resentment from the sea monster remains in the water. Inside the medical bay, the light is soft and fragile. Delia lies in a special life support pod, her face paler than the walls around her, with a thin layer of sweat on her forehead. The tattoo on her wrist, blending dark blue, gold, and black-purple, is flashing and twisting wildly. At the star map, node pointing to the lost land, the black-purple curse mark pulses like a living creature, swelling with each beat. It feels like an invisible evil hand gripping her fragile unborn child's life force tightly. Delia clenches her teeth, letting out a suppressed cry of pain. The curse's invasion is more brutal than she imagined. It not only drains the baby's vitality, but also tries to pollute and assimilate the pure, powerful bloodline. She can clearly feel the tiny life inside her suffering unimaginably, as if being repeatedly tempered in a furnace. The pure golden glow struggles and flickers under the black-purple corruption, each dimming stabbing her heart like a knife. "Baby,
Hold on.
Mom is here." Delia's voice is weak, but filled with maternal strength. She struggles to lift her hand, trembling as she covers her belly, trying to use her will to block the evil curse. But her strength seems tiny against the curse mark, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Feng Yuchen stands outside the life support pod, his dark gold eyes fixed on the monitor showing the faint but persistent heartbeat of the fetus and the rising black-purple pollution level in the energy spectrum of the tattoo. A nearly tangible killing intent surrounds him, and the cold aura drops the temperature in the medical bay by several degrees. The old lady had just repaired the star map, which was heavily damaged, and is now urgently resting in the next room, unable to help further. Coordinate stability continues to decline. It is estimated that in 30 minutes, the Lost Lands entrance will no longer be lockable. The deputy's voice, with a barely noticeable trembling, came through the communicator. The energy turbulence outside has surged. The shield of the Dawn ship can only hold for 15 more minutes. Time. Again, time. Feng Yuchen suddenly punched the cold alloy wall, making a dull, loud sound. His knuckles bled instantly. He hated himself. Hated that his powerful strength was helpless now. Hated this cursed fate, like maggots gnawing at his bones. And he hated those dark creatures hiding in the shadows, using such vile tricks to hurt his wife and children. At this moment of despair, just as Delia's consciousness was torn apart by pain, and Feng Yuchen's killing intent was about to spiral out of control, inside Delia's belly, the faint golden glow, which had been suppressed by a dark purple mark like a dying candle in the wind, suddenly burst out with a silent cry that seemed capable of tearing the soul. No, that was not a cry.
It was
a roar, a primal, wild force from the very core of life, like a volcano sleeping for billions of years, erupted fiercely within the tiny body of the fetus. The purest, hottest golden light, powerful enough to burn everything, burst free like a furious dragon breaking its chains, carrying a destructive will to annihilate the world, shooting straight up from Delia's abdomen. The entire Dawn ship shook violently. All the lights inside instantly went out, then were replaced by the blazing golden glow. The dazzling light pierced through the hull, illuminating the dark sea outside as if it were daytime. The dark purple curse mark, under this sudden, pure, and mighty fetal power, shrieked sharply, like snow exposed to the blazing sun. It shrank and twisted madly, trying to resist and suppress again. But within the golden glow, there was a pressure so overwhelming that even the curse, driven by its instinctive fear, trembled, coming from the highest bloodline. Like a red-hot iron plunged into icy water, the purple mark and the golden glow of the fetus touched, producing a sharp, corrosive sound that made teeth ache. Thick black smoke rose from the contact point, accompanied by a scream filled with extreme curse and hatred. The mark was forced back slightly. Though just a tiny bit, this was the first time its unbreakable grip on the fetus's vitality and contamination was forcibly interrupted. Delia trembled violently and suddenly opened her eyes. Golden-colored pupils reflected the soaring golden light and the powerful energy within her belly, which was awakening fiercely and fighting against a deadly curse. She felt it. This was not an external force. It was her child. Her and Feng Yuchen's child, using its still-forming but incredibly strong life force to resist the ancient, evil curse.
Child.
My child. Delia's voice trembled with disbelief and almost joyful tears. She clearly heard a faint but very clear thought from the core of that golden roar, from the energy storm clashing with the curse. Mom.
Mom.
Protect. These two words, like the warmest sunlight, instantly dispelled all her fear and despair. An unprecedented, motherly willpower, like a sleeping dragon awakening inside her, roared to life. She was no longer just passively enduring. Her will, her motherly love, and her child's awakening power resonated deeply, creating a powerful connection.
Yes.
Baby, we're in this together. Protect ourselves. Protect our home, Delia shouted fiercely. Her voice was no longer weak, but full of determination and strength. She suddenly sat up, pressing her hands firmly on her belly. Her entire willpower, like a floodgate opening, poured wildly into the golden glow fighting the curse. The tattoo on Delia's wrist suddenly burst with unprecedented light. The blue purification power, the golden sealing force, and the destructive power inherited from the old lady, all fused together, were now guided by her maternal will and her unborn child's awakening strength. Like three mighty currents, they rushed into the golden glow battling the curse. The curse's mark let out a more desperate scream. It felt an unprecedented threat. This threat came not only from the awakening bloodline power of the unborn child, but also from the combined, guardian, law formed by the motherly will and tattoo power. The dark purple filth, under the joint attack of the blue, gold, destructive forces, and the child's golden light, was like dirt thrown into strong acid, madly dissolving and breaking apart. At that moment, the star map node pointing to the lost land suddenly became clear and stable as the curse was forcibly suppressed and driven away. Although the stubborn purple ink marks still remain at the fracture site, the core coordinate path, like stars breaking through the clouds, shines again within the tattoo. Coordinates stable. Energy turbulence suppressed. Shield strength rising. The deputy's voice burst with disbelief and joy, echoing throughout the command room. We did it. Miss Lady. Young Master. No. Lady and Young Master together have suppressed the curse. Feng Yuchen stared intently at the golden pillar of light rising inside the life support pod, which now shimmered with the tattoo's power, and at Delia's resolute, powerful face, as if reborn from fire. His dark gold pupils swirled with waves of shock, joy, pride, and a hint of indescribable
awe.
His child, his Laya. They created a miracle. But just as hope was rekindled in this moment of survival, thousands of miles away, in the far east, atop the sacred mountain of the Night Clan, deep within an ancient altar shrouded in eternal darkness, a high priest of the Night Clan, dressed in a blood-red robe and hidden in the shadow of his hood, sat cross-legged before a huge crystal embedded with twisted blood-colored runes. Inside the crystal, a viscous liquid like blood flowed, emanating a disgusting evil aura. He was performing the most critical ritual of the blood moon ceremony, establishing a faint connection through the crystal to the curse mark deep within the sealed family's fetal bloodline, greedily absorbing the purest life essence spilled when the bloodline was corrupted. The high priest was struck by an invisible hammer, his chest violently hit, and he spat out a large mouthful of thick, nearly black blood. He collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut, stumbling from the crystal, his head slipping back to reveal a face as withered as a skeleton, yet filled with incredible terror. No, impossible. The high priest's voice was hoarse, like a broken gong, filled with deep-seated fear and hatred. He stared fixedly at the crystal, which once glowed with blood-red light but now flickered violently with internal light and showed several tiny cracks. Just moments ago, as he greedily absorbed the fetal life force, feeling the pure bloodlines struggling painfully under the curse, an indescribable force, pure, powerful, and so intense that his soul trembled, suddenly awakened inside the fetus, like an ancient beast sleeping deep within. That power carried a primal, instinctive fear, a pressure from the highest bloodline. What shocked him even more was the will contained within that power. It was not just rebellion. It was also a form of protection, a kind of guarding law that was completely incompatible with the curse mark, yet powerful enough to tear apart the curse itself. The baby's power, has awakened. The high priest struggled to stand, his thin fingers clutching the edge of the crystal stone. His nails broke under the pressure, bleeding black blood. His cloudy eyes flickered with a crazy light of greed and fear. No, it's not just awakening. It is fighting back. It's devouring the curse. Inside the crystal, the dark purple light ball symbolizing the curse mark was now being fiercely attacked, eroded and even swallowed by a pure golden light. Although the golden glow was faint and the swallowing slow, the trend was unstoppable, like a wildfire spreading. The high priest roared like a beast, his withered face twisting with extreme anger and fear. He felt it, his carefully arranged and highly anticipated curse of devouring the fetus was being dismantled and destroyed from within by the awakening power of the fetus, in a way he could not understand. Feng Yuchen.
Julia.
You two scoundrels. Your child. Actually. His voice became sharp and piercing with jealousy and hatred. What kind of bloodline flows in him? How can it actively fight back against the curse imprinted by my Night Clan ancestors? He suddenly looked up, his murky eyes blazing with extreme hatred and coldness, staring fixedly at the deep purple light ball inside the crystal, which was connected to the fetus's bloodline but now being constantly eroded by the golden glow. If you dare to resist, if you dare to devour my curse, the high priest's voice suddenly turned cold and strange, carrying a mad, sacrificial tone. Then, like you taste the true wrath of our ancestors, his thin hands formed a complex, blood-stained, deathly hand sign, with 10 fingers twisting like venomous snakes. Thick black blood oozed from his fingertips, striking the surface of the crystal with force. In the name of the high priest of the Night Clan, I sacrifice the souls of 9,999 slaves. Summon the shadow of our ancestors sleeping deep within the curse. Devour their bones.
Drink their blood.
Seize their souls. Drag that cursed fetal bloodline into the eternal darkness of our Night Clan. Blood Moon Ceremony. Using the child's flesh and blood as sacrifice. Open the true door to destruction. As the high priest's roar echoed, the enormous blood-red crystal suddenly erupted with an unprecedented, almost space-tearing, terrifying blood glow. Inside the crystal, the originally gold-shimmering, shrinking purple cursed light cluster suddenly exploded. It was not dispersing but transforming into countless smaller, more resentful, worm-like strands of purple energy, frantically attacking the golden glow of the fetus that was fighting the curse. At the same time, an ancient, deep, and terrifying aura, like something from the lowest depths of the underworld, awakened by the power of sacrifice, spread through the connection between the curse mark and the fetus's bloodline. It crossed thousands of miles of space, like an invisible flood of destruction, rushing toward the awakening fetus on the Dawn ship. Inside the medical pod of the Dawn ship, Dulia was immersed in the joy and power of the mother and child working together to suppress the curse, feeling the golden glow inside her grow stronger and the curse mark weaken. Suddenly, her golden pupils shrank to the limit. An indescribable, soul-freezing, corrupting aura, like an invisible hand of destruction, seized her heart. This aura was far more evil, domineering, and deadly than any previous curse invasion. It did not attack her body directly, but targeted her soul and her bloodline's origin. Dulia let out a piercing, inhuman scream. Her body was struck hard by an invisible hammer, forcing her to arch up from the bed. The tattoo on her wrist, which had just stabilized, burst into blinding light, blue, gold, and destructive power, fighting desperately to resist this sudden, terrifying invasion. But this aura was too powerful, too ancient. It carried an absolute suppression from her bloodline. The tattoo's glow flickered violently in front of it, like a candle in the wind, flickering unpredictably. What terrified her even more was that she could clearly feel that this terrifying aura was not targeting her but her child. The golden glow inside her, just awakening and fighting the remaining curse, was instantly plunged into a silent, fear-filled cry as if thrown into an absolute zero ICC, trembling with silent resistance. The pure golden light trembled and contracted violently, as if it would be completely swallowed and absorbed by the ancient darkness in the next moment. No! Delia's eyes nearly burst with rage, and her golden pupils were filled with endless fear and despair. She used all her strength, her will like a burning flame, desperately pouring energy into the trembling golden glow inside her belly, trying to protect and resist with her maternal love. However, the destructive aura pressed down like a deadly parasite, like a mountain weighing heavily. The golden halo of the unborn child, just awakening and still unstable, appeared so fragile and easily shattered in front of it. "Baby,
Hold on.
Mom is here. Mom will protect you," Delia shouted with a broken voice, her cry filled with extreme fear and pain. She could feel her child's consciousness being invaded by the darkness, and the pure bloodline power was being corrupted and consumed by the evil aura. At this critical moment, when the unborn child was about to be completely swallowed by the dark destruction, the core of the golden glow inside Delia's belly suddenly erupted with a more determined and heroic will. This was no longer just protection, it was self-sacrifice. A force from the very origin of life, carrying a resolute will to perish together, like a dormant nuclear bomb, was triggered inside the tiny body of the fetus by the oppressive darkness and exploded completely. Buzz! An indescribable golden light burst out, no longer just pure protection, but a blazing flame of destruction infused with a will to annihilate. It erupted fiercely from Delia's abdomen. Within this golden flame, not only purity remained, but also a faint, real presence of dark purple, an extremely weak yet genuine connection to the same source as the destructive darkness. Gold and purple, like light and shadow, creation and destruction, collided wildly, merged, and erupted into a forbidden and terrifying power that even Delia and Feng Yuchen could not understand. The Dawn ship was struck hard by an invisible beast, producing a deafening roar. The entire vessel shook violently and tilted. All the instruments inside instantly sparked and broke down completely. The towering twin-colored golden and purple light beams pierced through the ship, soaring into the sky, illuminating the dark ink-black sea and swirling clouds outside with a strange, brilliant glow. The dark, apocalyptic aura from the Night Clan ancestors, in front of the sudden, fiery golden-purple blaze, filled with destruction willpower, was like icy cold being thrown into a furnace, emitting a piercing scream to the extreme. It was forcefully pushed back. Although only for a moment, and even though the golden-purple flame itself was fluctuating violently, as if it might spiral out of control and retaliate, the invasion of the world-ending darkness was interrupted for the first time. Inside the medical pod, Delia collapsed as if exhausted, her molten gold pupils lost focus, leaving only deep fatigue and bone-chilling fear. She could feel that the recently erupted golden-purple flame inside her was very unstable, like a powder keg ready to explode, wildly impacting her fragile body. Even more terrifying was that at the core of the golden-purple blaze, she seemed to see a faint but real fragment of dark purple willpower, originating from the aura within the Night Clan priest's crystal stone. That fragment, like a lit fuse forcibly ignited, silently burned within the chaotic core of the fetus's power. Thousands of miles away, on the sacred mountain altar of the Night Clan, the high priest was struck as if by lightning, once again spitting out a large mouthful of black blood. His entire body was flung backward like a torn sack, crashing heavily against the hard stone wall of the altar, producing a dull thud. His withered face was now covered with cracks, like shattered pottery, his eyes filled with extreme disbelief and fear, mixed with an indescribable frenzy. That power. The high priest struggled to lift his head, his cloudy eyes fixed on the blood-red crystal stone, now cracked like a spider web, its internal glow dimming almost to extinction. His voice was hoarse, like an owl in the night, gold and purple,
Creation
and destruction. Forbidden fusion. He actually secretly hides within. His voice suddenly stopped, as if stunned by what he was about to say. But the madness flickering in his eyes ignited like wildfire, replacing his fear. So that's it. The devouring birth curse isn't just for drawing power. It's also to awaken it. The high priest let out a chilling, owl-like scream of laughter, full of madness and greed. Feng Yuchen.
Dulia.
You thought you temporarily pushed back the ancestor's shadow? No, you've only lit the fuse of destruction yourself. The power within that fetus has already been fully triggered. The forbidden fire of gold and purple. Once it burns completely, the entire world, including you, will turn to ashes. Ha ha ha. The Blood Moon Festival, the true sacrifice, is already prepared. He suddenly stretched out his thin, withered hand, pointing toward the direction where the dawn ship disappeared, his eyes shining with a destructive light.
Chase.
No matter the cost. Before they reach the lost land, before the forbidden power inside them spirals out of control. Catch that pregnant woman. Catch that fetus. Bring them to the altar, with their blood and strength. Complete the final sacrifice. Welcome. The true arrival of our Night Clan's deity. Cold, murderous intent and destructive fantasies spread wildly in the darkness of the Far East. On the dawn ship, Delia, in her last moments before losing consciousness, only managed to hear a faint voice from her belly, filled with exhaustion and a strange sense of satisfaction. Mom.
Power.
So hot.
But
bad things. Are afraid. Immediately, darkness completely swallowed her mind. The tattoo on her wrist, the star map node pointing to the lost land in the shadows unseen by others, under the impact of the previous burst of golden-purple flames, the remaining ink-purple marks at the broken part strangely became clearer and more active, as if nourished by the forbidden power, quietly undergoing some unknown, terrifying transformation. A life-and-death struggle around the forbidden power within the fetus was slipping into an even crazier, more unpredictable abyss in the final countdown before the blood moon. Is the lost land a dawn of salvation, or the final altar igniting destruction? Delia just stood by the floor-to-ceiling window in the study, her fingertips still faintly smelling of ink from reading the Fei Yuchen Overseas Energy Project report. Outside, the neon lights of City A flowed like a river of stars, and the security personnel dispatched by Feng Yuchen stood silently like reefs, scattered in the shadows of the villa courtyard. Everything seemed to be under an invisible protective net. However, an indescribably sharp buzzing suddenly pierced through this peace without warning. The sound did not come from outside but seemed to directly drill into her skull, high-pitched, cold, with a piercing force that made her teeth ache. She instinctively raised her hand to press her pounding temple, her brow furrowing. In the next second, a strong, sudden twisting pain exploded from deep within her lower abdomen. A muffled cry of pain escaped her lips uncontrollably. The pain was so sudden and fierce, like an invisible, venomous claw gripping tightly around her growing baby inside her belly, tearing and twisting fiercely. Cold sweat instantly soaked her back, and tiny beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, sliding down her pale cheeks. She swayed and had to reach out to hold the cold window frame, her knuckles turning white from the effort. Her pregnant belly seemed to sense the deadly threat, tightening and trembling nervously in her palm. The sharp buzzing sound felt alive, wave after wave, wildly attacking her nerves and the fragile shelter inside her.
Child.
Leah's lips moved silently, a hint of cold determination flashing in her eyes. She struggled to summon the long-dormant, strange power of the Du family to fight this invisible invasion. But that power seemed to be chained by an unseen force, or perhaps the attack had a strange restraint, making it difficult for her to gather her strength. Just at this critical moment, a dull, heavy, yet strangely penetrating loud noise suddenly erupted from her belly. It didn't sound like fetal movement, more like a giant drum being fiercely struck by an invisible hammer. The source of the sound was her swollen belly. Hum. As if triggered by this drum, the large floor-to-ceiling glass window in the study, facing the courtyard, instantly cracked like a spider's web. In the next second, amid the terrifying shattering sound, the entire glass shattered inward with a loud crash. Countless sharp glass shards shot in like a rainstorm, screeching loudly as they struck the expensive mahogany desk, leather sofa, and thick carpet, leaving a mess everywhere. The precious artwork and crystal chandelier in the study trembled violently from the loud noise, producing clinking sounds. The air was filled with glass dust and a cold, deadly aura. Leo. Feng Yuchen's furious roar nearly tore through the night sky of the villa, accompanied by hurried, heavy footsteps like a violent storm rushing down the stairs. He burst open the study door, and what he saw was a floor covered in shattered glass, a chaotic study, and the woman leaning on the wrecked window frame, her face pale as paper, sweat soaking her forehead, yet still standing straight. Her belly's swelling stood out against the broken window frame background, appearing both fragile and powerful. Feng Yuchen's heart felt like it was clenched tightly by a cold hand, overwhelmed by fear and intense anger. He quickly rushed to Leah's side, grabbing her with a firm grip to protect her, shielding her in his arms. His broad back was fully exposed to any possible follow-up attack.
Who?
Who did this? His voice was hoarse, like an injured beast. His blood-red eyes scanned the courtyard outside, where broken glass reflected flickering shadows. Every shadow seemed to hide a deadly enemy. Security personnel had already been alerted and rushed in from all directions, sealing off the study. Electromagnetic waves. Targeted attack. Leah leaned on his hot chest, gasping. Her voice was weak but clear, each word cold as ice. High frequency. Aimed at the fetus. The Wei family. Only they have this kind of technology. Feng Yuchen's body suddenly stiffened, then a destructive, fierce anger erupted like a storm. He raised his head sharply, his eyes like two laser beams piercing through the night, aiming toward the southeast, toward the Wei Group headquarters building. The Wei family. These words escaped his teeth, carrying a bitter taste. Carefully, he helped Leah sit on an untouched sofa, moving gently as if handling a rare treasure. But the storm in his eyes almost seemed capable of tearing the world apart. Watch her. Use all resources to scan for suspicious signals around, especially high-frequency, directed electromagnetic wave emitters. Find it, destroy it, Feng Yuchen ordered the security captain who rushed in. His voice was cold, without a hint of warmth, each word like an icy spike. He didn't even glance at the tiny cut on his arm from shattered glass, blood slowly seeping out and staining his expensive shirt cuff. After giving the order, he hesitated for a moment, then turned to leave the study. Feng Yuchen. Leah's voice was quiet but had a strange, penetrating power that made him stop in his tracks and turn back. She leaned on the sofa, one hand protecting her belly. Her face was still pale, but her eyes shone brightly, burning with an almost enchanting fire. She looked at him, a cold and sharp smile slowly forming on her lips. Her words were clear, carrying a calm that made people feel uneasy. Tell the Wei family. If they dare to hurt my son again. Her gaze swept over the scattered glass shards on the ground, as if admiring a piece of art. That I will make sure they can't even gather the broken pieces of their dead. Her voice was quiet but firm, like a decisive command of death, as if stating a fact that could not be changed. The room was silent. Almost no breathing could be heard. The security captain and a few bodyguards who rushed in felt a cold chill run from their feet to their heads, making their scalps tingle. They had seen how cold and ruthless Feng Xiao could be, but they had never seen such a direct, raw, motherly declaration of death with such authority. Feng Yuchen stood still, glancing at her deeply. That look was very complicated, full of fear, shock, and a sharp pain from her fierce protection of her child. Yet, it also carried a strange warmth, as if trusting her completely and being wrapped in her protective wings. He said nothing, only nodded heavily, his expression showing a resolve more certain than words. Wait for me. He left those 2 words, then like an arrow shot from a bow, disappeared instantly out the door, carrying a terrifying aura of wanting to uproot the entire Wei family. Inside the study, Du Lia slowly closed her eyes, her hand gently resting on her belly. After the earth-shaking, baby drum sound just now, the little life inside seemed exhausted, only moving slightly and restlessly. But Du Lia could clearly feel that faint but incredibly resilient life force, like a sleeping volcano, gathering strength after a brief eruption. She gently stroked her belly, whispering softly, her voice as gentle as a sigh, but with undeniable authority. Be good, don't be afraid. Next time, we'll shake them to death directly. On the other side of the city, deep underground at the Wei Group headquarters, there was a top-secret laboratory filled with advanced instruments, glowing with a cold blue light. Wei Wujia, the old ancestor of the Wei family, was standing in front of a huge main control screen, his face dark and grim. On the screen, the energy output curve of the directed high-frequency electromagnetic wave emitter showed a peak, then suddenly, as if grabbed by an invisible hand, it was cut off sharply, dropping to 0. Immediately, a glaring red warning box flashed wildly. Warning. Target energy explosion detected. Emitter core array overloaded and damaged. How is this possible? Next to Wei Wuji, the chief scientist responsible for operation looked extremely pale, his face as white as a ghost. His voice trembled with fear. Ancestor. The launcher was built using data and materials provided by the Night Clan. In theory, it shouldn't be possible to interfere with it. And certainly not to be countered and destroyed. The energy readings are like a small bomb exploding inside the target. Night Clan. Wei Wuji stared intensely at the dark red area on the screen that showed damage. His thin fingers turned white from gripping tightly. His eyes flickered with hatred, shock, and a hint of unbelievable fear. That little from the Du family. The one in her belly. It's not simple. Could the intelligence from the Night Clan be wrong? He suddenly turned around, his old eyes shining with hatred. Activate the backup plan immediately. Use the swarm. I want that mother and child to have no place to run. At any cost. Yes, ancestor. The scientist felt like he was given a new chance and quickly moved to another control panel, frantically typing on the keyboard. On the screen, a new, more complex attack program began to load. Countless green dots representing miniature attack drones gathered on the virtual map, like a bloodthirsty swarm, quietly locking onto Feng Yuchen's villa. Inside Feng Yuchen's private medical room, top-grade instruments emitted a gentle hum. Du Lia lay quietly on the examination bed, her abdomen covered with a cool gel. A serious-looking obstetrician with white hair carefully moved a high-resolution 4D ultrasound probe over her belly. On the screen, a clear image of the fetus appeared in real time. The little one seemed to have just gone through a big fight, curled up and sleeping peacefully. But the doctor's gaze was fixed on the tiny, clenched fist of the fetus. Mr. Feng, Mrs. Feng. The doctor's voice was filled with shock and seriousness. He pointed at the screen, his hand trembling slightly.
Look.
The fetus. The way it's clenched its fist, Feng Yuchen and Du Lia's eyes immediately focused on the screen. That tiny fist, with all 5 fingers clenched, the thumb pressed against the index and middle fingers. The muscles in the arm looked incredibly tense and smooth in the high-definition image. This was not an unconscious fetal curl. It was a very precise, powerful, and aggressive fighting stance. Like a sleeping lion cub, even in its dreams, it was ready to pounce on prey. Feng Yuchen's breathing suddenly stopped, and a complex, hard-to-express emotion surged within him. He instinctively looked at Du Lia, meeting her gaze. Her eyes were calm and steady, as if she had already expected this, even carrying a hint of justified pride. The expert pushed up his glasses, his voice dry and strained. This highly coordinated, aggressive muscle control and posture, appearing during fetal development, completely defies current medical knowledge. This is simply... He searched his mind for words, but couldn't find a suitable way to describe this unbelievable scene. Feng Yuchen remained silent, his eyes shifting from the powerful little fist on the screen to Du Lia's calm, yet sharp profile, then back to the scar on his arm, already bandaged but still glaring. The silent trap set by the Wei family, the incredible counterattack of the unborn child, and the expert's shock at this moment. Countless fragments collided and reassembled rapidly in his mind. A cold, enormous question, like a beast in the abyss, quietly surfaced, bringing an overwhelming chill. The Wei family. How did they know? How did they use such targeted, strange electromagnetic waves? How could they threaten Du Lia and her extraordinary unborn child? Behind this, was it just Wei family revenge? Or was there a larger, more secretive force targeting the Du family bloodline? Targeting Feng Yuchen, the child's father? Deep within his profound eyes, a storm was brewing. The Wei family's trap was only the tip of the iceberg. Beneath the surface, the hidden shadow of the Night Clan, enemies of the Du bloodline, seemed to become clearer and more deadly with each abnormal heartbeat of the fetus. Wei Tsongshan, the old ancestor of the Wei family, spat out a mouthful of blood in a very awkward manner. Crimson droplets splattered onto his valuable dark gold robe, resembling clusters of ominous, blooming flowers from the other side. His thin, withered hand clutched his chest tightly, as if an invisible, glowing hot iron had been stabbed through and repeatedly twisted inside. Every heartbeat brought a tearing pain, almost shattering his frail old bones.
Ugh.
Ah. A suppressed, wind-breaking scream of pain escaped from Wei Tsongshan's throat. He staggered backward, crashing into a heavy rosewood bookshelf behind him, causing priceless antiques to clatter loudly. The cloudy old eyes stared fixedly into the void, swirling with overwhelming fear and a hint of disbelief. That backlash, just now. It wasn't an ordinary fetal energy fluctuation. It was a terrifying force that had been silent for too long ago erased from history's dust. Pure, domineering, with a destructive will to tear everything apart. How could such a force appear in an unborn baby? Ancestor, Wei Shuiying and several core members of the Wei family hurriedly gathered around, looking at Wei Tsongshan's pale face and the blood constantly seeping from the corners of his mouth. They all looked terrified. Get back! Wei Tsongshan suddenly waved his hand with incredible strength, knocking Wei Shuiying back. He gasped heavily, his eyes cold and sharp like a poisoned blade, staring fiercely toward the villa of Feng Yuchen outside the window. Every word was squeezed from his teeth, carrying a bloody smell. Du family. That from the Du family. She is carrying the bloodline of that thing. It's the offspring of the Night Clan. A cursed child. Night Clan. These 2 words exploded like thunder inside the study. The Wei family members looked at each other, their faces full of confusion and deep fear. The Night Clan? Wasn't that a legend only mentioned in the oldest forbidden texts, long erased from history? How could the ancestor?
How could he know about it?
Wei Tsongshan coughed violently, each cough pulling at the burning pain in his chest. He suddenly grabbed the arm of a trusted steward beside him, his nails almost digging into the flesh. His voice was hoarse and urgent. Quick. Go to the secret chamber. Bring out that thing. That box.
Now.
Hurry. At the same time, Feng Yuchen's top medical team was gathered around Du Lia, the atmosphere tense enough to drip water. Madam, the energy fluctuations inside you are extremely unstable and seem to carry a kind of difficult-to-parse corrosive force. The chief genetic expert looked at the complex chart in his hand, which showed Du Lia's vital signs. His brow was tightly furrowed. On the chart, the area representing the fetal energy field was flashing with a blinding red light, like a tiny sun about to explode. The surrounding area, representing the mother's vitality, was being constantly eroded and suppressed by this red glow. What's even stranger, another energy field scanning expert pointed at the distorted, chaotic waveform on the screen. This energy seems to be actively attacking the lady's physiological system, especially the nervous and circulatory systems. This completely contradicts the basic logic of the symbiosis between the fetus and the mother. It is simply a destructive form of coexistence. Du Lia leaned against the large sofa, her face still pale, but her eyes were unusually clear, even with a hint of cold sharpness. She gently placed one hand on her swollen belly, feeling the restless, aggressive energy inside, like a trapped beast fighting. The baby was angry and in pain. The silent battle just now had been very draining. It's not self-destructive. Du Lia's voice was soft but clear, cutting through the anxious discussion of the experts, with a calm that understood the core issue.
It's
assimilation.
Or
devouring. It is consuming the mark left by something else inside me. The experts were stunned, exchanging confused glances. Feng Yuchen stood by the window, with his back to everyone. His deep eyes looked like a cold pond, reflecting the dark night outside. The news of Wei Songshan's backlash had reached him almost immediately. But the term, Night Clan, was like a cold, poisonous thorn stabbing into his mind. He suddenly turned around, his gaze sharp as lightning, directly facing Du Lia. Night Clan? What is this Night Clan that Wei Songshan mentioned? Du Lia looked up, meeting his piercing gaze, and paused for a moment. Her pregnant belly moved gently under her palm, as if responding to her father's question. She spoke slowly, her voice low but clear. A name that should be completely forgotten. An enemy born in opposition to the Du family bloodline. They survive by devouring the essence of life, especially. They love the power of the Du family bloodline. Wei Songshan. He carries the aura of the Night Clan. That electromagnetic wave, just now, is probably some secret technique used by the Night Clan to suppress the Du bloodline. Feng Yuchen's heart sank suddenly. Enemy? Suppression? No wonder Wei's family could precisely find the weaknesses of Du Lia and her child. No wonder that electromagnetic wave was so deadly. This was no longer just a business rivalry. It touched on an ancient and terrifying blood feud. Investigate. Feng Yuchen's voice was icy and resolute, with no room for doubt. Find out everything. Wei Songshan, all of Wei's hidden industries, archives, and contacts. Especially any clues related to the Night Clan. No matter what methods you use, dig 3 feet into the ground and uncover Wei's secrets. His people, like the sharpest hounds, silently moved toward Wei's ancestral home deep within the night, seemingly impregnable. The ancestral home of the Wei family, deep underground. This space is very different from the luxurious style above ground. It feels cold, damp, and filled with thick dust and a strange smell that mixes the scent of rust and decay. The walls are made of large, rough blue stones with dark green moss growing in the cracks. Dim yellow wall lamps cast flickering shadows, making the old, strange carvings on the stone walls look like ghostly figures. Jie Yuchen's best secret guard, Shadow 7, moves silently, like a ghost blending into the shadows. He wears a special suit made of sound-absorbing material that hides all his scent, even controlling his heartbeat to be very slow. His tiny scanner makes a faint buzzing sound as it analyzes the complex energy fields and traps ahead. At the end of the tunnel is a heavy door made of polished black obsidian. There are no locks, only a strange carved symbol in the center, a twisted whirlpool made of many snakes, with a half-open eye glowing coldly in the middle. The totem of the Night Clan. Shadow 7's eyes suddenly narrow. He has seen this symbol before in the highest secret files of the Du family. It's a mark of their greatest enemies. He quickly pulls out a small metal box from his bag. It glows faintly with blue light. This is a phase disruptor, a device that Jia Yuchen used the Du family's deepest resources to get. It's designed to break ancient energy-based traps like this. He aims the disruptor at the symbol on the door and presses the button. Immediately, an invisible, high-frequency energy wave spreads out like a stone thrown into still water, creating ripples on the surface of the door. The eye-shaped symbol on the door suddenly lights up brightly, glowing with anger like a fierce beast. A cold, malicious energy wave hits back fiercely. Shadow 7 grunts softly, taken back a step, his arm numb. But he quickly steadies himself, clenches his teeth, and turns the power of the disruptor to the maximum. Zzz. A harsh, tearing metal sound fills the air. The eye symbol on the door flickers violently, its glow flashing on and off as if struggling and crying out in pain. Finally, with a sharp that could not be borne, the faint glow was completely extinguished, and the totem dimmed. The heavy black obsidian door slowly slid open with a grating sound, revealing a deeper, more frightening space. Shadow 7 took a deep breath, suppressing the coldness covered by ancient malice in his heart. Like a cautious predator, he swiftly entered the secret room. The room was small but filled with a strong smell of decay and blood. In the center was a simple altar made of white bones. On the altar lay a small object, a box about the size of a palm, cast from dark bronze that looked like frozen blood. The surface of the box was covered with tiny, twisted symbols that seemed alive, wriggling in the dim light and giving off a faint, chilling aura that could freeze the soul. Shadow 7's eyes immediately locked onto the bronze box. Without hesitation, he stepped forward quickly, using a special energy-sealing glove to carefully lift the strange box. The moment his fingertips touched the bronze box, it was as if something long silent inside the box suddenly awakened. A very faint, icy, and deadly cold wave, filled with strong resentment and a familiar bloodline scent, surged through his glove and sharply entered his fingertips. Shadow 7 trembled all over. An indescribable coldness spread from his fingertips through his body, as if his blood was about to freeze. What shocked him even more was that, within that cold, resentful wave, there was a trace of a very familiar bloodline scent belonging to Feng Yuchen. How could this be? He forced himself to endure the freezing cold that almost numbed his soul, clenched the bronze box tightly, and dared not delay. Like a startled predator, he turned and rushed out of the secret room. He had to deliver this thing to Director Feng immediately. The secret inside was probably 10,000 times more terrifying than they imagined. Feng Yuchen's villa, top-floor study. Dahlia leaned against the large sofa, closing her eyes to rest. Her pregnant belly looked especially round under the soft light, but only she knew that the restless energy inside had not completely calmed. Like a dormant volcano, it could erupt again at any moment. The energy clash with the Wei family ancestor just now was very draining. What surprised her even more was the Night Clan aura hidden in the electromagnetic waves. It was like a maggot gnawing at her bones. Although the fetus's power forcibly dispersed it, a faint, extremely cold, and hard-to-remove mark remained inside her. This mark was very weak, almost undetectable by modern instruments. Yet, it felt like a cold needle stabbing deep into her soul, bringing an uncomfortable, snake-like chill. At that moment, a very faint, icy, and bitter wave of resentment, carrying a familiar bloodline aura, suddenly pierced through the villa's layered energy shields. Like a maggot gnawing at bones, it directly entered her senses. Dahlia suddenly opened her eyes. Her usually clear and sharp eyes were now shrouded in a cold, icy chill, like ancient ice. Deep within her pupils, a ghostly blue flame flickered and vanished so quickly it seemed like an illusion. She suddenly looked up, her gaze sharp as two icy spears piercing through the thick walls, aiming precisely at the villa's entrance. Night Clan. Delia's lips moved silently, uttering these two words. Her voice was low, like the cold wind of the 9 netherworlds, carrying a deep, bone-penetrating killing intent and a faint, unexpected pulse from her bloodline. That bronze box. It's here. It carries the bloodline aura of Feng Yuchen, the coldest malice of the Night Clan. It has arrived. The bronze box floated in the main hall of the villa, like a fallen meteorite from the sky, its surface flowing with a thick, blood-like dark glow. Wei Songshan's trembling fingers, covered with age spots, traced complex and strange blood-red runes on the lid. With each, his old face sagged more, sweat mixed with dark, sticky blood seeping from his wrinkles. "Open," Wei Songshan roared, his voice rough like sandpaper rubbing against rotting wood. He suddenly pressed the last drop of his heart's blood into the central groove of the box. The bronze box responded with a click. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a chilling aura that froze the marrow. No secret manual, no divine artifact, only a thick, writhing black mist that seemed alive, with a distorted, non-human face faintly visible at its center.
This
is. Wei Songshan's cloudy old eyes widened to the limit, filled with disbelief and horror. He recognized this thing. This is one of the oldest and most dangerous forbidden techniques of the Night Clan, Devouring Lord's Shadow. Legend says only the core bloodline of the Night Clan can activate it, but the cost is sacrificing the practitioner's life essence. The ancestors of the Wei family only imprinted a totem from the remnants of the Night Clan long ago and had no right to use such evil magic. Who put the true core of this forbidden technique into the box? Before he could understand, the twisted face within the black mist suddenly looked at him. A non-human roar, like a scream from the depths of, exploded deep inside Wei Songshan's soul. He felt as if countless hot iron needles pierced his brain at once. His vision turned blood-red instantly, and all he could hear was a ringing like his skull cracking. Wei Songshan let out a piercing, inhuman scream. He was struck by an invisible hammer, flying backward uncontrollably. His heavy body slammed into the thick redwood door of the study with a loud crash, shattering it into pieces, wood chips flying everywhere. He curled up among the wreckage, trembling violently, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Black and red blood burst from his mouth, nose, eyes, and ears like a fountain, carrying a strong stench and a disgusting rotten smell. His proud cultivation, which had supported the Wei family for 100 years, was being devoured and drained by that black mist, like a sugarcane being squeezed dry. Old ancestor, Wei Shuiying, and several core members of the Wei family were terrified and frantic, rushing to help. But as soon as they approached the black mist, their bodies froze as if covered in invisible ice. Their movements slowed and stiffened, and a chilling cold and a strong sense of life draining made them retreat in horror.
Don't
come closer.
It's
the devouring Lord Shadow. It's fighting back. Wei Songshan struggled to speak through blood and broken voice, his words hoarse and shattered, filled with extreme fear and despair. He stared fixedly at the floating black mist, as if it was greedily his life away. For the first time, death cast its shadow in his eyes. His proud secret weapon had now become a deadly executioner. In the villa's main hall, Delia stood by the large floor-to-ceiling window, behind the explosion-proof glass, watching the tragic scene outside the courtyard. Her slender fingers gently rested on her prominent pregnant belly. Beneath her fingertips, the tiny life inside was moving actively at an astonishing speed. Each kick carried a deep, powerful force, like a sleeping beast stretching its muscles. Night Clan. The shadow of devouring lords. Delia's lips curled into a cold, piercing smile. Her voice was as light as a feather, yet carried a calm that seemed to see through everything. Of course, she recognized that thing. The ancient texts of the Du family detailed and warned about the most poisonous forbidden arts of the Night Clan. Wei Songshan, This petty clown, attempting to control powers even the Night Clan considers taboo, was simply seeking his own death. However, just as she was about to turn and leave, letting the Wei family fend for themselves, a faint, extremely cold ripple, carrying a strong sense of origin, like maggots gnawing at bones, pierced through the villa's defenses. It followed the life aura leaked after Wei Songshan was struck back, quietly locking onto the unborn child in her.
Julia's pupille soudainement contracted.
That feeling was like being targeted by a cold, venomous snake in the dark, precisely aiming at a vital point. This ripple, sharing the same source as the residual Night Clan aura in the electromagnetic waves before, was even purer and older, carrying a deep-seated hunger and hatred towards the Du bloodline. Seeking death, Du Lia's voice instantly grew deep, like a cold abyss, filled with thunderous rage. Her blood seemed to boil at that moment, awakening a cold, mighty force from her ancient bloodline. Just as that cold ripple was about to breach the barrier protecting the fetus, a sudden, ghostly blue glow erupted from her pregnant belly. This glow was not gentle protection but was filled with extreme cold and destructive power. It was like an invisible, enormous fist, carrying Du Lia's furious wrath and the pressure from her bloodline, ruthlessly smashing toward the shadow of devouring lords that was devouring Wei Songshan and trying to peer into her unborn child. Like a red-hot iron pressed onto snow, the greedy black mist emitted a shrill, inhuman scream. Its twisted, non-human face instantly showed terror, and its body convulsed violently, rolling as if torn apart by invisible force. It tried to devour Wei Songshan's life essence to resist, but the blue glow contained a power it had never encountered, higher-dimensional bloodline suppression. It was the innate fear and craving to devour, yet utterly powerless against the core power of the Du family's bloodline. Wei Songshan suddenly spat out a large mouthful of black blood mixed with fragments of internal organs. His body trembled violently, yet miraculously, the convulsion stopped. Because that shadow of devouring, to protect itself, was forced to stop consuming him. He gasped greedily and heavily, like a dying fish, with murky old eyes filled with relief after surviving a disaster and a deeper, soul-based fear. He looked toward the villa, even across walls and distance, and he could clearly sense that power that even the shadow of devouring fears. It came from the unborn child. Du family. Wei Songshan made strange sounds from his throat, full of desperate realization. The Wei family had angered a presence they shouldn't have. The Du family's bloodline is much older, more noble, and even more terrifying than they imagined. In the study, Feng Yuchen suddenly put down his satellite phone. The screen showed an encrypted message from the world's top hacker team. The unusual energy fluctuation of the bronze box has disappeared. The old ancestor of the Wei family's vital signs are rapidly declining. Coordinates confirmed. His deep eyes instantly sharpened like a blade. Without hesitation, he turned around and strode toward the main hall. As soon as he pushed open the heavy carved wooden door, he saw Du Lia standing by the window, surrounded by a faint, barely visible blue glow. That glow disappeared in an instant, so fast it seemed like an illusion, but Feng Yuchen caught it. It was a kind of cold, powerful energy fluctuation he had never seen before. Lia. Feng Yuchen quickly stepped to her side, instinctively placing his hand on her pregnant belly, feeling the steady, strong heartbeat inside. He finally relaxed a little, but his gaze was fixed on Du Lia's pale face and those cold, sharp eyes deep inside her, as if still lingering with icy sharpness. What just happened outside? Are you okay? Du Lia slowly turned around. Her face had returned to calm, but beneath that calmness was a bottomless, icy pool Feng Yuchen had never seen before. She didn't answer his question directly. Instead, she lifted her head, her gaze piercing through the villa's ceiling as if looking into a distant, ancient time and space. Her voice was low and clear. Yuchen, the Wei family, are just ants. The real enemy is hidden in deeper shadows.
They
have a grudge against my bloodline. She paused, her fingertips lightly touching her belly, a complex, hard-to-read light flashing in her eyes. This child seems to know a lot more than we imagined. Much more. Feng Yuchen's heart suddenly sank. Du Liao's words were like a key, instantly opening a door to an unknown abyss. Was the Wei family just a? Was the true enemy the Night Clan? And what secrets did the fetus in Du Liao's belly hold? Feng Yuchen tightly embraced Du Liao's shoulders, his jaw clenched, and his eyes showed unprecedented seriousness and determination. This storm was much more dangerous and confusing than he had expected. Du Lia gently brushed her fingertips over her growing belly, inside which the little one had just experienced a thrilling battle. The Wei family scoundrels dared to attack her child with electromagnetic waves. Thinking of this, her eyes flashed with icy coldness, but a cold smile curved her lips. "Baby, next time just shock them to death," she said softly, with a firm tone that made her seem certain of what she was saying, as if stating a fact. Suddenly, the hospital door was pushed open forcefully. Feng Yuchen, tall and imposing, stormed in with a chilling aura. His face was grim enough to drip water, and his sharp eyes scanned Du Lia back and forth, finally settling on her slightly pale face. "Lia," his voice was hoarse. He took a few steps to the bed, but before touching her, he suddenly stopped, as if afraid to break something fragile. He stared into her eyes intensely.
How are you?
"The baby." "How is the baby?" Du Lia lazily lifted her eyelids, her gaze as if she was looking at a stranger who didn't matter. "Not dead." "As for your son," she patted her belly, "he just moved around a bit. He's hungry." Feng Yuchen's tense shoulders seemed to relax slightly, but the heavy anger still lingered. He suddenly turned around and faced Assistant Lin Feng, standing straight at the door. His voice, like ice shards squeezed from between his teeth, said, "Find out. Root out that Wei family laboratory. Anyone involved. No one is to be spared. Also, set up a tight net around the hospital. No fly shall enter." Lin Feng received the order and left quickly, his footsteps heavy and urgent. Only the two of them remained in the ward. Feng Yuchen turned back to Du Lia, his usually calm and sharp black eyes now swirling with nearly uncontrollable dark currents. He approached the bed, but did not come closer, standing there like a silent guardian or a wild beast suppressed after being angered. "Rest," he said in a low voice, with an unquestioning tone of command. "I will be right here." Du Lia slightly pulled at the corner of her mouth but ignored him. She closed her eyes as if truly wanting to rest. However, Feng Yuchen's tense gaze felt almost tangible, burning into her, making it impossible to ignore. Time passed slowly. Feng Yuchen seemed frozen in place, not even changing his posture. His eyes stayed fixed on Du Lia, moving from her slightly rising chest to her prominent pregnant belly, then to her closed eyelashes, repeatedly, as if trying to confirm she was truly safe. The ward was eerily quiet, only the steady ticking of the machines and his slightly heavy breathing breaking the silence. After a while, Du Lia finally opened her eyes again. Feng Yuchen immediately caught her movement, and his gaze sharpened. "Mr. Feng," Du Lia's voice was hoarse from just waking up, but clear, standing here like a gatekeeper. "Aren't you tired?" Feng Yuchen swallowed hard, his voice dry. "I need to make sure you're safe." "Safe?" Du Lia chuckled softly, with obvious sarcasm. "The Wei family can try to come in again if they dare. My son is just waiting for someone to practice on." Her words stabbed Feng Yuchen like needles. He remembered the shattered glass in the lab and the moment his heart nearly stopped when she fell. That fear and anger surged again, almost breaking his rational mind. "No way," he said firmly, with no room for negotiation. "Unless I die, no one, nothing, will hurt you or the baby even a little. From now on, I will guard you 24 hours a day." Du Lia raised an eyebrow, her eyes narrowing dangerously. "Guard you closely? Mr. Feng, are you sure? Even when I go to the bathroom or take a shower?" Feng Yuchen's face instantly turned a striking mix of pale and flushed. He suddenly turned his face away, his ears quickly turning pink and his neck tense. But in the next second, he turned back, stubborn and almost obsessive, meeting her gaze. His voice was low and firm, with a resolute tone of someone who had made up his mind. Yes, including that. Lia stared at him for 3 seconds, then suddenly chuckled. Her laugh was full of undisguised contempt and absurdity. Feng Yuchen, you really are crazy. She sat up quickly and smoothly, looking like she hadn't just experienced an attack. Contract Article 7. The right to go crazy at any time during pregnancy. I want to go crazy now and kick you out. Feng Yuchen remained still, like a mountain blocking her way. His stubborn gaze showed no hesitation. Supplementary Clause of Contract Article 8. In case of endangering the safety of the fetus, Party A, Feng Yuchen, has the highest authority to decide. I am now activating it. Lia. She was almost amused by this man's shamelessness and arrogance. She took a deep breath, suppressing her rising anger, and coldly said, Fine, Mr. Feng. If you want to stay, stay. But don't block my way. I need to take a shower. She pulled back the blanket, barefoot on the cold floor, and headed straight for the private bathroom attached to the ward. Feng Yuchen followed closely behind, like a loyal but stubborn shadow. Lia pushed open the bathroom door, looked back, and with a half-smile, said to him, Mr. Feng, please go ahead. I won't see you off. Feng Yuchen paused, standing at the bathroom door, his expression changing unpredictably. Watching Lia walk in without hesitation and reaching out to close the door, he almost instinctively reached out and pressed his hand against the door. Lia raised an eyebrow, her eyes cold. I am outside the door. Feng Yuchen's voice was hoarse, his eyes flickering with hesitation. He dared not look at her, but stubbornly refused to step back even half a step. Just call out, and I will come in immediately. Seeing his awkward and stubborn attitude, a strange, more complex emotion replaced her anger. She said nothing more, only forcefully slammed the door shut with a loud bang. The door nearly hit Feng Yuchen's hand pressed against it. Outside the door, Feng Yuchen exhaled silently, leaning against the cold wall, slowly sliding to the ground. He closed his eyes, his fingertips trembling slightly. Soon, the sound of water rushing in the bathroom filled the quiet ward, clear and sharp, like tiny hammers pounding on his tense nerves. He clenched his teeth, forcing himself not to think about what was behind the door, focusing only on catching any unusual sound inside. The water ran for over 10 minutes. Just as Feng Yuchen was about to go crazy from the silent torment, the bathroom door suddenly opened from inside. Lia, wrapped in a large towel, her damp black hair sticking to her cheeks and neck, water droplets sliding down her fair collarbones. She leaned against the doorframe, her eyes carrying a lazy, teasing look as she watched the man outside on the ground. He sat awkwardly, with a tense face that looked as hard as stone. President Feng, she said softly, with a hint of moisture in her voice, slightly raising her tone. Do you want to see your son born? Feng Yuchen suddenly looked up, meeting her smiling yet sharp eyes. Her words hit him like a thunderclap, exploding in his mind. Seeing his son born? The thought was so clear and strong that it broke down all his rational barriers about the contract and using him. He felt a hot rush from his heart surge up to his head, quickly spreading to his ears, neck, and even his chest. The faint redness deepened almost to the point of bleeding. His throat tightened. He wanted to argue, to maintain his fragile, collapsing CEO dignity, but all words got stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say anything. He could only awkwardly look away, avoiding her piercing gaze, and stiffly try to stand up. Lia watched his unprecedented embarrassment, her smile deepening with a hint of malicious satisfaction. She didn't tease him further but turned around and walked back to the hospital room, picking up her phone. On the screen was a message from her best friend, Su Wanwan, with a news link. Wei Group announces a strategic partnership with a mysterious international tech company Stardust to develop a sonic health therapy device, claiming it can optimize fetal development environment. Lia clicked on the link and quickly browsed through it. The news was full of exaggerated praise, with a picture of Wei Hongji, the elder of the Wei family, shaking hands with a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. The man looked kind but had a sharp, sinister gaze. He was Dr. Chen, the chief scientist of the Wei family and the person responsible for the last electromagnetic wave attack on the laboratory. Optimize fetal development environment. Leah sneered, tapping lightly on the screen. Probably an upgraded version of targeted interference, right? The Wei family really never change. She put down her phone and walked to the window, pulling back a corner of the curtain. Across the street, a dull black car seemed to flash with a faint reflection, probably from a scope. A cold light flickered in Leah's eyes. Was the Wei family losing patience? If electromagnetic waves don't work, they're resorting to physical elimination? How foolish and crazy. Just as she was about to turn around and warn Feng Yuchen, her baby inside her reacted first. A clear, strong fetal movement sounded like a heartbeat from inside the belly, carrying a strange rhythmic feeling. Then came the second, third. Movements, faster and stronger. The fetal movement was no longer just internal shaking. It seemed to contain an invisible ripple of energy, spreading rapidly outward from Leah. Suddenly, a high-pitched buzzing came from the glass water cup in the hospital room, causing it to with fine lines. The glass window trembled violently. Even the metal door handle that Feng Yuchen had just held onto made a creaking sound under pressure. Leah, Feng Yuchen quickly jumped up from the ground, rushed to her side, and nervously held her shoulders, looking around with suspicion. What's going on? Is it the Wei family again? Leah slowly raised her hand and pointed to the black car across the street. Her expression was calm, even showing a hint of cold indifference, as if she saw through everything. It's not electromagnetic waves, she said softly but clearly to Feng Yuchen. It's sound waves. More precisely, subsonic resonance weapons. The target is the baby inside me. Feng Yuchen's pupils shrank suddenly. He looked in the direction Leah pointed. Although it was far away, he understood immediately. The Wei family's plan was more sinister this time, using subsonic waves to cause the baby's organs to resonate, leading to fatal internal injuries. The intense fetal movement and trembling just now. Was the baby fighting back? Feng Yuchen's anger surged. He shouted coldly into his phone, Lin Feng. Block a 3-kilometer radius around the hospital. The target is the black car across the street. Capture alive. At that moment, the fetal movement inside Leah suddenly intensified. The invisible ripple of energy, like an angry tide, burst outward with great force.
Bang!
Downstairs, the black car suddenly shook violently. The windows shattered instantly. Then, the metal body of the car emitted a screeching sound as it twisted and deformed. A man dressed in black tactical gear, holding a modified rifle, screamed as he was thrown out from the distorted roof of the car, falling heavily to the ground. His rifle flew far away, its barrel bent and deformed. The man struggled to get up, but was terrified to find that his bones seemed to have lost strength in that invisible shockwave. He couldn't even lift his finger. He could only look up in fear, gazing at the figure in the window of the tall hospital building. Leah stood by the window, looking down from above with a cold expression at the helpless and battered assassin below. She slightly lowered her head, gently touching her still-moving pregnant belly, and spoke in a tone that was both almost affectionate and extremely cold. Baby, well done. Next time, just crush his bones directly, save the effort. Her voice was soft, but through the open window, it clearly reached the assassin downstairs. The assassin stiffened all over, and his eyes filled with intense fear, as if he had heard a judgment from. Feng Yuchen stood behind Leah, watching her silhouette bathed in the light outside the window, her swollen belly and the cold, commanding look in her eyes. He felt as if an invisible hand was squeezing his heart tightly, making him feel both sour and tense. An overwhelming, almost suffocating emotion surged within him, threatening to drown him. He instinctively reached out his hand, wanting to touch her, to protect her behind him, and to tell her, "Don't be afraid, I am here." But his fingertips, just an inch from her shoulder, suddenly froze. Just then, because of her movement. The towel wrapped around Du Lia loosened slightly, revealing a small patch of smooth back skin. Near her shoulder blades, a dark gold, extremely intricate tattoo pattern was faintly visible. The pattern was made of countless fine lines and strange symbols, emanating an ancient and mysterious aura, as if containing some unknown power. Feng Yuchen's breath suddenly stopped. That tattoo. He had seen it before. In the oldest forbidden texts of his family, in the totem records of the Du family's enemies, the Night Clan. It was the ultimate mark of the Du family's awakening, the Guardian's Eye. Legend said that only descendants with the purest and strongest bloodline of the Du family's war gods, when their bloodline power fully awakened, would display this mark.
And Du Lia.
She actually has it. A shocking thought, enough to overturn everything he knew, struck Feng Yuchen like lightning, making him feel icy cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Grandfather. Grandfather insisted he marry this contracted pregnant wife back then.
Could it be?
From the very beginning, it wasn't about blocking peach blossoms or some business marriage.
But
For this? For the Du family's last and most powerful bloodline? He married her, but could it really just be a carefully planned trap aimed at her bloodline? Feng Yuchen's gaze was fixed on the dark gold tattoo on Du Lia's shoulder blade, as if an invisible ice spike pierced through him. The intricate, ancient patterns, each line like a glowing hot iron, burned into his eyes and into his rapidly pounding heart. This was the ultimate bloodline mark from the forbidden family texts. Only the purest and strongest descendants of the war god bloodline, fully awakened, would show it. It shouldn't appear on a woman who was expelled from the Du family, cast out, or even used as a tool as a contract wife. A cold, piercing thought suddenly gripped Feng Yuchen, bringing a chilling sense of despair. His fingertips went numb, and his blood almost froze.
Grandpa.
The always commanding head of the Feng family. Back then, he forcefully gave this pregnant contract wife to himself, claiming it was to block romantic trouble, to continue the family line, or even for a business marriage. Could it all just be a carefully woven trap, a sweet-looking bait hiding poison? He married her not by chance, not for trade, but as a complete trap. A hunting trap aimed at her, the woman with the power to overturn the entire situation, the bloodline of the Du family's war god. Mr. Foam? Du Lia's cold voice, tinged with a barely noticeable fatigue, interrupted his turbulent thoughts. She keenly sensed his unusual silence and the almost piercing gaze. She instinctively pulled at the towel, trying to hide the glaring mark. Her pregnant belly was more prominent beneath the hospital gown. Feng Yuchen suddenly snapped back to reality. The storm of emotions in his eyes was forcibly suppressed, leaving only deep, dark blackness. His throat moved, and his voice was dry and rough. It's nothing. Rest well. He almost ran away, turning quickly toward the door. His back was tense, like a drawn bow, full of unprecedented tension and a faint, barely perceptible panic. Stop. Du Lia's voice was quiet, but carried an undeniable force, like a cold needle piercing his back. He stopped in his tracks, didn't turn around, but straightened his back as if enduring some invisible judgment.
You saw it.
Du Lia's voice was calm and steady, yet every word was clear. The guardian eye of the Du family. Surprised?
Or do you think?
Your grandfather's chess skills are truly remarkable. Her tone carried a hint of sharp mockery, like poisoned ice. Using a pregnant woman, a contract wife, to covet her bloodline's power? The Feng family is indeed calculating. Feng Yuchen's heart felt as if an invisible hand was squeezing it tightly, making it hard to breathe. He suddenly turned around, his face pale under the dim light, looking somewhat frightening. His lips pressed into a cold line. Lia, I don't know.
Grandpa.
He don't know? Du Lia sneered coldly, her smile devoid of warmth, filled only with icy insight. Feng Yuchen, is there anyone in your family who isn't clever? Do you really think your grandfather would give a pregnant stranger to you for no reason? Can anyone just become the young mistress of the Feng family? Her finger unconsciously brushed over her pregnant belly, where the tiny life seemed to sense her anger and moved slightly. Don't be naive. Since you signed that contract, we've both just pawns on your grandfather's chessboard. The difference is I am a piece he thinks he can control easily, a chess, while you are a he keeps in the dark, used to restrain me. Her words were like sharp blades, ruthlessly cutting through Feng Yuchen's long-held beliefs, exposing the bloody truth plainly before him. He opened his mouth, wanting to argue or explain, but found that all words seemed pale and powerless under Du Lia's piercing gaze, as if she could see through everything. He truly didn't know. He had always thought it was just a transaction, a temporary measure to deal with his grandfather and external pressures. He never imagined there was such a shocking conspiracy behind it, and that he himself was the most thoroughly used tool. A wave of mixed anger, humiliation, betrayal, pain, and a nearly desperate sense of helplessness flooded over him like a rising tide, drowning him instantly. He stared at Du Lia with a complex look, shock, pain, anger at his grandfather, and a deep, almost guilty feeling toward the woman in front of him. Suddenly, a tiny, deadly sound of tearing through the air broke the stagnant silence of the hospital room without warning. The sound came from outside the window. It wasn't a gunshot, but it was even more bizarre and sinister. A nearly invisible, thin needle emitting a faint blue glow shot straight at Feng Yuchen's chest with lightning speed. The tip of the needle was coated with a chilling, thick, ink-like liquid, an ancient family secret called bone-devouring blue, which seals the throat upon contact, causing instant death to anyone it touches.
Feng Yuchen, Du Lia's pupille suddenly contracted.
In that moment, she didn't even have time to think. Her body's reaction was faster than her mind. A powerful force from deep within her bloodline surged like a dormant volcano suddenly ignited. The dark gold, guardian eye, tattoo on her shoulder blades burst into blinding light. The light pierced through her hospital gown and instantly filled the entire ward. Du Lia shouted fiercely, her voice carrying a tangible strength. She was already sitting on the bed, but at that moment, she moved like a fierce tiger pouncing. Her body erupted with speed and strength that defied her pregnant appearance. She didn't even fully stand up. Instead, she used her waist and abdomen to propel herself forward, like a cannonball, and forcefully collided with Feng Yuchen's side waist with her prominent belly. A muffled bang sounded. Feng Yuchen was knocked back several steps by this overwhelming force, nearly falling. The deadly blue needle, less than half an inch from his chest, was fiercely repelled by an invisible, yet incredibly resilient barrier. The needle struck the metal decorative on the wall of the ward, sparks flying. It embedded itself deeply, and the blue venom on its tip writhed like a living creature, emitting a sizzling, corrosive sound that instantly ate through the sturdy metal, creating a small hole. Feng Yuchen, still shaken, broke out in cold sweat soaking his shirt. He looked sharply at Du Lia, who stood in front of him, back facing him. The faint golden glow at her shoulder blades was subdued, but still faintly visible through her clothes, radiating a terrifying pressure. She was breathing heavily. That burst of energy just now had clearly drained her a lot. Her pregnant belly rose and fell with each breath. The Wei family is truly relentless. Du Lia's voice was cold and sharp, filled with deadly intent. She slowly turned around, gazing at the garden outside the window shrouded in night. Her eyes were as sharp as blades. They even used the bone-devouring blue? It seems the old ancestor of the Wei family is really desperate. He's afraid that the child in my belly won't survive until he makes his move. Her words made Feng Yuchen's heart sink again. The Wei family had actually made a deal with the Night Clan? The bone-penetrating, mysterious blue, evil aura vaguely matches the records of the Night Clan's poison arts in his memory. What else might be behind this? Lia Yu. Feng Yuchen looked at her back blocking his way, at the faint protective mark on her shoulder blades, and at the power she erupted to protect him. His heart was filled with complex emotions, guilt, shock, fear, and a hint of a subtle, unrecognized thrill. I'm fine, Dulia interrupted him. Her tone was still cold and firm, but she seemed to soften a little. But you, Feng Yuchen, do you now understand what your grandfather is planning? Do you still think this is just a contract? Her gaze fell on the side of his waist where she had just bumped into him. There seemed to be something unusual there. Feng Yuchen looked down along her gaze. The place where Dulia had bumped into him, under his hospital gown, showed a very fine, dark red line moving beneath the skin, faintly visible and alive, like a living thing. That line emitted a faint, cold, and sinister aura, very different from the bone-penetrating blue used by the Wei family assassin, but it carried a sense of ancient dread, something deep from his bloodline that instinctively frightened him. His face suddenly changed. He quickly lifted the hem of his gown. He saw that on his side, a long, winding dark red mark, like a living creature, had appeared on his skin. It was not a wound, but more like a brand, a kind of imprint awakening inside him, trying to surface. A bloodline mark. Although blurry, the shape of this mark faintly radiated a sense of destruction and devouring, completely opposite to the guardian eye on Leah's shoulder blades, an evil, destructive, and consuming aura. A thunderclap exploded in Feng Yuchen's mind. The forbidden texts about the enemy of the Du family, the Night Clan, suddenly flooded his thoughts. The mark of the Night Clan's bloodline. The soul-devouring mark. Legend says only direct descendants of the Night Clan can reveal it, triggered by strong bloodline stimulation or specific conditions. It symbolizes devouring, destruction, and darkness.
Why?
Does he have this? Isn't he from the Feng family? Isn't the blood flowing in his veins the true bloodline of the Feng family? Dulia's gaze was also fixed on the dark red, soul-devouring mark. Her pupils suddenly contracted to the extreme. A wave of instinctive, deep-seated vigilance and hostility from her bloodline surged like a tide. The guardian eye, tattoo on her shoulder blades once again slightly warmed uncontrollably, flashing with a dark gold glow that quickly disappeared, as if responding to the presence of the soul-devouring mark. Night Clan. Delia's voice was frighteningly deep, carrying a nearly instinctive sense of killing intent.
Feng Yuchen.
You have the blood of the Night Clan flowing inside you. This shocking truth left her stunned like never before. No wonder her grandfather set up a trap. No wonder the old ancestor of the Wei family was trading with the Night Clan. So, this so-called contract husband, the man she just risked her life to save, actually carries the bloodline of her family's longtime enemies? What does this mean? A joke of fate? Or a more cruel, bloodier hunting game? Inside the hospital room, everything was deathly silent. Only the heavy, oppressive breathing of the two, and the two opposite yet interconnected bloodline marks that silently roared and confronted each other in the quiet, could be heard. Outside the window, the night was as dark as ink, as if countless eyes were watching everything happening inside the room. The Wei family's assassination had failed, but a bigger storm was clearly just beginning. The sudden appearance of the soul-devouring mark inside Feng Yuchen's body and the burning, guardian eye on Delia's shoulder blades were like two stones thrown into a calm lake, completely disturbing the already complex game. A huge whirlpool of bloodlines, fate, betrayal, and protection was spinning wildly around this small hospital room, pulling everyone into its depths. The dark web homepage of the international assassin organization, Black Widow, displayed a scarlet bounty notice, tearing through the calm of the virtual world like a fierce wound. Target: Delia, Feng Yuchen's wife. Status: high-risk pregnant woman. Reward: $500 million. Additional requirements: live delivery. The fetus must be intact. Below the cold words was a high-definition photo. Delia standing by the floor-to-ceiling window on the top floor of the phone group, her pregnant belly high and prominent. Her profile was cold and sharp, but her eyes carried a strange, commanding calmness. The photo was captured perfectly, with the curve of her belly contrasting sharply with her almost indifferent dignity, exuding a deadly attraction. Within 10 minutes of the bounty being posted, the dark web was in an uproar. 500 million? Capture the pregnant woman alive. Is the Black Widow crazy? Feng Yuchen's woman? Taking this job is just asking for death, but 500 million. Enough to retire 10 times over. I heard she's carrying Feng Yuchen's only child. The Feng family must be crazy to protect her. Who cares? Money is in place. Life can be exchanged. The discussion board was instantly flooded with greed and madness. Countless hidden eyes in the darkness greedily stared at the $500 million and more at the photo of the seemingly fragile pregnant woman who could make top assassin organizations pay a high price. In the CEO's office of the Feng Group, the air was so heavy it seemed to squeeze out water. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling window, the city lights sparkled, but they couldn't reach the icy coldness in Feng Yuchen's eyes. He stood facing away from the room, his tall figure like a mountain, giving off a fierce aura of a storm about to break. A cigarette pinched between his fingers burned halfway, long ash falling and leaving gray marks on the expensive carpet. Assistant Chen Emo stood at the desk, cold sweat beading on his forehead. His voice trembled. Boss Feng, the Black Widow bounty, has spread across all dark web platforms worldwide. Preliminary reports show at least 17 active Level A assassin groups and over 50 lone killers expressing interest in taking the job. Feng Yuchen didn't turn around. Instead, he pressed the cigarette stub harshly into the crystal ashtray, making a harsh screech. He slowly turned around, his handsome face now covered with an unmelting layer of frost, his deep eyes swirling with a fury capable of destroying everything. 17 groups? 50 killers? His voice was as low as a whisper from, each word laced with icy murderous intent.
Good.
He took long strides to the large desk, picked up a limited edition pen, and swiftly wrote a few lines on a blank A4 sheet. His movements were so fast they seemed to leave after images, with such force that it almost tore the paper. Chen Emo held his breath, watching Feng Yuchen finish, and push the paper toward him. Use the highest authority to post this on the Black Widow homepage and on all accessible dark web forums, info brokers, and underground banks. Feng Yuchen's voice was calm but colder than the sharpest blade. Tell them. Feng Yuchen said so. Trembling, Chen Emo picked up the paper, glanced at it, and his pupils suddenly contracted as if his blood had frozen in an instant. On the paper, there was a bold, fiery message from Feng Yuchen. Reward notice updated. Target: all groups and individuals involved in hunting Delia, Feng Yuchen's wife. Reward: $5 billion, unconditionally paid by the Feng Group. Additional requirement: dead or alive, but the body must be intact. Issuer: Feng Yuchen. Note: anyone who harms my wife and children, I will destroy their entire family. A global manhunt, no mercy. Chen Emo felt a cold shiver run from his feet straight to his head. This was no longer just a simple bounty. It was a clear declaration of war. Feng Yuchen was sending out the craziest, bloodiest challenge to the entire underground world. He would use money, power, and the immense strength of the Feng Group to build a wall of blood and flesh, crushing all the poisonous snakes coveting his wife and child. Why yes, President Feng. Chen Mo's voice trembled uncontrollably. He almost scrambled out of the office, ready to carry out this order that could shake the entire underground world. Outside the large floor-to-ceiling window, the sun shone just right, bathing the bustling city streets in a warm golden glow. In the city center, the luxury, starlight, shopping mall was crowded with people, dressed fashionably. The air was filled with a scent of perfume, coffee, and expensive leather. Luxury everywhere. Delia wore a loose, comfortable beige maternity dress. The soft fabric outlined her stunning, rounded belly in late pregnancy. She gently supported her waist and strolled through the many boutique stores, looking relaxed, as if she was just an ordinary pregnant woman out shopping. Sunlight streamed through the huge glass dome, casting a gentle glow on her, making her belly look especially sacred and warm in the light. She paused in front of a top-tier baby goods store window, her eyes fixed on a delicate, handmade white dress decorated with fine lace. A faint, almost imperceptible gentle smile appeared on her lips. She instinctively raised her hand, softly resting it on her prominent belly, feeling the tiny life inside. "Little one, do you like this?" she whispered softly, her voice as gentle as a feather brushing her heart. In this warm, peaceful moment, buzz. A tiny, sharp electronic beep suddenly sounded, like a snake hissing, piercing through the lively background noise of the mall. This sound is only audible to Dulia. It is the highest level alert emitted by her wristband, which looks ordinary but actually contains top-tier anti-surveillance and warning systems. The gentle expression on Dulia's face instantly disappears, replaced by a cold, sharp look forged on the edge of life and death. She doesn't even turn around. Her body reacts instinctively. She quickly steps back with her right foot, lowering her center of gravity, shielding her pregnant belly with her left hand, and her right hand darts toward her waist, where a small military dagger, capable of piercing armor, is hidden. But she is fast, and the hidden reaper in the shadows is even faster. Boom! A dull gunshot suddenly erupts in the mall atrium, startling everyone. The shot doesn't come from a corner, but from directly above. A killer dressed as a cleaner, holding a silenced rifle, appears like a ghost above the high glass ceiling of several floors. The muzzle flashes faintly in the sunlight, but the deadly bullet, with a piercing scream, speeds toward Dulia's pregnant belly with almost impossible accuracy. The target is the fetus inside her, coveted by dark forces worldwide. Time seems to stretch endlessly in this moment. Dulia's pupils suddenly constrict to a pinpoint. She can clearly see the spinning bullet, carrying a cold, deadly aura, just half a meter away from her protective hands. With her current skills and state, she cannot completely dodge it. Her left hand, protecting her belly, is her only barrier, but the force of the bullet could her arm and seriously harm the fetus. Despair and coldness, like a venomous snake, instantly coil around her heart. Just at this critical moment, a deep, strange vibration, as if coming from the depths of her body, suddenly erupts without warning. It doesn't come from outside, but from inside her swollen belly. The sensation is extremely bizarre, as if an invisible, explosive fist is smashing fiercely inside her. A powerful, terrifying energy wave radiates outward from her belly, spreading rapidly. Whoosh! Less than a meter in front of Dulia, a large glass display case used for showcasing crystal crafts is shattered instantly by this invisible shockwave. Countless sparkling fragments flew out like a heavy rain. The bullet, which was supposed to hit the pregnant woman's belly precisely, suddenly hit an invisible, extremely tough air wall about 10 centimeters away from Dulia's abdomen. Clang! A sharp, metallic twisting sound rang out. The bullet's path was forcibly distorted. It was no longer a straight line, but was violently deflected by an unknown powerful force. It grazed Dulia's left forearm, which she protected over her belly, causing a streak of blood and embedding itself into a nearby support pillar. Dulia let out a muffled groan. The burning pain from her scraped arm was intense, but her heart sank suddenly. Then she was overwhelmed by an indescribable joy and shock. It was the baby inside her. That strange heartbeat from deep within her, the terrifying power strong enough to shatter glass and twist bullets, was the unborn child in her belly, unleashing a protective force in a life-and-death moment. The ultrasound image of the tiny fetus, clenched fists and ready for combat, appeared clearly in Dulia's mind. It was no coincidence. It was instinct. An innate, bloodline-encoded fighting instinct beyond normal understanding. "Baby," Dulia whispered softly, her voice trembling slightly. It was excitement, tenderness, and a fierce maternal pride and determination. She instinctively tightened her hand over her belly, feeling the life pulse that had just erupted and was now gradually calming, like a sleeping volcano. Inside the mall, the deadly silence was shattered.
Guns.
There are guns. Someone's shooting. Run. Screams, shouts, and the sound of tables and chairs overturning erupted instantly. The crowd, like frightened sheep, frantically rushed toward the exits. The entire mall plunged into chaos, resembling a scene from the end of the world. Meanwhile, who was peering from the ceiling, was clearly stunned by this unbelievable scene. Through his high-powered scope, he saw the strange, twisted trajectory of the bullet, the bloodstain on Delia's arm, and her face showing a mix of pain, joy, and cold, murderous intent as she protected her unborn child. His hand gripping the rifle trembled uncontrollably. Fear, like a cold tide, quickly overwhelmed him. This is not a high-risk pregnant woman. She is a monster, a creature that can't even be hit by a bullet. What exactly is inside her belly? The assassin's mind went blank. Instinctively, he wanted to shrink back and escape from this terrifying place. But it was already too late. Delia moved. She didn't even look at the terrified assassin. Her gaze just coldly swept over the bullet deeply embedded in the support pillar. Then, she slowly crouched down, and amid the chaos of shattered crystal fragments and fleeing people, she precisely picked up the slightly deformed bullet that still shimmered with a cold metallic shine. She pinched the bloodstains on the bullet and her arm with her fingertips, her movements elegant, as if admiring a piece of art. Then, she raised her head. Her gaze pierced through the chaos of the crowd and the broken glass ceiling, locking onto the frozen assassin. A cold, deadly smile slowly curled on her lips, filled with mockery and killing intent. "My son said," Delia's voice was soft but strangely clear through all the screams and chaos, reaching the assassin's ears. Every word was like an ice spike, stabbing into his heart. "Get out of here." The assassin trembled violently. A cold wave shot from his tailbone straight to his head. He saw the murderous glare in Delia's eyes, unconcealed, ready to tear him apart. He could even feel the invisible killing intent piercing his skin, making it sting painfully. The instinct to survive overwhelmed everything. He suddenly pulled back his rifle and scrambled to retreat from the edge of the ceiling. Another gunshot. But this time, the bullet didn't come from the rifle. It was fired from a chaotic corner of the mall. A bullet sped through the air, heading straight for Delia's back. Apparently, there was an accomplice, taking advantage of the chaos to strike again. Delia didn't even turn around. It was as if she had eyes behind her head. At the moment the bullet was about to hit her back, her body moved in a strange, unnatural way, sidestepping slightly. The bullet brushed past her belly, creating a gust of wind. A cold light shot from Delia's eyes. She didn't look at the direction of a second shot. Instead, she flicked her hand back. Whoosh! The bullet she had just picked up, still warm with her body heat and bloodstains, was flicked away with, like tossing a pebble, at a speed too fast for the eye to see. Thud! A dull sound of flesh being pierced, making one's teeth ache. In the shadow of a pillar on the second floor of the mall, a man who had just aimed his gun, with a fierce murderous look on his face, suddenly widened his eyes and made a strange, choking sound. He looked down in disbelief at the bullet hole in the center of his forehead, with only a tiny metal tail remaining. Blood mixed with white brain matter burst out instantly. He wobbled, then fell straight down, twitching a few times, and was completely silent. The entire mall seemed to be paused. Everyone still running and screaming froze as if under a spell, staring in horror at this bloody and strange scene. A pregnant woman caught the bullet with her bare hands, then used that same bullet to instantly kill a hidden attacker. Is this even human? Dahlia slowly stood upright, brushed dust and glass shards off her skirt as if it was just a trivial task. She then placed her hand protectively over her pregnant belly, her cold gaze sweeping over the two corpses, the S position on the ceiling that had long since vanished in terror, and finally settling on a corner of the mall's surveillance camera. Her voice was quiet but carried a chilling authority that seemed to control everything, echoing clearly in the silent mall. "Tell the people behind this, if they want to hurt me or my son, let him come himself. The rats hiding in the dark with cold arrows are unworthy." The Black Widow organization, located in a secret base deep in the rainforests of Southeast Asia. In a brightly lit command center, a large screen displayed the chaos at Starlight Mall in real time. When they saw Dahlia catching a bullet with her bare hands and killing an enemy in return, the entire command center fell into a deathly silence. In front of the screen, a well-dressed, middle-aged man with neatly combed hair, the leader of the Southeast Asian branch of the Black Widow, codenamed Spider, looked grim. His face was pale, and he stared fixedly at the woman on the screen, who was pregnant but cold as a killer. His fingers gripping a cigar turned white from the force. The Spider suddenly slammed the expensive control panel with a cigar, sparks flying everywhere. 2 A-level assassins, and they can't even handle a pregnant woman? And they got beaten. A few technicians and action commanders behind him fell silent, too scared to make a sound.
Check.
Find out everything, the Spider roared wildly. Who is that woman? What's inside her belly? Why are the bullets deflecting? And Feng Yuchen, that lunatic. 50 billion. Does he really dare to offer such a reward? Suddenly, a technician shouted out, "Boss! The dark web! The dark web has exploded." The screen instantly switched to a live update from the Black Widow dark web homepage. Feng Yuchen's tenfold bounty was like a spark in oil, igniting the entire underground world instantly. 50 billion. Feng Yuchen is crazy. The list of people hired to kill Mrs. Feng is out. 17 organizations, 58 killers. Now they're all marked for death. The headquarters of the Black Widow is overwhelmed with calls. Many people are demanding the list. The Poison Scorpion organization just issued a statement, withdrawing from the bounty and apologizing to Mrs. Feng. The Blood Hand boss's private plane just took off but was shot down by unknown armed forces. It said Feng Yuchen did it. Oh my god. Even the internal forum of the Black Widow has exploded. Members are starting to reveal the organization's hideouts. The information on the screen was scrolling so fast it was dizzying. Panic spread like a plague inside the Black Widow. Feng Yuchen's 50 billion bounty was not just a declaration of war, it was a deadly temptation and a threat to the organization's members. Faced with such a huge reward and Feng Yuchen's reckless, all-out madness, the so-called loyalty of the organization was crumbling. No, it's impossible. The Spider's face turned from pale to deathly white, then ashen. He stared at the screen, where constantly popping up were messages about his members being targeted, exposed, and even hunted by their own people. A cold chill ran from his feet straight to the top of his head, and he felt as if all his strength had been drained. The Southeast Asian network he had painstakingly built was collapsing at a visible speed under Feng Yuchen's brutal and thunderous counterattack.
Feng Yuchen.
Dulia, the Spider muttered to himself, his eyes filled with unprecedented fear and despair. He finally realized that the people they had offended were not just an ordinary pregnant woman and her husband. They were 2 fierce beings walking among humans, disguised as humans but actually dangerous monsters. Truly unapproachable entities. At that moment, the heavy explosion-proof door of the command center was suddenly shattered by an unstoppable force from outside. Boom! The door twisted and flew inside, knocking over a row of equipment. Amidst smoke and dust, a tall figure stood at the entrance, backlit. He wore a sharp, tailored black suit, with a strong, spear-like build, radiating a cold, deadly aura that felt almost tangible.
It was Feng Yuchen.
Behind him, a team of fully armed bodyguards with sharp eagle-like eyes pointed their guns coldly at everyone inside the command center. Feng Yuchen's gaze was like 2 icy lasers, instantly locking onto the Spider sitting helplessly in a chair. He stepped in steadily and heavily, his leather shoes making a tap sound on the cold floor, each step seeming to crush everyone's heart. The entire command center fell silent. Only Feng Yuchen's footsteps and the heavy, fearful breathing of everyone could be heard. The Spider trembled all over, staring at Feng Yuchen's emotionless eyes filled with deadly intent. His teeth chattered, unable to even beg for mercy. Feng Yuchen stopped in front of him, casting a huge shadow over the Spider. "Reward my wife." Feng Yuchen's voice was calm and deep, but carried a chilling coldness that made people shiver. "Using 5 billion to buy my son's life." He leaned slightly forward, close to the Spider's ear, lowering his voice even more, like a venomous snake spitting, each word tinged with a bloody smell. Now it's my turn. The spider felt an icy wave of death engulf him instantly. He shivered violently, and his pants suddenly became wet, a strong smell of filling the air.
Feng.
President Feng, spare me. I was wrong. I won't dare again. The spider burst into tears, slumping in the chair, completely losing control. Feng Yuchen didn't even look at him. He straightened up and swept his gaze over the other terrified Black Widow members inside the command center. Let me tell you, boss. Feng Yuchen's voice was quiet but clear throughout the space, carrying undeniable authority. The Black Widow will be erased from Southeast Asia starting today. He paused briefly, then added in a calm tone as if stating a trivial matter. As for you, his gaze shifted back to the spider. Your son, is he studying in Switzerland? The spider trembled all over, pupils suddenly shrinking to the limit.
Son.
His only weakness. Feng Yuchen knew about this? No, please. Spare my son. I will do anything. The spider completely broke down, struggling to get up from the chair to hold onto Feng Yuchen's leg. Feng Yuchen only looked at him coldly, like watching a dirty ant. Take him back. Feng Yuchen waved to the bodyguards behind him, his tone flat. Let him experience what worse than death really means, until he can say who is really behind the bounty on my wife. After speaking, he turned and walked away quickly. The bodyguards moved like iron towers, dragging the exhausted, desperate spider out, as if dragging a dead dog. Inside the command center, the remaining members of the Black Widow looked at Feng Yuchen's departing figure, feeling a deep chill from their souls. They knew that the era of Black Widow in Southeast Asia was over. The pregnant woman named Du Lia and the madman behind her would become a nightmare they couldn't forget for the rest of their lives. At the Feng family villa, the master bedroom, soft lights cast a warm, peaceful glow over the room. Du Lia leaned on a large window seat, covered with a thin blanket. Her left arm was wrapped in clean gauze, the wound already treated. She closed her eyes slightly, seeming to rest, but her tightly pressed lips showed she hadn't truly relaxed. Feng Yuchen sat on a small stool beside her, moving gently as if handling a rare treasure. He carefully wiped her other uninjured hand with a warm towel. His gaze was focused and deep, filled with fear, tenderness, anger, and a faint, almost unnoticeable warmth and possessiveness that even he didn't realize. Does it hurt? His voice was low and hoarse, with a slight tremor. Delia slowly opened her eyes and looked into his bloodshot, tired, and worried eyes. She shook her head gently, her voice a little hoarse. It doesn't hurt. Just a small injury. Just a small injury. Feng Yuchen's movements suddenly froze, and anger flashed in his eyes. That bullet was only 10 centimeters away from you and the baby. Just 10 centimeters. He almost gritted his teeth as he said this, still feeling his heart ache from the terrifying scene. Seeing the madness and fear almost bursting from his eyes, Delia's heart moved slightly. She reached out with her uninjured right hand and gently placed it on the back of his hand, which was clutching a towel and turning white at the knuckles. Don't be afraid. Her voice was soft but carried a strange, calming power. He is here. Her gaze unconsciously fell on her prominent belly, her expression complex, proud, tender, and deep in thought about the unknown strength inside her. Feng Yuchen looked down along her gaze at her rounded, pregnant belly. His Adam's apple moved, and he lowered the towel. He reached out with a trembling hand, very gently and carefully placing it on her belly, feeling the warm, powerful heartbeat of life inside. The moment his palm touched her belly, a clear, strong fetal movement, like a sleeping little beast stretching its limbs, passed through the thin skin and warm palm into Feng Yuchen's hand. The force was gentle, but it carried a strange, lively rhythm. Feng Yuchen shivered all over and suddenly looked up at Delia in disbelief. That feeling just now. It didn't seem like a normal fetal movement. It felt more like a response, a silent communication and confirmation from deep within their bloodline. Delia met his shocked gaze, a faint, mysterious smile curling on her lips. She didn't explain, just nodded lightly. Feng Yuchen's heart was struck hard, as if something had hit it. He lowered his head again, staring intently at his palm, as if trying to see through the skin into the life inside, an incredible, powerful life growing there. Shock, joy, awe, these complex emotions surged within him. At that moment, the private phone on the side table lit up silently on its screen. It wasn't a call or a message. There was nothing on the screen except a constantly flickering encrypted symbol made of complex geometric shapes, glowing with a faint blue light. This was the highest-level emergency communication channel inside the Du family, accessible only to core bloodline members.
Julia sais instantly sharpened.
She reached out and grabbed her phone, quickly swiping her finger across the screen to enter a long, complicated password. The blue glow flashed, and a simple yet powerful message appeared on the screen, exploding in her mind like thunder. Initial bloodline awakening confirmed. Fetal energy fluctuations match the war god traits. Inheritance rate exceeds expectations.
Julia's breath suddenly stopped.
Inheritance rate exceeds expectations. This short line of words hit her like a giant stone thrown into a deep pond, stirring huge waves in her heart. All her previous guesses about the fetus's abnormalities, unusual rapid development, strange fetal movements, the standard fighting stance in the ultrasound, the glass-shattering, twisted bullet power from earlier, finally received the clearest, most shocking answer. Her child not only inherited the Du family's bloodline but also began to awaken the legendary war god power, while still in the... This was a terrifying force capable of tearing through darkness and shaking the world, originating from ancient times. Julia clenched her phone tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force. She looked up at the deep night outside the window, her eyes shining with an unprecedented mix of pride, shock, a heavy sense of responsibility for the family's legacy, and a cautious anticipation of the coming storm, more turbulent and unknown than ever before. Jie Yuchen, keenly aware of her momentary distraction and the sharp, almost tangible light in her eyes, followed her gaze out the window. He then looked down at his hand resting on her pregnant belly, feeling the strange, lively fetal movements as if alive. A huge mystery about the Du family, her unborn child, and perhaps even his own origins, was slowly unfolding before him like a heavy curtain being drawn back. The night grew darker. Inside the villa, everything was peaceful and warm, but outside, the world was already surging with hidden dangers due to today's shocking events. The bloodbath caused by the tenfold bounty order has just begun, and the news of the Du family's bloodline awakening is like a second bomb dropped into the storm center. It signals a huge, worldwide upheaval centered around an unborn baby, quietly brewing with unstoppable force. The chaos from the tenfold bounty order has not yet fully erupted. A colder, older evil has already seeped into the heavy defenses outside the Feng family villa under the cover of night.
No alarms, no gunfire.
In front of the large floor-to-ceiling window in the master bedroom on the top floor, Feng Yuchen and Julia stand side by side. Outside, the city remains brightly lit, but both can clearly feel a thick, rusty, cold smell in the air, as if countless icy tentacles are trying to invade this warm fortress. Feng Yuchen's aura suddenly sharpens, like a sword unsheathed, locking onto a shadowy corner outside the window. Julia instinctively shifts slightly, shielding her pregnant belly, with one hand gently resting on her waist. There, hidden close to her body, is a thin blade crafted with Du family's secret techniques, only palm-sized. Her expression remains calm, but a cautious glint, like that of a top hunter, quietly appears in her eyes. It's coming. Feng Yuchen's voice is cold as ice, with a faint sense of seriousness. He can feel that the source of this aura is far beyond the level of today's petty killers, even touching the edge of his understanding. That cold, sinister feeling, with a hint of blasphemy against life itself, makes his blood run with an inexplicable thrill and rejection. Julia doesn't speak, only nods lightly. She senses the presence of the enemy more clearly and feels the restless life force inside her belly sending out a strong, almost instinctive rejection signal. It's as if two completely different worlds are silently confronting each other. Suddenly, a very faint sound, like red-hot iron plunging into ice water, rings out. Outside the villa, a hole appears silently in the bulletproof glass wall, made from the most advanced materials capable of stopping small rockets. The edges of the hole are smooth as a mirror, with no cracks, as if some force beyond physical laws instantly erased it. Immediately after, a gaunt, hunched figure, like a weightless ghost, drifts into the room through that hole. He wore an old-fashioned black robe embroidered with dark runes, with his hood pulled low, covering most of his face, revealing only a sharp chin like that of an eagle. A strong, nauseating smell of death filled the entire space the moment he appeared. Old ancestor of the Wei family, Feng Yuchen's pupils shrank suddenly as he quickly recognized the visitor's identity. The true foundation of the Wei family's 100-year-old stability, this living fossil only known from core family records and ancient legends. The ancestor ignored Feng Yuchen. Two crimson lights flickered beneath his hood, like the vertical pupils of a venomous snake, locking onto Du Lia's prominent pregnant belly. His gaze was greedy and full of resentment, with a nearly mad desire. The bloodline of the war god of the Du family still continues. The ancestor's voice was hoarse and dry, like sandpaper rubbing against bones, each word carrying a chilling coldness.
Good.
Good. Today, I will take this precious seed on behalf of the Night Clan. Night Clan? Feng Yuchen's heart trembled greatly. The name hit him like a heavy stone thrown into a deep pond, instantly stirring huge waves. The bloodline power within him, which had been quiet and sometimes inexplicably restless, now surged violently as the ancestor uttered these words, roaring with intensity. A deep-seated hatred and alertness from his soul suddenly overwhelmed him, without warning. Du Lia shivered all over. The Night Clan, the sworn enemies her family had guarded and fought against for generations. The Wei ancestor was colluding with the Night Clan? This explained why the Wei family dared to act so recklessly against her, and also revealed the source of the strange power on the ancestor. Seeking death, Du Lia's eyes shot out cold light, with no hesitation left. She flipped her wrist, and a thin blade appeared in her hand, shimmering with a faint silver glow, an ancient secret silver known for countering evil spirits, the breaking evil silver of the Du family. She did not retreat, but stepped forward actively, her pregnant belly slightly protruding, unleashing a vast, ocean-like pressure from her deep bloodline core. An invisible ripple of energy spread out from her, causing the air in the room to seem frozen for a moment. The cold, deathly aura was violently shaken by her pure, masculine fighting spirit. The ancestor's figure flickered slightly, and the crimson glow beneath his hood shrank sharply. He clearly did not expect Du Lia to react so quickly, nor that her power was so pure and strong.
Ha ha ha.
Interesting. The ancestor let out a harsh, eerie laugh, his withered hands quickly forming seals in front of him, moving so fast that afterimages flickered. A cold, sinister aura around him suddenly became thick and strange. Countless tiny, living like black symbols flew out from his robe sleeves, twisting and merging in the air. In an instant, they formed a huge spider web covering half of the room. The web was made of pure dark energy, giving off a terrifying feeling of devouring all light and life, and it aimed directly at Du Lia.
Feng Yuchen.
Protect yourself, Du Lia shouted sharply, her voice clear and commanding. She suddenly stabbed her broken evil blade forward. A sharp, piercing clang of metal. The blade did not hit the web itself, but precisely struck a spinning black symbol at the center of the web. Sho, like a red-hot knife slicing through butter, the seemingly indestructible dark web was torn open with a huge gap at the moment it touched the blade. Pure, fiery fighting spirit from the Du family poured out along the blade, burning the surrounding dark energy with sizzling sounds and painful screams. The old ancestor shouted in surprise, clearly unprepared for his soul-devouring web to be broken so easily. His withered claws quickly retracted, and the web instantly dissolved into black smoke. But he moved faster. Before the smoke dispersed, he had already transformed into a blurry black shadow, like a ghost, bypassing Delia's frontal attack, aiming straight at her defenseless back. His speed was beyond normal, almost ignoring space itself. "Don't think so," Feng Yuchen roared. His bloodline had already boiled fiercely under the influence of the words, Night Clan. He did not retreat, but charged forward bravely into the deadly black shadow. He had no weapon, but at this moment, a faint, nearly invisible dark gold pattern flashed across his palm. His fingers, like blades, with a determined tearing force to rip through space, stabbed fiercely at the old ancestor's throat. The old ancestor's shadow faltered, and a hint of surprise and suspicion flickered in his scarlet eyes. He sensed the sudden burst of familiar, yet instinctively terrifying energy from Feng Yuchen's palm. That energy originated from the Night Clan, but was completely opposite, carrying a destructive will that seemed capable of destroying everything. A muffled bang. Feng Yuchen's finger clashed with the old ancestor's withered claws. The terrifying force collided, and the airflow exploded instantly. Feng Yuchen was struck by lightning, flying backward and crashing heavily into a thick wall. His throat tightened, and a trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. But the ancestor also let out a muffled groan. His withered, claw-like right hand quickly turned black and dry, as if being corroded by the power from Feng Yuchen's palm. What is this?" The ancestor's voice was full of shock and disbelief. He stared tightly at Feng Yuchen, and the red glow under his hood flickered violently. "Night Clans. Forbidden bloodline?
You
have?" Feng Yuchen wiped the blood from his lips. His eyes were cold, like frozen ice. The strange power inside him still caused a strong feeling, but the ancestor's shocked words hit him like a heavy hammer, deeply hurting his heart. Forbidden bloodline? Night Clan? What exactly is flowing inside him? In that split second, when both sides froze from the surprise, Delia moved. She didn't care about Feng Yuchen's injuries or the ancestor's shock. Her only goal was to completely destroy the old ghost who was colluding with enemies and coveting her child. Roar. A deep roar, like from an ancient battlefield, came not from her mouth but from her belly. Her large pregnant belly suddenly shone brightly. It wasn't a gentle light but a blazing glow, as if made of liquid gold, intense and pure. The light pierced through her clothes and lit up the whole room with brilliance.
No.
The ancestor felt a deadly threat. The pure fighting spirit in that light made the secret Night Clan techniques inside him cry out in pain. He ignored Feng Yuchen and the forbidden bloodline. He suddenly struck his chest with his withered hand, spitting out a mouthful of blood, trying to activate his strongest defensive secret technique. But it was too late. Delia's figure blurred in the golden light. She placed her hands gently on her pregnant belly. Her eyes shone with bright gold, like a divine being descending. She uttered two ancient, commanding syllables. Battle, break, centered on her belly. A ring of golden light, as pure as her will and fighting power, suddenly exploded. This golden light didn't make a loud noise, but had an indescribable penetrating and destructive power. It ignored the hurried blood-colored barrier the ancestor set up and the space barrier, instantly covering him. The ancestor let out a piercing, inhuman scream. The golden light, like the hottest lava, instantly burned away the energy of his Night Clan's secret techniques, directly scorching his soul and body. His black robe embroidered with runes instantly turned to ashes. The exposed skin blackened and cracked at a visible speed. He looked like a wax figure thrown into a furnace, twisting and struggling painfully in the golden light. Inside the room, only a blackened human-shaped outline remained, still in a struggling pose, but life had already left it. A foul burnt smell filled the air. The cold, sticky scent of death was gone, replaced by the lingering hot aura of the Du family's fighting spirit. Delia swayed slightly, her face turning pale. Beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Clearly, Her recent powerful attack had drained her greatly. She instinctively touched her pregnant belly, feeling the calming but still powerful movements inside. She looked a little scared but more determined. Feng Yuchen slid down the wall, staggered to his feet, and looked at the charred corpse on the ground with a complex expression. Then he quickly turned to Du Lia, finally fixing his gaze on his own right palm, which had just fought against the old ancestor. The dark gold pattern there had vanished, as if it had never appeared, but a strange, strong, and dangerous feeling of power was deeply imprinted in his soul. The old ancestor's terrified scream before dying echoed in his mind like a spell. Taboo bloodline of the Night Clan? You have. Taboo bloodline. Night Clan. Du family. And himself. Countless fragments collided and reassembled wildly in his mind. A huge whirlpool that could overturn his entire understanding and even reveal his greatest secret was slowly opening before him as the old ancestor died, revealing the darkest, most core corner. After calming her breath, Du Lia raised her head and looked at Feng Yuchen. Her gaze also fell on his right hand, which had just released a strange power. Deep in her eyes, besides worry, there was also a new sense of scrutiny and seriousness. Night fell deeper. Inside the villa, everything was silent. But a bigger storm was quietly brewing among the silent fragments of truth. Under the huge glass dome at the top of the shopping mall, the sunlight was blinding, but the air was frozen like ice. Just a second ago, the space was filled with the scent of luxury perfumes and soft music. Now, it was shrouded in suffocating silence. Du Lia turned her back to the direction where they might be hiding. Her left hand instinctively and almost automatically protected her large pregnant belly, while her right hand still held a paper bag filled with baby supplies. She could feel the tiny hairs on the back of her neck stand up straight. A cold, deadly feeling, like a sharp needle, seemed to pierce her spine. No, it was aimed at the small life inside her belly. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. She could almost hear the scream of the bullet tearing through the air. But the sound wasn't from outside. It exploded directly in her tense nerves. The target was her unprotected pregnant belly. Just as that deadly metal gleam was about to cut through the air and pierce her body, buzz, a deep, almost dull tremor suddenly erupted from deep within her abdomen without warning. It wasn't a normal fetal movement or a gentle kick. It was a violent energy pulse coming from the very source of life itself. As if an invisible giant fist was pounding fiercely beneath her tense abdominal muscles. A sharp, piercing cracking sound exploded beside Du Lia. She caught a glimpse from the corner of her eye that a large, tempered glass display cabinet filled with cosmetics, less than half a meter from her body, instantly spiderwebbed with cracks. In the next second, countless sparkling shards shattered like a rainstorm, scattering everywhere. The bullet that should have precisely hit her pregnant belly was suddenly deflected at an eerie distance of just a few centimeters from her skin. As if struck by an invisible giant hand, it sharply veered upward and outward. Its twisted trajectory produced a short, sharp hiss and forcefully embedded itself deep into a nearby load-bearing concrete pillar, leaving only a deep, bottomless hole with concrete dust falling around it. Absolute silence. Sunlight streamed through the dome, reflecting off the flying glass shards and creating countless dazzling spots of light. They looked like ghostly eyes, coldly watching this bizarre and terrifying scene. The air was filled with a strange smell of glass dust mixed with gunpowder. Du Lia maintained her protective posture over her belly, gasping slightly. Her heart was pounding wildly inside her chest, almost breaking her ribs. She could clearly feel the violent energy that had just erupted inside her belly calming down quickly. But the lingering tingling sensation was like a faint electric current running along her spine to the top of her head. She looked down in disbelief at her flat, pregnant belly, where it seemed as if a tiny storm had just been born. A muffled cry of pain broke the suffocating silence. The sound came from the second floor of the mall atrium, in a corner decorated like a cafe viewing platform. A man wearing a dark gray jacket and a baseball cap was curled up in the shadows, clutching his right thigh with both hands. Blood was pouring out from between his fingers, quickly spreading into a dark red stain on his dark pants. The silenced, cold-looking rifle he held had fallen to the ground with a heavy thud. His face, twisted with intense pain, was filled with shock and confusion, as if he had just seen a scene from. Delicia slowly looked up, her gaze passing through the falling shards of glass like a rain of fragments. She precisely locked onto the suffering figure. After the initial surprise, her expression became calm, even with a hint of cold amusement. It was the look of a hunter observing prey caught in a trap. Her high heels crunched on the sharp glass pieces, making a crisp sound. Every step seemed to freeze the air and tighten the nerves of the. She was pregnant, yet her steps were steady and rhythmic, walking straight toward the curled-up killer. The sunlight outlined her tall silhouette, her pregnant belly visible beneath tight clothing, radiating a mix of maternal warmth and deadly intent that was almost chilling. The killer saw her approach, and his eyes filled with deeper fear. He struggled to back away, but the severe pain in his leg made him immobile. He could only futilely kick at the ground, gasping heavily. Delicia reached him and looked down at him from above. The light from the mall's ceiling shone on her face, highlighting her slightly raised eyebrows and her deep, stormy eyes.
She didn't speak.
Instead, she bent down gracefully, reaching out to pick up the still-warm rifle lying beside the killer's foot. The cold metal felt heavy in her hand. She weighed it briefly, then casually raised the gun, the barrel steady and weighty, pointing directly at the killer's twisted face, distorted by pain and fear. The killer's pupils shrank suddenly, and he trembled all over like a leaf. His words of begging for mercy caught in his throat, only producing short, gasping sounds. Du Lia's lips slowly curved into a faint smile. The smile was gentle but sharp like a blade coated with ice, giving off a chilling feeling. Her voice was soft, even strangely calm, clearly cutting through the silence of the mall. Every word sounded like an icy drop hitting the floor. "My son said," she paused, her gaze sweeping over the killer's pale face, finally settling on his terrified, hopeless eyes. "Get out of here." The moment her words finished, her finger on the trigger moved slightly. The gunshot rang out again, not aimed at the killer, but precisely at the ground less than an inch away from his feet. The hard marble floor instantly cracked open a large hole, with debris and dust splashing all over the killer's face and body. The killer was utterly terrified by the close gunfire and flying debris. He let out a piercing scream, rolling and crawling desperately away from Du Lia, ignoring his leg injury. He scrambled with his hands and feet, disappearing around the staircase corner in a mess, leaving behind a long, glaring bloodstain. Du Lia stood still, the gun still faintly smoking. She lowered her eyes, looking at the weapon she had just used in this absurd fight, her expression cold. Sunlight shone through the glass dome, casting a long shadow on her. The outline of her pregnant belly was especially clear in the light and shadow, adding a mysterious aura. Suddenly, hurried and heavy footsteps approached from afar, accompanied by the tense shouts of bodyguards and the suppressed gasps of the crowd. A low roar, filled with extreme anger and fear, echoed like thunder at the mall entrance. Du Lia looked toward the sound. Feng Yuchen stormed in like a demon from. His perfectly tailored black suit was now disheveled, beads of sweat on his forehead. Usually calm and deep in his dark eyes, now they surged with raging waves, blood-red and terrifying. His gaze was as sharp as a radar, instantly locking onto Du Lia, who stood among shattered glass, still holding her rifle and her peaceful pregnant belly. He almost lunged forward, pulling Du Lia into a tight embrace, with such force that it almost crushed her. His chest heaved violently, hot breath hitting her neck, trembling with relief and lingering fear after the danger. His voice was hoarse, filled with a panic he hadn't even noticed himself. His large hands hurriedly searched her body to check if she was unharmed, especially her prominent pregnant belly. Du Lia was slightly pushed back by his sudden embrace, her nose filled with his fresh scent mixed with a faint smoky smell. Her rifle clattered to the ground. She struggled a little, feeling his stiff arm and trembling body. The intense nervousness, almost drowning her, made her heart tremble slightly. She looked up into his eyes, which were bright red with fear and regret. Those eyes, usually high and in control, now reflected her image clearly, along with an unmistakable worry that was close to breaking down. The cold killing intent in Dulia's heart seemed to be softened a bit by this overwhelming emotion. She tilted her head slightly, avoiding his overly intense gaze. Her voice returned to its usual cool tone, with a hint of tiredness she couldn't hide. "It's okay. The bullet
Didn't hit.
Feng Yuchen's gaze fixed on her face, then hurriedly looked at her belly, as if trying to see through her clothes to confirm the little life inside was safe. His Adam's apple moved violently, and his voice was dry and strained. "Didn't hit? How is that possible?" "I saw." He suddenly remembered the strange glass-shattering sound and the bullet's deflected trajectory. His pupils shrank sharply. An absurd and terrifying thought seized him, making his whole body feel as if his blood had frozen. He suddenly lowered his head, carefully and almost reverently placing his trembling hands on Dulia's pregnant belly. Through the soft fabric, he could feel the warm, lively bump. The moment his palm touched it, thump, thump. Two clear, strong baby movements, like tiny drumbeats, came through his palm, unmistakably conveying their presence. The strength wasn't very great, but it carried a strange rhythm, as if responding to his touch or declaring some existence. Feng Yuchen's body suddenly stiffened, as if struck by a thunderbolt. He slowly raised his head, looking at Dulia with shock and curiosity that was almost speechless. The place of the baby's movement, the timing, and the previous strange bullet deflection. Dulia met his stunned, almost speechless gaze, and a faint movement stirred in her heart. She did not explain. Instead, she gently brushed away his hand covering her stomach, her movement carrying a subtle sense of distance. She bent down again, picked up the heavy rifle from the ground, and the cold metal made her restless mind settle. She weighed the gun in her hand, casually pointed the muzzle toward the direction where the assassin had disappeared, and her voice returned to a calm tone that was slightly indifferent but chilling. "Mr. Feng." She tilted her head slightly, her peripheral vision catching Feng Yuchen's still-shocked face. "Next time you send such third-rate people, don't dirty my hands." Her gaze fell on her flat, pregnant belly, her fingertips unconsciously brushing over it, and a faint, cold smile appeared at the corner of her lips. "After all," my son said. He was disturbed and couldn't sleep. Sunlight streamed through the large dome, stretching her shadow long across the ground. The shards of glass scattered around shimmered like broken stars, spreading beneath her feet. Standing with her pregnant belly, holding the rifle, she looked like a goddess from myth, overlooking all beings on this chaotic battlefield. Feng Yuchen stood opposite her, watching her. Seeing her expression, the deep, icy pool in her eyes, and the new life represented by her pregnant belly, an incredible force just now revealed, an overwhelming mix of shock, fear, awe, and a strong, almost painful possessiveness he hadn't even realized he felt, roared like molten lava in his chest. He opened his mouth but found he couldn't say a word. Only his blood-red eyes remained fixed on her, as if trying to imprint every part of her into his soul forever. Suddenly, the mall's alarm blared sharply and piercingly. The bodyguards, as if awakening from a dream, hurriedly gathered around, forming a protective wall. In the distance, the sound of sirens faintly reached them. Dulia simply handed the heavy rifle to a stunned bodyguard nearby, then straightened her back as if the intense life-and-death scene was just a minor episode. She even lightly brushed non-existent dust off her pregnant belly, then stepped forward. Her high heels clicked on the broken glass as she headed straight for the mall exit. Feng Yuchen took a deep breath, suppressing the turbulent storm inside his chest, and quickly followed. His gaze never left her straight back, especially that slightly bulging belly, which seemed to hide endless secrets and power. As they were about to leave this messy area, Delia's steps seemed to pause very slightly. Her hand instinctively, with a hint of curiosity, she didn't even notice herself, gently rested on her abdomen again. This time, there was no violent trembling or strong heartbeat. Only a very faint, yet very clear sensation, like countless tiny electric currents rushing beneath her skin, slowly spreading from deep inside her belly to her limbs. That feeling was strange yet familiar, carrying a sense of a quiet awakening deep within her bloodline. She lowered her eyelashes, her long lashes casting a faint shadow over her eyes, hiding the fleeting, deep glow beneath them. Clearly, Feng Yuchen had given an early warning, requesting a comprehensive and in-depth check, especially focusing on any unusual signs of fetal development. "Miss Du, please lie down," Professor Lin said calmly, but Du Lia clearly noticed a brief, almost imperceptible stiffness in his fingers as he picked up the probe. The cold gel was applied to her abdomen, causing Du Lia to tense her muscles instinctively. She closed her eyes, her long eyelashes casting a faint shadow. The tiny life inside her seemed to sense the external examination and moved gently. It was no longer the frantic pulse of a busy marketplace, but carried a strange, hard-to-explain sense of presence. As if it was adjusting its position in sleep, the subtle movement made Du Lia's heart tighten suddenly. Professor Lin skillfully moved the probe over Du Lia's rounded belly. On the high-resolution ultrasound screen, the fetus's image appeared clearly. It was curled up, with a cute outline, its heart beating strongly, limbs moving. Everything looked normal, even healthier than other fetuses of the same age. Feng Yuchen stood beside the screen, staring at the tiny figure with a furrowed brow. Normal? Too normal. So normal that it seemed like something was being deliberately hidden. Could the overwhelming power in the marketplace be an illusion?
No. Impossible.
His sharp eyes scanned every detail on the screen, trying to find even the smallest sign of abnormality. "Professor Lin, how is it?" Feng Yuchen asked in a deep voice, with a commanding tone. Professor Lin didn't answer immediately. His gaze was fixed on a number in the lower right corner of the screen, which showed the fetus's vital signs. That number was ridiculously high, far beyond any known healthy fetal indicator in medical records. Even stranger, on the auxiliary graph showing energy fluctuations, usually used to monitor fetal nervous system activity, a curve that should have been smooth was now wildly fluctuating like a roller coaster, with peaks repeatedly hitting the maximum warning level set by the machine. This. Professor Lin's voice trembled for the first time. He adjusted his glasses, then rubbed his eyes hard, as if he couldn't believe the data before him. His fingers trembled slightly as he quickly switched to several more advanced testing modes: bioelectric field scanning, cell activity spectral analysis, and even the newly introduced life resonance instrument, still in experimental stages, used to detect faint fluctuations of special life energies. When the probe of the life resonance instrument was aimed at Delia's abdomen, the device emitted an unprecedented, sharp, and piercing alarm. On the screen, the energy level indicator shot up like an out-of-control rocket, instantly reaching the red danger zone. The indicator light at the top of the device flickered wildly, and with a soft pop, the screen went completely dark, destroyed. "Ah!" exclaimed the young nurse nearby in shock, instinctively taking a step back, her face turning pale. Professor Lin suddenly stood up, unaware that his chair had fallen to the ground. He stared fixedly at the expensive instrument emitting wisps of smoke, then abruptly turned to Delia, his eyes filled with awe, fear, and a sense of reverence, almost like worship. He opened his mouth, making a ha-ha sound, but couldn't say a word. His gaze seemed to see not a pregnant woman, but a divine being walking among them, containing destructive energy. The air in the examination room instantly froze. The smell of disinfectant grew stronger and more pungent. The burnt smell of the damaged instrument filled the space. Delia slowly opened her eyes, her gaze calm as she swept over Professor Lin's shocked face, then over the broken device, finally resting on Feng Yuchen's equally speechless face. Her expression was emotionless. No surprise, no fear, not even a ripple of emotion. Only a deep, bottomless calm. like the surface of the sea before a storm. She slowly, very slowly, sat up as if performing a ritual. She picked up a tissue, methodically wiping the remaining cold coupling agent on her abdomen. Every movement was precise and composed, as if the shocking scene just now had nothing to do with her. Professor Lin, her voice sounded cold and steady, without a tremor, yet with a strange, penetrating quality that instantly broke the silence. Is the result out yet? Professor Lin snapped out of his daze, shivering. He looked into Delia's calm, unwavering eyes, and a chill ran from his feet to his head. He instinctively took a step back, his lips trembling. It took him a long time to find his voice again, dry as if rubbed with sandpaper. Misdo the fetus. The fetal vital signs are extremely strong. Strong enough to surpass all our current medical models, especially the energy field of life. He pointed at the smoking instrument, struggling to speak clearly. It destroyed the device. This is simply, he couldn't find the right words to describe this unbelievable phenomenon. Medicine? Science? At this moment, they seemed so powerless. Feng Yuchen's heart was pounding heavily inside his chest. Professor Lin's shock and stammering struck him like a heavy hammer. It's not a hallucination. It's not an illusion. That power is real. It's terrifying. It's inside her belly, right where he thought the fragile fetus needed protection. A strong wave of shock, fear, and a sense of complete disbelief swept over him. He looked at Du Lia, the woman who had made a contract with him and protected him from bad influences. What exactly was growing inside her belly? Du Lia didn't look at Professor Lin or Feng Yuchen anymore. She gracefully tidied her clothes, moving smoothly and naturally. Then, she reached out and pointed clearly at a printer connected to several machines in the corner of the examination room. Report. Her voice was calm and steady, but carried an unmistakable commanding tone. Print it out. I need a complete record, including all the test data. Professor Lin almost instinctively and nervously nodded, rushing over to the printer and hurriedly operating it. The printer made a buzzing sound, and soon a thick, warm report was printed out. Du Lia took the report without immediately looking at it. Her fingertips brushed over the smooth surface of the paper, and her gaze fell on the gold-embossed words on the cover, Rinxin Hospital Obstetrics Special Inspection Report. At that moment, her eyes finally showed a tiny change. It was like the ripples in a deep pond after a stone is thrown, cold and dark, spreading outward. She slowly opened the report. The sound of the pages turning was especially clear in the quiet examination room. Feng Yuchen's eyes followed her finger closely. He saw her flip through the standard ultrasound images, blood tests, and other basic data. Then he turned directly to the last few pages of the report, where the raw data and analysis from those special testing modes called by Professor Lin were recorded. Rows of complex symbols, graphs, and dense numbers were arranged closely together. Feng Yuchen couldn't understand the medical terms or charts, but he could clearly see that on the page titled Life Resonance Energy Spectrum Analysis, the area representing energy strength was marked with a bright red, glaring exclamation mark. Next to it, Professor Lin had written a nearly illegible, trembling handwritten note. Energy peak. Infinity beyond the instrument's maximum limit. Energy nature. Unknown. 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 Life resonance index. Abnormally active, showing highly ordered oscillations. Conclusion. The fetus's life form exhibits an unknown energy field beyond current scientific understanding. Suggestion. Faded handwriting blurred by water stains. Du Lia's gaze lingered on the bright red, infinity, symbol and the note, unknown. 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 Her fingertips unconsciously and very lightly brushed over those words, as if touching a long-buried secret. At that moment, her phone, which had been in her bag, suddenly vibrated sharply. It wasn't a call or a message. It was an encrypted message. The source was a number she had never saved to her contacts, but deeply remembered. The emergency contact channel of the Du family's core elders. Lia's breathing almost froze for a split second. Her pupils subtly contracted at an imperceptible speed. She calmly picked up her phone, unlocked it, and opened the message. On the screen, there was only one line of extremely brief but weighty words. Bloodline awakened. The Night Clan will sense it. Du Chen's blood is not what you think. Check immediately. Lia felt a cold wave rush from her tailbone to the top of her head, colder than the icy gun barrel in the mall, making her shiver to the bone. Her fingers, resting on the report, clenched tightly, almost digging into the paper. Bloodline awakened. It definitely referred to the fetus in her belly. The most secret and forbidden bloodline of the Du family had awakened in her and this child. The Night Clan will sense it. The Du family's ancient enemies. They are most skilled at sensing and hunting the awakened bloodline of the Du family. The snipers in the business world. Is this just the beginning? The Night Clan has already set their sights on her and her child. And that last sentence, the blood of Feng Yuchen, is not what you think. Lia suddenly raised her head, her eyes sharp and bright, instantly locking onto Feng Yuchen, who was standing a few steps away, staring at her with a look of shock and curiosity on his face. Her gaze was as sharp as a blade sharpened with ice, filled with an unprecedented scrutiny and a hint of doubt even she didn't realize she had. Feng Yuchen felt his heart skip a beat under her sudden, penetrating gaze. That look was too complicated. Shock, scrutiny, coldness, and a hint of probing, as if she could see into his soul. What's wrong? Feng Yuchen instinctively spoke, his voice a little deeper than usual. He saw the fleeting storm in her eyes and also noticed the report in her hand, which was slightly crumpled. Her reaction seemed to be more than just about the contents of the report. What was that message? Lia didn't answer. Her eyes locked onto Feng Yuchen tightly, as if she wanted to see through his skin and directly into his flowing blood. The information from the Du family elders was like a huge stone thrown into a deep pond, stirring up enormous waves in her heart. Feng Yuchen's blood, not what you think. Her contract husband, the business empire king, the man she thought was just a shield and a trading partner. What secrets does his blood hide? And what does it have to do with the Night Clan? At this moment, as their eyes clashed fiercely and sparks seemed to crackle in the air. Beep. 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 Another private phone in Lia's bag suddenly emitted a sharp, urgent alarm. It was her highest-level alert set for the movements of the Wei family. Lia quickly withdrew her gaze, her face turning extremely grim. She swiftly took out her phone, and the message on the screen made her pupils shrink. Target, Renxin Hospital. The Wei family's scavenger team has been dispatched, carrying a suppressor, targeting Lia's unborn child. Estimated arrival time, 15 minutes. Scavenger. Wei family's most mysterious and ruthless direct assassination unit. Suppressor. A weapon specifically used against people with special abilities. The Wei family responded so quickly. They not only knew about the child's abilities, but had already sent specialized killers. And her target was clearly her child. Her murderous intent, like a cold, venomous snake, instantly wrapped around Lia's heart, making her whole body feel frozen. She suddenly looked up and stared at Feng Yuchen, her eyes revealing for the first time a nearly crazy desire to kill and a deep coldness. Feng Yuchen, her voice suddenly rose sharply, sharp as metal scraping and full of an undeniable command. Lock down the hospital immediately. All exits. No one is allowed to come in or go out. The Wei family's dogs are here. Lock down the hospital. No one enters or leaves. Lia's command was like a sharp, icy blade, instantly breaking the suffocating silence of the examination room. Her voice was not loud, but it carried a piercing force that hit Feng Yuchen's heart with every word, shattering any last hope. Wei family. Cleanup crew. Suppressor. These three words together were like three cold lightning bolts, illuminating all dark corners instantly. This was not a test or a warning. It was a blatant, targeted plan to eliminate her unborn child. Her murderous intent, like a dormant volcano, suddenly erupted. Hot lava surged through her veins, almost breaking her seemingly fragile body. Feng Yuchen reacted quickly, like a ghost. The moment Du Lia finished speaking, he had already answered on the satellite phone, his voice cold enough to freeze the air. Black Shield. Level 1 alert. Lock all channels at Renshin Hospital. Kill any suspicious targets on site. Use all resources. In 15 minutes, I want the hospital to be impenetrable. The voice on the other end was the decisive response of Captain Lei from the Black Shield team. Feng Yuchen hung up, his deep eyes like a cold pool, fixed tightly on Du Lia's face. Inside, there was shock, rage, and a trembling that even he hadn't realized came from the depths of his soul. Her child, his child, had attracted the most ruthless cleaners of the Wei family? What secrets did this child hold that made the Wei family so afraid, even willing to tear apart their face to eliminate? Leah. Feng Yuchen's voice was dry. He instinctively reached out, wanting to touch her, wanting to protect her behind him, just as he was used to handling all threats. Don't touch me. Du Lia suddenly stepped back quickly, moving faster than a pregnant woman should. Her eyes were sharp like a blade, directly piercing at Feng Yuchen, burning with almost crazy flames and a cold, chilling determination. Feng Yuchen, now is not the time for you to give orders. They want to kill my child. My child. The last 4 words she almost shouted, with a fierce, motherly protectiveness that seemed primal. Her pregnant belly, under the intense emotional upheaval, appeared to swell a little more. That familiar, electric tingling sensation spread again from deep within her abdomen, clearer and more intense than ever before. It was no longer just a flutter. It felt like a sleeping power being awakened by the deadly intent and danger, roaring and crashing inside her body. Feng Yuchen's hand froze midair. He looked at the almost destructive fire in her eyes, at her determined stance to protect her baby, and his heart was suddenly clenched tightly, hurting so much he could hardly breathe. For the first time, he clearly realized that in front of this woman, his proud power and strength seemed so weak. She didn't want his protection. She wanted to stand shoulder to shoulder with him, or even face everything alone. Okay. Feng Yuchen suddenly withdrew his hand, his eyes turning sharp and focused, like a sword unsheathed. I'll listen to you. Tell me what you need. Du Liu took a deep breath, forcing down the raging killing intent and the restless energy inside her. Her gaze swept across the examination room, finally resting on Professor Lin's pale, shocked face, almost speechless. Professor Lin, her voice regained calm. But beneath the ice was a raging undercurrent. Prepare the strongest protective measures immediately. Activate all devices that can block physical and energy attacks. And get me a powerful sedative. Sedative? Professor Lin and Feng Yuchen both froze. At such a life-and-death moment. Du Liu didn't explain. Her eyes already looked out the window. Through the large floor-to-ceiling glass, they saw several black, unmarked vans silently appearing on the main road below the hospital. They moved at an incredible speed, smashing through roadblocks and rushing toward the hospital entrance. The speed was clearly premeditated, possibly with inside information. They're coming. Du Liu's voice suddenly rose sharply, with a metallic tremor. The feeling of strength inside her suddenly surged, turning the numbness into a burning sensation, as if a tiny sun was burning inside her. At almost the same time, sharp alarm sounds echoed inside the hospital. Red lights flashed wildly. The Black Shield's defense system had been triggered. Report. West side parking lot of Building A, armed infiltration detected. The enemy is well-equipped and carrying unknown energy shielding devices. Report. Fire escape in Building B, under heavy attack. The enemy is using high-frequency cutting weapons. Report. On the top helipad, an unidentified flying object is approaching. Urgent communication buzzed through Feng Yuchen's headset. The cleaners from the Wei family, truly formidable. They attacked from multiple directions like lightning, with clear targets and ruthless methods. They clearly knew the hospital's structure and defense as well. Moreover, their Suppressors had already begun interfering with the hospital's energy shield. Feng Yuchen's face turned pale, veins bulging on his forehead. Although the black shield was elite, facing these well-prepared cleaners equipped to counter ability users, and with their familiarity with the terrain, they were being pushed back step by step. Delicia's heart sank to the bottom. She could feel that as the cleaners approached and as the suppressors spread their interference fields, the power that had just awakened inside her, still very fragile, was being tightly suppressed by an invisible pressure. The burning sensation became sluggish and painful, as if plunged into icy water. The fetus seemed to sense the threat too, restless and agitated inside her, with tiny electric currents becoming chaotic and weak.
No.
I can't let them get close, Delicia muttered to herself, sweat soaking her forehead. She bit her lip hard, tasting a trace of blood. Fear?
No.
Anger. An overwhelming, destructive rage that could burn everything. Feng Yuchen, she suddenly looked up, her eyes shining with an almost supernatural glow. Give me time. 1 minute. Just 1 minute. Before she finished speaking, she closed her eyes tightly, pressing her hands firmly on her belly. She no longer tried to feel the suppressed, restrained power, but instead focused all her mind and spirit into that tiny life inside her. She no longer tried to control that power, but instead poured her will, her anger, and her unwavering determination as a mother to protect her child, like a fierce flood, forcefully and completely flooding into it. Roar. A silent roar seemed to explode deep within her soul. In an instant, centered on Delia, an invisible, unstoppable wave of terror spread out like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, causing a loud ripple. All the lights in the examination room, no, the entire top VIP area, began to flash wildly. Precise instruments emitted harsh overload alarms. The air seemed to be instantly drained and compressed to the limit. A heavy, suffocating pressure, like a solid mountain, suddenly descended. This power was no longer just a simple shockwave. It carried a strange sense of domain. It was as if Delia's location had become an independent field outside reality. Inside this field, gravity was chaotic, light twisted, and energy flowed wildly and unpredictably. Several cleaners rushing up through the fire escape felt their feet suddenly leave the ground. Their bodies lost weight instantly, as if blown up by an invisible force, thrown forcefully against cold walls, bones breaking. The high-frequency cutting tools in their hands twisted and deformed instantly upon entering this power's range, emitting smoke and becoming completely useless. From the parking lot, cleaners rushing toward the elevator suddenly saw the space in front of them twist violently like water ripples. The scene before their eyes shattered and reformed instantly, losing all sense of direction, as if trapped in a huge, constantly changing maze. The beams from their energy weapons bent strangely in the warped space, even shooting back at their own people. On the top helipad, a military helicopter trying to land forcibly found all its instruments malfunctioning, and the control stick seemed welded in place. A violent gust of turbulence swept in, and the tiny helicopter was tossed like a piece of paper in a storm, flipped over violently, and dragged with thick smoke toward an open space far away. Domain. Energy domain. Feng Yuchen's pupils shrank to the limit, and his heart pounded so hard it almost burst from his chest. He saw clearly that those fierce, well-equipped cleaners were as fragile as ants in front of the powerful force unleashed by Delia. Space distortion, uncontrolled gravity, energy chaos. This is no longer just simple impact or shaking. It is a power that controls the rules, a prototype of the legendary domain that only the top-level psychic users can reach. And the one using all this is just a pregnant woman. A woman who has just awakened her powers and is still very unstable. However, just as this power reaches its peak, instantly eliminating all nearby scavengers and temporarily silencing the hospital alarms, Delia suddenly lets out a deep, suppressed cry of pain. Her body trembles violently, as if struck by an invisible, heavy hammer. Her face quickly loses all color, turning pale as paper. Large beads of sweat roll down like rain, soaking her clothes instantly. The destructive force just unleashed, like a wild horse running free, clears all threats in an instant, then begins to fiercely turn against her body. Her meridians and bones seem to be repeatedly cut and stirred by countless hot steel blades. The burning sensation is no longer a symbol of power, but a fire burning her life away. What makes her even more terrified is that she can clearly feel her unborn child. During the explosion of that power, it seemed to be excessively drained of its essence. The once lively, electric-like fetal movements now become extremely weak, even, with a hint of exhaustion and silence.
Child.
My child. Dalia's eyes are instantly flooded with huge fear and despair. She uses all her strength to try to maintain that power, to protect her baby, but the pain from the backlash and her body's instinctive weakness, like invisible shackles, hold her tightly. The fragile domain, just forming, flickers violently like a candle in the wind, ready to go out at any moment. Leah. Feng Yuchen's face is twisted with rage. He has seen her face turn ghostly pale, her body trembling, and the terrifying energy fluctuations rapidly weakening and becoming chaotic. He no longer cares about anything else. He rushes forward in a flash, opens his arms, and uses his broad, sturdy back to block Dalia's body firmly. At the same time, he roars into the earpiece, Black Shield.
Hold on.
Hold on at all costs. Medical team. Immediately go to the special examination room. Hurry. At this moment, the heavy alloy door of the examination room is violently torn apart from the outside by an extremely terrifying force. The shrill sound of metal twisting is like ghostly wails. Smoke and dust fill the air. A figure, like a demon emerging from, slowly walked through the broken doorway. He wore a tight black suit that looked like liquid metal, and his face was covered by a silver metal mask with only his eyes showing. His eyes had no pupils, only cold, hollow, deep red that seemed to swallow the soul. He carried no weapons, but his presence was more dangerous and deadly than any weapon. An overwhelming, suffocating pressure, with a strong suppression effect, swept through the room like an invisible tide. He was the leader of the cleanup squad, a terrifying figure at the top of the pyramid, living by hunting special ability users. He clearly sensed the power fluctuation caused by Dalia just now. His suppressor was a top-grade model, capable of completely suppressing a newly awakened, unstable ability user like Dalia at close range. His deep red eyes, like two cold searchlights, locked onto the fragile Dalia and her pregnant belly. There was no emotion in his gaze, only pure, cold scrutiny and murderous intent. Night Clan Bloodline has indeed appeared. A cold, mechanical voice without any human emotion came from beneath his mask, like metal grinding, with a chilling, penetrating force. But this ends now. Purification begins. He slowly raised his hand. In his palm, a small, complex, glowing blue metal sphere spun gently. An invisible, yet far more powerful than any previous, suppressor. Terrifying wave of energy, targeting life force and mental strength, burst outward from him like an explosion. Dalia felt her vision go dark. The power in her belly, which had just been battered and was on the verge of death, was instantly frozen, as if thrown into an absolute zero ICC. Her mind seemed to be grasped by a cold hand, her thoughts slowed, and her body became too heavy to move. The faint fetal movement disappeared completely. Despair, like a cold tide, flooded her instantly. She looked at the demon with deep red eyes, at the suppressor glowing with blue light, and at Feng Yuchen standing in front of her, trembling slightly and turning pale under the terrifying pressure. It's over. Is it really going to end? Her child. At that critical moment, when Du Lia's spirit was almost breaking down, a faint tremor sounded, as if it was echoing deep within her soul. It didn't come from outside, but from her belly. That force, which had been completely frozen and silent, suddenly pulsed like a sleeping volcano deep inside her core. It wasn't resistance or struggle. It was a call, something primal, from the very bloodline, awakening from the depths.
Dulaya was shaken suddenly.
Her nearly shattered eyes focused instantly on Feng Yuchen's back. An absurd thought, as sharp as lightning, exploded in her mind. His blood. Feng Yuchen's blood. The unusual activity reported by Professor Lin earlier. The Night Clan bloodline, mentioned by Wei's family guardian. Could it be? The cold night wind, mixed with salty sea air, suddenly blew into the villa through the open floor-to-ceiling window. Feng Yuchen had just hung up the call with the leader of the global bounty system, his fingers turning white from gripping too tightly. The lingering aura of his earlier, 10 times reward, still filled the air. He turned around, about to walk toward the woman by the sofa who was pregnant but radiating a commanding presence, when he suddenly froze in place. 3 figures dressed in black robes, like ancient paintings come to life, silently stood in the center of the living room. Their presence was calm but carried an ancient, oppressive aura that clashed with the modern luxury of the space. The leader, an old man with white hair and a withered face, had sharp eyes like a hawk, locked onto Dulaya with a complex gaze, part joy, part scrutiny, and part an undeniable desire to control. "Miss," the old man's voice was hoarse and dry, but carried a penetrating force that cut through the silence. Every word weighed heavily in the air. "The Du family has been waiting for you." Dulaya, protecting her pregnant belly, tensed instantly like a drawn bow. The aura from the 3 men in black was cold and ancient, with a familiarity that seemed to awaken a mark deep within her blood, causing her stomach to churn. She instinctively took a half-step back, her back almost pressed against the cold glass of the window, her voice icy enough to freeze. "The Du family?" She curled her lips into a mocking smile. "My mother's bones are still warm, and the Du family finally remembers I exist." The old man, Du Tsang, the elder of the Du family, trembled slightly with excitement on his face. He took a step forward, and an invisible force made the air seem to freeze a little. "Miss, please stay calm." The events back then nearly caused the fall of the Du family. It was a desperate choice. You are the only heir of the warrior bloodline, the only hope for the Du family's revival. The unborn child in your belly is a rare pureblood descendant, unseen for 1,000 years. They must return to the family's secret realm to inherit. Only then can inherit. Dulaya suddenly interrupted him. Her hand, protectively resting on her pregnant belly, turned white from gripping tightly. Cold anger burned in her eyes. "The inheritance I gained at the cost of my mother's life? The inheritance I fought for through 18 years of exile, being chased, hiding like a rat? Du Tsang, if you dare harm a single hair of the child in my belly today, I, Dulaya, swear that even if I have to sacrifice my own blood, I will make sure that the Du family's broken shrine is left in ruins. Nothing will remain." Her voice was quiet but sharp, like a blade, filled with a resolute determination to burn everything down. A deep, suppressed fury from her bloodline seemed to stir like a sleeping volcano around her. The crystal chandelier above the living room flickered suddenly, flashing with a crackling sound, its light flickering uncertainly, reflecting her pale but stubborn face. 2 guards behind Du Tsang looked uneasy, instinctively stepping forward and reaching for strange devices at their waists. But Du Tsang raised his hand to stop them. His cloudy old eyes flashed with pain and helplessness. "Miss, blood is thicker than water. As close kin, how could I harm you or the young master? It's just that outside the secret realm, the environment is polluted, the energy chaotic. It's very bad for the growth of your pureblood fetus and might even attract enemies, bringing danger to your life. Only by returning to the secret realm can we protect you and your child, and truly open the path of the warrior. Protect?" Dulaya sneered coldly. Her voice sharp. "The Du family is the biggest threat. If it weren't for your internal collusion with outsiders back then, leaking my mother's whereabouts, she wouldn't have." Her voice choked, overwhelmed by deep sadness and anger. The baby in her belly moved violently, as if responding to her turbulent emotions. At this tense, explosive moment, A voice as cold as ice and filled with furious rage suddenly boomed like thunder at the villa's entrance. "Get out!" Feng Yuchen didn't know when he had already stood at the door, radiating an even colder aura than the three members of the Du family, suffocating and intense. His deep eyes were now blood-red, fixed tightly on Du Song, with a murderous look that almost seemed tangible. He stepped forward slowly, each heavy step seeming to beat in sync with everyone's heartbeat, and his powerful presence instantly overshadowed the ancient pressure brought by the Du family. Young Master Feng, Du Song frowned, recognizing this young emperor who could turn the business world upside down. His tone carried a hint of cautiousness. "This matter concerns the survival of the Du family. Please, young Master Feng, do not interfere." Interfere? Feng Yuchen walked to Du Liao's side, without hesitation shielding her behind him. His tall figure was like an insurmountable mountain, completely blocking her from the three men in black robes. His blood-red eyes locked onto Du Song, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from his teeth, carrying destructive power. The Du family? The bloodline of the war god?
Huh.
A bunch of old things hiding in dark corners, barely surviving by feeding on their own flesh and blood. "And you dare to involve my women and children?" He suddenly raised his hand, pointing at Du Song, his finger trembling slightly with anger. "My woman, Feng Yuchen's woman, is not for you Du family to boss around. My children don't need your shady inheritance. If you dare to stay any longer, I wouldn't mind making the Du family disappear from this world early." As soon as his words fell, all the lights in the villa suddenly went out with a loud pop. The entire space plunged into absolute darkness. Only the faint moonlight outside the window outlined Feng Yuchen's furious, almost demonic figure. The air was filled with invisible energy surging wildly, as if an unseen force was lifting the documents on the table, scattering them chaotically, and the glass cups groaned under the unbearable pressure.
Du Kange's face change de drastically.
He clearly felt the powerful energy erupting from Feng Yuchen, cold, violent, and carrying a deep, ancestral aura that made his soul tremble. This was not the power a normal human should have. He suddenly looked up, and for the first time, his cloudy old eyes showed genuine shock. You
have.
This aura.
Could it be?
The Night Clan? The words, Night Clan, struck like thunder, instantly piercing the darkness. Feng Yuchen's body stiffened slightly. Deep within his blood-red eyes, a trace of profound darkness and pain flickered, something even he hadn't noticed, deep and unfathomable. But that emotion was so quick it felt like an illusion. The next moment, his fierce aura grew even stronger, as if a sleeping beast had been fully awakened. "Shut up," Feng Yuchen growled hoarsely, his voice rough like sandpaper, filled with madness as if he had touched a deep taboo. "Get out. Or die." In the darkness, Du Song was gasping heavily. He stared tightly at Feng Yuchen and then at the woman behind him, who was pregnant and also looked unstable. His eyes showed confusion, joy, fear, and a complex mix of feelings. He took a deep breath, as if making a firm decision. "Miss, young Master Feng." Du Song's voice echoed in the dark, strange and penetrating, with a faint sigh. "The bond of blood, the tangled fate, it's more than you think. Today, I will step back, but the duty of the Du family and the importance of bloodline, I will never give up. The child in your belly is the only hope for the Du family and the key to balance. Be careful." Before he finished speaking, a strange ripple spread through the darkness. When the emergency lights in the villa flickered a few times and cast a pale glow, the figures of the three Du family members were gone. It was as if they had never been there, leaving only the lingering cold, ancient aura in the air and a messy living room. Feng Yuchen's crimson eyes slowly lost their blood-red color, but the dark currents swirling in his eyes grew even more intense and dangerous. He suddenly turned around, grabbing Du Liao's wrist with such force that she cried out in pain. "Lia," his voice trembled with an unprecedented, almost uncontrollable urgency. "Tell me, the Night Clan that the Du family mentioned, what is it?
And you?
How much do you really know?" He stared into her eyes, as if trying to uncover all hidden truths. The pain, anger, and deep fear in his gaze almost seemed to swallow her whole. Du Lia was shaken by the emotions in his eyes. The pain in her wrist, the strong fetal movements caused by her emotional fluctuations, and Feng Yuchen's near breakdown in questioning made her realize something. She clenched his cold hand and looked into his crimson eyes with firm resolve. Feng Yuchen, the Night Clan, is the Du family's ancient enemy, a symbol of darkness and destruction. As for me, she took a deep breath, gently touching her pregnant belly, feeling the restless little life inside. All I know is I am Du Lia, your legal wife, Feng Yuchen. I am the mother of this child in my belly. As for the Du family, the Night Clan, the blood of the war god, those past and future things, none of it matters to me now. She suddenly lifted her head, her eyes sharp as a blade, piercing straight into the deepest part of Feng Yuchen's eyes. Just one word from you. Feng Yuchen, do you believe me? Do you believe that the child in my belly is yours? Feng Yuchen's body trembled violently. The trust and desperation in her eyes, like a glowing hot iron, burned fiercely into his confused heart. The words, Night Clan, and the fear and disgust from deep within his soul were suddenly torn apart by the pure light in her eyes. His throat moved roughly, and his red eyes stared at her tightly, then slowly shifted downward, resting on her rounded, pregnant belly. There, his child was restless and moving. An indescribable wave of emotion, mixed with protectiveness, possessiveness, and deep pain, rushed over him like a flood, breaking through all his reason and defenses. I believe. Feng Yuchen's voice was hoarse and broken, but carried an undeniable weight. He suddenly pulled Du Lia into a tight embrace, with such force that it almost crushed her, as if he wanted to merge her with himself, to shield her and the child from all the dangers and schemes of the world. His chin pressed heavily on her head, trembling slightly from trying to suppress a surge of emotion. I believe you. I only believe you, he growled, his voice muffled in her hair, almost desperate. Du family, Night Clan, war god. All that, go to. You and the baby are mine. Anyone who dares to hurt us will die. At this chaotic, tense, almost explosive moment, ding ding ding, the villa's landline phone suddenly rang sharply, urgently, piercingly, like a venomous ice spike, shattering this brief, fragile moment of warmth. Feng Yuchen's previously suppressed rage and gloom surged again, colder and more dangerous than before. He quickly released Du Lia, his red eyes full of killing intent. He strode to the phone, grabbing the receiver. Speak. His voice was like coming from the depths of, carrying a chilling cold that could freeze the soul. On the other end of the phone, the person responsible for monitoring global intelligence spoke with unprecedented fear and urgency, almost breaking his voice. Feng Xiao. Something's wrong. The Wei family. The ancestor of the Wei family. He has activated the Return to Ruin. The target. The target is locked onto Miss Du's location. The energy readings are skyrocketing. It's expected to arrive in 3 minutes. The words, Return to Ruin, hit like 2 thunderclaps, deeply shocking Feng Yuchen and Du Lia.
Du Lia's face instantly turned pale.
She tightly clenched her hand over her pregnant belly, her fingertips digging into her palm. She clearly remembered that in the forbidden ancient texts of the Du family, the name, Return to Ruin, represented a terrifying ancient weapon capable of destroying everything, even making the Du family's divine bloodline tremble in fear. The Wei ancestor actually activated it? Feng Yuchen, upon hearing Return to Ruin, saw a flash of extremely complex, painful, and even strangely familiar fear in his deep red eyes. That fear seemed oddly connected to his reaction when hearing about the Night Clan, but that emotion was so fleeting it felt like an illusion. In the next second, it was completely drowned by a raging, destructive fury. The Wei family. Old. Feng Yuchen's voice was low, like a beast's dying roar, each word tinged with blood. He suddenly hung up the phone, his crimson eyes turning to Du Lia. There was no hesitation or confusion left, only a burning, desperate desire to protect at all costs. Lia, he grabbed her wrist with incredible strength, his gaze sharp as a blade, piercing deep into her soul. Listen. No matter what happens later, no matter what you see, don't leave my side. Not a step away. He paused, and in his crimson eyes, a wave of emotion surged, an instinctive fear and a strange, resonant tremor from the depths of his bloodline toward the destructive energy of return to ruin, which even he couldn't fully understand. This time, Feng Yuchen's voice grew quieter, carrying a haunting, almost tragic resolve. I will protect you and the child, and see us through. Outside the window, the peaceful night sky was suddenly torn apart by a sinister, dark purple streaking across the heavens without warning. Within it seemed as if countless twisted, silent screams were surging. A chilling aura of pure destruction, like a tidal wave, rushed toward the villa. Time was running out. Less than 3 minutes remained. When gunfire erupted in the mall, Du Lia's pregnant belly suddenly heaved violently. Bullets whistled past her ears, narrowly missing, and shot through the assassin's thigh. She supported her belly with one hand and picked up the fallen rifle. My son said, "Get lost." Feng Yuchen led his troops to break down the door, only to see her standing on the head of the assassin, sneering. "Husband, you're too slow." As the leader of the assassin group knelt and begged for mercy, Du Lia's pregnant belly suddenly moved. The baby inside clenched its fist, smashing the protective jade pendant of the old ancestor. The glass skylight above the mall cast a pale light, illuminating the luxury counters in fine detail. The air was filled with the scent of leather, perfume, and a faint trace of gunpowder. Du Lia stood in the atrium, her fingertips brushing a soft leather baby shoe. Her belly, under a tight black maternity dress, outlined a full, powerful curve. She tilted her head slightly, her gaze casually sweeping the shadows from the second-floor railing. There, a cold, reflective point, like a snake's eye, locked onto her swollen belly. Time seemed to stretch and freeze. The air suddenly tensed, and a cold, piercing warning from deep within her veins shot through her limbs like an electric current. It was not an illusion. That suffocating feeling, locked onto by a top predator, was all too familiar. Just at that critical moment, a heavy, urgent impact suddenly struck her abdomen, like a heart being forcibly compressed to its limit, pounding wildly in her softest core. The force was fierce and sudden. Instinctively, Du Lia's body tilted slightly to the right and forward. Almost simultaneously, a sharp, ear-splitting explosion erupted. Bang! A hot blast of air, tinged with the acrid smell of gunpowder, swept past her left ear like a red-hot iron. The pain and ringing in her ears exploded instantly, a buzzing sound drowning out all the screams around her. She could even feel the scorching airflow caused by the high-speed rotation of the bullet, brushing past her skin, lifting a few strands of her hair. Then came the muffled thud of something heavy hitting the ground and a piercing, agonized scream that turned into a shriek. Du Lia steadied herself. Instinctively, and almost like a mother protecting her young, she tightly guarded her pregnant belly. She slowly straightened up, breathing lightly, feeling the sharp sensation in her ears clearly. She lifted her head, her eyes sharp as knives, piercing through the chaotic crowd and fleeing figures to focus on the shadowed corner of the second-floor railing, where a person was curled up in pain. A man dressed as a mall repair worker lay on the ground, clutching his right thigh. Blood was pouring out from between his fingers, quickly spreading across the clean floor in a bright red pool. His rifle had fallen nearby, the metallic sound of it hitting the ground echoing sharply in the sudden silence. His face, twisted with pain, showed shock and fear as he stared at the woman downstairs, pregnant but unmoving. The mall was silent for a moment, then erupted with screams and shouts of panic. The crowd, like a swarm of angry bees, rushed toward the exits, leaving the atrium empty and filled with fear. Du Lia's lips slowly curled into a cold smile. There was no relief or happiness in her expression, only a deep anger and icy rage. She released her hold on her belly, her movements steady and frighteningly calm. Step by step, she walked over the mess and scattered luxury packaging toward the rifle lying in the blood. Her high heels clicked on the smooth marble floor, making sharp, cold sounds, each step like a heartbeat of a dying person. She reached the rifle, slightly bent down. The weight of her pregnant belly made the movement a little difficult, but her back stayed straight, radiating undeniable authority. She supported her heavy belly with one hand, while the other, with a powerful and fluid motion unbefitting a pregnant woman, firmly grasped the cold, blood-stained barrel. The gun still had the residual warmth from firing. The metal felt cold through her thin gloves, mixed with the smell of blood and gunpowder. She effortlessly lifted the rifle, the barrel naturally pointing downward, aiming at the trembling, pale-faced killer who was losing blood and overwhelmed with fear. "My son told me." Dulia's voice was quiet but sharp as an ice pick, piercing through the chaos with chilling calmness, "to tell you to get out." Every word was like a poisoned icicle, stabbing sharply into the killer's ears. The assassin suddenly shivered, his pupils dilating with extreme fear. He didn't dare look at the dark barrel of the gun, only desperately trying to back away, as if that could escape this hellish scene. At that moment, the huge glass revolving door of the mall was forcefully smashed open from outside. Heavy tempered glass shattered and flew like a rainstorm. A group of fully armed police officers, dressed in black combat gear and holding rifles, surged in like a black tide, their guns scanning the entire lobby with alertness, moving swiftly and deadly. Leading them was a tall man, as straight as a spear. His perfectly tailored black suit looked out of place in the chaos, but added a fierce sense of dominance. Feng Yuchen's face was pale, and his usually calm, deep eyes burned with a rage capable of destroying everything. He strode in quickly, his gaze like an eagle locking onto the figure in the center of the lobby. But what he saw was not the panic-stricken wife needing his protection. Instead, he saw Dulia, holding her pregnant belly with one hand, while the other hand steadied a blood-stained rifle aimed at a helpless assassin on the ground. Her foot was on another attacker who had tried to ambush her, but she had twisted his wrist and knocked him down in a clumsy fall. She slightly turned her head, saw him, and the cold smile at the corner of her lips didn't fade. In fact, it deepened, carrying a hint of mockery and
complete control.
"Hubby," her voice came clearly, with a strange, lazy tone forged in life and death moments. "You're too slow." Feng Yuchen's steps suddenly halted. The almost uncontrollable anger and fear in his chest, about to burst, were instantly replaced by a more complex, surging emotion when he saw her calm eyes, as cold as a frozen lake, but burning with a strange light. Shock, admiration, joy of reunion, and a touch of anger from her seemingly effortless attitude intertwined, making his throat tighten. He almost took a few steps forward, his tall figure instantly enveloping her. Without hesitation, he took off his expensive suit jacket, carrying his familiar, cool scent, and roughly wrapped it around her slender shoulders. He snatched the bloody rifle from her hand and threw it heavily to the ground with a loud clang. "Who told you you could touch this?" His voice was deep and hoarse, filled with suppressed anger and fear. His sharp eyes scanned the bloodied scratch on her ear, and his brows furrowed tightly. He reached out with trembling fingertips, wanting to touch the wound but afraid of hurting her, so his hand hovered in midair. Dulia let him wrap her in his coat, feeling the brief warmth from the fabric that carried his body heat. She slightly tilted her head, meeting his fiery and worried gaze, and her lips curled into a more daring smile. "What else? Waiting for them to target my son?" "Feng Yuchen, your son is much more efficient." Her words were like a sharp knife, piercing straight into his softest and most fearful spot. His pupils suddenly contracted, and his furious anger was instantly replaced by deeper fear. He lowered his head sharply, locking his gaze on her pregnant belly, as if trying to see through the fabric to check on the safety of the little life inside. His hand, with a nearly reverent caution, gently and tentatively rested on her abdomen. The moment his palm touched her warm skin, another strong, muffled fetal movement, more vivid and powerful than the previous one under the gun's muzzle. That strength passed through her belly wall, clearly reaching Feng Yuchen's hand, like a tiny heart pounding fiercely, carrying an indescribable resilience of life and a faint, heartbeat quickening, strange sensation. Feng Yuchen's body suddenly stiffened, all his anger and worry frozen on his face, leaving only a stunned confusion. He looked down in disbelief at his hand on her belly, then quickly looked up at Du Lia, his eyes full of surprise and incomprehensible shock. Du Lia caught the flash of shock and curiosity in his eyes. Her heart gave a warning, but her face remained calm. She gently patted his hand on her belly and softly said with a barely noticeable soothing tone, "Don't be nervous. He's just saying hello to his future dad." At that moment, the killer leader, who had been pressed to the ground by the SWAT team, was initially paralyzed by pain and fear. But now, as if something had triggered him, he suddenly struggled to lift his head. His cloudy eyes fixed on Du Lia's pregnant belly, his face drained of color, leaving only a deep, soul-deep fear. "No, impossible." His voice was hoarse and broken, like a broken windbag. "The Du family, the bloodline of the war god, has actually, truly, awakened." The words, "war god bloodline," exploded like thunder in the chaotic courtyard. Feng Yuchen suddenly turned his head, his sharp eagle-like eyes immediately locking onto the killer leader. His gaze was as cold as a blade, with a piercing chill that seemed to see through everything. The words "Du family, war god bloodline?" These words like cold needles stabbed into his confused mind, instantly connecting with the scattered, blurry clues from his previous investigation, as well as the unexplained fighting scars, mysterious tattoos, and strange medical techniques on Du Lia. All crazily linked together. A terrifying, revolutionary guess, like a cold, venomous snake, quickly wrapped around his heart. Du Lia's heart also suddenly sank. She didn't expect this killer leader to know so much. Her eyes turned icy, and the lazy, calm aura around her instantly disappeared. Instead, a deadly intent as cold as 1,000 miles of ice took over. She didn't even need to make a move. Her gaze, as sharp as a solid blade, swept over the killer leader. Her voice was as cold as coming from the underworld. "It seems you know too much." The killer leader was so frightened by her gaze that he was terrified out of his wits. Overwhelmed by fear, he struggled desperately. Under the pressure of the special police, he fell into a very awkward position, heavily kneeling on the cold marble floor, forehead pressed tightly to the ground, tears and snot streaming down. "Miss Du."
Non. On s'est tordu.
"Spare me. I was just following orders. Please have mercy. Please spare the shadow," he stammered, his voice trembling uncontrollably, humiliated to the point of despair. But just as he finished his desperate plea, inside Du Lia's belly, the life that had only occasionally moved strongly suddenly erupted with an unprecedented, violent energy. An invisible, faint golden wave of energy, like ripples on water, spread rapidly outward from Du Lia's pregnant belly. This wave was not fierce, but it carried an indescribable, soul-piercing tremor that seemed to deep into the spirit. The nearest assassin leader, who was kneeling and begging for mercy, wore an old-fashioned dark green jade pendant engraved with strange symbols on his chest. When it touched the powerful energy wave, it made no sound, as if hit by an invisible giant hammer. With a crisp, it shattered into countless tiny pieces. The fragments floated down like green snow, falling onto the cold ground. Time seemed to freeze completely at this moment. In the courtyard, everyone, whether heavily armed police, the collapsed assassin, or Feng Yuchen, who had just recovered from shock, was stunned by this strange scene. They all forgot to breathe. Feng Yuchen suddenly looked down, his eyes fixed on Du Lia's slightly bulging belly beneath her thin clothes. He then sharply looked at the pile of shattered jade pieces on the ground. His pupils contracted violently from shock, almost splitting apart. That jade pendant. He recognized it. It was the ancestral protective jade pendant of the Wei family's elder, said to bring safety. Why was it on this assassin leader? And how could it be shattered just by the invisible energy wave from her unborn child?
Du Lia also froze.
She looked down at her slightly rounded belly with disbelief, feeling the strange, powerful force that had just erupted and then quickly subsided inside her. Her baby. What had it just done? That force. That feeling. So familiar, yet so strange. Suddenly, flashes of vague words from the ancient texts of the Du family about bloodline awakening and child inheriting mother's power appeared in her mind. A cold chill ran from her feet to her head. She quickly looked up, her gaze sharp as lightning, once again staring at the terrified, limp assassin leader. Her voice was so cold it could freeze the air. Tell me, what is the relationship between the Wei family elder, your shadow, and that jade pendant? The assassin leader was so frightened by the deadly intent in her eyes that he trembled, his lips trembling and teeth chattering, but he couldn't say a word, only trembling like chaff. Feng Yuchen stood beside her, tall and steady like a rock, but only he knew that inside, a huge wave of turmoil was already rising. He stared intensely at the broken jade pendants, then looked at the woman beside him who was pregnant but seemed to wield some terrifying power. A cold, hopeless thought, like poisonous vines, crazily wrapped around his mind, almost suffocating him. The old ancestor of the Wei family. The Night Clan. The enemy of the Du family. These fragmented pieces of information, combined with the shattered jade and the power of the unborn child, forcibly pieced together a terrifying truth he least wanted to face but could no longer deny. He slowly and painfully turned his head, his eyes filled with complex emotions, shock, fear, suspicion, and a deep, unintentional pain, gazing deeply at Du Lia. A heavy rain like torn silver threads pounded against the glass walls of the private hospital, creating blurry watermarks. Du Lia leaned on the soft chair in the waiting area, her fingertips gently touching her swollen belly, feeling the small movements of the fetus. Those kicks were stronger than last week, as if practicing making fists. Still cold? Feng Yuchen pulled the heated blanket higher, covering her exposed ankles. His fingertips, still cool from outside, quickly retracted when touching her skin, then picked up a nearby hot milk, testing the temperature before handing it to her. The ultrasound doctor said the fetus is developing 40% faster than usual. Don't stay up late working on the Feng family's documents. Du Lia took the milk, tasting a faint sweetness on her tongue. She looked up at the man across from her. Today, he wore a black turtleneck sweater, making his jawline look sharper, but his eyes held a trace of exhaustion he couldn't hide. Since the news of the International Assassin Organization offering a bounty on her spread, he hadn't slept properly, even clearing the area 3 hours before her prenatal checkup. Don't worry, your son is more reliable than you, she said softly, poking her belly. During the ultrasound just now, he even kicked the probe. The doctor said it's innate alertness. Feng Yuchen's lips curved into a rare smile. Just as he reached out to touch her belly, hurried footsteps suddenly sounded from the end of the corridor. Not the steady, trained steps of bodyguards. They moved hurriedly and chaotically, with a sharp metallic scrape. Who? Feng Yuchen immediately stood up, shielding Du Lia behind him. His hand rested on his gun holster at his waist, his gaze as cold as the rain outside. Come out. A man dressed in a dark gray trench coat stepped out from the corner, the collar turned up to hide most of his face. But Du Lia immediately noticed the embroidery on his sleeve, an insignia of a branch of the Du family, with the edges deliberately torn, revealing dark stitches underneath, like a shameful act of destruction. Miss, I hope you are well, the man said, raising his head. A scar ran from his brow to his jaw, twisting his smile into a grimace. I am Du Ming, from a branch of the Du family. You might not remember me, but your father didn't show any mercy when he expelled me from the family. Du Lia's fingers clenched tightly around her milk cup. A branch of the Du family. Of course she remembered. When her father was cleaning out traitors within the family, he mentioned a younger member collaborating with outside forces, trying to steal the Du family's god of war bloodline map. That person was eventually crippled and expelled. She never expected him to still be alive, let alone come looking for her. What do you want from me? she asked, slowly standing up while holding onto the chair arm. Her pregnant belly was clearly visible under the coat. She could feel the baby inside suddenly quiet, as if warning her about the man in front. The Du family's affairs are none of your business, traitor. Traitor? Du Ming sneered and suddenly clapped his hands. At that moment, security doors on both sides of the corridor burst open. 5 men in black combat suits rushed out, each holding a modified tranquilizer gun aimed directly at her pregnant belly. Now you're a prisoner. The International Assassin Organization paid me $1 billion. If I bring you back alive, I can get something the Du family will never have, protection from the Night Clan. The Night Clan?
Du Lia's pupille shrank suddenly.
She had only read about that name in ancient family texts. It was said to be an enemy clan of the Du family, long gone for over 50 years. How could they suddenly be connected to a killer organization? Before she could think further, the lead assassin pulled the trigger. The tranquilizer dart whistled through the air. Feng Yuchen immediately pulled her back, drawing his gun and shooting precisely at the assassin's wrist. The tranquilizer gun clattered to the ground, but the other 4 assassins had already closed in, their short blades gleaming coldly under the corridor lights. Leah, fall back. Feng Yuchen's voice was tense. As he fought off the attack from the assassin, he kept an eye on Du Ming's movements. That man had been standing behind him, holding a black object that looked like a remote control. Don't get close to what he's holding. Leah didn't step back. She leaned against the wall, watching as a knife from an assassin stabbed toward Feng Yuchen's back. Her eyes instantly turned cold. She suddenly lifted her leg, using her knee to push against a metal cart behind her. The cart screeched as it collided with the assassin's knee. The assassin cried out and knelt down. Seizing the moment, Leah moved forward, gripping his wrist with one hand and twisting gently. With a loud, the assassin's wrist dislocated, and his short knife fell to the ground. Even pregnant women dare to interfere, she said, wiping rainwater off her hand with a mocking tone. Is your assassin organization out of people sending such useless trash to die? As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly felt a strong movement in her belly. It wasn't her usual gentle kicks, but felt like a small fist pounding inside her with great force, making her stagger a step. Then she heard a beeping sound behind her. It was the remote control in Du Ming's hand. Not good. Leah reacted instantly, grabbing Feng Yuchen beside her and pulling him aside. Just as they dodged, the ground where they had been standing suddenly exploded with a loud bang. The cement cracked open, forming a half-meter deep hole, with a small bomb buried inside still emitting black smoke. This is a fixed-point bomb given by the Night Clan, meant to target the little brat in your belly. Du Ming laughed wildly, pressing the remote again. What a pity, your precious son reacted quickly, but that's okay, there's a second one. Feng Yuchen's eyes turned completely cold. If he hadn't been pulled away by Leah earlier, the shrapnel from the bomb would have hurt her and the baby. He no longer held back. He pulled out another gun from his waist and fired several shots, hitting the remaining 3 assassins' knees precisely. They all fell to the ground, screaming loudly in the corridor. Seeing the situation was turning bad, Du Ming turned to run. But after taking just a few steps, he felt a light push on his back. It was Leah's pregnant belly. Trying to run, Leah's voice was soft but carried an undeniable sense of authority. You just said the Night Clan gave you protection? What did they give you? Is it the medicine that makes you forget you are from the Du family, or the one that makes you betray your bloodline? Du Ming was pushed back, stumbling. He turned around suddenly and pulled out a black jade pendant from his pocket. The pendant was carved with intricate patterns, resembling a beast's claw, shining with a strange glow under the light. Look carefully. This is a token from the Night Clan Lord. If I hand you over, the Night Clan will help me rebuild the Du family and make me the new head. Leah's eyes fixed on the pendant, her heart pounding. She had seen similar patterns in her father's study, carved on the cover of a forbidden book labeled Night Clan Totem. Encountering it means death. But what worried her more was that when Feng Yuchen saw the pendant, his fingers suddenly clenched tightly, turning white. Did he recognize this pendant? Leah, be careful. Feng Yuchen suddenly shouted. Taking advantage of Leah's distraction, Ming pulled out a dagger and stabbed toward her pregnant belly. At that critical moment, her belly suddenly moved again. This time, it wasn't kicking but seemed to be releasing an invisible force that burst out from inside, making the surrounding air tremble. The dagger in Ming's hand clattered to the ground, and he was knocked back several steps, hitting the wall and coughing up blood.
What?
What is that? Ming looked at Leah's belly in horror. What kind of monster is inside you? Leah touched her belly, feeling the baby gently move, as if comforting her. She looked up at Ming with a clear gaze. This is the bloodline of the Du family's war god. It's something you can never have. It's also what the Night Clan fears most. They came for you not to help, but to use you to get rid of me and my child. Because they know, once this child is born, the Night Clan will have no chance to turn things around. Ming was stunned, as if he didn't understand her words. Just then, footsteps of bodyguards sounded outside. Ming snapped back to reality, realizing he couldn't stay any longer. He glared fiercely at Leah, then turned and ran out through the secret passage, leaving only a harsh warning. Wait for it. The Night Clan Lord won't let you go. Feng Yuchen can't protect you. The corridor finally fell silent, leaving only the sound of rain and Leah's faint breathing. Feng Yuchen quickly walked over, carefully supporting her waist with a worried voice. Are you feeling unwell? That burst of strength just now. It's the baby, Leah interrupted him, looking into his eyes. You recognize that jade pendant, right? You know about the Night Clan even. Are you connected to the Night Clan? Feng Yuchen's eyes flickered briefly. He avoided her gaze and gently tidied her hair that was blown by the wind. His voice was low. Now is not the time to talk about this. Let's go back first. I'll have the doctor check you again to make sure you and the baby are okay. Leah didn't ask further. She knew Feng Yuchen didn't want to talk about it, and asking wouldn't help. But she could feel that his nervousness when he saw the jade pendant wasn't fake. Inside, she sensed a secret, perhaps one related to his background. She lowered her head and touched her pregnant belly, feeling the gentle response from the baby. That burst of power earlier made her realize that the child inherited not only the bloodline of the war god from the Du family, but also some stronger, more mysterious power. The Night Clan's fear of this child was probably deeper than she thought. It was still raining, tapping against the glass, as if warning of an approaching storm. Leah leaned into Feng Yuchen's arms, gazing at the dark night outside the window. Suddenly, a thought arose. Is the Night Clan really after her only for the baby?
Or
for Feng Yuchen? Feng Yuchen seemed to sense her unease. He gently patted her back and spoke softly. Don't think too much. With me here, no one can hurt you or the baby. But Leah knew some secrets couldn't be hidden forever. Just like the baby in her belly, whose power was slowly awakening, the claws of the Night Clan had already quietly reached their side. The safety door at the end of the corridor was still open. Wind and rain blew in, bringing a chill. Leah instinctively held onto Feng Yuchen's arm tighter, her eyes falling on the dagger that Ming had dropped on the ground, the handle engraved with a Night Clan symbol identical to the one on the jade pendant. The black Bentley moved steadily through the rain, its windows shielding the storm outside, but unable to hide the tense atmosphere inside. Leah leaned against the car window, her fingertips repeatedly touching a photo on her phone. A close-up of a dagger she had just taken in the hospital corridor. The Night Tribe symbol on the handle looked like a sleeping beast, cold and quiet under the screen's glow. Feng Yuchen sat nearby, his gaze occasionally falling on her tense profile. He knew she was waiting for an explanation, but about the Night Tribe, even he didn't fully understand. His father had left only a purple sandalwood box before he died, saying, "Wait until you meet someone who can resonate with the Feng family's bloodline and the Night Tribe symbol, then open it." Now, that someone had appeared, and she was pregnant with his child. "We're almost there," the driver softly reminded. Feng Yuchen was the first to get out, holding a black umbrella and walking around to her side. Carefully, he supported her waist. Raindrops tapped on the umbrella, making soft sounds. He could feel her fingers' coolness, not from cold, but from nervousness. The villa's living room was lit with warm yellow light. The housekeeper had prepared tea, but Feng Yuchen waved him off. Take the lady to the second-floor lounge. I need to handle some things in the study. Delia paused, looking up at him. Handle things or hide from me. Her voice was soft but serious. Feng Yuchen, you know I'm not the type to make trouble without reason. But the Night Tribe and you are connected, and so is my baby. I must know what's going on. Feng Yuchen's throat moved, but he finally loosened his grip.
Come with me.
The study was on the third floor of the villa. Behind a heavy redwood door was another world. The shelves covered an entire wall, filled with business books. In the middle was an empty space, the wall smooth as if no gap existed. Feng Yuchen walked to the blank wall and pressed a carved spot with his fingertip. With a click, the wall slowly recessed inward, revealing a half-meter-wide secret room entrance. This is the family's ancestral secret room. Only the head of the family can enter, he said, stepping inside first and pressing a switch on the wall. Warm white lights turned on, illuminating a purple sandalwood table in the center of the room. On it was a box identical to the one he described, a purple sandalwood box. My father said this box contains the family's secrets and the Night Tribe, and my true identity. Delia followed inside, her eyes immediately drawn to the box. Its surface was carved with intricate patterns, similar to the jade pendant and dagger symbols she saw at the hospital. But the patterns on this box were more complete, like a full formation. She instinctively touched her pregnant belly, and the baby inside suddenly moved gently, as if responding to the box's call. Look, Feng Yuchen said, gently opening the box. Inside, there was no jewelry or treasures, only an old yellowed book and a silver badge. The badge was engraved with the words, Night Clan, and below it was a symbol similar to the one on the box, but in the middle, there was a black gemstone that shimmered with a strange glow under the light. The old book recorded that Feng family's ancestors were once protectors of the Night Clan. Later, due to different beliefs, they left the clan with some members and hid in this land. Feng Yuchen's voice was a little hoarse as he said, and I am the only person in the Feng family who carries the bloodline of the Night Clan. My father said my mother was a saint of the Night Clan, and she died fighting within the clan to protect me. Dulcia's heart sank suddenly. So Feng Yuchen was really connected to the Night Clan, and he was the son of the Night Clan saint. Now, if the Night Clan is looking for her, are they also trying to use Feng Yuchen's bloodline? Why does the Night Clan target me and the baby? She asked, gently touching the old book's writing. She recognized the characters, ancient words recorded in the Dull family's old texts. The Dull family records say that the Night Clan and the Dull family have been enemies for generations because the Dull family's battle god bloodline can suppress the Night Clan's power. But if the Feng family is a branch of the Night Clan, then you and I know this is hard to accept. Feng Yuchen interrupted her, his eyes filled with guilt. At first, I married you because my grandfather said you were pregnant with my child and could help stabilize the Feng family. But later, I realized my feelings for you had gone beyond just a contract. Leah, I never intended to use you, nor did I want you and the baby to be in danger. Dulcia said nothing, only looked down at her pregnant belly. The baby moved again, this time more strongly, as if protesting. She could feel a warm power coming from inside her, flowing from her fingertips to the purple sandalwood box. Suddenly, the badge inside the box lit up, the black gemstone shining brightly, and the old book began to tremble slightly. What's happening? Feng Yuchen instinctively shielded Dulcia behind him. The glow from the badge grew stronger, and the air in the secret room became hotter. The patterns on the walls seemed to come alive, slowly writhing. Dulcia suddenly grabbed his hand. It's the baby. The child's power resonates with the badge. She can clearly feel that the baby in her belly is releasing a strong force. This force attracts and restrains the badge's power as if they are silently competing. At that moment, a scream suddenly came from outside the study. Master? Madam? Someone has broken in. Feng Yuchen's face changed. He quickly pushed Du Lia toward the secret room door. You hide inside first. I will go see what's happening. No. Du Lia held him back. They are definitely coming for us. I can't let you go alone. She touched her pregnant belly with a firm voice. Don't forget, the baby inside me can scare away killers. Together, we are strong enough to face them. Feng Yuchen looked into her determined eyes and finally nodded. He picked up the badge from the table and put it in Dulia's pocket. This badge can temporarily suppress the Night Clan's power. Keep it with you to protect yourself and the baby. As they stepped out of the secret room, they saw 3 people in black cloaks standing at the door of the study. Their hoods covered their faces, only revealing glowing red eyes. The leader held a black staff topped with a black gemstone similar to the badge, giving off a suffocating sense of pressure. Feng Yuchen, long time no see, the leader said in a hoarse voice like sandpaper rubbing. I didn't expect you not only found the bloodline of the war god from the Du family, but also got her pregnant. It seems our Night Clan's bloodline fusion plan is finally going to succeed. Bloodline fusion plan? Dulia frowned. What exactly do you want? It's simple. The man slowly raised his head, revealing a wrinkled face with the full Night Clan totem carved on the left cheek. The Du family's war god bloodline can purify the darkness of the Night Clan, while the Feng family's Night Clan bloodline can activate the potential of the war god's bloodline. If your child inherits both bloodlines, he can become the new leader of the Night Clan and lead us to glory again. Dream on, Feng Yuchen shouted angrily, pulling out his gun and aiming at the man. I won't let you hurt Leah and the baby. Just you? The man sneered, waving his staff. Black light shot out from the gemstone, heading straight for Feng Yuchen. Leah reacted quickly, pushing Feng Yuchen away and touching her pregnant belly. Baby, it's our turn now. It seems the child inside her understood her words and suddenly released a strong power. Golden light shone from Delia's pregnant belly and clashed with black light. The 2 forces struggled in the air, causing the bookshelf in the study to shake violently, and books fell with loud crashes. How is this possible? The man stared in disbelief. A baby who hasn't even been born yet has such strong power. Delia didn't answer. She focused on feeling her child's strength. She could sense it growing stronger little by little. The golden light became brighter and gradually pushed back the black light. The man's face looked worse, and his staff started to tremble as if he couldn't hold it anymore. Retreat! The leader finally realized something was wrong and shouted, turning to run. But after taking a few steps, a golden force wrapped around his ankle. He looked back and saw Delia's belly glowing with gold, and the baby's movements inside were more vigorous, as if urging her to act. Trying to escape, Delia sneered and took out a badge from her pocket. Under the golden glow, the badge suddenly shined brightly, and the black gemstone shattered instantly, revealing a silver needle inside. This was the special, evil purge needle made by the Dooley family, used to fight dark evil forces. This is the Dooley family's evil purge needle, which can purify your Night tribe's dark powers. She threw the needle at the man. Since you want to merge bloodlines so badly, I'll help you purify it. The needle traced a silver arc in the air and accurately pierced the man's shoulder. He let out a scream of pain as black smoke billowed from his wound, and the totem on his left cheek began to fade. He looked at Delia in terror, then rolled and crawled away. The 2 other black-clad people quickly followed, disappearing into the rain. Finally, the study was quiet again, with only their hurried breathing. Feng Yuchen quickly came over and hugged Delia tightly. Are you okay? That was so dangerous. I shouldn't have let you take such a risk. I'm fine. Delia leaned into his arms, clearly hearing his rapid heartbeat. And I wasn't taking a risk. I was protecting our child. She gently touched her pregnant belly. The child's movements had gradually slowed, only occasionally giving a soft kick, as if showing affection. Feng Yuchen looked down at her belly with feelings of guilt and gratitude. Sorry, Leia. If it weren't for my background, you and the baby wouldn't be in so much danger. It's not your fault. Leia looked up at him. The Night Clan's plot will be exposed sooner or later. Even without you, they would find other reasons to target the Du family. Now that we know the truth, we can handle them better. Suddenly, the window in the study was blown open by the wind. A few black feathers and rain drifted inside, landing on Leia's hand. The feathers carried a faint smell of blood, and a tiny note was attached. It was written in red ink. On the night of the full moon, at the night clan altar, using the child's blood to exchange for Feng Yuchen's life, Lia's pupils shrank suddenly. The full moon was in 3 days. The Night Clan actually planned to threaten Feng Yuchen with his life to make her hand over the child's blood. Feng Yuchen also saw the note. His face turned pale instantly. He clenched the note tightly, his knuckles whitening. They dare. Even if it costs my life, I won't let them hurt you, or the baby. Lia said nothing. She gently crushed the feather on her hand. She knew the Night Clan was serious this time. The altar on the night of the full moon would probably be a life-and-death fight. She, Feng Yuchen, and the baby in her belly had to be prepared. She lowered her head and touched her belly softly. Baby, in 3 days, we need to protect Dad together, okay? The baby inside moved lightly, as if responding to her. Lia looked up at Feng Yuchen with a firm gaze. Feng Yuchen, on the night of the altar, we will go together. I won't let you face danger alone. We are a family, and we must fight together. Feng Yuchen looked into her determined eyes and finally nodded. He knew that once Lia made a decision, no one could change it. He also didn't want her to face danger alone anymore. They were husband and wife, the child's parents, and they should face all difficulties together. The lights in the study were still on, but they couldn't brighten the worries in their hearts. On the night of the full moon, at the altar, the conspiracy of the Night Clan, and the 2 bloodlines in the child. All the mysteries will be revealed in 3 days. Their only choice is to prepare thoroughly and face the coming storm. Dulia instinctively touched the badge in her pocket. The black gemstone on it had shattered, revealing a silver needle inside. Suddenly, she remembered an old saying. The blood of the war god and the Night Clan coexist. Only then can evil be defeated. Could it be that the 2 bloodlines in the child are not a disaster, but a hope to save the world? This thought just appeared, but she quickly pushed it aside. Now is not the time to think about this. The most urgent task is to prepare for the 3 days ahead. She looked up at Feng Yuchen with a determined gaze. Let's get ready. At the altar in 3 days, we must win.